Chapter 251 The Clock of Time, the Forbidden Ancient God Domain. Please subscribe. Although Lin Chen's words were a bit funny, they also made the two girls understand each other's identity. This ancient Pokemon is hidden here. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu saw this bronzong, their eyes narrowed slightly and their vigilance was particularly strong. Just now the four suddenly jumped up. It was Yokomic's Dark Pulse and they followed closely behind with trust. As a result, the superposition of these three attacks only shattered the opponent's psychic shield and only knocked it away. It didn't even do a serious injury. You must know that Guzzlord Dark can restrain the psychic system with twice the attribute. There is only one possibility for this situation to happen. The energy intensity of the Pokemon in front of them is too high. In other words, this mysterious ancient bell is at least a pseudo-elite level. It has even reached the boundary of elite. Because the ice sculptures outside the temple all contain powerful ice law power, they subconsciously thought that the Guardian was an ice Pokemon. Completely ignored the existence of Bronzong. If they had just passed through the door of the temple without knowing it, if the other party had suddenly attacked, they would probably have been beheaded in an instant. Thinking of this, the two of them were relieved and looked at Lin Chen gratefully. They thought it was right to let Lin Chen join the plan. Otherwise, just entering the temple would be extremely dangerous, not to mention searching for treasures. This guy's perception is too strong. Tan Taiyu was also a little suspicious at this time. Could it be that Lin Chen is really the same as herself, a chosen person possessing psychic and perception? But no matter how she guessed, she could not have imagined that Lin Chen had the Eye of All-Knowing, which was countless times stronger than the Chosen One. Everything came from the Supreme Treasure Chest system. Before coming here, Lin Chen directly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and scanned the entire temple. On the frozen ancient bell, I felt the fluctuation of life. I immediately thought of Bronzong, an ancient Pokemon that guards the ruin. They usually exist as burial object or gatekeepers. Such monsters cannot be measured well by their realm alone, because they have existed for too long. Sometimes living long is a kind of power. For ample Bronzong in front of him, although only a pseudo-elite level, but after a long period of accumulation, hundreds and thousands of years, it has accumulated a huge amount of spiritual power, and the psychic strength it exerts is extremely terrifying. Even compared to ordinary psychic elite, the strength is not much less and even surpasses it. The only thing missing is the law. This is the only thing that cannot be smoothed out by time but requires sufficient understanding. Of course, if you think about it, everyday understanding for 2000 years may cause a qualitative change, but obviously Bronzong, who is asleep most of the time, can't do it. This is also the reason why Lin Chen chose to attack unexpectedly instead of running away. As long as it is not elite level, there is a way. Buzz. Bronzong floated in the air, and after being hit by 3 consecutive attacks, it made a buzzing sound of rage. The real sound is like a bell. Just the buzzing sound caused countless ice crystals to shatter and the entire temple began to tremble. After hearing it, the 3 people also felt that their blood was surging and they couldn't help but cover their ears. However, the second Bronzong buzzed and an invisible psychic swept over, but no light could be seen. No trace. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. His all-seeing pupils were already open and he reminded loudly, "Dragonite, retreat 3 meters." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dragonite immediately reacted, shaking his wings and retreating violently. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Dragonite was located was shattered and a huge pit appeared. Countless snow fragments were stirred up and the transparent air force was avoided and hit the ice sculptures behind everyone. Crack, crack. In an instant, the ice sculptures shattered and turned into ice chips on the ground, and Dragonite's left leg was scratched by the flying ice. Dragon blood is flowing. Let it roar. If it doesn't dodge in time, Dragonite will be seriously injured this time. What a close call. Long Yuking was shocked and looked at Lin Chen with gratitude. Thank you. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with this old antique first. Lin Chen replied indifferently. The invisible psychic skill that Bronzong used just now, it is extrasensory. It is invisible and there is no trace to follow. And with the blessing of Bronzong's huge mental power, the skill is extremely powerful. Roar! The enraged Dragonite flapped his wings and the dragon's might was mighty. Long Yuking also commanded Dragonite use Mega Punch. The moment, the orange-yellow figure had already bullied himself and his fist was wrapped in a huge force and it came with a bang. The other two were naturally not idle and Tan Taiyu gave orders at the same time. Metagross, use Metal Claw. Tread. Although the steel skills are resisted by 2 times, Metagross does not know any fire and dark skills. Relying on its strong body to fight against it, it will not have time to use psychic skills. Buzz. Facing the incoming Pokemon, Bronzong's body trembled, hummed and then began to rapid spin, looking like a bronze gyroscope. Gyro Ball. Boom! The first to arrive was the fastest. Dragonite Mega Punch fell suddenly, but it was once again blocked by an invisible psychic defensive wall. Then the defensive wall was like broken glass and there was a crisp sound, and the Mega Punch, which had been angry, continued to move forward with a little less power. Tread. A silver light flashed and Metagross's front limbs supporting the body turned into metal claws. With incomparable sharpness it suddenly attacked. Dang dang dang. The expected dodge did not happen and the claws and punches all hit. Countless spark flashed from Bronzong's body in rapid spin, splashing on the snow, and the scorching heat instantly melted the snow on the ground. The powerful force was directly rebounded by the force generated by the rotation. I step. Roar. Dragonite and Metagross did not expect this. They had already hit each other, but the force rebounded in rapid spin. Dragonite could not help but groan and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although Metagross did not spit blood, he was not feeling well. Zzz. However, before they could push away, a sizzling sound came from the ember like a blade cutting on metal. A terrifying force spread and the two Pokemon were bounced away, slammed to the ground. Buzz. Bronzong took the opportunity to use Extrasensory again. Lin Chen saw this scene and couldn't help frowning and quickly issued an order. Guzzlord, use Snarl. With a roar, while Bronzong slowly stopped and was still using Psychic, the evil power type sound waves plotted near it. Like the roar of a demon god, it hit Bronzong directly. Buzz. Bronzong was stunned for a moment, but the net moment it also reacted and threw Extrasensory out, aiming directly at Guzzlord. Awesome. Such a reaction speed made Lin Chen couldn't help but admire. As expected of a pseudo-elite in this case, he can still use Extrasensory to fight back, but facing Guzzlord, who is immune to Psychic, it is useless. Although the Extrasensory could not be seen, Guzzlord had an extremely sharp perception. He opened his mouth and swallowed the psychic energy directly into his stomach. He digested it directly without any harm. Bronzong, who was hit by Snarl, did not have such a good result. Under the spread of evil thoughts, it made a buzzing sound suspended in the air and swayed left and right a few times as if drunk. Although it had strong defense and did not suffer too much damage, it could not get out of this stiff state for a while. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu saw this scene. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes and they quickly gave orders. Dragonite, use Dragon Tail. Metagross, use Heavy Impact. Roar. Step on it. The two Pokemon shot forward again and the Dragon Energy and Steel Energy burst out together and the entire temple behind them began to shake. The net moment, a golden light flashed on Dragonite tail. Orange, the yellow figure began to fly low along the ice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless snowflakes were swept up and then Dragon Tail attacked. Bang. This time the mysterious energy appeared again, although the defensive energy phone was broken under the bombardment of Dragon Tail. The angry Dragon Tail fell on Bronzong but could only ring the bell and knock him away more than 10 meters. It only caused minor injuries to him, but after this attack it was not the end. A shadow appeared above Bronzong's head and Metagross's heavy body had already fallen. Metagross made a heavy attack with all his strength and descended. Boom. With a loud bang, Bronzong was directly pressed down and Psychic spread out, but at this moment Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and he shouted, Guzzlord, left front, use Dark Pulse. Ayaha. Bang. Dark Pulse swept and collided with an invisible Extrasensory again and finally both disappeared in the invisible. Long Yuking was shocked and broke into a cold sweat because from that direction the target of Extrasensory, it was herself. If she was hit by a pseudo-elite she would be killed on the spot. Her soul was scattered. Thank you. Long Yuking cast a grateful look at Lin Chen, but the other party frowned and did not look at her. Instead she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. However, Long Yuking was not one of those shy women. She did not think much during the battle. Her eyes regained calmness and began to think about the battle situation, and every time she confronted it a mysterious psychic energy shield would appear. What was amazing was that this time it was when Bronzong was stunned. Lin Chen also saw this scene and the all-seeing eye scanned it sharply at that moment. The energy aura on the powerful defense shield was not the same type as Bronzong. It was as if something was protecting it. This made Lin Chen's eyes sharper and the corners of his mouth lightly raised, revealing a playful smile, and muttered, interesting. On the other side in the battle, Metagross slowly rose and Bronzong was hit hard and he couldn't stand it. Although it was double resistance, the heavy impact that determined the power by weight still caused some damage. Bronzong's breath suddenly became much weaker. With the instance of Extrasensory, Lin Chen never gave orders to let Guzzlord fight in close combat. After all, other Pokemon were either their own trump cards that they didn't want to show for the time being, or they couldn't compete with Bronzong's strength, and Guzzlord itself is the most perfect attribute, restraint, so he asked Guzzlord to continue to use the bad habit skills to interfere with Bronzong's Ding Dong. Bang bang. 117 bang. Metagross and Dragonite began to attack one after another and Bronzong was unable to directly fight against the two quasi-level quasi-god, and Guzzlord was in the gray area, gradually losing the upper hand. Dragon Tail, Hyper Beam, Metal Claw, Heavy Impact, Confusion. The skills were used in turn. Even if the opponent had a mysterious defense, he was still firmly suppressed, and Lin Chen was always on guard against the opponent's Extrasensory and looking looking for flaws. Finally, after a Dragonite fire blast, Bronzong suffered double fire damage, temporarily lost the ability to float and fell heavily in the air. It struggled to get up and Lin Chen had already given the order. Guzzlord, use Dark Pulse. Guzzlord, who seized the opportunity, sank his leg and opened his mouth. The dark energy in his mouth condensed and even Osiris was sucked into it and melted instantly. Then a wave of evil thoughts unfolded in a trumpet shape and then blasted violently. Bang! The NET moment, the mysterious defense shield was instantly shattered and Dark Pulse continued to attack without any weakening. Seeing this, Dragonite and Metagross suddenly dispersed. Bronzong, who was just suppressed, could no longer dodge. Rumble! The evil thoughts with countless black air continued to drill into Bronzong's body like a thorn in the flesh, and the latter made a subtle humming sound which seemed particularly painful. Bang bang bang! A moment later the evil thoughts completely plotted in its body, making a violent explosion. Crack crack! Countless bronze fragments flew and the originally sacred Bronzong became dilapidated and covered with crack. It has been completely defeated. What a powerful defense! Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and took out the Lu Yuri ball, intending to capture Bronzong. If such a pseudo-elite Pokemon from the ancient times can be captured, its strength will immediately leap, and the attributes are also to his liking. Only Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu would not compete with him. However, Lin Chen still has a question in his mind. If it is just this strength, although it is troublesome, it does not seem to Beto the Guardian that is the elite level so powerful that it is invincible. What kind of energy is that mysterious energy shield? It doesn't look like steel or psychic, but more like the eternal and immortal breath in those ice sculptures, as if it is a kind of gift. Lin Chen thought in his heart, and just when he was about to throw the Pokeball, Bronzong suddenly opened his eyes and psychic filled the air, blocking the Pokeball from approaching. At the same time, telepathy was turned on. An old voice sounded in the hearts of the three people: foolish mortals, you have violated the forbidden ancient god domain and will eventually bring disaster. PS4 700 words. Chapter 252, The Kingdom of Eternal Ice. Diamond level treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. Before he finished speaking, Bronzong's body suddenly plotted with a bang, turning into countless light points and dissipating, completely destroyed. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he frowned and couldn't help but complain, if you have the gut, finish talking before leaving. Do you think you are acting in a TV drama? You leave halfway through talking. The god served by the pseudo-elite level Bronzong, could it be a divine beast? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart began to beat wildly. He has been in this world for 18 years. Apart from the few words in the TET book, he has never seen a divine beast, and he has not even found any information. The upper level may know the information about the divine beast, but it is concealed, which makes him very curious. I thought it was impossible to get access to information related to the divine beast before the elite level, but this time it seems to be the closest moment. Lin Chen had countless doubts in his heart, but it was a pity that Bronzong collapsed himself and had no chance to answer him. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu on the side heard this sentence and subconsciously repeated, taboo? Is this talking about curse, or is it the gods worshipped by the ancient humans who built this temple? They were confused, but they couldn't get the answer. After all, after destroying Bronzong, no god came to punish them for offending the temple. Lin Chen frowned and couldn't help condemning these ancient riddlers in his heart. You have lived until now just to say a piece of nonsense. If you have the ability, you can speak clearly. That is your last word. Can you take it a little more seriously? However, just in case, Lin Chen used the Eye of All-Knowing to scan the circle again. However, he still didn't find any breath beyond the elite level in the temple. There is no special breath. It is exactly the same as the outside world of Tianzi Yiwen. Even the other Pokemon are not there. This makes Lin Chen feel a little abnormal. Even if there is an elite level Pokemon in it, he would not be so surprised, unless the Eye of All-Knowing is invalid or the so-called god is hidden in other dimensional world. Otherwise it is impossible not to find it. In this way, the so-called taboo is more like a demon caused by Bronzong sleeping for too long. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he said softly to the two of them, let's continue to go deeper into the temple. Anyway, we have come here and we can't be scared away by a harsh word. Moreover, if the gods really exist, the ancient humans who built the temple will not be eating, so we still have to go in. Anyway, if there is danger, we should retreat at the first time. Okay. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded after hearing this without any hesitation. They didn't realize it at this time. The two women, who were extremely proud, had already regarded Lin Chen as their backbone. Then Lin Chen quickly collected the fragments of Bronzong's body. After his death, Bronzong was just a bronze fragment. Maybe it is a product of some ancient time. It may have a good price on the market. Even if it doesn't, you can study the material. The hardness of a single wheel is even not inferior to a Grin's armor. If it can be integrated into a Grin's blood-colored armor, it may greatly improve the defense. Although the original intention was good, this skilled way of picking up corpses also made the two women smile. This man, he he has a good business mind. He never misses anything that can be used. No wonder Lin Chen can rise so quickly. This ability to get the wool of others is really the biggest help. Although they are a little stingy, they don't hate him. Instead they think that Lin Chen must have had a hard time coming here. Thinking of this, Long Yuking and Tan Taiu's eyes were filled with a hint of maternal brilliance. If Lin Chen knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Although he was born a commoner, he had the help of the treasure chest system along the way. Various top-level divine objects were obtained and ordinary props were also opened in piles. In fact, life was quite comfortable. How could it be as hard as that of ordinary civilians? However, after Lin Chen finished collecting, the three of them moved forward again. Unlike what they saw outside, the interior of the temple was not large. There was only one hall through the gate. It looked like a place for pilgrimage. In the center of the temple facing the gate there was a broken statue, and around the statue there was a large amount of law ice. A single piece of law ice was in the shape of a diamond crystal. Just growth was there, and it issued a mysterious blue. The fluorescence seemed to be the ancient divine light that penetrated time and space. The crystal clear ice reflected by these laws gathered together and shrouded in divine light, turning this ancient temple into a kingdom of ice, eternal and eternal, unchangeable for thousands of years. Just getting a little closer to it feels like the temperature has dropped a few degrees again, as if even the soul is about to be frozen. If you can get a small piece, you can greatly enhance the power of Ice-type skills and accelerate the growth of Ice-type Pokemon. The Ice of Law growth is on the stone pillar behind the statue. The closer it is to the statue, the better the size and quality. At this time Lin Chen had already begun to count the numbers one by one in his mind. After a simple estimate, there are hundreds of pieces of law ice on this pillar alone. It can be said to be priceless. Seeing this, Long Yuking and Tantai, the proud sons of big families, were also stunned. Law ice of such quality has never appeared on the market, and if it is resold, the individual price will be tens of millions or even higher. And in front of me there are hundreds of pieces of law ice. Such an amount of mining could turn a common family into a second-rate powerful family. Not only will you gain money, but you will also gain a lot of connections. Even Lin Chen's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Ouch! Guzzlord on the side looked at the ice of law with resistance, unwilling to get closer. After Lin Chen noticed it, he immediately understood. After all, it is a law object that possesses powerful ice laws which will make Pokemon with other attribute feel strong discomfort. Lin Chen also understood, so he took out the beast ball and said softly, "Come back, Guzzlord." Ouch! There was a flash of red light and Guzzlord returned to his ball to escape the cold. With a single stroke of his hand, Lin Chen took out a poke ball from his waist and released Melodic. "Show me." Melodic gave a little cry and looked very happy. The environment here was very comfortable for her, and the laws of ice continued to flow into her body, making her squint her eyes comfortably. But the net moment Melodic suddenly saw Long Yuking and their Pokemon behind his master. Suddenly I felt bad. The master has himself, but he still hooks up with other women. It's so outrageous. "Show me." Melodic meandered his body, the pink tentacles on his head fluttering in the air, and rubbed his head against Lin Chen, trying to declare his sovereignty. However, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu ignored it. At this time they were indulging in the joy of getting rich, which made Melodic a little frustrated. Just go and absorb the power of the vast ice law. The two women were also calculating the value of so much law ice, let alone billion, maybe more. Lin Chen did not disturb their interest, but instead Di Zhao looked at the mysterious statue carefully. It is nearly 10 meters tall and looks particularly spectacular. Its legs are cone-shaped and its whole body seems to maintain balance on the two vertices of the cone. There seemed to be protruding barbs on the back. However, the statue is also wrapped in ice, but through the ice layer it can be seen that it is very damaged. Can't even see clearly what it looked like. However, even Lin Chen couldn't tell the specific identity of this statue. Is it the icicle god Regis or Qrem? Or maybe it's an ice god that I've never seen before. This picture quality is even blurry than mosaic. However, when Lin Chen swept over the belly of the statue, there was always a strange feeling as if there was something inside. Is the statue pregnant? Lin Chen thought wickedly, and at the same time he opened his omniscient eyes and took a look at Qi. The net moment he was stunned, looking ecstatic and couldn't help but murmured, "Thank you, Lady Luck." And the reason why he was excited was because he saw a bright treasure bow shining inside the belly of the statue. It's a diamond level treasure chest. Chapter 253. Open the diamond treasure chest and the forbidden ancient god resurrect. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Fortunately I came to the temple. Lin Chen looked surprised. He didn't expect that such a discovery could be made here. I thought that the platinum level treasure chest was the limit, but I didn't expect that there was also a mega gift pack. At this time the diamond level treasure chest seemed to be nurtured by the statue lying quietly on the belly of the giant statue. A trace of light flows from the surface of the bow, shining brightly, reflected by the ice on the outer layer of the statue. shine. Lin Chen took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Each of the diamond-level treasure chests is of the highest divine level and can reflect the laws of the universe. The former is the creation alpaca's supreme divine gem, the life gem, and Giratina's griseous orb. The rest involve the omniscient eye, the all-knowing, all-powerful and supreme authority, and the sapling of the eternal world tree that created a complete world. Now that the diamond treasure chest appeared again, Lin Chen suddenly thought of what supreme divine object could be found in it. Does this have something to do with the god Bronzong said before the destruction? But the most important thing at the moment is to take it out first. This ancient temple is full of weirdness. Even Lin Chen is not sure whether there will be sudden changes here. Delay will lead to change. Lin Chen glanced at the diamond treasure chest and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, he hit it so deeply. If I hadn't had the eye of omniscience, I would have almost missed it. However, just now when Lin Chen was about to command Melodic to smash the statue, he was stunned, because after careful observation he found that the diamond 117 treasure chest in front of him was constricted by a huge amount of cold air. These cold air veins were like spider webs spreading throughout the temple. All the law ice was born at the nodes of the spider web because of the huge law power intertwined together, and the core of the entire web, which is also the place with the most law ice, is a huge stone pillar covered with law ice like a dingai magic needle supporting the entire temple. In other words, it is the same as the life gem affecting Aaron's body shape before and the griseous orb affecting the birth of the immortal secret realm. Although the items in this treasure chest are invisible, they are affecting the real world. But what makes Lin Chen feel wrong is that in the flow of cold air captured by the all-knowing eye, this stone pillar is not the end. All the law power gathers together and connects to the underground. Underground? Thinking of this, Lin Chen was stunned, looking down at the vast ancient ice field, looking at the countless law ice node that looked like imprisoned. A terrible thought flashed through his mind and all the doubts were suddenly connected at this moment. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes began to sharpen and at the same time he swept towards Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu and said in a deep voice, quick, take advantage of now, start collecting the law ice on the stone pillars at the fastest speed. Don't consider the integrity, take as much as you can. The net moment Lin Chen took out the pokeball directly. He had a guess in his heart that needed to be verified. Once it was true, it might be life-threatening. Come out, Lalud Bek Loss. Lalu. The blue loss appeared in front of everyone with her skirt lifted elegantly. Under the blue pot-covered head there was a pair of big watery eyes which looked so cute. As soon as she came out, she lay directly on Lin Chen's shoulder, looking like she liked to stick to her master. So cute in a different color. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu were both moved by this and a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Even for the top powerful families, this kind of ralts with different colors is a rare instant. Lin Chen's luck is too good. He actually captured such a cute Pokemon with unlimited potential. However, the two are not ordinary girls and they will not forget their goals for cute Pokemon. Hearing the urgency in Lin Chen's tone, they did not spend more time asking Lin Chen. They have been together for this period of time and they have long believed in Lin Chen unconditionally, so they immediately tried to find a way to pick the ice of law. Ralts saw someone other than the owner for the first time and they were a little shy, having a little social phobia compared to a certain social NB Melodic, a normal girl. It was just that the temperature in the temple was too low, so cold that she kept rubbing her hands and breathing on them. Seeing this, Lin Chen gently hugged Ralts and whispered, come to my arm. Then he wrapped Ralts in his cloth and saw the little guy's face, which instantly turned red. Seeing this, Melodic was so jealous that she wanted to take his place and get into the arms of her master. Chimi. She stretched out her tentacles and also signaled the master to hug her, indicating that she was also a little cold, meaning that she wanted to enjoy the same treatment as Ralt. But this time, unlike the gentle Lin Chen on weekdays, there was no playfulness as imagined. He didn't even look at her and said in a deep voice, Melodic, stay alert. Chimi. Although Melodic felt a little wronged, she still nodded and became serious. According to her understanding of the master, if the master is not calm and indifferent but has a serious face, it means that there must be potential danger. Even the last time in the Void Secret Realm when they fought against Hartana, they were not so serious. This made Melodic a little nervous and his mind was full of, I will go back and stick with my master after the mission is over. Double compensation. If Lin Chen knew her thoughts, he would probably be speechless. This flag has been raised. At this time, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu have already started to pick the ice of law. Because it has been formed, just knock it down directly. However, because Lin Chen said that there is no need to care about the integrity and take as much as possible, the two of them acted quickly, took out a small chisel from the storage space bow and started to collect it by knocking continuously. The crisp sound of the chisel and hammer echoed in the temple. Lin Chen kept observing the direction of the veins of the cold air. Ding ding. The continuous knocking made the ice of law peel off one by one and the veins of the cold air began to become disordered, like the corpse nails of the imprisoned zombies. As the ice of law disappeared. These invisible and huge cold air suddenly began to riot, causing the air temperature to drop again, and this huge energy rushed through the stone pillars and poured into the ground. This scene made Lin Chen's face look even uglier, but he still remained calm. 1, 2, 3. Lin Chen's all-knowing eyes were always open, and the cold world in front of him was already in chaos, on the verge of a node. Dang! When Long Yuking tightened the storage space bow of the 13th law of ice, boom! The whole temple began to shake and the ground began to shake. It began to shake. A terrifying breath rose from the ground and spread in the temple. It was already 0 degrees in the snow and ice, but now the temperature can be clearly felt to drop sharply. The coldness was still biting even through the cotton cloth distributed by the Alliance. It was the coldness that penetrated the soul, the extreme coldness that froze people's heart. What is this? Long Yuking and Tan Taiyo looked at each other and suddenly looked at Lin Chen, who was still calm. It seemed that this step had been effected. Could this guy be the chosen one of the prophecy system? Lin Chen ignored their shock and endured the biting cold. The air he inhaled was instantly frozen and he murmured, it coming. The 13 law ices are the first mechanism which will bring disaster. In fact, more law ices can be picked to trigger a real riot, but Lin Chen's goal is not just to pluck wool, but to prepare to dig up the roots directly. He made a prompt decision and issued an order directly. Melodic, use iron tail to smash the statue. Shimi. Melodic raised his tail. White light condensed on the snake's tail and then suddenly swept towards the base of the statue. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice layer on the 10-meter high statue instantly shattered, revealing its original appearance. It was not until then that Lin Chen saw clearly who the statue was built for. It turned out to be you. Lin Chen muttered in his heart and then let Melodic break the half of the statue and it turned into powder in an instant. Then he bent down and reached out his hand to touch the belly of the statue. Under a shining light that only Lin Chen could see, the diamond treasure chest was directly opened. He did not look closely at the objects inside but threw them directly into the new world. Got it. And the moment he took away the diamond level treasure chest, the original vibration suddenly increased and instantly turned into a natural disaster that swept the world. Boom! The temple kept shaking, making a sound of being overwhelmed as if it might collapse at any time, and the entire Tianzi Yiwen trembled. The eternal forbidden disaster has come. Chapter 254. The ice disaster that freezes time and space. The supreme beast has come. Please collect. Please subscribe. The terrifying earthquake spread to the entire Tianzi Yiwen. Countless avalanches rolled down, swallowing a large number of lives. Glaciers broke and mountains shattered. It was like a natural disaster. On the snowfield, the ice Pokemon seemed to sense something and fled away from the direction of the ancient temple in panic. That was the Pokemon's survival instinct in Yujing. Rime fell. Ice cliffs broke. Countless snow fragments were stirred up and countless white flowers bloomed in Tianzi Yiwen. In the strongholds of major forces, the capsule house that can be unfolded with one button has long replaced the tent. But in the capsule house that is said to be able to be used for 50 years, it was a mess and the portable furniture overturned. The stove, which is essential for the snowfield, lit up the house and started a blazing fire. The trainers stationed in these strongholds all shouted and fled. The violent tremor caused avalanches everywhere in the snowfield surrounded by mountains, and the white waves swept in an instant. Whether it was the stronghold or the people in the wild, they were all swallowed up by the snow tide. It was like a scene of the end of the world. Countless people were panicked and shocked and they didn't understand what was going on. This earthquake directly triggered an avalanche. Oh my god, why did an earthquake suddenly happen in the academy? I saw many Pokemon being swallowed by the avalanche. They didn't know whether they lived or died. Such a big natural disaster. Is the snowfield of heaven going to be destroyed? Help, save me. I don't want to die here. Everyone evacuate quickly. An earthquake has occurred in the snowfield of heaven. The professional assessment can come again any year, but there is only one life. Is the Demon King here again? What did he do? Is the Demon King Zigran crazy? What exactly is he going to do? Is he going to destroy the entire snowfield of heaven? Have you been beaten, stupid? Such a big commotion, even the elite level may not be able to do it. How could it be done by the Demon King? Damn, if you have time to talk you might as well run faster. Those who have temporarily escaped from the dangerous area looked at each other and talked a lot. This is the first time they have encountered such a thing since entering the snowfield of heaven, and their random guesses actually led to some truth. For example, the root of all this is really Lin Chen. It's really a bit outrageous. I have to say that these things that cannot be understood by common sense are directly attributed to the great devil Lin Chen. It's right. In the snow forest, a group of Pilo swine and swine ran in the valley of the snowfield, mighty and mighty, splashing countless flying snow. However, this terrifying earthquake triggered a large avalanche which hit instantly like a huge mouth of the abyss that swallowed the world. The Pilo swine group was instantly submerged and buried dozens of meters deep. They were growled because of suffocation, but they couldn't escape. The Pilo swine leader watched his children being submerged in the heavy snow. digging frantically but couldn't stop the rolling avalanche and further buried them and couldn't help but despair. His eyes were red looking up at the sky. Howl. Even ice Pokemon can't resist this natural disaster. The Weevil leader on the high ground hurriedly fled with the Sneasel. Their small bodies, which were originally only used to gather and hunt powerful creatures, made them agile enough to escape. Seeing this scene I was relieved, but I only paused for a moment and then continued to command the Sneasel to go higher. The Berdic family hid in the cave and little Cubcoo shivered in his mother's arms, and Berdicvis never dimmed and he pounded the snow after the avalanche with brute force. He wanted to use his fist to open up a path of life for his family. From time to time he would spit out a brine from his mouth, and under the effect of brine the snow melted rapidly. But the continuous bombardment made the ice bear's physical strength less and less, and it had to gasp for air. Under this natural disaster the thickness of the snow in the avalanche was no longer something it could break. This is an ancient forbidden disaster. Once again it enveloped all the Pokemon in the early snowfield. Even the Guardian level Pokemon felt the heart-pounding power at this moment. On the other side, the technicians of the Alliance stationed outside the sky snowfield looked at the instrument after a shake. He was checking quickly, but the instrument suddenly sounded a rapid alarm. Beep beep beep. What's going on? For a moment the technician thought the instrument was broken, but after checking it he widened his eyes. The sudden and terrifying energy fluctuation directly broke the energy limit of the instrument. After all, the power of the law of the snowfield is not high, so the minimum limit of the instrument is elite level, and this breath has already broken through the elite level in the first moment it was detected, and the upper limit is even immeasurable. Thinking of this, he hurriedly reported to the Alliance and at the same time shouted loudly into the microphone, "Extremely powerful energy has been detected. All members stationed in the snowfield of heaven, all retreat." Detected. The content kept repeating, looping every 3 minutes. Countless people received the message, all with a dull impression, and then trembling in horror and muttering to themselves, "There is really a terrifying instance revive," and those who have reacted have already run directly to the transmission point set up by the Alliance and activated the space gate. Frantically escape from the snowfield of heaven. At the same time in the temple, the temperature around Lin Chen dropped to -100 degrees in 0.1 seconds. Almost instantly his blood began to solidify, the flow rate slowed down, and frost began to cover his face and the biting cold spread. It seemed to freeze his thought, further freeze time and space, and at such a temperature, even with the cotton clothes equipped by the Alliance, it is impossible to resist the invasion of sheer cold. If you can't leave this place quickly, you will definitely have irreversible damage to your brain or even be completely buried here. And according to the estimation of the Eye of All-Knowing, if this time exceeds 10 seconds, then these are no longer important, because only one ice sculpture will remain in place. Ding! At this moment the life gem on Lin Chen's neck emits a long light, giving Lin Chen a moment to react. Lin Chen roared with all his strength, "Teleport!" Lalu! The trembling Ralts also tried her best to mobilize psychic energy, but she did not teleport successfully. However, she endured the stinging cold and used psychic with red eyes, asking for flowers. Lalu! She will not let her master down. Seeing this, Lin Chen counted down in his mind. 8 seconds. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu on the side were shocked and wanted to use teleport, but Metagross was covered with frost at this time. The blue ice was still spreading from its 4 legs upward. It turned out that it was frozen because it was too close to the area of the law of ice. 7 seconds. Lin Chen frowned, and at the same time he pulled with both hands, and Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu were hugged tightly by him. At the same time he roared and ordered, "Melodic, use Iron Tail." Shimi. Melodic did not delay at all after hearing the command. She had a strong ice talent and had not been completely eroded by the ice, but even so this extreme low temperature made her feel painful. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Melodic snake tail had already lit up with a silver-white light, and it swung violently like a swordsman's sweep. 0 Iron Tail. Bang 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 bang. Tread. 4 consecutive crisp sounds. With Melodic's helping hand the ice layer was broken, and Metagross also roared and shook off the ice on his body. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. The NET moment. Ralts and Metagross used teleport together, and the white light lit up and condensed on everyone. 1 second. The NET moment. The 3 people and all the Pokemons all teleported out, but the crisis has not been resolved yet. A huge avalanche is coming from the snowy mountains in the distance. Ralts continue teleporting. Metagross use it together. Lalu. Tread. In an instant they teleported again and arrived in a snowy forest. After several teleportations the light kept flashing, and the 3 of them appeared on an iceberg 10,000 meters away from the temple. What a terrifying ice! Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu's eyes were full of fear. At that moment the absolute 0 degree almost froze their minds. If it weren't for Spar, in the blink of an eye a broad hand appeared at their waist. They were probably going to die in it. The 2 of them were pale. After all, they were still girls. Although they were calm, they still showed their girlish side in the face of life and death crisis. They asked in shock, "What happened?" friend? Lin Chen had already taken out Psychic's poke block. While feeding it to the panting Rald, he pointed to the direction of the temple and said he would look. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyo looked in the direction Lin Chen pointed. A horrified scene bloomed in their eyes. The blue glacier suddenly cracked, boom. Accompanied by the terrifying shock sound, the entire Tianzi snowfield was shaking desperately. Under the endless glacier, a huge figure slowly rose. Lin Chen also took a deep breath and murmured in his heart, "It's you. P.S. Which beast do you think it is? I have made a deep study before deciding." Chapter 255 The Power of Regis. The sword that tears the world apart shocked the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Boom. In the horrified eyes of Long Yuking and Tan Taiyo, the temple in the distance was shattered. Because it was far away, the loud noise from the collapsed temple did not reach the ears quickly. But seeing the ancient temple that was thousands of meters long completely collapsed, countless smoke and dust lying there, was a bit of indescribable shock. It was like watching the collapse of a planet in the universe in silence. In that silent destruction, countless illusions emerged in everyone's mind. And a moment ago he was still in the temple. Boom. The earth was still shaking and the broken ice crystals reflected dazzling light under the sun. The stirred up snow chips kept rising like smoke and dust. It lasted for a long time. Even the avalanche on the snowy mountain behind the temple was not as high as the snow dust stirred up by the collapsed temple. Large pieces of transparent brick and stones were tumbling in the snow, engulfing some Pokemon that had no time to escape and turned into a red flower dotted in the white snow. Probably all objects, only when they are destroyed can they have that special beauty, a more wonderful beauty than the violent aesthetic. The beauty of destruction. Hones. Thousands of meters of ice sculptures which originally showed the appearance of human figures and Pokemon are now all shattered into ice crystals, and the terrifying blizzard permeates the entire snowfield of the sky. The sky is dim and the blizzard is coming. Such a doomsday scene makes countless humans and Pokemon flee in it. They shouted and swarmed into the portal. No longer 120 want any precious mineral veins or rare Pokemon, just want to rush to escape from here. Escape from the terrifying doomsday land. In front of Lin Chen and the others, a huge figure appeared under the broken ice. A huge ice giant with only half of its head posed. It had already set off a fierce blizzard. A supreme power that had never been felt before permeated the snowfield of heaven, turning into a terrifying divine power that swept across. Wherever Lei's eyes went, all the creatures turned into eternal ice. Roar. With a fierce roar, the entire snowfield of heaven trembled. Countless snow-capped mountains collapsed and the few streams in the snowfield were directly cut off. The supreme divine power spread like a demon god who destroyed the world. It completely emerged on the icefield. It can also fly. This terrifying figure, the whole body is made up of the eternal cold icicle spear and icicles, and the shape is similar to crystal. There is a plus pattern composed of 7 yellow dots on its face and its legs are cone-shaped. The whole body relies on the 2 vertices of the cone to maintain balance. There are 3 crystal fingers at the end of each cylindrical arm. There are 4 ice spikes on the back, 2 on each side. What is this? Is it the legendary god? Long Yuking's voice couldn't help but tremble. Tan Taiyo was also stunned, but there was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes and she said excitedly, "Another god." It seems that she has known something for a long time, but she doesn't know the identity of the ice god in front of her. Only Lin Chen's prescience was extremely complicated and he had already held back the other party's identity. 3 toilets by one of the 3 pillars. Regis. Is this the divine beast? Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was not until this moment that he felt how big the gap between reality and the game was. In the game it was just an ordinary 3rd level god, the same as the other 2 pillars. Later there seemed to be 2 more pillars in the sword and shield. Among them the dragon pillar is really handsome. However, in the original version it is said that a huge Pokemon Regigigas is also called the Holy Pillar King. Gathering the power of Ice Rock and Orberg, 3 followers were created in their own image and then fell into a deep sleep. Among them the follower that gathered the power of ice was the terrifying instance in front of him, Regis. But the ancient people had the power of imprison and bound it in the stone chamber. But in reality this 3rd level god as a follower, not only is it not as weak as in the game, but it has absolute zero and overwhelming power, which really made Lin Chen and others feel what god power is like. Prison. The ancient patterns on Regis' body contain beautiful laws and seem to have some special meanings, but Lin Chen can't directly answer them with only the incomplete omniscient eye. It seems that only after having the ability of omniscience can there be an answer. Perhaps it can be obtained from discover the secrets of the Holy Pillar King. Unlike in the game, the size of Regis in reality is 100 meters. Even the Overlord Agron can only reach the height of his feet. With one step he can break the entire snowfield of heaven. Even from such a distance he has such a strong pressure that makes people breathless. He has the terrifying ability to manipulate -200 degrees. Even the raging fire can't melt it. The real sheer cold. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a trace trace of vigilance and more expectation. In addition to Regis there are two other pillars. They are Regirock, which gathers the power of rock, and Regis Teal, the power of Orberg, and the Holy Pillar King, who drags the entire continental plate. Regigigas. However, even the Holy Pillar King is nothing in front of the other first level god, Groudon, who can create tectonic plate, Yogra, who can create oceans, Rayquaza, who is the overlord of the sky, even the twin gods of time and space, Reverse World, Giratina, the artificial beast, Mewtwo, and so on. How powerful will they be? Although the difficulty has increased, it would be more handsome if a team of beasts was formed in this way. Although I can't reach it for the time being, even a Regis can easily crush me, but at least I have seen the upper limit of the future. What Lin Chen wants to achieve is far more than elite and champion. Even the supreme leader may not be the upper limit in the future. He wants to step onto the top of the world step by step, touch the realm of God, and with the current cognition it is really hard to imagine the power of a first level god. It is simply a nightmare level Pokemon world that can easily destroy the entire alliance. The real power of world destruction. It also made Lin Chen's blood boil and his ambition swelled at this moment. Seeing this, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu were shocked beyond word. This is almost beyond their cognition. This is far beyond the power of the elite. Perhaps only the champion who has entered the realm of God can match it. Only God can call this terrifying existence in front of him. While Lin Chen was still amazed, the eye of all-knowing suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching. Look closely. Regis turned around and looked directly at Lin Chen. The yellow light-like thing on the forehead was flashing, and a strong murderous intent swept over instantly. It seemed that he saw a thief who hated people. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately realized that this might be the sequelae of stealing the diamond treasure chest. Although they can't see the treasure chest, the supreme divine object in the treasure chest is affecting the real world, and if I took the treasure chest, it means I am the thief. Facing a thief, this ancient beast will not be so good-tempered. So Lin Chen immediately issued an order. Ralts Metagross, use teleport. Of all the 36 strategies, running is the best. Relu, tread. A surge of psychic energy. The three were instantly teleported several kilometers away. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Regis, but he only saw a silver-white light with a width of dozens of meters spanning the sky, like a sword of the gods tearing the world apart. This ice beam under the use of Regis is like an air-to-ground laser cannon. The moment it swept over, it froze everything with absolute zero. Wherever it went, it turned into eternal ice crystals, instantly frozen for several kilometers. Too strong. Looking at a frozen road with a width of dozens of meters, Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. It's impossible to defeat the opponent so strong that it makes people despair. Thinking of how he abandoned the 3 toilets in the game, it seems that he is going to suffer retribution now. This is too scary. Regis's huge figure chased after them, obviously locking on the breath of the law of ice on the 3 people. Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly issued an order. Ral, continue to teleport to the south. Tan Taiyu, I need your helping hand. Metagross and Ralts take turns to teleport. Tan Taiyu glanced at Lin Chen's resolute eyes, nodded and said softly, okay, I will cooperate with you to the fullest. The NET moment, Ralts once again activated the psychic energy and started to shuttle again. Roar. Regis roared and then ran towards Lin Chen with his steps bombarding with ice beam. Countless Pokemon fled. Roar. A huge guardian and elite level ice dragon woke up from its slumber and roared when it sensed the riot. However, this sound attracted Regis's attention. An ice beam directly penetrated the void and hit. Even though it was also an ice attribute, it was turned into an ice cube by sheer cold. The high and mighty elite level was like an ant in front of Regis. Damn, it's ridiculously strong. This scene made Lin Chen and others more determined to escape. If they don't run, they will be forced to die. The whole secret realm caused a huge sensation. Many people who evacuated saw this scene and couldn't help but said in shock, what is this huge thing? A statue? Oh my god, I feel like I'm going to be frozen after looking at it. Is this horrible thing the source of this natural disaster? Is this an ancient god? What is this e-distance chasing? I seem to see several figures. It seems to be teleport. Help, he's coming towards us. Run. A series of after images appeared alternately and Regis was always chasing. And this thing looks bulky. Relying on its 100-meter body, it actually runs very fast. Fortunately, Ralts and Metagross took turns teleporting and quickly moved to the vicinity of the space gate. Lin Chen shouted, go in quickly, and with the arrival of Lei 42G, ice blizzard swept in. At this time the sky was grey like the god of doom who swallowed everything. Lin Chen looked back. Regis close at hand. He suddenly pressed the start switch. A flash of light appeared. The power of space surged and the light flashed instantly, sending Lin Chen back to the real world. The NET moment, an icicle with extreme ice power swept over. Crack crack. With a series of crisp sounds, half of the alliance base was completely frozen. The entire door to the secret realm was covered with ice that would never melt with the supreme power of ice magic. Even the space here was frozen, a real frozen space, and this scene was discovered by the alliance, which had had already raised the danger level. At the same time, the satellite suspended outside the planet scanned the Etreme North, where the secret realm was truly located, and the Etreme ice spread out, turned hundreds of miles of land into an eternal snowfield. It was as if the Ice Age had arrived. The appearance of Regis completely shocked the entire alliance. P.S. I have thought about Regis' strength. Elite level is already a natural disaster, and the mythical beast must not be bad. The mythical beast should look like a mythical beast. This is also the original intention of my writing Pokemon articles. Otherwise, like a certain dog, the plot is disgusting. And Regis is powerful. In fact, it is also the peak of the 3rd level god. It is related to the things in the treasure chest. The combat power will not collapse, and the other mythical beast will only be cooler. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please comment. Chapter 256, The Power of the Gods Across Time and Space, the mythical beast that shocked the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Alliance Center. Huh, that's a close call. Long Yuking looked at the frozen space door behind her and couldn't help but let out a long breath. If they were hit by this ice beam, they would definitely be frozen into ice sculptures and die. Fortunately, with Lin Chen's calm command, they were taken through the teleportation array at the last moment and returned to the Alliance's Pokemon Center. However, because he came out too quickly, Lin Chen accidentally bumped into a member of the Wanshui who had escaped in advance. After being hit suddenly, this guy was a little angry. After all, even if he had entered the Alliance's territory, he also has a temper. Otherwise, how can he lead his younger brothers? Anyway, as long as he doesn't meet that devil-like guy, he is not afraid of anything. Maybe he can be rescued at that time. Don't you have eyes? With the emotion of rage, this dark member suddenly turned his head, but he saw Lin Chen with sword eyebrows and star eyes. That handsome face is enough to make countless girls fall in love, but in his eyes he is no different from a demon. In this life I will never forget the terrifying figure that slaughtered everything. One person suppressed an entire dark world. The reason why he chose to escape was because he was afraid of this big devil. As a result, he just said harsh words to this killer. Will he be torn into pieces? Thinking of this member of the dark organization was trembling with fear. Lin Chen looked at this sluggish guy and frowned slightly. The terrifying murderous aura spread out and directly enveloped the other party. It made him feel like he was in a sea of blood and corpses. The endless murderous aura hit his soul. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and fell to the ground. He was actually scared to death by a look. Really? He was scared to death. How big a psychological shadow has this caused? Oh my god, this murderous aura is too terrifying. Everyone was silent and they secretly complained in their heart. The name of the god of death is really well deserved. The other members of the dark organization were also scared. They either fainted or lay down and pretended to be dead. After all, if they were caught by the Alliance, they could still save their lives. If they fell into the hands of this god of death, they would really have no way out. And this scene was just captured by the reporters who were stationed in the Pokemon Center and waiting for Lin Chen's return. Then it was broadcast live on the internet. It instantly caused a sensation. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, but Lin Chen on the side did not discuss these things as usual, but directly shouted to the staff, "Close the passage quickly. It will be too late if you are slow." The technician in charge of the channel switch was stunned for a moment when he heard this and hesitated. Even the Great Demon King seemed to have no right to order him. If he rashly closed the channel, he would be punished. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen frowned and shouted angrily, "Hurry up." At this moment, murderous aura swept through, making everyone feel the breath of corpses and blood. Okay. The technician was frightened and his face turned pale. Under the majesty of the Great Demon King, he nodded repeatedly and began to input the closing command in his hand. However, it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang, the ice crystal that originally froze the space door shattered. At the same time, a giant icicle hand directly crossed the endless void and descended. The icicle at the front alone was 7 or 8 meters in size. It directly filled the transmission channel that could accommodate 20 people at the same time. Even if the movement was slow, it was wrapped in the power from the ancient god, and the terrifying power spread out. Boom! The net-second, the energy fluctuations caused by the action alone directly destroyed the entire Pokemon Center. The wide Pokemon Center, the walls of more than 10 meters were directly turned into powder and the roof was instantly penetrated. If it were not for the support of the load-bearing columns, it might have collapsed completely at this moment. What is this? Countless people trembled under this powerful punch. Their prescience were extremely dull, completely stunned. It felt like the worldview had collapsed. At the same time, sheer cold air penetrated through the space gate. It was obviously summer, but the sky suddenly dimmed. The air was filled with a terrifying cold current which turned into countless Osiris crystals falling and turned into heavy snow in an instant. The temperature of the air dropped sharply. It was as if the Ice Age was revived. It was as if some kind of taboo of disaster had been touched. The power of the supreme ice law was pervasive. Blue ice began to condense at the edge of the portal and began to spread outward. Under sheer cold cold, the temperature of the entire space dropped sharply as if to freeze the souls of all things. The entire building was instantly covered with icicles and covered with silver-white frost. Hal, the two dark members who were close to them were panicking and dodging, but before they had time to escape they were instantly frozen to death by the supreme power of the ice law and turned into ice chips on the ground. Hal, the dark members who were a little further away had not had time to rejoice, and the terrifying ice energy had already swept over. They were instantly turned into ice sculptures which accidentally shattered to the ground. At the broken ends the blood vessels in them were clearly visible like beautiful works of art, but there was no blood seeping out of them. At the moment when the ice energy swept over they were already dead. Their blood instantly coagulated, their hearts went on strike in the low temperature, and the last thoughts in their brains were frozen in nothingness. Then he was swept by the sickle weasel, transformed by the giant hand of Regis which was brought in by the gust of wind. It shattered in an instant and turned into ice crystals floating all over the sky. Cruel and beautiful. It's creepy. Oh no, this guy actually wants to come in. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes were stern and his right hand was already placed on his waist ready to summon Pokemon to fight. This guy must not be allowed to come out, otherwise the entire imperial capital will turn into a snowy area. And the most important thing is that this guy's target may be himself. A champion level or even stronger beast is chasing him. It's a bit creepy to think about it. However, this also indirectly proves how important the things in the diamond treasure chest are, and it actually makes a Pokemon level Pokemon chase him madly. Sunny day. However, before he could make a move an old voice sounded behind him and a vast heat came. Although it was not as cold as the sheer cold of the ice, it also prevented the frost from spreading further. It seems to be the power of the law of the elite level. This is Lin Chen looked up and the golden light filled the entire sky just like the scorching sun, bringing heat and brilliance. Sunny day is coming. He breathed a sigh of relief knowing the identity of the visitor. Would elite Mu Yulong. Mu Yulong looked solemn and his white beard and hair were raised high without wind. The power of the grass law condensed from his body and rolled up the green energy to protect the people in the Pokemon Center. Behind him the huge Bulbasaur appeared. With endless majesty the grass energy around it diffused and it looked at the huge fist with a solemn presence. Sunny day shone on the stamens and the thick limbs stepped on the ground crushing the floor. The power of the top grass master was undoubtedly revealed. Mu Yulong, who was in tune with him, had a sharp look in his eyes, not at all like a centenarian. He immediately ordered Venusaur. Stop it, Batu. Venusaur roared forward with muscles knotted on its huge body as if a huge bell was ringing inside it, and its power was like 100-meter high ancient tree pouring down. He directly tackled the huge ice crystal fist, and the ice crystal fist suddenly stagnated and then slowly retreated. Although they did not wrestle head in the moment they touched the ice crystal fist, even the elite level Venus frost dots also appeared on Venusaur's body. Countless laws of grass gathered on its body, colliding with the breath emitted by 120 sheer cold. Chi. The sound of a hot knife entering oil was heard, and the ice crystal fist was slowly retreating, and the speed of the frost spreading was also faster. In an instant it covered Onet heard of Venusaur's body. This was simply risking being frozen and making a move, but even so when Regis' fist was repelled to the edge of the portal it suddenly stopped. A finger pressed on the edge of the portal. At the same time Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Come out, Agran Guzzlord. Two white light flashed and the giant beast directly pierced through the already crumbling roof of the Imperial Capital Center. With a rumble the Pokemon Center almost fell apart. The gold inward beam of annihilation and the black dragon of evil intertwined and converged into a thick dragon of death roaring away. But Lin Chen didn't care about these. His eyes were full of determination and he immediately gave orders. Agran use hyper beam. Guzzlord use dragon pulse. Roar. Ah, boom. With a loud bang that shook the earth the dragon of death with surging energy hit the finger with a bang. However, the two energy fluctuations only lasted for a moment before they were frozen by the ice law of sheer cold. However, this attack also became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Regis' huge finger trembled slightly and withdrew from the space gate. At this moment the technician who was guarding the portal also entered the last line of instructions. Whoosh! The space gate was completely closed and the roar from the ice pillar god Regis swept across. The arrival of time and space resounded throughout the imperial capital. The terrifying divine might swept through, making countless humans tremble. That was the rage from the ancient god. It was a supreme realm that mortals could not reach. The stunned photographer held up the camera and broadcast the whole thing live. This scene shocked the entire network. PS First Update Chapter 257 The Supreme God Forbidden Zone, the harvest of diamond level treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. Countless netizens were stunned by the video in front of them. Even though they were separated by the screen and knew that they were far away, they could still feel the sheer cold silence and killing. That was a temperature that was enough to freeze the soul, especially the instance that almost froze the elite level Venusaur. What kind of Pokemon is it? No, is it that Pokemon are all question? Perhaps only the names in the ancient legends can be called God. After a short silence, the internet was completely boiling. In the anime, the purpose of the stone plate is to change the attributes of Arceus and change the attributes of its special move Punishment Light Gravel. An ordinary Pokemon can also use it. When the stone plate is carried by any Pokemon, it will increase the power of the corresponding attribute moves by 20%. But this kind of carrying is really a waste of natural resources. As long as you can absorb a little bit the origin of ice contained in the creation stone plate and comprehend the supreme law power in it, 120 can make an ordinary ice Pokemon's talent have a qualitative leap and even master the supreme priesthood. Incarnate one of the eternal and immortal beast, it can be said to be a real top-level divine object. I really made a fortune this time. Lin Chen sighed and calculated the divine items in his hand. He already had SI of the creation god tablets alone. He still needed 10 more tablet. If we count the unknown fairy tablet, he needed 11 more. It seems that Arceus is a normal type and Eevee's original form is a normal type. In other words, Eevee equals Arceus. Can Eevee also equip a tablet? The Arceus version of Eevee ended unfortunately because of Sylveon's evolution. I don't know if it can be degraded back. Lin Chen touched his chin and seemed to have thought of a dangerous idea which made Sylveon shudder. He looked around to see who was saying bad things about it. However, Lin Chen was just laying a joke. The current strength of Pokemon was not enough to show the creation god tablet such a divine item. Even a champion level powerhouse would be tempted. Lin Chen still understood the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure, especially the creation god plate is not just a showpiece. According to the information, as long as it is placed in one place, it can continuously create the law of ice. One stick a month. In other words, it can produce a treasure worth tens of millions. How can this be a stone slab? It's a gold mine. But this thing is too precious. Selling it hastily can easily cause trouble. It's better to keep it for yourself. However, after knowing that it is an ice stone slab, Lin Chen's doubts were completely solved. No wonder there are so many law ices on the stone pillar behind the statue. It turns out that it affect the real world through insurance. This is the source. This is the real gold mine. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He suddenly thought of the ice pillar god Regis sleeping here. Could it be attracted by the breath of the ice stone slab? Then it was discovered by the ancient humans and the temple was built. In fact, as a divine beast, Regis does not need to care about human offerings at all. In the eyes of K, humans are essentially not much different from ants. This is why Regis did not provide any actual help after the extinction of the ancient human, because K does not care about these so-called believers at all, just want to devour the law power dissipated by the ice stone slab. It's just that this Regis is much stronger than the one in the anime and the game. Even with the long years of strengthening of the ice stone, it should not have reached the level of a second level god. At the peak of the third level god, however, the scattered stone tablets outside the life gem represent that the stone tablets have all been lost and all order is in chaos. So where are Arceus's alpaca and Giratina now? And is the secret realm of Tianzi Yiwen also due to the existence of the ice stone like the undead secret realm that led to the formation of the secret realm? In this way, if you want to find stone tablets in the future, you can find large secret realms corresponding to the weather. At least this idea should be correct. Even if it is wrong, you can find a lot of treasure chests. As for the madness of the ice pillar god Regis, it was because he took the stone tablet away. After all, who wouldn't go crazy if he woke up and found that his hometown was stolen? However, the existence of Regis reminded him that the rest of the stone tablets were guarded by the three pillars or other mythical beasts. That's a bit troublesome. Lin Chen couldn't help but murmur, but too much speculation. By that time his strength should have improved a lot. Sylveon on the side quietly guarded his master, feeling the changes in his master's emotions. His eyes were gentle like water. Lin Chen looked at the second item. It was a fissile grey stone with mysterious patterns spreading around the stone. It seemed to be a collection of some ancient totem. There was also a strong energy contained in it. Judging from the size and material, it looked like a mega evolutionary stone-ite corresponding to a Pokemon, but there was no corresponding totem on it. This made Lin Chen a little strange and he immediately opened the Eye of All-Knowing. Under the scanning of the Eye of All-Knowing, countless data poured out like a tide reflecting in front of his eyes. Evolution stone. The two short lines of words stunned Lin Chen and then his face was full of ecstasy. This is a real treasure. In other words, with this stone, as long as he wants, he can transform Salam Insegren or even Gardevoir evolutionary stone-ite at will. This is almost the ditto of Mega evolutionary stone-ite. The only pity is that it can only be transformed once and then it will be completely solidified. If it can be used an unlimited number of times, it can become a universal evolutionary stone-ite. It can transform anything that can't be transformed. My mother will never worry about my Pokemon Mega evolution again. Thinking of this, Lin Chen chuckled and couldn't help but curse himself. Greedy. Such a Pokemon Pokemon evolutionary stone-ite that can be directly transformed into any Pokemon can save a lot of time for collection. At the same time it also gave me a new idea. Since any Pokemon can be used, it also means the previous life thought that only 46 kinds of Pokemon can Mega Evolution, which is not perfect, but almost all Pokemon can Mega Evolution. What Mega Evolution? Melodic Mega Evolution, Sylveon. All are possible. Lin Chen was already excited and his heart was surging. However, he did not plan to use this precious raw stone for experimentation for the time being. If he failed, he would lose a lot. Moreover, not all Mega Evolutions will improve in all aspects. For example, Agron's evolution will reduce its offensive ability. Of course, for this Pokemon of his size and strength, no matter how much it is reduced, it is still nightmare level. Thinking of this, Lin Chen plans to continue collecting Pokemon's evolutionary stone-ite and wait until he collects Agron evolutionary stone-ite or Salamanque's evolutionary stone-ite. Then use this stone to transform into another one. Directly add 2 top-level combat forces. After he put away the Pokemon evolution stone, he considered the specific use of the Ice Stone. I almost forgot about the World Tree. He suddenly realized that the Ice Stone cannot be taken out of the outside world directly, but it can be used in the new world. After all, although the new world was born, it lacks a lot of development. It is just a facade, but there is no complete law to fill it. And the Creator Godstone is one of the basic laws of the world, which is enough to make up for all problems. In addition, since I got the Ice Stone, I naturally have to try to create the organ of God. Chapter 259, Plundering the Power of Creation, the World Tree Evolution Melodic Transformation. Please collect, please subscribe. And this object is naturally melodic and only it can fit. Before, Lin Chen wanted to create a unique form for other Pokemon that did not have a new form. However, although there is a water stone in the life gem, there is no way to split it for use. Once it is split, it is likely that it cannot be assembled back, resulting in the loss of the power to heal everything, and the gain is far less than the loss. And if the movement is too loud, it will attract the gaze of the creation balcony or the divine beast, and then the trouble will be big. In this way, the Ice Stone is still the first single stone plate I have obtained. It can't be used in the outside world, but in the new world such experiments can be carried out, and the first step is naturally to release all the Pokemon. Come out, everyone! Lin Chen threw out the Pokeball and several rays of light flashed and all the Pokemon appeared in front of him. The most active ones were the 4 Guzzlords. How much? Agron looked at Lin Chen and shouted with some dissatisfaction and seemed to be a little angry about taking it back into the Pokeball in the temple before. It has always wanted to protect its master well. Lin Chen smiled and whispered, okay, I'm not afraid that you will encounter danger inside, but any time I will let you come out to fight first. After hearing this, Agron nodded, indicating that he couldn't lie to him. Then it looked in the direction of the World Tree, and sure enough, Guzzlord had already run towards the delicious tablecloth. This foodie only had food in his eyes and had summoned a lot of food and began to feast on it. While eating, he didn't forget to mock Agron. Not active in eating, there is something wrong with your thinking. 2 little Guzzlords, Shelgon and Bagon, were already sitting around. His eyes were full of covet, and then a lot of food appeared on the tablecloth and 3 Pokemon and 1 Gus swept away all the food. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen smiled. Anyway, these few need a lot of food to supplement for them. It is a way to accumulate strength. Guzzlord can directly improve its strength through gluttony, and the other 2 can also accumulate energy for the origin form and the original return form. Anyway, as long as they don't become a group of fat otakus, Lin Chen will let them go. Agron on the side was immediately unhappy. In such a short time, these guys didn't wait for him. It was so angry that hot air came out of its nose and rushed over with big stride. After Chinsi appeared, she looked directly at the lawn that was trampled by several Pokemon. She immediately started the housekeeping superior mode and started to tidy up the flowers and plant. A woman with obsessive compulsive disorder plus cleanliness really can't afford to be her. And the arrogant Servine has been sitting cross-legged under the World Tree practicing quietly. For it, the current strength is too low. If it wants to be favored by the master, it still has to work hard to improve its strength. Shimi, Sylveon and Melodic immediately surrounded Lin Chen, waiting for the master's touch. Lin Chen smiled and touched their head. After tasting the sweetness, they immediately stuck to each other, looking like they were competing for favor. Ralts on the side saw this scene and his eyes were full of covet. It seems that he is favored by the master like them. It's just that he didn't dare to come forward because of Sylveon and Melodic. Lin Chen on the other hand directly hugged Ralt. Let the 2 Pokemon's faces swell up. They competed here, but Ralts won the victory berry. This guy usually looks weak, but I didn't expect that he is also a master of art. Although he was playing with the Pokemon, Lin Chen naturally did not forget his purpose. He directly started a war with the World Tree in his mind. World Tree, this Ice Stone, can you extract power from it? Then a gentle voice that made people feel peaceful sounded. Father God can. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, but he still had some concern. He asked again, so after using the ice stone, will it disappear? The voice of the world tree sounded again. Father God, in this world you are the only true God with the ability to control everything. Just integrate it into the core laws of the world and turn it into a pillar of laws that supports the world. It will not be affected and can even be enhanced. Grow with the world. Having said this, Lin Chen naturally would not hesitate. He nodded, closed his eyes and used his will to sense the energy in the ice stone. Boom! The wool has swept across the ice stone like a tentacle, and then the ice energy in the stone instantly gushed out. Different from the slight chill that was revealed before. This time it was like opening the valve of a reservoir and energy began to pour out. The world tree beside it also began to sway slightly and a golden crown emerged on the crown. Countless energies were attracted by the world tree and turned into pure energy and surrounded it. Then the ice-type stone slab began to emit a dazzling silver light. The eternal law of creation was integrated into a new world at this moment. Boom! The violent vibration made the Pokemon raise their head and watch the changes around them. They also felt the surge of energy, and the last time they felt the same was when the world tree created the world. Although it cannot be compared with the previous time, it is 100 times faster than usual practice. You can feel the power of the law appearing in front of you at close range. Amid the roar, the ground, which was originally 10,000 meters square, began to expand again. Countless original law powers merged and intertwined again, turning into the concept of temperature. Among the basic elements, the water-type element surged again and then turned into substance. The world slowly expanded and the newly barren land was covered by life energy, and vegetation quickly grew, giving birth to life. A thriving scene. The expansion gradually stopped after the new world reached twice its original size, and in the extreme north of the new world it was also covered by wind and snow, covered by icicles, and turned into a snowy area where the original law of ice energy was full. Then from the sky a brilliant column of light descended. The supreme law flowed and the supreme power surged in it. The sheer cold frost continued to spread and rise along the light column until it could be seen. Immediately the entire light column condensed into a solid, turning into a pillar supporting the world. The life energy of the entire world soared again. As the breath became stronger, in addition to the world tree there was also Lin Chen. In Lin Chen's perception, the power of the world was constantly rising and he was also constantly getting stronger. He nodded slightly and then stretched out his right hand, gently clenched his fist. The sound of gas explosion came, and under the empty grip a space collapsed, twisted and then plotted, and countless laws of power were intertwined in it. As for flowers, it turned into a sharp space-time turbulence enough to tear everything apart. This power is too strong. Lin Chen was also a little surprised. In today's new world, even elite-level strongmen will be ruthlessly suppressed, but the premise is that they have to come in first. I don't know when I can materialize the new world and use it to smash people directly. One smash is a vast world and its weight is inestimable. Except for the divine beast, basically no one can bear it. And the breath of the pillar that supports the sky is still rising, but under the constraints of the world tree this extreme ice is constrained in the extreme north and has not spread. This is just the change brought by a pillar of heaven. If the 18 stone tablets of creation are moved, it may really have the potential to be comparable to the real world. A trace of covet emerged in Lin Chen's heart. If it really reaches that point, once the 18 slabs are formed, it is not as simple as adding up the numbers, but it will involve the power of creation at the root. By then even a first-level god can easily suppress it. Lin Chen looked at Melodic and whispered, Melodic, go. At present Melodic is still the most suitable for Ice Lab and has the highest affinity. Although it is water attribute, its own ice talent is extremely high, and it is also a weather team. As for Sylvian and Guzzlord, they can wait for other suitable slabs to be used for her. I don't know if Griseous Orb can work on Guzzlord. Shimi. Melodic did not go directly but glanced at Ev meaningfully. Yee. Sylvian snorted and then looked aside. A mere stupid snake hesitating. Go quickly. Although it is difficult to hide the envy, Ev hopes that the master can be safe. So although it was not a little disappointed, it hoped that all Pokemon companions would become stronger. The eyes of other Pokemon were full of expectation. Shimi. Melodic saw Sylvian's reaction, nodded and immediately flew into the light column and his body transformed. Buzz buzz buzz. A roar sounded in the light column like the ancient ice god coming to the world. The temperature dropped suddenly. In the air the water vapor was frozen and crystals fell, turning into heavy snow falling in every corner of the world. Ice type. The law reverberated in Melodic's heart like an ancient sacred Buddhist scripture. The obscure door of the law revealed its true origin at this moment. Whoosh. As the blizzard raged, then Melodic's body began to emit a dazzling blue light, gorgeous and magnificent. Ding ding ding. The law of supreme ice condensed and turned into 27 ice crystals of different sizes, combining into a pair of ice rings composed of law ice, emitting a mysterious deep blue glow appearing behind her head. It was set off as sacred. The prismatic ice crystals froze behind her, turned into wings and gently waved and set off a terrifying blizzard. It seemed to freeze everything in the world. The concept of space disappeared in the cold and turned into eternity. Time also began to slow down. No more flow. Finally all the energy returned to one body. Then the transformation was completed and the special organ was born. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly it was Qian. Chapter 260 Pokemon Shura Field E Plods God of Rainbow Magic. Please subscribe. Melodic, who has completed the transformation, has grown several meters tall with ancient mysterious patterns all over his body and a faint blue glow. With a flap of his wings countless ice crystals scatter, turning into beautiful ice dust which is extremely beautiful under the refraction of light. The ice crystals fall on the ground, spread and freeze instantly and turn into a glacier. Every move is a natural disaster. Meow. Melodic slowly raised his head and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through time looked at Lin Chen. The original red and black beautiful eyes were fused by the supreme law of ice at this moment, turning into a crystal-like color like the perfect creation of the god of creation. Beautiful and powerful. And Melodic's special organ is the eye. Under the influence of the supreme law of ice, Melodic's eyes turned into ice crystals like the blue gems on the scepter of the god of frost, emitting dazzling light, full of divinity. With Melodic's arrogant posture at this time, he looked extremely sacred, just like the offspring of a real beast. Even if her parents come back, they may not be able to recognize her. Lin Chen directly opened the eye of all-knowing, scanned all of Melodic's data and then raised the corners of his mouth. There was joy in his eyes that could not be hidden. In this form the power of ice skills doubled, and for ice skill damage half is immune. It can be called the King of Ice. 1 2 3 Ice Queen. Melodic. Lin Chen looked at Melodic in this form and some anime scenes he had seen in his previous life emerged in his mind. I always feel that Melodic's arrogant posture is a bit similar to a certain Ice Queen Esteth. It can develop in that direction. After all, although the red ice slash is an intermediate world, Esteth is a real bug. She actually relied on the imperial weapon, the magic god's essence, to activate the power of the ice law and used the magic skill that can freeze time and space. Mokobotomo. She really stopped time and space and attacked the opponent. Even the mythical beast may not be able to do it, especially Dialga, who is a time god on the surface but a steel dragon in the back. In this way it can be seen that Esteth is powerful. If the opponent did not have the protagonist's halo, she would be the final winner. Later you can understand the idea with Melodic and let her develop similar skill. Feeling the vigorous energy in the body and the surge of the power of the law, Melodic was very happy. Vibrating the wings, it directly entangled Lin Chen and the tentacles on the head fluttered in the air. But she obviously forgot that she was still in the form of the Ice Emperor and the extreme low temperature lingered on her body. The moment of contact, Lin Chen's body was covered with a layer of frost. Although he was protected by the life gem, he almost froze to death. It's so cold. Fortunately, Lin Chen is the only true god here and he can drive away the ice with a thought. In the real world he really can't stand the sheer cold. Even so, he couldn't help shivering from the cold. I don't know how the humans in the myths of the past life could face the monsters like the snow girl. Will they not be frozen to pieces? Yee. Sylvian, who was standing by, saw this scene and was instantly angry. It's okay to let you transform. Now you dare to hurt the master. This stupid snake. New and old hatreds surged in his heart, accompanied by strong jealousy, and the fairy energy around Sylvian surged. Meow. Although Melodic was a little apologetic, he refused to admit defeat when he saw Sylvian's attitude, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The two sides looked at each other. The will to fight was boiling. Melodic was full of confidence and Sylvian was not willing to be outdone, so they started fighting directly. Shimi. Melodic was not afraid at all. After she had the Ice Emperor form, would she still be afraid of Sylvian? It's just right to use you to test the power of the new form. Lin Chen saw this scene and shook his head helplessly, but he also wanted to see how Melodic had grown in the Ice Emperor form. Anyway, even if it caused some damage to the venue, the Tree of Life could repair it in a breath. The two sides immediately distanced themselves. Yee. Shimi. The NET moment. SY. Sylvian move first, directly opening quick attack, running quickly on the ground with all four limbs. Then a silver light appeared on her tail. Iron Tail. Seeing this scene, Sylvian, who was originally very fast, seemed to be in slow motion in Melodic's ice crystal eyes. Only 0.5 times the speed. She was originally slower than the opponent, but now she is not weaker at all. She twisted her body and a golden light appeared on her snake tail, and then she rushed forward and swung her tail violently. Dragon Tail. Boom. After a loud bang, energy surged in the air. It was obvious that Melodic, who had a new form, was better. After the collision, both sides flew backward, and there were already some ice crystals spreading on Sylvian's pink tail. The power of ice freeze everything. Yee. Sylvian roared. Her eyes were extremely sharp. For her, the previous attack was just a test attack. Test the physical strength of both sides. What surprised her was that Melodic, who was always slow slower than her could easily detect the weak points of her attack. Hit the weak points with delicate attack. She looked at Melodic's eyes flashing with blue light with a serious e-pression. Then she attacked again. The two sides quickly entangled with each other and each analyzed the weaknesses of the other in the battle. Bang 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 bang. The continuous collision sound was as fast as two pink lightning bolt. Quick attack dragon tail light screen aqua tail safeguard. In the close range fierce battle energy overflowed. In the last collision the two sides bounced away. At this time Sylvian's body was already covered with frost in many places, but the fighting spirit in her eyes did not diminish at all. Ye! Sylvian cried out, no longer approaching but directly urging the fairy energy. Instantly mist rose and the entire battlefield was filled with white mist. Misty terrain that can enhance the power of the fairy system. Shimi. Melodic would not give her a chance and directly activated the ice energy, flapped his wings and icy wind swept. Instantly froze the water vapor in the mist and turned it into countless transparent ice crystals. They plotted one after another, turning into ice dust scattered all over the sky. Ye! Sylvian looked serious, activated the fairy energy and a full moon appeared above his head. Moonblast condensed directly carrying the surging fairy energy and then shot out violently. Shimi. Melodic was not afraid at all and directly activated the ice energy and condensed another icy wind in his mouth. Under the activation of energy it spread instantly. The two energies collided violently in the air, but Jianzhu gradually leaned towards Melodic. The two Pokemon were originally evenly matched, but there was a gap because of the god form. Melodic in the Ice Emperor form, the power of ice skills doubled directly. Ye! Sylvian gritted her teeth tightly, feeling the extreme ice power eroding her body, and suddenly shook, shattering the frost on her body with a firm look in her eyes, and refused to admit defeat. Her pride would never allow her to fall down. Seeing Sylvian still struggling, Lin Chen frowned and was a little reluctant. After all, it was his first Pokemon and he had not obtained the immortal Emperor form. If this goes on he will definitely lose. However, just when Lin Chen was about to stop him, he was suddenly held down by Chenxi and said, "Lucky." Chenxi's eyes were firm and she shook her head, indicating to Lin Chen that the girls' war should be resolved between them. Lucky. After Chenxi finished speaking, she took out a handful of melon seeds from the pocket of her apron and stuffed them into Lin Chen's arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was also a little surprised. "Chenxi, you really understand the essence of watching the show." However, Lin Chen also understood that forcibly stopping it would hurt the self-esteem of the two Pokemon and even affect the future relationship, planting a thorn. It's better to have a good fight. Anyway, there is a life gem to back it up. No matter how badly it is injured, it can be perfectly recovered. So Lin Chen also sat down to watch the battle and suddenly felt that those harem male protagonists had a harem which was too simple. Something is wrong. Aren't they all Pokemon? What does it have to do with the harem? Lin Chen's e-pression was complicated and he felt that he subconsciously didn't regard them as Pokemon. This is definitely the spirit of a certain little crazy in heaven affecting him, and it is definitely not that he has a problem. But even if it is an influence, give a crazy breath first. First type the anthropomorphic hand. Without this thing all ideas are useless. Just when Lin Chen was daydreaming, the battle continued. Yi. Sylvian glanced over here and gave Chenxi a grateful look. Lin Chen also understood that Sylvian wanted to prove herself, wanted to prove that she could always protect herself. Blizzard swept through, directly breaking the misty terrain effect. Lin Chen also found that in addition to being able to see the enemy's attack more clearly, Melodic's Eye of the Ice Emperor also has an effect similar to that of Medusa. Eye contact will be covered with frost. In another close-range collision, Melodic activated the Eye of the Ice Emperor. Sylvian's body was instantly covered with layers of frost, causing his movements to stagnate. Shimi. Melodic would naturally not miss such a good opportunity, for two water-type energy gathered in the mouth and a thick water column burst out. Hydro Pump. If this attack hits the already injured, Sylvian will lose directly. Yi. However, facing this last attack, countless past experiences emerged in Sylvian's mind. From being abandoned and hiding in the training center facing the disappointed eyes of countless people, to being bullied by other Pokemon and even having a leg broken, it was the master who gave him hope and became the light in his life. And Sylvian, in order to protect this light, will work harder. Evolution for Sylvian and kill the dragons for the protagonist. Now, even if there is no god form, what does it matter? She will always protect her master and prove that she is not weaker than other Pokemon. Therefore, it will never admit defeat. Sylvian made a cry and the life energy continued to compress and surge, merging with the power of fairy, transformed into a colorful mystical fire covering Sylvian's body like a sun. Once it rises, it will dispel all ice and darkness. The nearby hydro pump was directly shattered and turned into water vapor, and Sylvian walked out slowly on the rainbow magic fire sacred. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was shocked and said, "This is PS. A new plot will be opened immediately. Please support." Chapter 261, Eye of Frozen Space-Time, the Gift of the Supreme Law. Please collect. Please subscribe. Life returns. No No, it should be magic awakening. Lin Chen was shocked. This is also possible. Sylvian is wearing a female frequency heroine template, right? Automatically comprehend new skills when in desperate situation. Not only did he comprehend the ability of life return, greatly improving his own strength, but he also fused this compressed life force with the fairy power, ignited it and turned it into a shining mystical fire. Magic is the miracle of life. At this moment it burns with life force as raw material. Let the power of fairy skills instantly double. How much? A grin on the side was stunned. It was also shocked when it had just stopped eating. Originally proud of as its own exclusive skill, now I didn't expect that it has been learned by Sylvian. Moreover, it has been innovated and evolved directly into a special. Roar. A grin roared indignantly, leaving Guzzlord speechless. What can be compared to eating? Calm down. Guzzlord said that it was nothing, but after a few glances he felt bad. As a dark dragon, it has a fourfold weakness to the fairy system. Looking at the burning mystical fire, it felt numb. My appetite has been reduced by 1%. This wave is a big profit. Lin Chen came back to his senses from the surprise with a look of surprise. Is the same as what Agrin used before, which can greatly improve combat power and healing ability, and it has a very high power enhancement for the fairy system. The flame itself can also burn the opponent. However, after using it you will be weak for a period of time after the battle. At the same time it will consume a lot of your own potential, and this skill is to sense the flow of life force in the body and control it. Theoretically anyone can learn it, but in reality only Agrin and Sylvian can, and for others it is a Krypton life skill. Once used it means both sides will perish. Even if you win you will be exhausted and there will be no possibility of improvement, but for Lin Chen who has the life gem it is nothing. Look at the life gem and it will be repaired for you. Turn all Krypton life skills into flat skills. A real cheating 31 player. Meow. Melodic was not angry when she saw Sylvian's new posture, but was quite happy. She was so proud that she disdained to bully the previous Sylvian. Now she can finally go all out. Prove who is the strongest Pokemon under the master. Boom. The organs of God often have special powers. Shelgon can use the Dragon King's stomach to digest everything and return to the original form. Zorua can enter the reverse world. Servine can control the power of life and death, and Melodic's Ice King organ has the power of Medusa, the eye that freezes everything. All the lives that look at her will be eroded by the power of Extreme Ice. In the end they will turn into ice sculptures, and this is the gift from the Supreme Law. Crack. Sylvian's body was suddenly covered with frost, which quickly condensed into solid ice, making her feel a strong pressure. This ability there is no need for pre-action at all, it is too weird, so you must not look into Melodic's eyes. Fairy Ibu looked away, and at the same time the mystical fire on her body burned and the frost covering her quickly broke and melted, leaving a few puddles. At this moment another hydro pump from Melodic swept in, cut through the void and descended. The power was enough to smash a small mountain. Facing a hydro pump that was close at hand, Sylvian's eyes ignited with a strong fighting spirit. She did not dodge without rain, but urged the psychic energy to build a light screen like a honeycomb structure in front of her. The light screen skill was opened and it flashed with silver light. Boom. The net moment the thick hydro pump hit the light screen directly but did not break it. As cracks continued to appear on the light screen it was forcibly held up. The energy of the hydro pump was also constantly dissipating and countless water splashed. Splashing in all directions, small puddles appeared on the ground one after another. Could it be? Lin Chen saw Evie take a hydro pump and seemed to understand something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and there was some expectation in his eyes. Bang! Sylvian looked calm, and when he saw the cracks on the light screen he suddenly took a few steps back. The light screen shattered. A large pit was directly washed out on the ground by the hydro pump like a small lake. Sylvian could only passively dodge because he could not look directly at Melodic and kept sending growl and then urged the fairy energy again. In the battlefield the mist condensed again, making the figures of the two people ethereal. It's misty terrain again. Chimmy. Melodic's eyes flashed with arrogance. Using the same skill twice, he really has no memory. What a stupid FO. With the eye of the Ice Emperor, Sylvian can't defeat her. Michi. Melodic once again activated the ice energy and his body was floating in the air while the pink tentacles on his head were constantly floating. The air temperature dropped, suddenly turning into a storm that froze everything. Icy wind. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling icy wind swept away in an instant, spreading in all directions with endless killing and chill. As long as the mist is frozen, this skill will automatically break. In Melodic's eyes, the water vapor in the mist was frozen again and the fairy energy contained in it was also frozen, turning into sharp icicles. The water in the puddles on the ground had already condensed into ice, which was extremely smooth and could restrict Sylvian's movement. Michi. Melodic did not stop there like last time but continued to activate the ice energy and instead had some shadows of the power of law. Countless icicles turned upside down. Then they aimed at Sylvian, who was still in the mist that was about to dissipate. Sylvian saw this scene, not panicking at at all, frowning slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then countless icicles came like thousands of arrows with incomparable sharpness sweeping over. The transparent ice spikes shot violently but not straight. Melodic knew very well that if it was at Sylvian's speed, even such an indiscriminate attack would be possible. But now, with the distance of the eye of the Ice Emperor, she dared not look at herself, resulting in a loss of part of her vision. Carefully urging ice energy, part of it shot straight, and the other part at a weird angle fell like a high throw. All-round attack. Sylvian will definitely lose. Bang bang bang. Countless straight shooting icicles missed in Sylvian's quick attack. Melodic was shocked and suddenly found that Sylvian kept looking at the puddles on the ground. It had long been frozen by the power of frost, turning into smooth and clear mirrors, reflecting the entire battlefield. Even the eye of the Ice Emperor cannot act on Sylvian through the refraction of the mirror. Sure enough, this is the method. Lin Chen raised his mouth and smiled. This method is actually the same as the myth in the previous life where Perseus used the mirror reflection of the shield to cut off Medusa's head. Unexpectedly, now Sylvian actually used the water flow used by Melodic to create puddles and guide the other party to freeze them. Created a large number of mirrors to provide vision. Really smart. Women's IQ in internal fighting and catching adultery is really ma. Sylvian kept dodging countless icicle spears, missed tackle on the ground not far away, and the entire ground was 1 meter square at the moment of impact. Instantly frozen, and Sylvian tapped the ground with his forelimbs and then SP again lashed through the frozen puddle on the ground, wantonly observing the vision. Dodging nimbly like a dancer on a sword, countless deadly ice spikes fell to the ground in this elegant dance. Failed to hurt Sylvian in the slightest, but this attack consumed a lot of Melodic's physical strength during his breathing time. Sylvian cried out, found an opportunity, and directly used work up. She stood still on all fours and the accumulated energy rushed to her limb. This move needs time to use. If used normally, it will inevitably be interrupted and it will become a huge weakness and it will be killed instantly. But now, borrowing the moment when Melodic took a breath, it is enough to use it. Sylvian used for the second time, and the mysterious light quickly covered her whole body and the fairy energy around her body surged again. At the same time, her body became more flexible and her strength increased again. Like sword dance, all the skills that enhance the skill. There are certain requirements for the qualifications and physical strength of Pokemon. Generally speaking, for most Pokemon, work-up can only be used once. Those that can be used twice are rare. Even the current EV may not be able to use it for the third time, but it is enough. The energy intensity of a single round under the double superposition of and that burns life has once again surpassed Melodic. At this moment, Sylvian launched another attack. Boom! Countless fairy energy surged and the big pink ribbon bow on the ear fluttered in the wind. With a roar, a full moon was clearly visible floating above Sylvian's head. Under the full moon there was a clear lake. Under the reflection the moonlight was clear. Immediately Moonblast erupted, carrying endless fairy energy and suddenly bombarded away. Moonblast Shimi. Seeing this, Melodic's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, but she was still full of fighting spirit. I didn't expect that she had such fighting skills. The NET moment she directly activated the psychic energy at such a close distance. Countless yellow stars burst out facing the attacking Moonblast head and swift. Boom! The stars and the moon intertwined and shattered in the air. Both sides disappeared into nothingness. At this time Sylvian was no longer inferior in energy intensity. Shimi. Melodic shook her wings and countless ice crystals fell, relying on her advantage in the air. Directly used rage. Her rage turned into substantial energy constantly surging in her body like the sound of a flowing stream. Hoot hoot. Shimi. Yi. The two Pokemon each cried out and the fighting spirit in their eyes reached the highest level. They both land to decide the winner in the NET attack. Powerful water-type energy gathered around Melodic and at the same time turned into ripples and suddenly spread outward. Water pull. Sylvian took another step and the energy of annihilation was tracked from his body. It turned into a beam of light with a burning meaning of death. Hyper beam. Boom! The aftermath of the collision between the two stirred up countless smoke and dust, and as it rose up, the energy that escaped shattered the surrounding stone. An energy shock wave set off countless strong winds. Even the weeds on the grass were bent because of this. The scene was extremely grand, but the two sides did not stop and they were entangled again. Yi. Sylvian stepped on the ground with both feet slid on the ground and cleverly avoided the takedown. Then he stretched out his claws and slapped Melodic, leaving a red mark on his face. Melodic did not dare to show weakness and directly hit him with a headbutt. This scene was just like a fight between girls, which made Lin Chen feel helpless. 123 is really a sure battle. Sylvian is still okay and continues to attack. Iron Tail sweeps across. Shimi. Melodic did not show weakness and directly hit the tail, and the huge impact force made both sides retreat again. After retreating, Sylvian used EV to use Misty Terrain again, and Melodic did not hesitate at all. Icy wind swept by. No matter what, Sylvian could not continue to increase its power, but this time she seemed more cautious and did not activate the ice energy to continue chasing. In the mist hit by icy wind, countless ice crystals condensed and floated in the air with a strange beauty. What is this trying to do? Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, opened the eye of all-knowing, seemed to understand something, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Shimi. Melodic just activated the ice energy and countless Osiris condensed and fell in the sky. The temperature around them dropped instantly. Blizzard roared in. It was like the ice age had come, freezing everything. Yi. However, Sylvian did not retreat at all. His eyes were full of determination. The mystical fire on his body burned to the extreme, and he used his last move. Whoosh whoosh. The mist had not yet dissipated and a powerful fairy energy was spreading in it. It turned into the purest energy and poured into the mist again. Shimi. Seeing this, Melodic immediately interrupted his blizzard and his ice crystal wings shook violently, approaching Sylvian like a meteor. Her tail flashed with golden light and then swung violently. Dragon tail. At the same time, Sylvian's energy was also condensed and he used that fierce attack. Mist Explosion. Enrage the detonator. Misty terrain. It was also a powerful skill that appeared in the 8th generation, but Sylvian actually understood it by himself, and it plotted with unimaginable terrifying power. Boom boom boom. Countless ice crystals that froze fairy's energy plotted continuously. Melodic was also severely injured and cried out in pain, but she did not stop. At the last moment, the dragon tail wrapped with the Ice Queen's rage was swung out, directly hit Sylvian. Boom. The entire mist like the most powerful bomb plotted. Rumble. The terrifying power swept, turning into a shock wave that swept in all directions. It seemed to turn hundreds of meters of Hone into ruin. However, under the power of the World Tree, all destructive forces beyond the battlefield were restrained and turned into nothingness. In addition to Lin Chen, the World Tree is also the god of this world. Countless smoke and dust filled the air, blocking the line of sight and swallowing the figures of the two Pokemon. Only life energy means that they are still alive. But who won? PSA 5000 word chapter 20000 word update is presented and a new plot will be opened. NET. Witness a wider world and continue to ask for collection. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation vote. Chapter 262 The importance of crazy breathing, the training method of Yandere Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. All Pokemon have long been attracted by this fierce battle and all of them are watching the battle intently. The ground is full of fruit and vegetable debris. As pecked, each of them is a keen eater of melon. You can choose not to do things, but you can't choose not to eat melon. It's really intense. And Lin Chen's eyes were full of expectation. He also wanted to see the result of this battle. However, this time he did not use the eye of all-knowing directly but waited quietly. The smoke diffused for a long time like a thick fog that never dissipated, making people puzzled. The energy of the mist explosion spread in the air, making a rustling sound like the sobbing of a flute. Hoo hoo hoo. Then as the air flowed, the smoke gradually faded and two pink figures flashed in the smoke. After a long time, Lin Chen saw the final result. Both sides were injured. The two Pokemon were separated on both sides and they had fallen down. The ground was in a mess and broken. And these two Pokemon also had no strength to move, and obviously they had no strength to fight again. It turned out to be a draw. Then two beams of ice shot straight at them, staring at their masters eagerly. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. This is just after the fight and the Shura field has been thrown to him. What a fool. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, walked over directly, took out the life gem, and the light of life evolved from the power of creation swaggered, covering the two Pokemon. Although he can use all the energy of the new world to heal all injuries, but with the life gem he can get his girlfriend for free. Why spend his own things? Especially Sylvian. The vitality burned by entering the magic awakening state will need to be replenished with the life gem later. Yee Mickey. The injuries on Sylvian and Melodic began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the comfortable feeling made them couldn't help but let out a growl of enjoyment. Those who didn't know would think that Lin Chen had turned into a little crazy. However, with abundant life energy they also quickly recovered their vitality. At least they could stand up and move around. Although both were injured, Lin Chen knew that Melodic was actually better. After all, she didn't burn her vitality. If she went all out, Melodic would definitely win. After all, her lost vitality can also be replenished with the life gem. Mickey. However, Melodic didn't think so and raised his head proudly, but he also knew that he had taken advantage of the form. The general meaning is forget it, this time it's a draw. NET time we fight again, I will definitely crush you, stupid FO. Yee. Hearing this, Sylvian's pink ribbon fluttered, unwilling to be outdone. NET time there is the immortal emperor mode. Let's see who will be crushed. I have never been weaker than anyone in my life. However, at this moment there was no more gunpowder smell in the eyes of the two Pokemon. Instead there was a sense of mutual appreciation. Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Is this sisterhood being brought out? Women are really complicated creatures. Even female beasts are the same. The reactions of the other Pokemon were also different. More. Agrin hugged his shoulders with his claws. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes and he nodded with satisfaction. It has always been the main fighting force. This was especially true during the college entrance examination after undergoing 3 stages of evolution, and it has always hoped that other partners can become stronger. Protect the master together. Now it seems that Sylvian and Melodic have made great progress and are recognized by Agrin. Guzzlord on the side was only concerned with eating. After all, the continuous battles consumed a lot of his physical strength. Although it has the characteristics of the beast enhancement, the consumed mental and physical strength still needs to be replenished through eating. It just so happens that no one is competing with me at this time. Just eat it, Jia. Servine, who was sitting quietly under the world tree, opened his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of energy, and a hint of covet flashed in his eyes. Even if she can transform into her actual form, she cannot join this level of battle. The gap in level is too big. However, Servine believes that in time she will definitely be able to surpass them. At that time she can naturally join the ranks of competing for the master. The most important thing now is to accumulate strength first. Just like a python hunting, it can wait for days and nights just for the final fatal blow. Then Servine slowly closed his eyes again and entered the calm mind practice just like an old monk in meditation. Lalu and Raul said that he didn't care. Taking this opportunity, he put his hands around Lin Chen's neck and didn't want to leave for a moment. The shyness in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only endless attachment and tenderness. The master's breath smells so good. However, this scene has not been seen by Sylvian and Melodic, otherwise it would probably be another Shura field. Zorua, who had eaten enough, touched his round belly. Then he jumped into the arms of his master and rubbed Lin Chen's arm with his white little head. Sheiji Tajipai on the side shook his fingers happily. She was kind-hearted and felt happy to see the progress of her family. Shelgon rolled around in his shell beside the gourmet tablecloth and then changed glances with Guzzlord. He once again joined the army of eaters. Lucky. Seeing this scene, big sister Chinsi was very happy. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. Then she announced, double the fried eggs tonight. All of a sudden all Pokemon responded. Although the gourmet tablecloth can produce gourmet food continuously, it is still far behind Chinsi's carefully crafted food. It's like the difference between industrial mass production and private dishes. In SpongeBob's words, there is no love injected. However, all of the above is nonsense. In fact, it is because Chinsi's fried eggs are already precious treasures of heaven and earth. While all Pokemon were cheering, Lin Chen put Sylvian on his lap and hung the life gem on its neck and began to restore Sylvian's burning potential. The potential that was originally consumed was restored by the huge power of creation and even improved. Seeing this scene, Melodic on the side was unhappy and the cold tentacles constricted Lin Chen's neck again. Sylvian, who was originally enjoying it, suddenly got angry. Sisterly friendship was broken in an instant. The two little guys competed for favor again. There was even a tendency for the war to reignite. Bang bang! Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, stretched out his hands and gave each of them a head bang. Mickey. After being punished by the head bang, the two Pokemon immediately became timid, all quieted down and looked at their master with tears in their eyes, trying to win the master's sympathy. What a drama queen! Lin Chen was both angry and amused. Fisher didn't even cry out in pain when he just hit her, but she burst into tears after 2 hits. Does she really think of herself as a newcomer to Mega? However, Lin Chen saw through it but didn't say anything. The girls also had to be comforted appropriately, so he could only touch their little head. The two Pokemon were also very happy and rubbed their owner. Thinking back to their battle, a strange thought came to Lin Chen's mind. Sylvian also realized the return of life in the battle. The last time Bagon was also because of jealousy with Servine and then evolution. So the Shura field is the source of progress. Then should I use some scumbag skill? Create more white learning field to promote the progress of Pokemon? Anyway, in his previous life he was well versed in the 300 and SI tricks of scumbag love skills. He can deceive girls, cough cough cough, female beast, and make a guest appearance in Xiao Kuang's special show. However, Lin Chen looked at the Pokemon. Each of them was full of special skills, especially Agrin, which was deadly when it got mad. So Lin Chen immediately threw this strange idea out of his mind. This is different from the previous life. Ordinary people can only cry, make a fuss, and hang themselves at most. In this world, if you are not careful, you will be chopped by a hatchet like Cheng Ji. Thinking of Sylvian, Melodic, and other Pokemon approaching with hatchet. No, absolutely not. Lin Chen felt a chill on his back and resolutely rejected this idea. Let's train them well. Little did he know that his Pokemon had already gone astray. After treating Sylvian, Lin planned to return to reality. After all, I just offended the Ice Pillar God Regis. I don't know what kind of sensation the outside world has caused. It's just right to go out and take a look. So Lin Chen's mind moved and he returned directly to the real world. But as soon as he returned, he immediately noticed an abnormal spatial fluctuation. A strange energy enveloped the hotel. What happened? servant. Immediately Lin Chen pressed on the bed with one hand turned over and went directly to the window. Looking out the window, Lin Chen was stunned because the whole hotel, no, the whole world was distorted. PS First Update Chapter 263 Dark Elite Attack Supreme God Demon Potion. Please collect. Please subscribe. Originally the window was facing the lake, but now it was pitch black outside and the sky was also eroded by the ink-like darkness, which was extremely depressing. There was no human figure in the outside world and there was only endless silence, as if it was shrouded by the legendary ghost domain. What happened? Lin Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that someone had deliberately arranged some special props to isolate the entire hotel into another space. This kind of props involving space is not something that everyone can take out. Such a big move also separated the floor where he was. It is likely that they are coming for him. Since trouble has come to him, he doesn't mind solving it. He doesn't like to sit and wait for death, so he broke out of the window. Lin Chen suddenly jumped out of the room. His physique, which had been strengthened by the life jade for a long time, was not bad at all. He jumped from a height of 10 meters without fear. He stepped on the ground with his feet landed lightly after removing the power and then looked around. The darkness was like a giant beast in the dark night swallowing up the light. There was a faint sound of war drums like a war song in the ring. It was like entering some kind of ancient arena, and he was one of the gladiators. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, opened the eyes of omniscience directly and scanned everything around him. The data collected by the eye of all-knowing poured into his mind in large quantities. Dark arena. Lin Chen frowned and took out the Pokeball directly. Come out Sylveon Rall. Yi Ralu. The moment the two Pokemon 123 appeared, they understood the current situation. They looked around vigilantly, standing on both sides to protect Lin Chen. Pa pa pa. Suddenly a rhythmic applause sounded and a strong pressure surged from afar. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the person who came. A tall man wearing a red moon mask, pacing slowly, was clapping his hands gently. Under the red moon mask, a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle looked down at Lin Chen. Just by looking at him, one could feel the murderous aura, as if he had experienced a bloody battle on the battlefield. The murderous aura was enough to scare ordinary people, but compared with Lin Chen's murderous aura, it was just on par without causing any impact. The man with the red moon mask let out a surprised exclamation and his eyes were more interested. However, that kind of interest was not an equal status but a condescending interest in seeing the prey. Behind him were the remaining leaders of the 12 Red Moons, including 4 people, including Yi Yu, wearing special servants of the 12 Red Moon leaders. At this time they looked gloomy and each of them walked with full confidence as if they had already won. Even without naming, the identity of the person walking in front was about to be revealed. The leader of the 12 Red Moon, that mysterious elite level E-Per. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen frowned and gave an order directly. Ralts, use teleport. Lalu. Ralts nodded and then activated the psychic energy which swept over and enveloped Lin Chen. But the net moment a strange space energy fell from the sky, constricting everyone like a thick cloud, and the psychic energy was forcibly interfered. The figure that was about to teleport suddenly stagnated. No matter how Laludbek activated it, teleport could not be released smoothly. Lalu. Ral's forehead was covered with fine sweat and his eyes were puzzled. A soft voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind and the tone was full of anxiety and self-blame. Master, I can't sense the energy of teleport, but telepathy and other psychic skills can still be used normally. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. He nodded and said softly, you have done a good job. Don't blame yourself. He already knew what the death match state in the dark arena meant. It does not interfere with the fairness of the battle, but for any skill that can escape from space it will generate energy interference, causing it to fail to be released. But the portal to the new world can be entered, so Lin Chen was not panicked. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Seeing this scene, the Red Moon leader chuckled and said, don't waste your energy. In the dark arena it is already an alien space. Even if it is other elites, as long as they don't master the laws of space they will never escape from here. Such a precious prop is worth using on you. His life is not bad but has a calm feeling, quite like the uncle voice that girls pursue. But this guy is a dark elite who has killed countless people. Lin Chen frowned. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, are you the leader of the 12 Red Moons? This time you came because you killed too many of your members, so you want my life? The Red Moon leader suddenly laughed loudly and then looked at Lin Chen, his tone full of pride. No, you just killed a bunch of trash. The strong prey on the weak and the weak are killed. This is the root law of the world. I founded the 12 Red Moons for the purpose of pursuing supreme power. I am very optimistic about you, especially your killing in the secret realm, which is very much in the style of the dark world, so join us. I can let you become the deputy leader of the 12 Red Moons, study the secrets of the ancient times, and with our power we can even control the entire dark world. By then we will be able to obtain a lot of resources, not to mention becoming an elite, even crossing the gap between elites and touching the realm of of God is not impossible. After all, you have also seen the power of the beast in the secret realm. That is what we need to pursue. Lin Chen heard his impassioned speech, especially the one about the beast, which made his mouth lightly raised. This world really knows a lot about the beast, but why is the information blocked from most civilians? Is there any taboo involved? Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, the Red Moon leader thought he was moved and continued with a fanatical look in his eyes. How about it? Share this world with me. Lin Chen nodded, and in the other party's expectant eyes he said lightly, I refuse. He likes to say no to those blindly confident guys the most. What's more, Lin Chen is not stupid. He will leave the big tree of the alliance and follow the other party to be a rat in the gutter. The so-called dark world is just the product of the game of those big men. If they want, they can destroy it in an instant. So Lin Chen is not interested in ruling a mere dark world at all. This goal is too low. To rule, you have to look at the whole world. The pattern opened up immediately. When the Red Moon leader heard this, his eyes under the mask gradually became cold and he said no more. Since you don't want to drink the toast, then drink the penalty wine. Lin Chen's strength is good, but it's just good. Under the elite everyone is an ant. Why talk to the ant? Then the Red Moon elite stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Afraid, the four Red Moon leaders behind him came forward with cold eyes. Without a word of nonsense, they directly summoned their main Pokemon. Come out, Solra, come out, Blastoise, come out. Four white light flashed and four extremely powerful Pokemon stood on both sides. They were Solric, Blastoise, Electabuzz and Drapion. Seeing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. It's not that the opponent is too strong, it's because the aura of these Pokemon is very unusual. Although each of them has reached the pseudo-elite level, the energy intensity is as vast as the sea, but it gives him a feeling of rootless duckweed. These Pokemons have red eyes and it seems that their mental state is not right. What's going on? Lin Chen frowned slightly, opened the all-knowing pupil and immediately understood. Their bodies turned into furnaces with flames burning in their flesh and blood. However, the firewood for this flame was indeed at the cost of vitality. It is very likely that they took some special potions and then burned their lives, forcibly upgrading to the pseudo-elite level. However, unlike himself who has the life gem, these Pokemon burn their lives like this and they will basically be useless at the end of the battle. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes, the Red Moon elite chuckled. Very smart, you found it so quickly. You are worthy of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. They are very strong, right? This is the God potion I developed, which involves the secrets of God. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it can also improve the ability of one level below elite. If the finished product can be made, it is not impossible to create elite. You still have time to change your mind now. I can forgive the past and step into the realm of God together to become the high and mighty God. These crazy words made Lin Chen frown and he did not respond to the other party. After all, what is the meaning of Frilish's promise to a guy who regards himself as an ant? Especially since he could even sacrifice his own Pokemon. It was clear how cold-blooded this guy was. But what concerned him more was that when the all-seeing eyes scanned the Pokemon that took the potion, they all seemed to have a strange aura. A immortal aura. Considering the gods you mentioned, could it also be related to the mythical beast? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and then he shook his head. This method is essentially an evil way after all. It's just making cannon fodder. What a stubborn ant, boring. The Red Moon elite looked at Lin Chen and shook his head. His eyes had already lost patience. He looked down from above like a god, overlooking everything like a god who ruled all living things, and said indifferently, since you refuse, then go to hell. He was not in a hurry to take action. In his opinion, it was just right to use Lin Chen to test the effect of the new potion. As soon as the voice fell, the four pseudo-elite Pokemon went completely crazy and rushed directly towards Lin Chen. The murderous aura was soaring. Lin Chen made a single hand and his eyes were sharp. Come out, Agrin Guzzlord. Two white light flashed and powerful energy swept through this dark space. Four pseudo-elites, so what? He has two supreme overlord. 2v4 the battle begins. Chapter 264 The Demon God of the Broken World. The dark day is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. A roar. Agrin and Guzzlord roared and the howling wind swept and the terrifying demonic power swept. That huge body is like two mountains pressing down, suppressing everything. If it were an ordinary Pokemon, it might be directly shocked. However, these four Pokemon injected with the potion are not afraid at all, as if they are protected by the god of victory, and the desire for war is rampant. They have lost the concept of fear. They want to tear apart everything that stands in their way. The Overlord Pokemon is really powerful. The eyes of the four Red Moon leaders all showed a greedy look. Then January and February gave orders directly. Electabuzz used Thunder Punch. Drapion used Venom Shock. The two Pokemons, one in front and one behind, have fallen into a violent state, but they still retain enough rationality. The cooperation between January and February over the years has allowed the two Pokemon to still have a tacit combat cooperation. Hoo-ha! Electabuzz fist flashed with dazzling sparks making crackling sounds. Although it was only 1/5 the size eyes of Guzzlord. The energy it released was extremely powerful. It swept over instantly. Roar! But the one that came forward was not the original target. Agrin and Guzzlord looked at each other and immediately decided to work together. Guzzlord suddenly kicked back while Agrin rushed forward. This is the advantage of being big. A slight movement and turn can determine the target of attack. And then Guzzlord rushed to the other two Pokemon, Solrock and Blastwaz. Boom! With a loud bang, Thunder Punch plotted on Agrin and Spark spread on the blue dread armor, instantly covering the entire body. The strong wind swept instantly, making a strong sound of gas explosion. Agrin looked at the attack part of the blue dread armor with contempt, and there was not even a mark left. Such an attack is not enough to break the defense. Yes. The net moment Drapian's venom attack was already spraying. However, to Ice's venom was almost ineffective against Agrin, who was a steel type. Unless a divine beast came and wanted to corrode this armor, it would not be poisoned anyway. Roar! Agrin shook lightly and the venom fell to the ground and instantly corroded a big pit on the ground. And such corrosiveness on the blood-colored armor is not even as good as tickling. Roar! Agrin roared, and then a metal claw attacked and 3 silver lights lit up. Electabuzz, who was fighting in close combat, suddenly jumped back, avoiding this thrilling attack. Hoo-ha! Then roared and bullied again, and sparks were no longer surging on his fist, and a series of fighting skills were used. Focus punch, kick, lower body kick, brick break. Countless fighting skills were used crazily, and the powerful wind turned into a sickle weasel and swept up, instantly rolling up countless smoke and dust. Bang bang bang! A series of attacks hit Agrin, and a large number of charred fist marks appeared on the latter's blood-colored armor. It looks extremely ferocious. In fact, it did not really hurt it. At the same time, it has completely angered Agrin. An ERU behind him saw this scene and immediately ordered Drapian use Night Slash. A black shadow like a curved boomerang suddenly flew out. With endless malice, it cut the whole world. Sizzle! The long-range attack hit directly, making a sizzling sound. Agrin's body could not dodge, and even the weakest face showed an ember. It seems that Agrin can only retreat and resist, struggling to support. In fact, it was as still as a mountain, which made January and February complain bitterly. If they continued to fight like this, the effects of the two Pokemon's medicine would wear off if they didn't break through the defense. By that time, they would no longer be a match for Agrin. They would be killed instantly. At the same time, they also confirmed Lin Chen's strategy, the word delay. Electabuzz, use focus punch. Hoo-ha! Electabuzz attacked again. The fighting energy in his body surged in his body and then condensed on his fist. Break it! You screamed madly. At this time, they had given up defense and only thought about how to break Agrin's defense. Electabuzz rushed forward, then splashed high, and white energy gas lingered on his fist. Focus punch attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he immediately gave an order. Agrin, use earthquake. This is the moment he was waiting for. Yu's face changed immediately and he realized the crisis. Unfortunately, it was too late when he reacted. Agrin roared and then stomped hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground collapsed instantly and a spider web-like crack spread rapidly and then continued to spread. In an instant, countless smoke and dust were stirred up and the entire ground began to shake violently. Earthquake is coming. Boom! This focus punch left a huge charred mark on Agrin's body. It was deeper than any previous one. Agrin felt a little pain, but the bloodthirstiness in his eyes became even stronger. Roar! The moment it landed, Electabuzz lost its balance. Its feet tapped the ground several times trying to keep its balance. With this roar, metal sound instantly swept over. Electabuzz felt like he was hit by a punch. His head was buzzing and blood oozed from his ears. After landing, he instantly lost his balance. Lin Chen's eyes were full of murderous intent and he gave another order. Agrin, use heavy impact. Roar! Agrin roared and then his heavy body suddenly splashed and fell from the sky with the might of a giant beast. When Electabuzz came to his senses, he could only see a huge shadow like a collapse of Mount Tai. It came with a bang. Boom! After the loud noise, Electabuzz was directly knocked into the ground and his life or death was unknown. Seeing this scene, January trembled all over, shouting Electabuzz's name in a hoarse voice. Then he suddenly knelt down and looked at the Red Moon Elite in horror. On the other side, February's Drapian also found an opportunity at this moment and came in a rage, and a brick break with a tail swing came with a huge force. If it hits, it can directly smash a small mountain. Come on! Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Agrin did not dodge or evade. He closed his front limbs and directly faced the attack. Boom! After a loud noise, Agrin's arms suddenly sank and then stopped. There was hot smoke on his hands due to the huge force, but Agrin didn't care. His deep purple eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Drapian's devastating attack was taken down. At the same time, Drapian found that his scorpion tail had been firmly grasped by Agrin. The net moment, its eye turned upside down and was lifted up high by Agrin. Bang bang bang! Agrin grabbed Drapian's tail and smashed it left and right continuously at the ground. Every time it smashed, the ground collapsed and dust flew. The scarred Drapian was under the effect of the potion. His eyes were red and he had fallen fallen into madness. The energy in his body was surging wildly and his muscles were swelling again. Drapion use Fire Fang. February saw this scene. His expression changed slightly and he quickly issued an order. His Drapion roared and a row of fangs ignited with blazing fire. Under the high heat even the fangs turned orange. The scorching heat made the air around it a little illusory. Drapion raised his head high ready to bite directly. The net moment a huge fist came towards him with endless power and the sound of air explosion caused by the strong wind was rustling. This is an unmatched punch. Bang! A punch hit Drapion's face right at the burning fangs. The net moment Drapion flew backwards and even the tail that was caught was directly shattered. Purple blood flowed out dripping onto the ground instantly corroding a small pit. Then its row of fangs began to shatter. All of them fell. Since then both Pokemon have lost their combat effectiveness. Astroar Flowers directly beaten by Agron. Crush victory. Almost at the same time Guzzlord had already solved Solrock. I saw several cracks on Solrock's body and he looked extremely embarrassed. This kind of psychic plus rock Pokemon when the physical strength is not enough is directly beaten after being immune to psychic. Immediately Guzzlord saw that Agron had been completely solved. He immediately looked at Bloss with some anger. Toysy. It seems that the anger has been transferred to Blastoise. Roar. Blastoise used Hydro Pump again and the thick Hydro Pump shot out and at the same time retracted his head into the shell. Then Rapid Spin. Guzzlord's legs sank and two giant tongues shot out like two eerie giant pythons directly smashing Hydro Pump. Then the remaining force continued to bite Blastoise. October originally frowned but now suddenly jumped. Ice type restrains Dragon type twice. Now use Ice Punch. Roar. Blastoise who was rapid spinning in the shell suddenly stretched out his arms. Rapid Spin made its impact more powerful and ice energy condensed crazily in the air. Even the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Then mist rose from Blastoise's fist and the power of Extreme Ice suddenly attacked. Seeing this Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Guzzlord. Use Crunch. Facing this attack Guzzlord did not dodge at all but opened his mouth wide and bit Blastoise's fist. Bang bang bang. The ice energy of the frozen fist continued to explode in its mouth but this crunch did not stop. Crack crack. Even though Blastoise had a hard shell there was still a cracking sound in his body. When October saw this scene his eyes turned red and he shouted loudly but no one would sympathize with him. Crack. With a crisp sound Blastoise's shell suddenly burst open and then his flesh was crunched by Guzzlord. Turned into powder blood splattered. Then Guzzlord looked at Agron angrily. He was a little dissatisfied with the performance that was a few minutes slower this time. Seeing this scene the four Red Moon leaders were only shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in a daze and even their expressions were a little out of control. Even the God Potion is useless. This guy is a monster. Papa Papa. The rhythmic applause sounded again. Red Moon Elite slowly clapped his hands and whispered it's worthy of being the Overlord Beast. Then he began to laugh wildly without paying attention to others. His laughter was full of arrogance and excitement. That's why it's suitable to carry the power of the God Potion and the power of the God found in ancient ruin. With it I will eventually become a champion level instance and rule the dark world. Lin Chen looked at his performance indifferently and sneered it's a fool's dream. The laughing Red Moon Elite suddenly looked at Lin Chen greedily and said slowly as long as I kill you they will naturally belong to me. After the voice fell he waved his hand and a black poke ball flew out. Boom. The powerful momentum soared into the sky carrying endless pressure sweeping across the entire dark arena. The sky suddenly became darker and terrifying malice filled the air. A black figure surrounded by a strange black and red glow slowly descended from the sky like a dark sun descending on the earth. Destroy everything. Agron roared feeling a rage from the bones and the terrifying roar swept the world like a demon who dominated the earth. He couldn't help but want to tear the guy in the sky alive. Guzzlord suddenly paused and felt a similar power. It was also Dark Lust Dragon but the breath was much stronger than his. It made Guzzlord also have a gluttonous desire to devour the other party. In the sky the light around the dark sun slowly dissipated revealing its true appearance. This is Qian. Chapter 265 The Natural Disaster Monster Hydreigon. The Dragon Slayer appears. Please subscribe. It was a strange dragon with a terrifying appearance partially covered with black hair, 3 pairs of wings on the back and 2 rows of purple patterns on the belly. There were 3 heads in total with a bloody mouth opened looking extremely ferocious and the dragon eyes were full of cruelty. The wings vibrated and a terrifying gale was set off. Suddenly sand and rock flew and the storm raged. It was a real moving disaster. There were 2 rows of purple patterns on its belly which seemed like an ancient and mysterious totem with strange energy. The most striking thing was that it had 3 heads of which only the middle one was the thickest with fangs raised at the corners of its mouth. It could rip open the enemy's belly with a slight scratch during the flight which was extremely sharp. The other 2 heads also surged with powerful energy fluctuations and could also emit light waves from them to destroy destroy the world. The thick tail could keep it balanced, and it was also a powerful weapon. When it was swung, it could even smash a small mountain. Strangely, Hydreigon had no limbs and only relied on the floating characteristics to hang in the air, eternal and unfailing. And this was elite level Hydreigon. After it appeared, the dark energy in the dark arena suddenly surged and swept, and a sharp whistle was heard. The evil figure of 127 in the sky was just floating, and the endless dark aura spread from it and then covered most of the dark arena. The world was extremely dark. The power of natural disasters, it can be seen from this. The powerful aura made everyone present hold their breath, as if the devil had descended to the world and brought darkness to the world. Disaster level Hydreigon. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene, and a trace of vigilance lashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the Red Moon Elite was such an elite. Compared with the Venusaur used by the Grass Elite Mu Yulong, this Hydreigon is a Quasigod. It's also a Darklust Dragon type Quasigod, known as the most brutal Pokemon. It is said that it will target any living creature that moves and tear it apart in an instant. Just floating in front of you, you can feel the terrifying momentum that has experienced the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, devouring countless flesh and blood. Dark matter floats around it, and energy evaporates on its body like smoke, like an evil god descending to the world, destroying everything. Ahem! Hydreigon roared to the sky, and a hurricane spread out. The dragon-type pressure on Suwon was like a god of disaster overlooking the earth, spreading misfortune and disaster to the world. When Guzzlord saw the Pokemon of the same attribute, he was not afraid, but instead had a strong desire to devour. Eat it! Guzzlord and Agron had already felt the overwhelming pressure from each other, and they were not willing to be outdone, and then they roared twice. Roar! Ah! The roar was shaking, and the killing intent was not weak at all. Just like two ancient demon kings who dominated the earth, they would not retreat even when facing the gods in the sky. Red Moon Elite saw this scene and sneered, useless struggle, but Lin Chen ignored it. Facing the elite level Quasigod, if he did not attack first, he would lose the opportunity. Agron used Metal Claw, Guzzlord used Dragon Tail. The two Pokemon stomped on the ground, and before the spider web-like cracks could spread, the blue dread figure and the white figure had already shot out. Three silver-white lights lit up, and Metal Claw swept in an instant, stirring up countless strong winds. Seeing that the opponent did not dodge, Agron's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness. The steel energy surged again. On the other side, the sturdy Guzzlord rolled out his body and then splashed high. In the huge mouth, two giant tongues flashing with golden light cast Dragon Tail sweeping away. The dragon energy made a gas explosion in the air and then turned into a whistle like a huge bell ringing in the body, and it came with a bang. When the two attacks were about to come, Hydreigon's heads on both sides suddenly raised, and then the four scarlet eyes suddenly lit up and the vast dragon energy gathered. Roar! The net moment, two dragon breath that penetrated the world swept directly over. Whoosh! With scorching heat and dragon power, they instantly hit Agron and Guzzlord. Boom! The terrifying dragon energy plotted, generating a terrifying shock wave, and the huge force spread, causing the two to be directly repelled. Even Agron's invincible blue dread armor was burned even deeper red. Roar! Ayaha! The two Pokemon also had a solemn look in their eyes. Although this guy's physical attack is not as good as the extreme attack of Kartana encountered before, the sense of oppression is not worse at all. Just a casual attack. Agron has been slightly injured. Guzzlord, who was restrained by the dragon type twice, immediately urged the dark energy to resist the dragon power, but the energy was like a thorn in the flesh, constantly penetrating, causing him endless pain. Boom! With one blow, Agron and Guzzlord both retreated more than 10 meters, shattering the ground of Hone for 100 meters, and then they barely stabilized their bodies and took it. The power of the elite is unmistakable. The other Red Moon leaders who saw this scene were immediately surprised. Great, this kid is dead. Wait until the leader catches him and then torture him to find out the secret. The leader is invincible. The so-called big devil is just an ant. Wait until these two Pokemon are controlled. The leader may be able to further control the entire dark world. Lin Chen didn't care about these people's comments and stared calmly at Hydreigon in front of him. Quickly give orders. Accompanied by two roars, a red light ball with burning and annihilation condensed in Agron's mouth. Agron Hyper Beam. Guzzlord Dragon Pull. Roar! Aho! Then it turned into a beam of destructive energy. Hyper Beam. On the other side, a golden light lit up from Guzzlord's deep blue mouth, and the dragon pulse with dark energy. The evil dragon descended. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the energy with the sound of air explosion suddenly blasted out. Red Moon Elite saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth lightly raised. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. The net moment, the two heads on the side of Hydreigon fought back with the same move. Hyper Beam and Dragon Pulse separated. Responding to the same beam, they fought each other fiercely. The powerful energy instantly rolled up countless smoke and dust and pushed back with even more powerful power. The wave had just begun, and Hydreigon directly showed an advantage and crushed. Agron and Guzzlord met such a fierce opponent for the first time, and a trace of fierceness flashed in their eyes. Then he pushed his feet on the ground, and his body, which was 10 meters high, was still repelled by this huge energy. The soil was lifted on the ground and cracks continued to spread on the ground. Agron and Guzzlord could only barely compete. Lin Chen frowned and ordered again. Guzzlord used Dragon Pulse again. Dragon Pokemon also restrain each other. From this we can see the brutal and aggressive nature of dragon. Immediately Guzzlord's 2 giant tongues swung out and 2 dragon pulses were launched instantly and then intertwined constrict together. The extremely evil dragon roared away with endless evil thought. A hint of playfulness flashed in the eyes of the Red Moon Elite and he gave a faint order. Hydreigon, wide area destruction. Hydreigon screamed, and at the same time Dragon Tail swept and the vast energy wave swept out, turning into a sharp blade that cut the world. Wide area destruction. Wide area destruction swept and hit Dragon Pulse, easily cutting it, and suddenly plotted. Boom. The dark red energy plotted like a neutron star collapsing, and the terrifying shock wave plotted sweeping in all directions, and the space trembled. Even the black space wall in the distance was rippling a little, and the agitated energy had been bombarded to the point of collapse. 1 against 2, but it was an absolute suppression, or it's more like a Catan Moose game. At this time the Red Moon leader did not rush to pursue the victory but praised softly, "Not bad, you can hold on until now. You are worthy of being the top genius of the Xia Kingdom Alliance and your reputation is not false. It's amazing that you can hold on for so long under the elite." But the child's game ends here. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Lin Chen knew that the elite level had the law suppression and the power of the skills could be multiplied several times in an instant. The power of the law is the core of the elite's strength. You are out of luck. After 4-2 finished speaking, the Red Moon Elite gave a direct order. Hydreigon, show him what the real Dragon Pulse is. Ha! Hydreigon roared and countless dragon energy was absorbed into his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Immediately the head in the middle of Hydreigon slowly raised up and the scarlet eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Dragon Pulse has accumulated. It was like a blow from the gods with endless dragon power. Before the bombardment it had already set off a gas explosion, making everything around it rustle. Hydreigon's blow was as thick as an ancient tree that 10 people could hug together, and it could directly destroy half of the city with one blow. The wrath of the gods, annihilation for thousands of miles. And at this time its target was Agron. Rumble. Wherever dragon breath went, the terrifying power of the law spread, making the space make an unbearable crackling sound. Wherever it went it was turned into powder. However, when Agron was ready to fight to the death, a pink figure suddenly jumped out and rushed towards the Dragon Pulse like a fairy walking on the clouds, elegant and beautiful. The Red Moon leader also saw the pink figure clearly. Dragon Slayer Sylvian is here. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 266, The Eternally Shining Fairy Moon fighting against the Dark Elite. Please collect. Please subscribe. Boom. Countless dragon energy swept in and hit Sylvian directly. The attack condensed the supreme dragon law. At the moment of the blast, countless dragon roars floated in the air. Then a purple light emerged from Sylvian's body. It was the absolute suppression from the ancient bloodline. The Dragon Slayer bloodline awakened again. The mysterious purple totem appeared on its body, but it was like a vort with infinite devouring power, like an ancient fairy dancing. After taking this dragon breath there was no horrible explosion, no distorted power fluctuations, and no aftermath turned into a natural disaster. The pink magic energy spread and turned into a vast fairy moon vision, swallowing up the dragon breath energy and containing it. When Fairy Moon was barely able to resist and was about to reach the critical point, it barely managed to successfully dissipate this world-destroying blow. The elite level Dragon Pulse completely collapsed. Although Fairy also has a limit to its ability to fight against the dragon type, it is obvious, but facing Hydreigon, Sylvian can offset it. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Red Moon Elite. What a magical Pokemon! Although I don't know the principle of restraining dragon energy, but it doesn't matter, I'll slowly catch it after catching it. Research. Although I already knew about Sylvian's characteristics after watching the video before, but I didn't expect that it could resist even the energy of the elite level 31. If this strange energy can be studied, it may be possible to terminate the dragon family and plunder their heritage. Thinking of this, Red Moon Elite sneered, even if you can resist dragon skills, can you resist skills of other attribute? Dragon Pokemon are good at a lot of other attribute skills. The method of cracking the fairy system is not too simple under the absolute strength gap. Hydreigon use Heat Wave. A burning breath directly gushed out of Hydreigon's body without accumulating energy and suddenly fluttered with the wing. Boom. The hot breath made the surrounding air illusory and then spun like a whirlpool. Heat Wave swept like a natural disaster. Sylvian light screen. The NET moment, a SI-sided light screen with a honeycomb structure appeared in front of him. Crack. Instantly the heat wave attacked and countless cracks appeared on the light screen and it shattered in an instant. Then the remaining force continued to attack. At this moment even Sylvian could not stop it. Although it can restrain dragon skills, it cannot stop skills of other attribute. However, when Sylvian's feet kept retreating, a black evil thought came out like a ripple. It collided with the heat wave, making a sizzling sound. Then it melted into nothingness. It was Guzzlord who took action to contain the heat wave. Sylvian turned around and looked at Guzzlord with gratitude. I didn't expect that this big guy who only knew how to eat would be so loyal at the critical moment. When Lin Chen saw the scene, his eyes became more vigilant and he issued an order at the same time. Agrin rock tomb. Roar. Agrin roared, and at the same time he kicked his feet. 4 huge stone slabs rose up in response, forming a mouth shape and standing in the 4 directions of Hydreigon's upper, left, right and back. Sweeping away, it forced the opponent to land and sucker punch from the front. Hydreigon's scarlet pupils turned red again, and at the same time 3 hyper beams were fired from the mouths of the 3 head. Boom boom boom. With endless annihilation and scorching light waves like a red laser, it swept in all directions and cut off all the stone slabs in an instant. In an instant countless smoke and dust rose up, and the thick stone slab did not even last 0.1 seconds and were instantly annihilated. The light of annihilation shattered everything. It's really difficult. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It was different from the last battle with Kartana. Although they were both at the elite level, the opponent was not that strong without a trainer to command. Instead, he would fall into a rage and lose his mind in a battle. At that time, although his attack power would increase, his flaws would also be fully opposed and he would not have a clear target. At this time, although this Hydreigon was just as violent, he was able to perfectly obey the command, suppressing his 3 main Pokemon, and he hadn't used his full strength yet. It was so strong that it made people despair. You should know that Lin Chen could sweep and crush quasi-elites and even pseudo-elite. It was not difficult to fight 1 against 100. However, in front of the real elite he was still a long way behind. What's more, he was still a quasi-god elite. No wonder it has always been said that below the elite everyone is an ant. The gap is really too big. After Sylvian retreated, he had already condensed a powerful fairy energy. Instantly colorful bright lights lit up in the air, immediately illuminating the dark arena for a moment. Dazzling gleam. It was this attack that directly defeated the quasi-elite Dragonite, and at this time more gorgeous light struck again. Seeing this scene, the Red Moon elite's mouth slightly raised. It's just a desperate resistance. Although it can target Pokemon with dragon energy, it is not a big problem in the face of the absolute power gap. Hydreigon reflect. Ahem. After hearing the command, Hydreigon did not take the attack head-on, and a silver-white shield was condensed in front of him. Psychic skill reflect. Boom. The moment dazzling gleam hit, it was directly bounced back by reflect at the same angle. Although such an attack has already had energy attenuation in the air, it is still not something that can be taken head-on. After all, fairy can only overcome dragon energy. Other attributes were crushed by elite level quasi-god Hydreigon throughout the whole process. Sylvian wanted to dodge, but seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, he quickly opened a light screen in front of him. Chi. The energy he condensed with this attack instantly plotted under his feet, shattering the earth. The terrifying shock wave generated by it blew Sylvian away. However, Sylvian was experienced in combat after all. He quickly adjusted his body shape in the air, landed on all fours, slid on the ground to relieve the force, and left 4 black scratches. However, the Red Moon elite nodded slightly, his eyes cold, and whispered, after playing for so long, it's my turn to attack now. Hydreigon used Dragon Rush. Hydreigon floated directly into the air, and the 3 pairs of wings on his back flapped, raising a whistling wind. The net moment the eyes of the head in the middle lock on Guzzlord. It then shot out violently, rushing towards the sea like a predatory seabird, and the dragon energy formed a cone-shaped air wave on its body, booming. Even if Sylvian was immune to the dragon energy, he would be crushed by the powerful impact. Guzzlord knew that he had no way to avoid it, so his thick leg and muscles collided violently. It chose to resist. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground under Guzzlord's feet was instantly covered with cracks and then shattered. The cracks instantly spread hundreds of meters and the ground sank. Fortunately, this was in the dark arena, otherwise in the real world at least a terrible earthquake would be triggered and several kilometers of houses in Hone would collapse and shatter. After this attack hit, Guzzlord had not yet had time to breathe, but Hydreigon would not let it go, and 3 dragon pulses came straight at him. With endless dragon power, it surged like a vast ocean. Boom. All dragon pulses hit. Although it was an instantaneous attack, it still severely injured Guzzlord. Guzzlord stood on the ground at this time, his body covered with blood and the giant tongue in his mouth was hanging aside, looking extremely listless. He had almost lost his ability to fight. He was dying with only his strong body. Roar. Seeing this, Enegrin roared. Although he bullied Guzzlord every day, but others must not bully their family. It wanted to move forward to save the situation, but Hydreigon suddenly flew up after landing and swept over with a heavy stomping. Boom. The collision of the dragon's body. Egrin subconsciously raised his claws to protect the terrifying force, made Egrin's tiger mouth numb and he couldn't help but retreat dozens of meters directly. Seeing this scene, the Red Moon Elite looked playful and whispered, "This farce can end." Lin Chen frowned and felt an extreme sense of oppression, absolute strength crushing, and it also limits the space for escape. Definitely the strongest enemy he has ever faced. What should I do? What should I do if Ralts can't use teleport either? Do I need to escape to the new world? But Lin Chen is not sure whether he will still be in this dark arena after coming out, which may pose the instance of the new world. Unless he becomes a sword god of Shilapo, he will have the life gem and the gourmet tablecloth anyway, so he doesn't have to worry about food and cultivation effect. Just hide until the elite level and come out, or trick the opponent into the new world and kill him. But the opponent will definitely be very cautious. Lin Chen frowned and was about to try the second method when he suddenly thought of a possibility of defeating the elite. Chapter 267 Agrin Mega Evolution, the Demon King who rules all spirit. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's all-knowing eyes opened and instantly analyzed the possibility of this plan. It's 80%. It's enough for him to gamble. At worst he can withdraw to the new world if he loses. If you don't dare to gamble with a bottom line, you might as well go home and farm. So Lin Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and he slowly said, "It's time to end this farce." Red Moon Elite heard this and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "You are just talking too much. Even this ultra beast has lost its combat effectiveness. What else do you rely on? Is it this giant beast Agrin? Although it is good, it is far from beating me. Or this." The little guy called Sylvian. Before the voice fell, Lin Chen had already quickly ordered Sylvian use dazzling gleam. Yi! Colorful light surged from Sylvian's body, reflecting behind him like a god descending to the world. A dazzling gleam appeared above Sylvian's head. Compared to the last time, the colors were more gorgeous and the fairy energy in it was extremely vast. Like a magic sword lightsaber that cuts the world, it went away with a bang. Wherever it went, the shining magic light illuminated the whole world and dispelled all darkness. However, seeing this scene, Red Moon Elite shook his head and said disappointedly, "Is this your trump card? The same move encore, really boring. Hydreigon use reflect." Ahem. After Hydreigon heard the command, the three teams of wings flapped and the psychic energy surged rapidly. Although it cannot mobilize the power of the law like the dragon skills, but the difference in level makes it equally strong. Silver-white light shone and the SI-sided transparent reflect appeared again. At the same time, dazzling gleam had already attacked and hit reflect directly. ZZZZ. But it was completely different from the last time when it was easily blocked. Reflect paused for a moment and the NET moment countless cracks appeared. It seemed that it could break at any time. When the Red Moon Elite noticed the change, his face was shocked, but it was too late to issue another order. Bang! After a crisp sound, reflect shattered and dazzling gleam directly reached the upper limit of its energy that it could withstand. It immediately penetrated it. Boom! After the loud noise, the fairy energy swept away in an instant and hit the floating Hydreigon. The vast fairy energy swept and turned into magic light, piercing Hydreigon. Cough! Hydreigon made a painful growl sound and one of its wings behind it was completely torn apart, blood dripping and falling to the ground. The remaining fairy energy was like a hot knife into oil, constantly eroding Hydreigon's body. For dragon-type Pokemon, fairy energy is like a poison. At this moment it was like a thorn in the flesh, constantly penetrating into the body, stirring the flesh and blood, making it more and more manic and furious. Roar! Hearing this furious dragon roar, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Sylvian realized the magic awakening before, otherwise it would be troublesome. Sure enough, the Shura field is the source of progress. Let's go back and try to practice more. In fact, when Agrin and Hydreigon were fighting, Lin Chen had Sylvian use Life Awakening, the consumption of potential in exchange for the recovery of physical strength from injuries and a significant increase in the power of skill. Fairy skills directly add double damage. Hydreigon, who is not psychic, used Reflect and the illusion that it had easily blocked before, which made it misjudge this attack and was hit. Cough! Hydreigon was instantly furious and his three pairs of eyes were filled with murderous and bloodthirsty colors. But before it could launch another attack, two consecutive dragon pulses came with surging dragon energy. Boom! Boom! Hydreigon was hit directly and the dragon energy also restrained it, causing it to retreat again and again. Red Moon Elite looked ugly and saw Guzzlord, who had already been hit hard. At this time, after releasing two waves of dragons in the deep blue giant mouth, the two giant tongues fell down again powerlessly. But at this time Guzzlord's eyes were extremely arrogant, panting and showing a look of contempt. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. What a stubborn guy, but he did a great job. He was also delighted from the bottom of his heart. I originally thought that this guy had no sense of belonging, but now it seems that he has become a member who will protect his family. And there are some food crumbs around Guzzlord. It seems that during the time when he was just injured, he ate a lot of stored food and recovered his strength. This guy usually knows how to wolf down food, but he knows to hide some food for emergencies after receiving the good. Is this the legendary magical character carrying item leftovers. But no matter what he has to perform when he goes back and delays Hydreigon for a while. Roar. On the other side, Hydreigon's eyes were red and he was completely furious. As an elite he was fooled by Ant. It didn't want to play anymore, it wanted to tear these Pokemon into pieces. Although 2 consecutive fierce attacks hit Hydreigon, causing some damage to it, especially Sylveon's dazzling gleam, the absolute restraint of fairy energy even tore its wings. But even so, the elite Quasi-God is not that fragile. Such an attack can't hurt its origin at all. Although it takes a while to recuperate, it is far from fatal. After being surprised, the Red Moon elite also came back to his senses and sneered, "It's a bit of tricks, but it's a pity that there is no second chance for the same trick. It's just a dying struggle delaying time. It's time to end." Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed a sharp light and then he said in a deep voice, "It's really time to end." Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent look, the elite of this dark world couldn't help but frown, feeling a sense of danger. He looked closely and suddenly found a problem. At some point a grin had returned to Lin Chen, and the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. The delay just now was to let a grin come back. Then he took out the evolution stone from the new world, just recited in his heart. Ding! A golden light emerged in his hand and then countless mysterious totems appeared. A grin's body lit up. It looked around in surprise. This was the induction between it and the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. And Lin Chen swept his right hand and held another silver-white stone with a leaf-shaped silver totem in his palm. "And this the key stone. What is this?" The Red Moon elite, who saw the scene, immediately realized that something was wrong. After all, Lin Chen had created too many miracles on his way to rise. His Zion was cold, and he was not a stupid villain who would wait for the other party to use his trump card. He would go all out when it was time to attack. No matter what the trump card was, as long as Lin Chen was killed, everything would naturally end. So he directly ordered Hydreigon Hyper Beam full output, kill him. Ka! Hydreigon roared and dark red light emerged from the mouths of the 3 heads at the same time. Destruction and burning surged in its mouth, and the terrifying breath of destruction made the space tremble slightly. Boom! Then 3 hyper beams were fired at the same time, carrying endless destructive power, rotating in the air, interweaving and then converging, transformed into an eternal light of ruin, like a divine punishment coming to the world, annihilating everything. Seeing the light of ruin, Lin Chen looked indifferent, clenched the keystone and said slowly, "You are the first person to witness this secret. Feel honored. This is a transformative force that is enough to rewrite the world." After saying "Got Zhao," Lin Chen directly threw the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye to Agrin. Roar! Agrin clasped his hands together, and at the same time the energy of his whole body was stimulated. Countless phantoms appeared behind it. The ancient blood surged at this moment, and the boiling steel energy roared as if it was the supreme demon king who ruled all spirit. Lin Chen closed his eyes, immersed himself in it, and felt the Agrin bonds. In an instant countless memories came to his mind, from the first meeting in Celadon Rainbow Forest to helping it seek revenge in the cave, to the first evolution in the Youth League fighting against the 12 Red Moon's leader, to killing thousands of people in the college entrance examination secret realm. Everything, they all remember it vividly. In the long river of memories, Agrin waded in and met Lin Chen again on the riverside, holding the keystone. Mind and thought are still one. Roar! Agrin also roared, and all the bonds gathered at this moment. A dazzling golden light lit up in Agrin's body. Agrin Mega Evolution. PS the SITH update. I think you definitely didn't expect it to be Mega Evolution. Doghead funny. Another 20,000 words update. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please flowers. Please comment vote. Chapter 268. The Demon King of Supreme Steel. The power comparable to that of the god. Please collect. Please subscribe. The sacred light emerged from the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye, enveloped Agrin and turned into the power of the eternal law. The keystone in Lin Chen's hand, which echoed with it, became a bridge of the soul between the two. Countless spiral chain-shaped beams rotated between them, stretched and then merged. It turned into a singular light ball reaching Agrin's eyebrow. Tick! Like a drop of water sinking into a calm lake, the movement it brought was like a meteorite hitting the ocean, rolling up the storm. Agrin's aura began to surge wildly and instantly broke through the quasi-elite level. Still climbing. Quasi-elite breakthrough. Pseudo-elite breakthrough. It was still rising, and it was close to the elite breakthrough. The steel energy roared, surging in its body like an ocean current, and after it spread to its limbs and bones, it burst out with terrifying law fluctuations. Boom! The pressure of the supreme steel overlord instantly swept the entire dark arena. The terrifying sense of oppression made countless people suffocate. The dazzling white light lit up, and Agrin's size surged again. It was originally 10 meters high, and now it keeps climbing. 11 meters. 12 meters. It is a full 15 meters high, like a prehistoric behemoth that has come across time and space. It is simply an ancient overlord. Roar! Mega Agrin roared and instantly rolled up a hurricane, howling in the entire dark arena. The surrounding grass and trees made a rustling sound and then broke on the spot. Its muscles were knotted all over, and the blue dread armor armor became more intense but with a little more metallic luster. The original roughness of the rock faded. Mega Agron looked more ferocious than before Mega Evolution. The sharp horn on the forehead became shorter and a sharp blade-like horn grew on the nose instead. It can easily smash a city wall when running a real siege vehicle. A 127 downward pointing spike appeared on its lower jaw, which was so sharp that it could pierce a mountain with a wave of its hand. The bulge on its shoulder became longer and bent towards its head. The steel rings on its limbs were obviously lengthened. There were holes in the steel rings on its arms and new spikes tended from them. Its defense power soared again. Compared with before Mega Evolution, the previous Pseudo-Elite's attack was just a tickle. Its tail also became thicker and was covered with 3 silver steel rings. The change in the tail made it more destructive when using Iron Tail, and it could sweep across the sky. Even the giant pillars supporting the sky can be easily crushed. With just one glance you can feel the desperate defense, and it turns into a mobile war machine. Everything that stands in its way will be crushed. After evolution, the original rock plus steel attributes are now only pure steel. In addition, the characteristic has also become. This characteristic can reduce the damage of all restrained attributes by half. In other words, at this time Mega Agron no longer has any attributes that are restrained by 4 times. Even the fighting type that is restrained by 4 times has now become twice as resistant, truly invulnerable. In addition, the surge in energy makes its strength surge even more. If it is placed in the game, it is a direct increase of 100 in the racial value. In reality, this kind of evolution is an all-round attribute surge, allowing it to directly break through the limit, cross the natural chasm, and temporarily advance to the elite level. Although it will retreat after the Mega is released, at this moment it has already transformed into the Steel Demon King who ascended the throne. What is this? The Red Moon Elite who saw this scene looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This world doesn't even know about keystones and Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite, so naturally it doesn't know what Mega Evolution is. But this is a transformation that transcends the limits of races and even the level of souls. It is indeed real. It is a supreme power comparable to the power of God. It directly impacted his worldview. The corners of his mouth twitched and he lost his usual calmness and said in a trembling voice, "This is impossible. How could this happen? There can't be anything more powerful than my God potion in the world. How did you do it?" Seeing this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Low force, let you pretend to be stupid before and talk like a riddle man. I've been unhappy with the style of you villains for a long time. What a shitty and inferior God potion, a bunch of side effects in front of Bond's Evolution's Mega Evolution. It's garbage." Lin Chen would naturally not miss the opportunity to kill someone and destroy his heart. He said calmly, "It's really pathetic. Just finding something to improve your strength in the secret realm and then making a potion that forcibly burns life. You think this is the greatest invention in the world? It's short-sighted." "But that's right. Your vision is also limited to this. Even if the deification possessed by Tan Tai of the Tan Tai family is many times stronger than your potion, not to mention the power of bonds in my hand, but with your IQ you probably can't understand it. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy." This series of words, each sentence shattered the spiritual balance of the Red Moon Elite, making it crazy and furious, and the contempt and disdain in Lin Chen's tone made him understand everything the other party said was true, and he in the eyes of the other party was just an ignorant fool. The ideal he pursued was just a pile of garbage. For an idealist, nothing can make him rage more than his ideals being trampled on. However, as an elite, Hong Ye suppressed his rage and said coldly, "You are playing tricks. Waiting will kill you, and naturally I will know all your secret. What if you reach elite? If you can't master the complete power of the Lord Beck, you are just an ant." Hong Ye became more and more excited and ordered with red eyes, "Hydreigon, use Hyper Beam with all your strength. Kill him!" Ka! Hydreigon roared and dark red light surged out of the 3 mouths of the 3 heads again. The light of annihilation and scorching heat has accumulated, instantly triggered a hurricane in the entire arena, and the energy fluctuations surged like wave. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive loud noises. The 3 sections of Hyper Beam condensed again and then turned into a dark red light of annihilation, coming with a bang. For the Red Moon Elite, he couldn't understand it anyway. What is the mind and bonds? So he was too lazy to think about it. In his opinion, although Agron has changed significantly, even if he has entered the elite level, it is similar to the means of the God potion, and at most it can increase the energy level. It is impossible for him to be his opponent, but if he can get the secret, he may be able to improve his voice in the parliament. Maybe there is a chance to step into the realm of God. Thinking of this, Hong Yu's eyes were filled with greed and he roared, "Go to hell!" Roar! Agron looked at the dark red light column that was whistling, and he didn't dodge or avoid it. He just slowly stretched out his arms, and the silver giant claws suddenly stretched out like an ancient sacred mountain that stands tall. It suddenly grabbed this light of ruin. How is it possible? Hong Yu couldn't believe that Hydreigon's Hyper Beam was blocked by a hand. Then he saw Agron pinch it casually and crush it instantly. Bang! With a terrifying roar, the hyper beam shattered, and the aftermath of the explosion created a hurricane that tore the earth apart, sweeping the space. Help! Is this guy really only 18 years old? He actually did it against the elite. How many cards does this killer have? Why do I feel like we are all in danger? The Red Moon leaders on the side were already trembling with fear. Such a battle is no longer something they can intervene in. Even if they become pseudo-elites, they are just cannon fodder. But who would have thought that Lin Chen has such a method? Directly let Agron transform into a 15-meter giant beast. It's too scary. Can their elite leader really defeat him? For the first time, doubts arose in the hearts of the four people. In their minds, the leader's majestic figure faintly appeared a crack, and they regretted entering this dark arena. This defense is really amazing. The original weakness of Mega Evolution, thin health and high defense, did not appear on the Overlord Agron, but it has become a truly invincible defense. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. After Mega Evolution, the defense has reached a terrifying level. Before, Hydreigon's attack was enough to wipe out Agron, but now it can be crushed with one hand. The difference between before and after is really terrifying. Sylvian on the side had a hint of envy in his eyes. If it could also have such power, it would definitely protect the master well. By the way, it defeated all the female beasts and became the main wife. Guzzlord, who had recovered some physical strength from food, was full of surprise. This is too strong. Coach, I also want to learn this trick. Guzzlord didn't know that Ultra B seemed to have no Mega Evolution. Lalu. Ralts also stared at the station intently, looking up at it with infinite longing in his heart. He also hoped that it was himself who stood in front of the master. Compared with the joy on Lin Chen's side, the face under the Red Moon elite mask was already extremely ugly. With such defensive power, is it really still Pokemon? Is it really not the power of those ancient mythical beasts? His eyes were cold and his anger was burning in his heart. Suddenly it occurred to him that even if the form changed, it was still Agron. It is impossible to change the attributes, right? In other words, ground-based skills still restrain it. So he directly gave the order, Hydreigon, use the stomp with all your strength. PS First Update Chapter 269 The War Demon Who Shattered the world-destroying meteorite is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hydreigon roared, and then the remaining two pairs of black wings on his back vibrated and he rose rapidly to the sky. The ground energy condensed in its body as thick and heavy as the earth. Stomp. The NET moment, Hydreigon directly activated the energy and the heavy body fell suddenly like a falling meteor and even rubbed against the air, bringing ember. With the addition of gravity, the power of this stomp was even stronger. Roar. Mega Agron roared, knowing that it could not dodge with its body size. However, it did not need to dodge. Roar. It raised its head and aimed a metal sound directly at the elite. Under the sound waves, even Hydreigon in the air was a little unstable, and the stomp still came heavily. One blow was enough to destroy Hone for several kilometers. However, Agron was not afraid at all. He shook his arms and the blue dread armor flashed with metallic luster. Then he suddenly clenched his hands. He suddenly hit it. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire dark arena began to shake. Hydreigon's stomping did not land but directly hit Agron's hand. The NET moment, Agron's feet sank and the ground was suddenly covered with a circle of spider-web-like crack. As the cracks spread, smoke and dust were stirred. Hone collapsed thousands of meters inside and the ground sank. From this we can see how terrifying this attack was. However, Agron took the attack steadily and his blue dread armor shone brilliantly without any damage. Seeing this scene, Red Moon elite pupils suddenly contracted and he roared, no, this is impossible. All his confidence and calmness are based on strength. Once this layer of skin is torn, it will return to its true appearance, full of ugly appearance. Roar. The only response to him was Agron's roar, roaring for eternity. It showed no mercy, directly grasped Hydreigon's tail and then swung it to the ground. Suddenly, the terrifying force was like a mountain pressing down, leaving Hydreigon no time to react or resist. He was dragged down and smashed into the ground. Boom. The ground collapsed instantly and then a deep pit with a diameter of about tens of meters and a depth of several feet appeared. Countless flesh and blood flew everywhere and dragon scales scattered. It showed the ultimate violent aesthetic. When the power is strong enough, even the elite can be crushed. In the deep pit, Hydreigon kept wailing in it. Under the heavy blow, it still struggled to get up. The sand and stones on its body rolled down one after another, and for a moment it was extremely embarrassed. But just when Hydreigon raised his head, a dark red light that was extinguished and scorching appeared in it. The top of his head lights up. Roar. A hyper beam that seemed to penetrate the earth was coming from the front. Seeing this scene, the veins on Hongyu elite forehead jumped wildly. He quickly ordered, Hydreigon, hyper beam. Ahem. The hastily prepared Hydreigon reacted with only one head in the middle. The dark red hyper beam shot out instantly. Boom. Between the opposing waves, two strands of annihilated energy were surging, but the power of the hasty attack was obviously not as powerful as the others. Before the dark red light beam disappeared, Hydreigon only had time to move slightly. The NET moment, his hyper beam completely disappeared. dissipated and what came to him was the dark red light that remained unabated. Boom! There was a loud noise and Hydreigon in the deep pit was hit directly. Its entire body was charred black and its originally tough tail was now broken into pieces. Above the stripes on his body were black ash which was already seriously injured. The ground that suffered such a heavy blow shattered instantly and then collapsed again. Boom! Countless smoke and dust rose up so that in the entire battle almost only the 15-meter-high giant beast could be seen emerging from it. Agrin did not intend to give up but chose to continue the pursuit. He suddenly raised his legs like a giant beast walking in ancient times, vowing to crush the void. At this time the surging power of Dragon Law swept across instantly and then knocked Agrin back a few steps. Taking this opportunity, Hydreigon suddenly floated up. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even brighter. Red Moon Elite breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes cold. The power of law is not something that a dabbler like you can understand. Hydreigon use outrage. Ahem. In an instant Hydreigon's aura surged again and after activating outrage the eyes of the three heads turned crimson. Dragon's outrage, anyone who touches it will die. Then Hydreigon went crazy and attacked Agrin without fear of death. All of a sudden Dragon Breath, Iron Tail, Dragon Pulse, a series of skills were thrown out randomly as if there was no need for energy. Under the blessing of outrage the power plotted instantly and Agrin could only stand with his arms in front of him for a moment. Passive defense. Bang bang bang. A series of attacks hit the blue dread armor making a buzzing sound of metal clashing. After it ended the strong wind had formed into a tornado making the entire dark space feel like a vacuum. All the Red Moon leaders have difficulty breathing. On the other hand Red Moon Elite and Lin Chen were not affected at all. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Ahem. After a round of random attacks the third Uncle Evil Dragon was completely furious. His eyes were red and he fell into madness. The muscles of the body swelled again and the fangs under the dragon's head were extremely sharp. Immediately energy rose rapidly in the body and turned into a triple attack. Bang bang bang. Three different colors of red, yellow and blue light are shot out instantly. If it hits it will cause 3 states: burning, paralysis and freezing. Agrin's eyes narrowed slightly and he quickly judged the best response. It raised its arms again and chose to resist. Boom! Energy surged in Agrin's arms, constantly trying to penetrate into his body, but in front of the tough blood-colored armor he was instantly defeated and turned into a point of light and escaped. This is how Agrin responds. You can fight as long as you don't break the defense. Having a thick shield means being willful. Ahem. The net moment Hydreigon roared and attacked again madly. Ahem. Please give me flowers. The fighting energy was rushing through its body like a raging river and the bells under its muscles were ringing like a bell. A brute force carrying the power of a quasi-god struck. Boom! It directly hit Agrin, who raised his hand to defend himself. In an instant the blue dread armor stirred and made a banging sound. Seeing this scene Red Moon Elite's eyes flashed with excitement and gave the final order. Give it the final blow. Wide area destruction. Ahem. Hydreigon's wings vibrated again and then retreated slightly like a fully charged bow and arrow. Then huge power plotted and silver light flashed on Hydreigon's thick tail, dazzling and fierce. Boom! Under the continuous loud noise thousands of meters of rice were torn apart in an instant, setting off countless smoke and dust, and the surrounding masonry was turned into powder under the huge force. This is the strike of quasi-god elite. Wide area destruction. Annihilate everything. Smoke and dust spread and the originally dark arena was already crumbling under this blow. Almost shattered this alien space. Red Moon Elite looked at Lin Chen proudly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Yes, this new form of evolution is indeed very powerful, but that's it for now. But Lin Chen still looked indifferent and sneered. Oh, really? The net moment a huge figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke carrying endless pressure like an ancient demon god who had escaped his. The bloody armor on Agrin's body was still unscathed and he actually resisted it all the damage. The pupils of the 4 Red Moon leaders instantly dilated as if they had seen something extremely terrifying and they took a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? Will it not be? Will the adults lose? This kind of defense is simply despairing. Lin Chen quickly ordered. Use rock tomb. Roar! Agrin roared, opened the horn of counter-attack and the surging rock energy directly rushed to the ground. 4 hills, yes, not stone slabs but hills, directly broke out of the ground forming a triangular shape and directly hit Hydreigon, blocking all retreat route. Cough! Roar! The fierce color in Hydreigon's eyes was still strong and then a silver light shone on his tail. Iron Tail. Boom! With a loud bang Iron Tail swept across and directly smashed the hill, but when it came to its senses a huge red figure had already blocked its sight. Agrin, who had activated autotomize, had already stepped suddenly and his body splashed rushing up to the sky directly to the top of Hydreigon's head. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he quickly issued an order. Remove the status. Agrin in the air released the skill and the terrifying weight fell again and his body suddenly fell. Before everyone came to their senses Lin Chen had already issued an order. Agrin use heavy attack. As the voice fell Agrin rushed down suddenly like a world-destroying destroying meteorite rushing towards the Earth. Chapter 270 The Power of Fairy that Rewrites the World incarnated as a world-destroying dragon. Please subscribe. The blue dread behemoth stood in front of Hydreigon and the death meteor fell. The terrifying tonnage turned into infinite potential energy at this moment, and it also cooperated with the heavy attack. The greater the weight, the greater the power. With a smackdown it rushed directly towards Hydreigon with infinite power. The latter wanted to retreat, but Lin Chen had already calculated it and ordered directly metal sound. Roar. The harsh metal sound spread and the sound waves despised the strong wind, which directly caused Hydreigon to fall into a short stiffness boom, accompanied by a loud bang. Agron swept in with a huge force like a mountain. The power is unmatched. It rushed in like a war fortress, knocking Hydreigon directly away. The moment it flew backwards, its bones made a crisp sound. A large number of bones were broken and the white bones instantly penetrated the membrane and blood was splattered, turning into a scarlet blood rain. Bang! Hydreigon flew backward and hit the ground. Before he could wail, Agron suddenly fell down, bringing a second wave of impact. Boom! The terrifying shock force tore the earth apart, directly smashing out a huge pit, and the terrifying cracks penetrated thousands of meters, instantly stirring up countless smoke and dust, and the terrifying sweeping swept. The entire dark arena trembled and made an overwhelmed sound. 130. How could this happen? Both the Red Moon Elite and the leaders of the 12 Red Moons felt the violent tremor. Is the strongest Hydreigon going to lose? Countless smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the figure. Hydreigon was pressed to the ground and the three dragon heads roared ahem. The boulder behind him had cracked and spider-web-like cracks spread on it, and as Hydreigon slowly moved his body, countless debris fell to the ground, revealing the irregular patterns inside the stone. The three-headed dragon floated up again, and the dragon's eyes were completely scarlet, flashing with bloodthirstiness. This guy has injured it one after another, which has made it rage to the extreme. This aggressive creature, the pain in its body makes it even more violent. It stared at the tall blue dread figure in front of it, and the dragon energy surged in its body again. Every time it surged, a trace of blood would seep out from the corner of its mouth, but even so its eyes did become more violent. Cough. The net moment with a roar with blood, three dragon breaths swept in instantly and converged into one. The dragon energy surged in it, even the dust in the air would be involuntarily sucked in by it and then turned into powder. The vitality is really tenacious. Lin Chen saw this scene, narrowed his eyes and said calmly, do it. As soon as the voice fell, Sylvian behind him jumped up directly with the ribbon on his body fluttering like a fairy out of the world, running agilely and jumped directly between Agron and Hydreigon. Sylvian's fairy bloodline awakened again and the magic radiance shone, blocking the terrifying dragon breath. Chi chi chi. It blocked all the dragon energy like 100 rivers returning to the sea, and only a little of the scattered energy fell to the ground, instantly burning the earth. Sylvian fell lightly. His figure staggered, but he was not injured. Dragon immunity is unreasonable. Seeing this scene, Boscodora raised a claw and waved it twice. Well done. Sylvian held her head high and the pink bow on her ear fluttered. Of course. Then she looked at Lin Chen with expectation. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and praise softly, well done, but net time you have to be careful, don't resist it, try to use fairy energy to offset it. Lin Chen didn't intend to let Sylvian resist it. After all, the last impact clearly showed that Sylvian's dragon immunity was not omnipotent, although it can be immune to dragon skills, but there is still a limit. For example, if Rayquaza uses a dragon breath, Sylvian will definitely not be able to block it and will turn into ash in an instant, but it's normal. If it can be ignored, it will really be a world bug. According to Lin Chen's speculation, Eevee's current limit is probably the elite beginner, and it will increase as its strength increases. As for higher, Lin Chen doesn't want to take risk. After all, Sylvian is not only a fighting partner but also his family. Damn it, this move again. The Red Moon Elite on the opposite side saw this scene. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Hydreigon's angry attack was blocked so casually. This is too much. Even his mind couldn't hold it anymore. I was disgusted. What kind of Pokemon is this Sylvian? Is it really the legendary Dragon Slayer? Fortunately there is only one, but he didn't know that when Lin Chen published the Fairy Department thesis it would rewrite the whole world. Fairy Department, but there are a lot of Pokemon. But fortunately Hydreigon took advantage of the Dragon Breath just now to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, if he was close to him again, he might be beaten to death. Red Moon Elite took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down and said coldly, you are worthy of being called the Great Demon King. I underestimated you. Hearing this, Lin Chen waved his hand and replied with a smile, no way, who let you an elite bully the weak? I was just forced to fight back. He paused, looked at the weak Guzzlord on the side, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. But now if you hurt my Pokemon you have to pay the price. Do you think I don't have other Pokemon? Red Moon Elite sneered, and then his hand quickly crossed his waist and two Pokeballs appeared in his palm. Don't be too proud. Come out, Typhlosion Crocodile. Two white light flashed and two powerful Pokemon stood on both sides. There was a circle of burning flaming flames on Typhlosion's back like a circle of red erect hair and murderous eyes. On the other side was a bipedal crocodile with red and black spots all over its body. The black lines around its eyes looked like it was wearing sunglasses. Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing without hesitation, and the data of the two Pokémon were quickly collected. They were actually two pseudo-elite peak Pokémon, and their energy was only one step away from elite. They were all Royal 3 Pokémon, and they were extremely well cultivated. Sure enough, in addition to the main force, the other Pokémon of the elite strongmen are not weak. Lin Chen couldn't help but claimed worthy of being the leader of a faction. Hoo-ha! Wait! Typhlosion and Crocodile rushed over quickly, their figures flashing like an arrow shot out, ready to tear Lin Chen apart directly. Roar! Agrin saw this scene and wanted to suppress them directly, but he didn't move yet. A hyper beam swept over and the huge energy burned, causing Agrin to stagnate and block the attack. Hydreigon followed closely and launched another heavy stomping. Then, facing the sucker punch of Hydreigon, he could only fight back with a metal claw. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Although it could not cause damage to Agrin, it also prevented it from returning to defend its trainer. Facing this attack, Lin Chen was not panicked at all and released Pokemon in preparation. Come out, Melodic! Shimi! Melodic swayed his body and floated in the air like a proud queen with murderous intent in his eyes. Seeing this, Red Moon Elite sneered, "Just her? She can't protect you." But before he finished speaking, Melodic let out a loud cry and his whole body emitted an ice blue light. The ice energy surged around him and even the temperature dropped by several degrees. Countless ice fragments fell and Osiris began to float in the sky. Entering the Ice Emperor form, the round ice crystals turned into wings, and with a gentle flap countless ice crystals were scattered like the Ice Queen descending to the world. A pair of ice blue eyes with endless chill. All the guys who hurt the master must die. And the NET moment he was already fighting fiercely with Typhlosion. The Ice Emperor's eyes looked at it, and then powerful ice energy surged instantly. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of frost began to spread on Typhlosion's body. The Eye of Freezing Everything triggered. When the Red Moon Elite saw this scene, his eyes were full of surprise. Ice Law, how come possibly? You haven't reached elite yet, or even quasi-elite yet. How can you comprehend some ice laws? Hoo-ha! Typhlosion roared. Fire energy surged and a blazing fire ignited on his body, directly melting the frost on his body and turning it into water vapor. Although the ice type is dissolved by fire, Melodic's original attribute is water type. Rain dance begin. The heavy rain fell and a strengthened hydro pump swept over instantly. Almost at the same time, Sylveon also met Crocodile. Directly open the magic awakening state. Relying on the fairy type natural counter Dark 4-2 Pokemon, it also gained the upper hand for a while. Although it cannot be defeated, it is no pressure to contain it. All Pokemon have mutated. Red Moon Elite could hardly believe his eyes, and then the greed in his eyes became more intense. He had already determined that Lin Chen definitely had a huge secret, and it was very likely that he had inherited an entire divine relic. Otherwise he would not have risen so quickly. As long as he killed the other party, everything would belong to him. On the other hand, Hydreigon's disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger, and he could not break the defense. He was directly suppressed by Agrin. Red Moon Elite forehead was bulging with veins. Greed and rage intertwined. His eyes became more and more crazy, and he roared, "You forced me to do this. I'm going to make you pay the price." He roared, made up his mind, and threw out a bottle of blood potion directly. Cough. The head in the middle of the three-headed dragon suddenly turned back to crunch the potion. The blood-colored liquid flowed down the gray-black throat and instantly merged into the blood of the three-headed dragon. In an instant a drastic change occurred, and the vast dark energy in the body surged and turned into a burning black flame, just like a destroying dragon that terminates everything. Chapter 271, The Star of Eternal Victory, The Dragon-Slaying War Demon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Boom. The energy in the potion dissipated in Hydreigon's body, dissolved in the blood, and then sublimated like a dark sun rising. Bang, bang. The heartbeat sounded like a war drum reaching everyone's ears. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and at that moment he sensed it again through the Eye of All-Knowing. A wisp of ancient and immortal breath, like the breath of a god. Cough. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, a roar that resounded through the world echoed. The black fire on Hydreigon's body burned, and the majestic malice almost turned into substance. Once touched, it was enough to distort the consciousness of an ordinary person. On the black wings, the dragon blood in the body began to flow into the fascia. The broken wings that were originally hanging on it regained their strength and waved gently, and the dust on the ground flew, and its blue dread eyes and black pupils have completely disappeared, covered by endless madness. If there is no Red Moon Elite, it will even go berserk in an instant. The black fire on the body gradually became detailed, turning into mysterious flame-like patterns spreading from the abdomen to the back. Like the evil flower on Growth's body, a totem watered with dragon blood. It seems to represent eternal victory. Which beast is this power? Or does it come from the mysterious void? Lin Chen was extremely curious, and he already knew the answer based on the data from the Eye of All-Knowing. knowing. 31 Hydreigon's actual strength has skyrocketed and he has entered the middle level of elite from the initial level of elite. The advancement of the king, the dragon blood is boiling. When Mega Agron saw the scene, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. What followed was endless fighting spirit. So what if he became stronger? Just tear him apart. Roar! Agron roared and faced the three-headed dragon Hedon. A metal claw swept from top to bottom and 3 silver lights instantly illuminated a space. Hydreigon also lost the concept of fear. It was so violent that it just wanted to smash everything it saw. Its 3 pairs of wings also glowed with silver-white light and it chose to confront Hedon. The surging steel energy was surging in the entire space, making a rustling sound, and then turned into wind blades that swept across. Countless wind blades raged across the sky, and wherever they went they cut out huge cracks tens of meters long. Agron's blood-colored armor was indeed instantly wiped out. Roar! Agron roared and the skills of the same attribute metal claw and steel wing collided instantly. It was Agron's giant claw that had a greater visual impact, but the power of steel wing was more powerful. Bang! The moment the 2 silver light collided, the claw mark disappeared. Then Hydreigon flew past like a glider. The wings on the back cut into Agron's blood-colored armor, leaving several deep blood marks directly just a little bit short of cutting flesh and blood. Agron took 2 steps back in a row. He didn't expect that steel wing, which had twice the resistance, could still cause such damage. Before he could come to his senses, a roar that resounded through the world came. Ahem! Hydreigon attacked again with continuous and violent attack. Double hit, assurance, headbutt, crunch. Countless melee attacks directly suppressed Agron, and Agron also roared in attack, just like the war demon, smashing everything in the world. Boom boom boom! The terrifying aftermath of the battle made the space tremble continuously and a large number of cracks appeared on the dark sky. It seemed that it might be shattered at any time. After all, this is just an intermediate dark arena which can't support the peak battle between 2 elite level statues. Boom! There was another loud noise and a dragon rush attacked again, directly knocking Agron back 100 meters. Endless dragon energy filled the space, making these 12 Red Moon leaders look happy. Great, this guy is finally going to lose. As expected, the leader is invincible. Killing God in front of absolute strength, it's just a joke. Although such a battle is no longer something they can engage in, it can still be seen that Agron is struggling to hold on. The power of the God potion is really too strong. Roar! Agron roared, already angry, and directly fought back, directly using a heavy impact for this kind of Pokemon that is stronger than itself in all data. Using this skill that determines the power according to weight, it often has a good effect. Agron kicked his legs suddenly and then rushed forward like a moving siege chariot, crashing in a mighty manner. Red Moon Elite saw this scene, the corner of his mouth lightly raised, and directly issued an order. Hydreigon, use Hyper Beam. Cough! Hydreigon, who originally planned to confront Hedon with his body, suppressed his bloodthirsty instinct. The body suddenly stagnated and then a dark red ball of light lit up in the mouth of the head in the middle. The dark red beam of light was like a sharp sword that penetrated time and space. It came with endless burning and annihilation. What Lin Chen cared about most was the strange immortal aura in it, which also came with it. Lin Chen's pupils shrank suddenly and he frowned and said, Agron, get out of the way. Roar! But how could Agron resist this inertia at this time? He was hit by the hyper beam directly after he failed to dodge. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire dark arena began to shake, and then there was a creaking sound in the sky. The space was already overwhelmed. Crackling! Agron's blood-colored armor also made a shattering sound. The dark red beam of light spread over the armor like a snake. Large cracks suddenly appeared, and in some weak areas red scales began to peel off. The energy of annihilation continued to penetrate like a venomous snake trying to drill into Agron's body. Seeing this scene, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of Red Moon Elite. He glanced at the sky that was about to break and then spoke indifferently. Boy, surrender now and I will leave you a whole body and spare your parent. Otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's Zion became calmer, but the murderous intent in his eyes was boiling. What he hated most was that others threatened him, especially his parent. That was his outrage, and those who touched it would die. Red Moon Elite met Lin Chen's eyes and smiled playfully. Why did you hit the pain point? So what? You can only be crushed by me like a maggot. Lin Chen took a deep breath and became calmer, because he understood that the other party wanted to disturb his emotion. Once he loses his mind, he will reveal a huge flaw. It's really difficult. Hong Ye frowned when she saw that Lin Chen ignored her taunt. She didn't expect that this guy was not very old, but his psychological quality was no worse than those old-timers. He actually hoped that his opponent was a young boy. The more impulsive the better, but it didn't make any difference. In the front battlefield, Agron retreated step by step. It was obviously at the limit of 130 NET. It was to pick the victory berry, so he shouted, Hydreigon, use the trick to destroy the dark sun. Cough! Hydreigon heard the order and directly pursued the victory. He floated in the air, and then the energy in his abdomen suddenly expanded and then passed through the chest, abdomen and throat. A golden light light condensed in the mouths of the three heads at the same time. Dragon breath surged, and the moment it was spit out, everything around was instantly annihilated by the domineering energy. The three dragon breath intertwined again in the air, condensed and gathered into a vast dark dragon breath, condensing into a black red sun, gathering the terrifying power of destruction. Boom! The entire dark arena was illuminated by this black red light, and a large number of space fragments were shattered and peeled off from the sky. The purple mysterious patterns in Lin Chen's eyes kept turning, and the all-knowing eyes brought back countless data, and his prescience was extremely solemn. He saw Sylvian preparing to move forward and directly ordered, "Come back. You can't block this attack." Yi. After hearing this, Sylvian could only retreat helplessly with an unwilling look in his eyes. "It's over." Seeing Lin Chen give up resistance, Hongyu raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a cruel smile. Roar! And Hydreigon, it has also accumulated to the E-Tream, and the vast power is released, emptying all the power and falling into a brief stiffness. Therefore, under this power, only the aftermath, the ground around it was squeezed down and broken by the shock wave. However, at the moment of the explosion, Lin Chen's original solemn prescience suddenly dissipated, and he sneered, "Sorry, you were fooled." Agrin use metal burst. Chapter 272. The Xia Kingdom Alliance was stunned. The big devil chased the dark elite. "Please collect. Please subscribe." Roar! Agrin roared, and the heavy blood-colored armor on his body shone, filled with eternal brilliance. The huge steel energy strengthened in his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea, further enhancing the defense of the blood-colored armor. Then he opened his arms forward, and the silver light flashed on his abdomen like an indestructible wall. Metal burst, one of the ultimate skills of the steel system, can return the last damage of the move to the opponent. In other words, it is equivalent to a variant of Dozuan Xing Yi with the effect of enhanced damage. It just needs a strong enough body so that after enduring the strongest blow there is still enough energy to fight back. It sounds extremely powerful, but in fact it is extremely heavy on the body. Even the current Agrin after Mega Evolution, only then can the effect of this move be fully earned. Hearing the order given by Lin Chen, the Red Moon Elite's prescience changed drastically. He immediately gave the order, "Hydreigon, get out of the way." Cough. But it was too late. The strongest dragon breath has arrived. Chi. There was no huge explosion, only a clear and faint sound. On Agrin's blue dread armor, mysterious patterns began to emerge like an ancient mysterious scroll. The patterns spread all the way from the abdomen to the whole body, but they were like cracked earth after years of drought. A sweet rain fell. When dragon breath arrived, the blood-colored armor absorbed all the dragon energy. Then Agrin's blood-colored armor lit up and even began to boil like magma. No, like a volcano. At the moment of the volcano eruption, the hot magma surged in it and rushed out with endless heat. It also swept the whole world with the power of destruction. Crack! The armor on Agrin's body was constantly trembling, turning into an Orberg cage. Imprisoned was this power of destruction because the energy carried on the surface of the armor was too strong. Pieces of metal steel film began to fall off. Each piece was several meters long and fell to the ground hot and bright, and suddenly ignited flames, making a hissing sound, burning the earth. However, the moment a new harder metal steel mold was born. Repeated cycles like tempering the Orberg of God. Roar! Agrin, who had endured the damage, roared to the sky. Facing the strongest dragon breath, it withstood it, and it was not seriously injured. With strong defense you can do whatever you want. Roar! All this happened between Spark and Flint. Looking at Hydreigon, who wanted to evacuate, he found a roar. This attack suddenly surged out of Agrin's body and was blessed by the steel energy, becoming sharper and sharper. Like a mirror reflection, it suddenly returned, even hotter and brighter. The breath of the dragon turned into the rage of the Steel Demon King. With endless killing intent, it tore the world apart and directly penetrated Hydreigon, who was still stiff. In the last moment it only shifted half an inch. Boom! After a loud bang, the dragon energy plotted instantly detonating the whole scene. Hydreigon landed with a bang. The whole body was covered with blood, and the wings that had just recovered after drinking the blood potion were now all curled up. Like a tattered sack, it was drooping on the back. Originally the three heads were now mostly broken, with the side head and blood splashed out like a small fountain. The three-headed dragon turned into a two-headed dragon. It looked ridiculous. Then the aftermath swept and instantly covered the nearby Typhlosion. The latter did not even scream, and the quasi-elite Typhlosion was directly enveloped and annihilated by the vast energy. It was turned into powder and scattered. Crocodile on the side was stunned. His companion died just like that in a daze, but it gave it a chance and was instantly frozen by melodic ice. Emperor's eye and its feet were covered with layers of frost. When it came back to its senses in horror, a colorful beam of light met with an extreme ice beam came crashing down. Dazzling gleam and ice beam. It was killed instantly. The two pseudo-elite Pokemon ended here. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Red Moon Elite's eyes turned red and his teeth were about to be crunched by himself. He understood instantly. The situation is over. How is it possible the leader is going to lose? Is this guy really a demon in human skin? The four quasi-elite leaders behind him suddenly looked panicked. His eyes were filled with horror. I couldn't believe what I saw. At this moment the energy in the entire dark arena finally reached a critical point. It could be destroyed at any time. In the outside world, one floor of the hotel was cut by space and brought up the dark arena, which directly caused several floors to collapse. Fortunately there were not many people staying at the time, otherwise there would be casualties. Such a huge movement quickly attracted attention and reported to the prosecutor. Mu Yulong, who was close, knew that the floor where Lin Chen was located was in trouble and immediately drove Venusaur to rush over. In a moment he had arrived at the hotel. Seeing the cut floor, the power of the wood law had already been deployed and soon felt a strange energy fluctuation. Mu Yulong's eyes flashed with vigilance, feeling this strange space fluctuation. This is the dark arena. This kind of twisted killing type dark prop Mu Yulong has also seen and even encountered can cut space and force a life and death duel. However, because it can only be excavated from the secret realm of ancient ruins, the number is extremely rare. I didn't expect it to appear in the candidate's hotel, and judging from the traces in the space, it is likely to be an intermediate dark arena that can accommodate the strength of the middle-level elite. In other words, the one who took action this time is likely to be an elite. These rats are looking for death. Mu Yulong's face was ugly, his white beard and hair fluttered, and a rare murderous intent appeared in his immortal eyes. Under the nose of the imperial capital he was actually Med-in. An elite from the dark world came to the hotel of candidates from other provinces with only one goal: Lin Chen. It's over. Thinking of this, Mu Yulong was a little heartbroken and hated himself for not being more careful. Then he directly pressed the communication button he carried with him. He hasn't called for reinforcements for many years. A few seconds later the communication was connected. The hotel for candidates from other provinces in the imperial capital let psychic elite come. After saying that, he disconnected the communication, looking helpless. With his ability it was possible to break through from the inside, but it was impossible to break through the dark arena from the outside, and psychic elite had to help. But Lin Chen was in danger. After such a long time he was afraid that he would be in danger. The proud son of heaven that he had always been optimistic about the future top combat power of the Xiaoguo alliance. It is very likely that he has been strangled by the dark elite. This kind of thing has happened more than once. The rats in the dark world have always launched attacks on the future geniuses of the alliance. After all, although the dark world is a product of the connivance of the big men, it also has traces of the 8 major alliances. Among them there are many hostile alliances that do not want to see the rise of the Xiaoguo alliance. As a result, this kind of thing has been repeatedly banned, and Lin Chen rose from the humblest, and as a commoner he crushed countless geniuses. It can be called the strongest genius in the past 10 years. I will make you pay. Mu Yulong's eyes were burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and whispered, scanning the surroundings. Good. The wood law swept around the hotel. This time he must kill the dark elite inside and avenge Lin Chen. Crack. Suddenly several cracks appeared in the space above the hotel, and then it shattered like a spider web and countless space fragments fell off. Mu Yulong recognized at a glance that this was the alternate dimension of the dark arena. Get ready for rescue, Venusaur. Venusaur also raised his head and looked at the sky. Although it was unlikely that Lin Chen would survive, he had to rescue him. Crack. Countless cracks spread in the sky, and then a gap suddenly burst open. The sun shone into it from the crack. A black figure suddenly jumped out. What is this? Mu Yulong was stunned by his claws. It was actually a Hydreigon. Moreover, this Hydreigon was covered with wounds and even its head was shattered. It looked bloody and miserable, but it was obvious that it was an elite of the same level as himself. But the other party did not seem to be evacuating triumphantly, but more like fleeing in a panic. Mu Yulong was stunned for a moment. Elite level Quasi-God Pokemon escaped. Chapter 273, The Demon God Who Distorted the World, a blow that tore the sky apart. Please collect. Please subscribe. What's going on? Is there another elite from the alliance in the dark arena? Mu Yulong began to be stunned and was a little shocked for a while, but since it was the dark elite who ran away, he felt a little relieved. With such an elite present, maybe Lin Chen was fine. Someone who could make an elite level Quasi-God flee in a hurry must be at least a mid-level elite. He was only at this stage at the moment. After thinking about it, there was no corresponding person in his mind, but it was not the time to think about this, so he immediately activated the law of grass. Then he gave the order, Venusaur, use grassy terrain. Batu. Venusaur roared, and then the grass energy surged instantly and countless green grasses grew under his feet. He was ready to treat Lin Chen, who fell after the space was broken, and at the same time he sensed the situation in the dark arena. Kakaka. Although he only saw a corner of the dark arena, Mu Yulong received the power of grassy terrain, sensed the situation inside, and soon felt the breath of several powerful Pokemon. Quasi-Elite Dark Lust Dragon Breath Pokemon. Guzzlord is right. With a fairy-like aura, Sylveon has made great progress. The ultimate freezing power should be melodic. There is also a huge aura similar to a grin like the ancient Steel Demon King. The strength is so strong that it cannot be surpassed. Already already stepped into the elite level. There is also a breath of Lin Chen, so what about the mysterious elite? Mu Yulong continued to search but did not feel more breath, as if he was the only human in the dark arena. His mouth opened wide. What about the mysterious elite? He did not sense the human breath of the fusion law. You know, unless it is a champion, it is impossible to hide it from 130 himself, but Mu Yulong did not find the breath of any other people except for a few dead Red Moon leaders. In other words, Lin Chen's side there is only him, and the breath of the mysterious Steel Demon King seems to be a bit similar to a grin. Could it be? Thinking of this, Mu Yulong was completely stunned, and the shocking idea in his mind took shape. This script is wrong. Shouldn't Lin Chen be saved by the mysterious elite, or should Lin Chen die and come to rage to seek revenge? The result is Lin Chen counterattack the elite, and it's an elite level quasi-god Pokemon. This is not a dream. Mu Yulong couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If it was true, the whole world would be shocked. The real first person in 1,000 years. And time went back a few minutes ago. Mu Yulong hasn't arrived yet in the dark arena. Damn it, we can only retreat. The Red Moon elite knew that the situation was over and that they couldn't kill Lin Chen at all, so they rode on the seriously injured Hydreigon and prepared to evacuate. If Hydreigon hadn't been like Flygon, relying on the floating characteristics to take off, just the charred wings alone would have long lost the ability to fly. Hong Ye looked at her main force being hit so hard her face was gloomy, her eyes were full of resentment, and she said coldly, "You won this time, but any time you will pay the price." Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned and looked cold. This time if Beck let him run away, it would really be letting the tiger go back to the mountain. At that time there will be an elite watching him in the dark, and even his parents will be in danger. The people sent by the alliance can't be the opponent of the elite, let alone arrange an elite to protect them closely. That's too unrealistic. It will inevitably become a huge hidden danger at that time. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Run! The four Hongye leaders on the side saw the dark arena dissipate. Then they turned around and wanted to summon Pokemon to escape from here. Lin Chen looked indifferent and gave the order, "Melodic, kill them." Yumi. After hearing the command, Melodic's Ice Emperor eye flashed and instantly froze the four people. The frost spread and instantly turned into four ice sculptures, freezing their heart. Directly took their lives. The Red Moon elite on Hydreigon's back saw this scene and said coldly, "A bunch of trash, it's not a pity to die." Then he patted Hydreigon and planned to retreat directly while grinning, "Boy, I already know your secret. Live in fear and wait for me to take it away." Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned and the murderous intent in his eyes boiled. Yumi. On the ground, Melodic raised his head and asked to fight. Seeing this, Lin Chen shook his head and said softly, "No, you have also experienced a big battle. In your current state you are not his opponent." Then Lin Chen looked at Agrin. Agrin was already exhausted at this time. Even if he had the strength, he would not be able to kill him at this height. Lin Chen's eyes were cold and he was about to give up. Roar! Agrin suddenly roared and then looked at Ralt. Lalu. Ralts immediately understood, drove the psychic energy, opened the telepathy and connected Lin Chen and Agrin. "What, you actually?" After hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and he couldn't help but raise his mouth corners, and even his eyes brightened a little. He looked at the Red Moon elite in the sky and sneered, "Really? I think you have no chance to leave today." Red Moon elite sneered and directly let Hydreigon use Dragon Breath to tear a crack in the sky of the dark arena. Before leaving, he taunted, "I will become your nightmare and take away everything you cherish, idiot." Lin Chen cursed directly, then looked up at the sky and ordered loudly, "Agrin, use life return." Roar! Agrin, who had been waiting for the master's order, was instantly full of energy. Burning potential turned into a huge surge of vitality, turned into surging blood and instantly poured into his limbs and bone. Because it was too huge, it even produced a phantom of a blood-colored demon. At this moment, Agrin's injuries were recovering rapidly. The boiling power continued to surge in its body. Every beat of its heart was like a huge bell striking in its body ring, shaking the endless void. Life return plus mega evolution. His strength has been superimposed to a terrifying level. The breath shook, making the entire dark arena make an overwhelmed sound. Crack, crack. The space continued to break and the void began to become chaotic. And Agrin was the demon god who distorted the world. Seeing this scene, Red Moon elite pupils shrank, suddenly feeling the danger of death, and vaguely saw the god of death grinning at him. "How many cards does this guy have?" Red Moon elite roared in his heart and quickly issued an order, "Quick, Hydreigon, fly out of the dark arena directly." Ha! Hydreigon's two heads roared, trying their best to drive the energy in his body, and flew out directly through the gap. Feeling the familiar sunlight, Red Moon elite actually felt like he had survived a disaster and couldn't help laughing wildly. "It's over, I won, ha 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 ha." At a distance of nearly 100 meters, he didn't believe that Lin Chen could kill him. "Wait until I go back to recover from my wounds. Let Hydreigon's head grow out and then come back for revenge. At that time I will also skin Lin Chen's parents and make them suffer and despair." Thinking of that beautiful future, the Red Moon elite couldn't help laughing. When Lin Chen heard the laughter he stared at the broken space gap with cold eyes and saw the Red Moon Elite. His eyes were indifferent as if he was looking at a dead person. At the same time Lin Chen gave orders softly. Agrin, then try your new skill. Use the iron hoof beam. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, Agrin's muscles were squirming and then the blood-colored armor on his body condensed inch by inch. This is the new ability that Agrin realized after Mega Evolution. Steel-type Trick Cone Iron Hoof Beam. It can boil the orberg gathered from the whole body, turn it into light of ruin and shoot it out fiercely, but at the same time it will also suffer considerable damage. In other words, the stronger and more numerous the orberg on the body, the stronger this move will be. However, what Steel-type Pokemon can compare with Agrin, who is 15 meters tall and covered with the strongest blue dread armor after Mega Evolution? Crack. Roar. Agrin roared, gathering the orberg on his body to form a torrent of orberg. The pure steel type after Mega Evolution made this skill so powerful at this moment. The torrent of death surged, annihilating everything. The blue dread armor condensed and liquefied like a hill and then surged to the depths of Agrin, turning into a blue dread ball of light. It was like a blue dread sun that destroyed the world. Wherever it shined, everything was dead silent. The net moment Agrin pushed hard. Bang! The sound of gas explosion came and the torrent of orberg surged. Then it shot out violently. At this moment countless people in the sky above the entire imperial capital were shaken by the energy fluctuation. They couldn't help but look up and witnessed a blue dread beam of light. It was like the sword of judgment of the god falling, tearing the sky apart. PS the SITH update 18000 updates today and a new plot will be launched tomorrow. Please collect, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, please give evaluation vote. Chapter 274, The Light of Doomsday that terminates the elites, shocking the human alliance. Please collect, please subscribe. In the sky the Red Moon Elite saw the gradually larger beam of light penetrating the world, annihilating everything and dyeing the world blue dread. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Oh my god, what is this? I feel my soul is trembling. Help, is there anyone to save us? Oh my god, is it an invasion by the dark organization? The terrifying blue dread light immediately caused panic among countless people and they began to flee and evacuate. In the sky the iron hoof's light covered a huge area. The seriously injured Hydreigon had no time to dodge. The Red Moon Elite's eyes were full of disbelief and he roared in shock and anger. How is it possible? He found that even if he had flown hundreds of meters high he could not dodge. The speed was as fast as an arrow shooting at the sun. The power was powerful, no less than the full strength attack of the mid-level elite. Swish! From a distance of 100 meters the sound of breaking the wind could be heard whistling and the terrifying wind and waves surged, tearing through tens of thousands of meters of cloud. The blood-colored light column swept in with endless killing and destruction, pointing straight to the sky. This attack was unavoidable. Once hit it would be certain to die. A trace of fear flashed in the Red Moon Elite's eyes and he quickly threw out the pokeball and roared, Steel Helmet Bird, block it. A flash of white light passed by and a professional high-level Steel Helmet Bird vibrated its wings and made a sharp cry, just as he was about to tear apart all enemies for his master as before. However, as soon as he came out he saw this pillar of light that destroyed the world and instantly gave out a terrified growl. What is this? Is the world ending? However, the Red Moon Elite ignored its fear and directly ordered Steelbird use Brave Bird Smash. Although the Steelbird was reluctant, it was more afraid of the trainer behind it, so it suppressed the fear in its heart, folded its wings and then the whole body formed a straight line rushing down fearlessly. Countless flying energy condensed on its wings, turning into a dazzling golden light and merging into its body. From a distance it looked like a divine bird descending, coming to the human world in order to save the world. He challenged the bloody demon king, resolutely crashed into the light column. Plang! However, compared with the blue dread orberg torrent, the steel-helmeted bird at this moment was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Before it really touched the light of ruin, the terrifying high temperature burned the endless space. It was a full-strength blow from the steel demon god that melted the armor enough to crush a mountain, razed a city to the ground. When the steel-helmeted bird came into contact with the high temperature, it let out a wail and the bright silver armor on its body began to melt. Crack! Even the toughest head armor began to show a lot of crack. There was no earth-shattering sound. When it collided with the iron hoof light there was only a slight burning sound. This steel-helmeted bird resisted the blow with its death. It did not cause any waves. Within 0.1 seconds the steel-helmeted bird was instantly melted. In an instant it turned into ashes. Then the blood-colored orberg torrent of the iron hoof light, the remaining power was not reduced at all. Waste! The Red Moon Elite cursed and in his extremely horrified look the iron hoof light descended. Cough! Hydreigon condensed 2 layers of reflect to try to defend himself but was crushed in an instant. There was no power to resist at all. Boom! The blood-colored beam directly hit most of Hydreigon's body. Even the strong body of the quasi-god elite was directly torn apart. After most of the body was torn apart it evaporated in an instant. The broken wound was burned with charred marks before before it had time to bleed. Although the Red Moon elite avoided the iron hoof light from the front, the hot wind brought by the blood-colored light column swept through and directly melted his mask. A sinister middle-aged man's face was revealed, and then he was covered by the heat wave and burned directly. His clothes were also ignited, burning him into a fireball, and he wailed in pain. Hydreigon wailed in pain. Both fell to the ground together. Boom! After a series of loud noises, Hydreigon was like a cannonball smashing directly into a residential area. It penetrated a building, but fortunately no one was at home at the time, so no casualties were caused. Then with a roar it smashed the street and left a deep pit on the ground. The Red Moon elite in the deep pit. If it weren't for the advanced elite being washed by the power of the law, its physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. This time I'm afraid it would die on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. Even so, the Red Moon elite was spitting blood and all the bones on its body were broken. But even with such serious injuries it still did not die. The falling Hydreigon instantly caused a sensation and countless people screamed and ran. I thought it was the end of the world. A bloody piece of flesh with only half a body was crawling tenaciously on the ground. It made people who saw it feel creepy. However, some brave people started to take pictures with their mobile phones. On the other side, the dark arena was broken and countless space fragments began to gradually perish, with large cracks appearing and then completely merged into the void. Seeing this, Lin Chen took out the pokeball directly aimed at Agron, who had already withdrawn from Mega Evolution and half knelt on the ground and kept panting. This attack almost emptied all its physical strength. This elite battle was also an overload operation for it, and all this is to protect him. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion and he whispered, "Take a good rest, Agron." More. Agron nodded and a random red light pulled the giant beast back into the ball. Kaka. Not long after, the dark arena was completely shattered, turned into nothingness and dissipated, and once again returned to the open space of the hotel. The sun shone, bringing the long-lost light. Lin Chen, Sylvian and Ralt stood beside the wounded Guzzlord. At the moment of revelation, fatigue surged. The reason for taking back Agron was to try not to let people discover its new form as much as possible. This is also one of his trump cards, and everything just now was in the dark arena, and it was taken back directly after it was over without posing Agron's special form. As for Grandpa Mu Yulong, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Even if the breath was strange, he would probably think it was his trump card. It also saved the effort of planing himself. After all, the fact that Pokemon can have new forms through Mega Evolution must be kept secret for the time being. This is a huge secret that can directly cross the boundary between quasi-elite and elite enough to rewrite the upper limit of the world's combat power. Even if the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite is hard to find, it is not a problem for these big guys. At that time, a large number of top powerhouses will emerge, and it is easy to me good and bad. After all, the elite level is difficult to cultivate, and there are still many quasi-elites, and maybe a group of dead soldiers will emerge. Even if there are not enough bonds, the power of technology can be used to forcibly promote the power of the evolutionary stone-ite to create a group of elite teams. Ask for flowers. It will be troublesome then, at least for Lin Chen. Now it is not a good thing to wait for the announcement. At least he must be strong enough. When he is strong enough, he can also lay out the world to purchase a large number of Mega Evolutionary Stones-ite at a lower price or in other ways. After accumulating enough, he will monopolize all resources and then announce Mega Evolution. When the price soars, plunder a lot of wealth and rare resources and cut the world's leaks crazily. In addition, these stones will definitely be in short supply in the future. Mastering Mega Evolutionary Stones-ite means mastering the source of power. You can talk directly with the Alliance. Of course, the premise of a fair dialogue with him is that you have enough strength. By the way, Hongye doesn't seem to be dead yet. Lin Chen frowned, thinking of the vitality of Hongye elite and Hydreigon. The blow just now may not kill him. Kill him while he is sick. For guys who dare to threaten him, Lin Chen always likes to root them out. From the Battle Royale game that started in the snowfield of heaven, we can see his decisiveness in killing at this time. Zero will nip the danger in the bud. So Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing and then headed towards Hydreigon and soon located in the specific location. Standing on Guzzlord, he ordered, "Go give them the final death." Ayaha! Guzzlord roared, jumped suddenly and shook the earth power to completely shatter the dark arena, and countless light spots scattered. "It's this kid." At this moment, Mu Yulong also saw Lin Chang and the Ultra Beast Guzzlord rushing towards the city. Seeing the shattered dark arena, his eyes were full of surprise. This guy really did the elite, a feat that has lasted for 100 years or 1,000 years. It's really a new generation replacing the old one. Mu Yulong couldn't help but exclaim. As for the Steel Demon King's aura that was somewhat similar to Agron, he thought about it and chose to bury it deep in his heart. After all, everyone has their own secret. As long as Lin Chen, this kid, doesn't harm the Alliance, it's enough. But it's still a little unbelievable. The leader of the 12 Red Moons, a well-known big man in the dark world, the Quasigot elite who masters the Dragon Law. The Alliance has sent a large number of senior prosecutors for many years. It's hard to eradicate the guy. He was chased by this young man like a dog. In the end they fled in such a hurry and were smacked down in midair. The blue dread iron hoof light, even Mu Yulong himself felt that he couldn't resist it. The other prosecutors also saw Lin Chen riding Guzzlord to chase Hydreigon and they were stunned. Am I seeing right? The big devil is hunting down the elite. I saw that elite Quasi-God Hydreigon, the leader of the 12 Red Moons, codenamed Red Moon Elite, who was crushed. Damn, even with the Dark Arena I couldn't defeat this Demon King. Is this guy a monster? God, Lin defeated the elite and it was a Quasi-God elite. Damn it, this can't be true. Is this the damn killing god? This is too awesome. I have never heard of anyone who can defeat no-kill an elite at the professional level. Defeat the elite, the first person in 100 years. A large number of prosecutors were stunned as if they saw the birth of a legend that shines for endless years. PS First Update 1000 Chapter 275 The Realm of the Supreme God. The ancient evil god is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. In the urban area, the destroyed residential area was in a mess. A large number of humans were alarmed and after the fear they wanted to join in the fun and took out their mobile phones to shoot videos. However, it was soon alienated by the prosecutors of the Alliance to prevent this mysterious elite from choosing to die together. Hydreigon fell to the ground covered with wounds. Its whole body was charred and the bloody Orberg torrent almost killed it on the spot. It survived the blow with the extremely strong body of the Quasi-God. At this time only the middle head was left among the three heads and it was still gasping for breath. Such injuries are almost impossible to heal unless the life gem containing the power of creation is used. Cough cough. Hydreigon wailed and the broken neck gushed blood, making it unable to speak normally. This cruel and bloodthirsty Quasi-God elite Pokemon probably never thought that this day would come. However, when life was slipping away, Hydreigon was not afraid. The only intelligent dragon head in the middle raised its head, looked at its trainer and let out a whimpering roar. Even if it was to die, it wanted to die with its trainer. That was its fate. Red Moon Elite was already half crazy at this moment with a burning sensation all over his body which made him extremely painful. All his internal organs had been ruptured and the ground was covered with vomited blood. As for the remaining 3 Pokeballs on his waist, they were also scattered on the ground. Red Moon Elite ignored his Pokemon with despair all over his face and murmured frantically, why is this happening? I have been blessed by the gods, why would I lose? I don't believe it. A mere ant actually possesses a more mysterious power than me. Damn it, I hate it. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen was so strong. It was clear that he was a kid who had just finished the professional level assessment in the information. Even if he relied on Agron and Guzzlord to sweep the Quasi-Elite level, he could not be the opponent of the elite. But Wan didn't expect that this Overlord Agron actually obtained a new evolution form through that strange stone. That's right, the Red Moon Elite research found that it was not a mutation at all but a brand new evolution. Agron, there is an evolution type, so will the other Pokemon also have it? Thinking of this possibility, Red Moon Elite's body couldn't help but tremble and his eyes became more and more crazy. If he could solve the secret of this special evolution, not to mention the entire dark world, even the Alliance would have to make way for him. Did Lin Chen also discover some mysterious ancient relics of the god? He hated it. If he had known that this would be the result, he should have reported it to that instant. He wouldn't have been so upset. Damn it. Red Moon Elite face was full of unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and moved his body desperately, ignoring Hydreigon's wailing. A piece of trash that was about to be destroyed was not worth his attention. He wanted to live. I'm not willing to give up. I still want to explore the secrets of the god. Make the greatest god potion. Red Moon Elite roared in his heart, crawling on the ground with his hands moving forward bit by bit, trying to pick up one of the scattered Pokeballs. There was a professional level Alakazam in it. Although it was impossible to defeat Lin Chen as long as he summoned Psychic, he could still take himself and use Teleport to escape from here before the opponent caught up. By then there would be a chance to make a comeback, especially the secret of Lin Chen, which would definitely arouse the interest of that organization. Everything he lost could be doubled up and then make Lin Chen pay the price. 1 meter, 2 meters, almost. His broken body moved little by little and he was only 2 meters away from the Pokeball. The dawn of hope was coming. Damn it, almost. While roaring, he pressed the ground with one hand and rushed forward. Then his face hit the ground heavily and a large number of stones pierced into the severely burned wound. The pain did not make him wail, but he gritted his teeth and used up his last bit of strength. The desire to survive made him stretch out his hand. The Alakazam was already in sight. The hand he stretched out and the Pokeball were getting closer and closer, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. The net moment, a scorching and extinguishing light suddenly shot over. The outstretched right hand melted in the heat and the broken part instantly scarred without any blood flowing out. The severe pain made the Red Moon Elite growl painfully and he couldn't help rolling over in a miserable state. You are really tenacious. Accompanied by a calm voice, Lin Chen, who opened the eye of all-knowing, walked over slowly fully. In fact, he arrived a minute ago and had already detected the purpose of the Red Moon Elite. He knew that the Pokeball in front of him was a psychic Pokemon. It was just deliberately hidden, and the moment the Red Moon Elite saw hope, his last hope was crushed, falling into the abyss of despair. And this is the price the other party paid for threatening him with his parents. Since you dare to touch Lin Chen's outrage, you must be prepared to go to hell. The Red Moon Elite was completely desperate, lying on the ground hunched over like a cooked lobster, begging for mercy in a hoarse voice. Please let me go, I still have many treasures in the dark hall, I can give them all to you. A trace of contempt flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that the powerful Red Moon Elite was still a coward. Ridiculous and pathetic, he said indifferently. Where did you get the blood potion that Hydreigon drank? A trace of joy flashed across the Red Moon Elite's eyes, and he quickly replied, I tell you, can you let me go? Hearing this, Lin Chen said indifferently, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Red Moon Elite face was ugly and he gritted his teeth and said helplessly, okay, I'll tell you everything, come closer, I'm running out of strength. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and pretended to get closer, but as soon as he approached, he heard the Red Moon Elite's resentful roar. Hydreigon, use self-destruct. Ha! Hydreigon looked sad but did not refuse the order. He whimpered and the remaining half of his body surged like a barrel of explosives about to explode, but before it exploded, two giant tongues suddenly attacked, pierced through his body and took away the last bit of life. Then he was swept away, swallowed it in one gulp. Gudong. Accompanied by the sound of chewing in the huge mouth, Hydreigon was directly swallowed into Guzzlord Crunch's stomach. Ayaha! Guzzlord let out a satisfied roar, obviously very satisfied with the food this time, and began to digest it happily. The improvement brought by a Quasigod elite Pokemon is no less than a mountain of Pokeblock. The power of the law contained in it just fits it perfectly. How could this happen? Seeing this scene, the Red Moon Elite seemed to have unloaded all the strength and collapsed on the ground. In the desperate eyes there were Lin Chen's playful eyes. It was like watching a boring drama, and he was the funny clown. All actions had long been detected by the other party. Ha 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 ha. After the Red Moon Elite was in despair, he suddenly burst into laughter. Tears came out of his eyes as he laughed. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't lose when I met a genius like you. Kill me or hand me over to the Alliance. It doesn't matter. I will just be a cripple if I survive. But I suggest you hand me over. Even if I know a lot of your secrets, once you kill me you will destroy the plan of the Parliament. If you offend that instance, even the Alliance can't save you. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned and asked curiously, Parliament? What Parliament? The Alliance Parliament on April 2nd? Lin Chen looked indifferent and did not say how he would deal with it, or rather there was no need to say it. This Red Moon Elite had seen too many things. Whether he answered the question or not, Lin Chen would kill him directly. How could it be the Alliance Council? The Red Moon Elite also felt Lin Chen's murderous intent and said hoarsely, you are very courageous and powerful, but you are not enough to touch the taboo. That is the forbidden area of the God's domain and the secret of the ancient time. The more you know, the faster you die. Since you want to ask, I can tell you that their name is Dusk. Before he finished speaking, Red Moon Elite's eyes bulged, his face turned red strangely, and his eyes were terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. A black air lingered in his eyes and his body began to tremble. Red Moon couldn't make a sound either and could only whine in pain. It was as if he had violated some ancient taboo. At the same time, the immortal aura that only the all-knowing eye could see was pervasive, as if the ancient evil god had descended. Chapter 276, The Fallen Supreme Beast, the great devil that shocked the entire network. Please collect. Please subscribe. What is this? Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back and looked at the strange breath. He actually had the illusion that it was looking at him. A breath actually alive? No, that's not right. It should be the operator who was countless distances away who seemed to be looking at him. However, before Lin Chen had time to continue observing this breath, the net moment the head of the Red Moon Elite plotted with a bang. A lot of blood splattered all over the ground, and white substances mixed with the blood were smeared on the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. Because Lin Chen took a step back in advance, he was not stained with blood. However, with the sudden death of the Red Moon Elite, the strange breath also disappeared. Hers? Lin Chen murmured. At that moment his all-seeing eyes sensed that although this breath was terrifying, it did not have the power to attack. After all, this was not a fantasy world. The reason why the Red Moon Elite was killed was because a long-hidden curse in the head was triggered. It has been arranged long ago and it will be triggered once the keywords are involved. There is no time to stop it. But from the side, this organization called the Parliament is watching here at this time, observing everything here. If that is the case, it has already involved some kind of priesthood authority. For example, Hoa, which 31 calls a camera, also has the priesthood authority to observe the human world. It's just that although the breath just now also has a hint of eternity, it is too twisted and evil, and it is incompatible with the sacred Hoa. It doesn't match unless the Wind King has fallen. But how is that possible? This is a first-level god, an instance with the power of destruction. Lin Lin Chen fell into deep thought and sorted out the information he had just obtained. Red Moon Elite mentioned the parliament, that is, it is not a vertical system organization but more like a meeting. So is it called the Twilight Parliament, or is there another full name? For example, the Twilight Hermit Society. In this organization even the elite level strongmen are set with strange restrictions and they will be wiped out once the secrets are leaked. The power behind it should be how powerful? I'm afraid that in terms of high-end combat power it can already be on par with one of the 8 major alliances. Or, which big figures from the major alliances are likely to be involved? As for the possibility of a mysterious organization sweeping across the 8 major alliances, then forget it. If the other party really has absolute strength they won't hide. They even forbid the name. It's simply because of the lack of strength. What organization can compare to the alliances that occupy a large number of secret realms and population development? However, when Lin Chen was still thinking, a powerful energy approached. Lin Chen immediately turned his head and saw Venusaur rushing from a distance. At this time Mu Yulong looked serious. His eyes were full of worry and he was relieved to see Lin Chen was safe and sound. Then he scanned the ground and although he had guessed the result he still couldn't hide his shock. You have killed the Red Moon Elite? Mu Yulong was stunned for a moment and then his Zion was extremely surprised. You know, defeating the elite and killing the elite, they are two different concepts. The latter means that he has the status of having an equal dialogue with himself. Especially seeing Lin Chen's pensive look, Mu Yulong couldn't help but sigh. Is this guy really a young man who just finished the college entrance examination? He has obviously done what countless people dream of and defeated the elite strongman, but he is still so calm. He deserves to be called a man who can be called a killing god. This spirit is enough to be called a strong man. Fortunately I chose to invest. Mu Yulong secretly rejoiced that fortunately he had invested in Lin Chen in advance. According to this trend he may become the youngest elite in the history of the alliance. Even champion. I was too heavy-handed and accidentally killed him. Lin Chen answered calmly, and at the same time the eye of all-knowing was open watching Mu Yulong's reaction. Although the worry in his eyes when he just came was not fake, he didn't react much when he heard that Hongye was dead, so it shouldn't be related to the Twilight Council. But it also needs to be tested. So Lin Chen asked directly, Mu Lao, do you know an organization called the Twilight Council? When asking, Lin Chen's hand pretended to be inadvertently placed on his waist and the eye of all-knowing felt the change in Mu Yulong's breath. When people lie or have emotional fluctuations their breath will change, and the eye of all-knowing is the strongest lie detector. But after hearing Lin Chen's question, Mu Yulong frowned, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, Twilight Parliament? Never heard of it. Lin Chen heard this and the all-knowing eye did not find anything, so he nodded and whispered, I hope Mu Lao will not talk about this matter with others easily. Looking at Lin Chen's serious eyes, Mu Yulong at this time no longer regarded Lin Chen as a fledgling student but an instance with the same status as himself, the youngest elite in the future. Okay. Although he didn't know why Lin Chen asked this, Mu Yulong didn't mind selling a favor, nodded solemnly and didn't ask more questions. Don't be too curious, this is his way of dealing with the world for many years. Lin Chen has always been grateful to Mu Yulong. If this matter caused his mysterious organization to take the lead and lose his life, then he would also feel guilty. After all, the mysterious organization called the Twilight Council is a terrifying force that even the elites can abandon at any time. However, although the opponent is strong, he is not too worried. Instead of being afraid, it is better to work hard to improve his own strength. If there is trouble coming to the door, he does not mind solving the trouble. No matter who it is, if you provoke me you will pay the price. Mu Yulong did not think much but continued to scan the surroundings, saw some people watching and filming from a distance, turned his head and whispered, it seems that you can't keep a low profile. Lin Chen heard this and smiled and replied, I didn't plan to keep a low profile from the beginning. Sometimes reputation is essentially a weapon. It just depends on how to use it. And Lin Chen's use is to deter the entire dark world. That's right. Everything in this world, whether tangible or intangible, can be turned into a weapon. Mu Yulong stroked his long white beard and said softly, but Lin Chen, you must be tired too. Let us clean up the battlefield here. You can go back to the hotel and rest first. You have shown your strength this time. You don't have to worry about safety anymore. Okay. Lin Chen nodded after hearing this and then walked to the body of Red Moon Elite, picked up the scattered Pokeballs and then pressed the lock button. Although these Pokemon cannot be used by himself, they are all professional level Pokemon after all. The strength is not low. When the time comes, sell them on the market or exchange them for Alliance Point. Both are good choices. Of course 130 is considered to be brought into the small world. It is also good to give them to Shelgon and Zorua as training object. After all, this is a quasi-elite level sparring partner. After doing all this, Lin Chen also took back all the Pokemon. After all, everyone has suffered some injuries after a series of battles, especially Guzzlord, who was directly hit by the Dragon Pulse of the elite quasi god Hydreigon and was seriously injured. Although he got better after eating some food, he was still weak inside and still needed to use Life Orb to heal to prevent some hidden injuries from affecting the potential of Pokemon. After collecting the spoils, Lin Chen was about to leave, but he stopped after walking 2 steps. What's wrong? Seeing this, Mu Yulong thought there was something else to explain and was about to ask. Suddenly he saw Lin Chen running back quickly net to the body of the Red Moon Elite. Then he took out his mobile phone. Seeing this familiar scene, Mu Yulong understood what Lin Chen wanted to do and his face was very strange. This guy is really too. I can do something fun now. Click click. Lin Chen specially found various angles around the Red Moon Elite and also posed the red moon mark on his clothes. He took a chapter of photos and uploaded them casually. Just like the last time net to the G20 train, he gave it a title. After several hot searches, the number of fans of Lin Chen's account has already exceeded 5 million. As soon as this post came out, it was like a meteorite falling on the sea, stirring up thousands of huge waves. Within a few minutes, the number of clicks on the personal homepage skyrocketed. Then countless people rushed to enter and watch, and they were stunned after seeing it. One post a sensation on the entire network. Chapter 277: The Secret of the Forbidden God, the killing god that makes the dark world fear. For a while the network was boiling. Directly landing on a hot search, it attracted a lot of attention, causing Lin Chen's personal homepage to start to freeze. And under this post the number of replies soared. Soon the number reached 99999 plus, and it was still soaring. But someone immediately began to refute and pointed out the real hammer in the photo. Just a photo instantly caused a sensation and heated discussion on the internet. This time it was not just a simple massacre, but it represented the breaking of the limits of mortals. God Lin with his mortal body trampled on the iron law that is almost impossible to break. He told everyone with his fist that you can't break it simply because you are not strong enough. Lin Chen searched the Red Moon Elite again, and after making sure there were no other spoils, he said goodbye to Mu Yulong and turned away directly. Mu Yulong looked at Lin Chen's departing back, touched his white beard and hair, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, Lin Chen is really a black-bellied kid killing people and hurting their heart. Now I'm afraid that the rats in the dark world will be scared and will not show up again in a short time and will lie dormant for a while. However, Mu Yulong did not hate Lin Chen's arrogance but admired it. Since he has this ability, why can't he be young and frivolous? Good. He couldn't help but admire it twice and then recalled what Lin Chen asked, muttering to himself, Twilight Parliament. Although he didn't know, Mu Yulong was not a fool and guessed that the Red Moon Elite must be related to the so-called Twilight Parliament. It is very likely that a large mysterious organization can be involved in the elite level, and the smell of conspiracy is diffused in it. I hope it's not them. The power of God is also a taboo. With a sigh, he disappeared with the wind. On the other side, the heat on the internet did not decrease at all. The popularity of Lin Chen's photo soared and soon rushed to the hot search list. Although there are many solid hammers, there are still many netizens who don't believe it. After all, in this era, photos can be Photoshop. Who can tell whether it is true or false? But not long after, a post with the official logo of the Alliance was on the hot search. In addition to the photos of the scene, it also came with clues obtained by the official prosecutor's investigation and a simulated video of the situation at the time. The prosecutor who appeared on the screen first accurately found the entry traces of the 12 Red Moon leaders. Direct and fair report: in Langshi near the imperial capital Severil, all senior members of Red Moon have been captured. According to their account, the leader of Red Moon has sneaked into the imperial capital and attacked Lin Chen at the Candidate Hotel and other provinces, and they are only responsible for the support. Then we found the energy fluctuation of the space prop Dark Arena near the hotel. Dark Arena is an extremely rare and vicious prop. It can temporarily isolate a space to complete their assassination plan. When it was played here, everyone held their breath and began to comment. The barrage surged wildly and the video suddenly cut to a follow-up angle. It was obviously shot from the hotel. In the picture, a crack appeared above the broken Dark Arena. Then the scarred Hydreigon fled in a hurry. For a moment everyone was speechless. No matter how vivid the TET description is, none of them are as impactful as the direct images. Such an elite-level quasi-god Pokemon actually fled like a dog. It is really amazing. Then the blue dread light column that penetrated the world and was seen by the whole imperial capital was like a sword of the gods, instantly evaporating half of the body of the elite-level Hydreigon. The terrifying power shocked countless netizens in other cities. If this fell to the ground, wouldn't most of the city be reduced to ashes? The real power of natural disasters. And the screen continued to switch. Many netizens wanted to smash their screens because they couldn't see what happened in the Dark Arena. Such a wonderful scene couldn't be captured. But the NET moment, everyone was stunned. Guzzlord swallowed Hydreigon directly, still extremely brutal. And Lin Chen's indifferent prescient and condescending attitude made him look like the incarnation of the supreme demon god who ruled the world. And the Red Red Moon elite was begging on the ground. For a moment it was hard to tell who was the villain. Then the video continued to play and the desperate Red Moon elite was suddenly shot in the head while talking to Lin Chen. Netizens could not feel the mysterious immortal aura but only saw Lin Chen retreating gracefully as if he didn't want his clothes to be dirty, with an elegant killing aristocratic posture. Even the barrage was shocked and stopped for a moment, then it came like a tide. Compared to the happy discussions of countless alliance netizens, the dark world is dead silent. In the night town on the border of the Xia Kingdom Alliance, flashing neon lights never the mechanical gears rang out in the sky above the town. Countless people were talking in the tavern on the street, but they were all silent and the air pressure was abnormally low. This was a huge blow to the dark world. A big man with tattoos all over his face couldn't help but sigh. The 12th Red Moon is completely over. After the voice fell, the others saw the news of the alliance and looked at the broken corpse of the Red Moon elite. Everyone took a deep breath and talked about it. No one dares to accept Lin Chen's bounty now. What a joke, even the elites were killed. Even if the trump card was used, no one dared to go unless those top dark elites took action. This guy has become a force to be reckoned with. This killing god really did what he said and destroyed the 12 Red Moon. The great demon king is really a demon king. But do you think it is possible that he used some trump card and now he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside? It is possible. You go and try it first. Get out, I don't want to die yet. No matter how they talked about it, everyone had one thought in their heart: the dark world is about to change. Chapter 278. The Shura field is in progress. The mythical genius that shocked the world. Please subscribe. In just a few hours the official announcement of the alliance has spread all over the country. Even the people of several nearby alliances saw the news and began to doubt their lives. A student who just finished the college entrance examination, he actually fought against the elite and he succeeded. Many people in other alliances were jealous and wished that Lin Chen was born in their alliance. And on the dark web of the dark world, it was also boiling. After all, any elite level strongman is already at the top of the pyramid and is called a mobile disaster. The main combat power of the major alliances, in addition to the champion who has entered the realm of God as a stabilizer, is to compete in the number of elite. An elite, even a dark elite Yunlu, is a major event that shakes the entire alliance. The discussion is endless and various posts have already flooded the screen. The 12 Red Moons were considered a powerful force in the dark world before, but they got in trouble with such a killing god and were directly uprooted. Where are the original group of arrogant 12 Red Moon members? Aren't there still some people? Why are they all cowards now? Come out and say something if you have the gut. It seems that the guy upstairs has suffered at the hands of the 12 Red Moons and now he can be regarded as avenged. Although I knew that the 12 Red Moons would fall, I didn't expect that the elite level leader would also be killed. Ha ha ha, stop shouting, they dare not come out. The killing god said that the 12 Red Moons are over and they came out to kill the god and taunt. How ridiculous, using such a rare prop in the dark arena they were all killed. What kind of monster is this Lin Chen? And the last time Sucker Punch G20 train SI Quasi elites were sent like this, they are quite persistent. I feel that 133 is very efficient. Quasi elites attacked the god of killing who had not even reached the professional level at that time. Less than a month has passed and the elites are attacking again. It can be said that they are out in full force. It's a pity that they encountered a bug like Lin Chen. What kind of monster is this Lin Chen? This god of killing shouldn't target us, right? In the dark world most people are watching coldly and even have the idea of the 12 Red Moons territory. When the 12 Red Moons were victorious, no one dared to talk about them like this. No one has ever doubted the strength of the Red Moon, and those are actually killed. With a quasi-elite sitting in the organization, it can be ranked among the second-rate organizations. What's more, there are 12 quasi-elites in the 12 Red Moon. There is an elite above them giving orders. Therefore, in the early years the 12 Red Moons were also considered a powerful force in the dark world, relying on iron-blooded means to conquer a lot of territory. Those who disobeyed them were killed. I just didn't expect that such a powerful organization would end up like this, which is a bit sad. Of course, most of them are just the death of the rabbit and the grief of the FO. At the same time as countless members of the dark organization were terrified, they couldn't help but sigh. I just hate that Lin Chen can't join the dark world. Otherwise they definitely want to follow such a boss. The Long family of the imperial capital. Long Yuking had just finished taking a shower, changed into a fluffy pink pajamas and fiddled with her wet black hair. After a big battle she went home and lay comfortably on the sofa. At this time she just saw the news. At first she saw the role of the dark arena in the hot search video saying that the Red Moon elite used it to sneak attack Lin Chen. Long Yuking tightly grasped the corner of her cloth and was extremely worried. Then she saw that Lin Chen succeeded in defeating the elite and she was relieved. Then she couldn't help laughing and whispered softly, compared with the college entrance examination, you have improved so fast. You have done what others can't do. You are worthy of it. Holding the phone, Long Yuking Ying's mouth corners slightly raised and her eyes were full of expectation. In her mind the scene when Lin Chen came home has already come to mind. Thinking of this, Long Yuking couldn't help but send a message to ask how Lin Chen is now. I thought I would get a reply soon, but it turned out to be muddy and deep in the sea, and there was no reply for a long time. Long Yuking tossed and turned, unable to sleep. On the other side, Tan Taiyu had just come out of the training ground at home. After returning from Tianziyuan, she had been training, hoping to catch up with Lin Chen. In her mind the scenes of fighting with Lin Chen kept appearing, simulating battles again and again, and she felt that if she used the power of deification again she might be able to compete with him. Finally caught up a little bit, Tan Taiyu hadn't had time to be happy and suddenly saw the video played in the news on the big screen in the training ground. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Chen has improved again, and the counter-attack against the elite was successful. The back figure she just saw was gone again. Even a genius like Tan Taiyu couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, but soon a strong fighting spirit ignited in his eyes and he murmured, "I will catch up with you." Then he also sent a message. The result, there was no reply. At night the two girls tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and they both thought that Lin Chen might be chatting with each other. Gnashing teeth, the Shura field is in progress. Chu Zener, who was just in the imperial capital and was not in a hurry to go home, looked a little lost after seeing the news and couldn't help but sighed. "You are getting farther and farther away from us now. You are like the sun, once it rises it will shine on everything and will never go out. Maybe I will never catch up with you." Chu Zener clenched his fist and pursed his lips. "But I will watch you step onto the top of the world step by step. When you look back I will always be behind you." Celadon Rainbow Forest. Ranger Lao Dai just finished training for Miss Dreva. When he saw the news his pupils suddenly contracted and he trembled and said, this is an elite, and he was killed. Although he knew that Lin Chen was destined to rise, he didn't expect that he could defeat the elite now. Wouldn't he tear the champion apart and suppress the 8 alliances in the future? How far will you go in the future? Teacher, finding a trainer for Bagon is the best choice I have made in my life. It will definitely surpass you. Old Dai looked at the sky in the distance, tears flashing in his eyes. The young boy who once stepped into the Celadon Rainbow Forest for the first time has become a legend in the alliance. No, it should be a myth of the whole world in the future. Chapter 279. The power of the creation of the god, killing people and plotting dark gold treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. A large amount of news is constantly released, making Lin Chen's the post kept hitting the top of the hot search list, and the popularity on the internet was unprecedentedly high. It only took half a day to top the hot search list. It even took at least the top 3 places on the hot search list of other alliances. It can be said that the whole world was shocked. At this time Lin Chen had returned to the hotel and did not pay attention to the hot searches on the internet. Hidden merit and fame. As soon as he entered the door, the manager of the hotel was waiting here. As soon as he saw Lin Chen, he said respectfully, "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, can you come to the VIP room to talk?" Lin Chen naturally knew the reason why they came. After all, he was in the hotel, so for the reputation of the hotel the other party had to express his opinion. What's more, Chu Xiu is not an ordinary person but a peerless, ruthless man who slaughtered the elite. Even the hotel was a little panicked, fearing that this killing god would be angry. Lin Chen nodded and nodded in agreement, so in the awe-inspiring eyes of the waiter he walked to the VIP room. Many service staff and some guests were also secretly watching him. Even with Lin Chen's keen perception he could hear whispers from afar. "See, this is the ruthless man who killed the elite. The great devil who doesn't know who doesn't know. At such a young age you already have the strength to stand at the top of the world. I'm so envious. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you." Lin Chen didn't care. After entering the VIP room, the general manager of the hotel came up and said repeatedly, "I'm sorry I didn't greet Mr. Lin in person, please take a seat." After the manager made tea he went to the door and left. After some politeness with the general manager said sincerely, "It is true that our hotel's security is not good enough," which frightened Mr. Lin. "Not necessarily." After discussing, our hotel expressed its willingness to pay 10 million to compensate Mr. Lin's mental loss. I hope you will forgive me. In addition, this is our permanent diamond VIP card. With this card you can live in the top Blue Yuri suite for free in any hotel under our umbrella in the Xiaoguo Alliance. Then he pushed over a bank card and a diamond card. Okay. Lin Chen did not refuse and nodded to accept it. He could see that the hotel also had a lot of intentions to make friends. After all, if an elite-level strongman appeared in the hotel it would be impossible for any hotel security to discover it, not to mention safety protection. It must be said that he was able to open such a large hotel in the imperial capital and contracted the reception of all candidates from other provinces. In the business world he is obviously a shrewd businessman. After accepting the things, Lin Chen did not stay for too long. After a few simple greetings with the general manager he was escorted to a luxurious suite. As soon as he returned to the room and locked the doors and windows. Lin Chen quickly entered the new world. He released all the Pokemon directly. Come out everyone. Several white lights flashed and all the Pokemon appeared in front of him. The Pokemon who had experienced the battle were all seriously injured and the rest of the Pokemon also looked serious. There are so many. A grin roared softly. At this time the blood-colored armor on its body was completely broken and many places revealed the original color of its muscle. There were even traces of blood seeping out. It used life return to forcibly heal itself and then released a fierce attack, Iron Hoof Ray. Even though its body was strong, such repeated injuries were a huge burden on its body. Reverse attack on Elite, and it was an elite level Quasi-God Pokemon. It was far from as easy as it looked. After a game it was almost exhausted. From this we can see why the reverse attack on Elite could cause such a huge sensation. Guzzlord on the side was also covered with scars. In the deep blue giant mouth 2 giant tongues were weakly pulled in it. It was hidden by the Quasi-God Elite and the Dragon Pulse that restrained the Dragon type. If it wasn't for its strong defense it would have died long ago. Fortunately this guy still stockpiled some food. Emergency treatment. Gluttony's healing ability is also a bug in a sense. Lucky Chinzi, who was standing by, felt so distressed when she saw this. She stretched out her pink little round hands and wanted to treat them immediately. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to stop her and said softly, Chinzi, go cook for everyone first, leave this to me. After all, although Chinzi's healing ability is top-notch, her strength is really too poor. Not to mention healing all Pokemon, even healing a Guzzlord can make her exhausted. It's better to use the life gem directly. Chinzi also understood this and couldn't help but sigh. She looked at Agrin and the others with heartache and felt a little disappointed. This is the first time I want to improve my strength so much. Guzzlord, who was standing by, urged her heartlessly. Go, I'm waiting for you to cook a big meal. For Guzzlord, Chinzi's fried eggs are top-notch food. Lucky Chinzi saw this scene, put on an apron and nodded. It means that the fried eggs tonight will be doubled. But there was not much enthusiastic response and everyone was a little uninterested. Chinzi took small steps, looking back every few steps, and entered the kitchen arranged in the new world. Lin Chen directly took out the life gem and treated Agrin and Guzzlord. He looked at all the Pokemon and whispered, everyone has worked hard. Huido. Agrin growled, his eyes still full of fighting spirit. This time the fight was very enjoyable. Guzzlord on the side also agreed. The life gems emitted a shining light and the supreme power of creation was activated. Countless life energies flowed slowly into their bodies like stream, healing the injuries bit by bit while repairing the burning potential. With the existence of the life gems, these skills that are Kryptonian life for others are just some powerful abilities with no side effects for Lin Chen. Treat them as normal attacks for you. Cheating players just do whatever they want. Under the helping hand of the life gems, Agrin's blood-colored armor slowly healed bit by bit and the broken tendons, blood vessels, etc. in the body were also constantly repaired. But their injuries were too serious. Even with the creation of the gods, it takes a certain amount of time to completely heal. Seeing this scene, the rest of the Pokemon were silent. For the first time they felt that the world was not only beautiful but also because Agrin and the others were protecting them. They couldn't help but feel annoyed that they were not strong enough to protect their master. Chimi asked for her flowers. Melodic was depressed and looked at Agrin and Guzzlord with a little apology. Shelgon looked serious and let out a low dragon roar. I wish I could evolve into Salamence now. Fight side by side with everyone. Sheiji Tajapai, who has always been everyone's happy fruit, shook his fingers and looked a little lost. Even though it was like a child, it began to grow up. Jiaqiang. A hint of covet flashed in Servine's eyes and then he sat down under the world tree again in silence. Continue to practice. She likes to explain everything with action. Aha. Zorua, who was usually lively, lowered his head and hugged Grizius Orb, wondering what he was thinking. Yee. Sylvian shook his pink tail, rubbed Lin Chen's arm with his head and looked a little disappointed. If he could turn on the Immortal Emperor mode this time, the battle would not be so difficult. As a dragon slayer, its strength is still too low. It's okay, you've done a good job. Lin Chen touched her head, then looked at all the Pokemon, clapped his hands and made a sound to attract all the Pokemon to look at him. Lin Chen looked at his Pokemon and comforted them. Okay, we won. Why are you all so unhappy? If you don't know, you might think we lost. What's more, even if we can't win, we can retreat to the new world, so there's no danger. Everyone cheer up and rella. After Lin Chen's comfort, the Pokemon became happy again. However, this time the Pokemons have grown up a lot. Shelgon and Zorua, who have always been the most playful, have already run to the side to start training, hoping to evolve as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded secretly and recognized that his Pokemons were working hard. Although he won this time, he did find that when encountering multiple enemies, the top combat power was already a bit stretched. It's time to improve the overall strength of the Pokemon. However, most Pokemon have already opened new forms. Just need to train steadily to make great progress. Wait for me to find the corresponding Mega Evolutionary Stone for them. Maybe everyone will be able to surpass the elite by then. Not long after, Chinzi also prepared the meal. The delicious meal instantly broke the defense of Shelgon, Zorua and Guzzlord, 3 foodies. They rushed over to eat. The rest of the Pokemon were also hungry and came to eat. Even Lin Chen was enjoying Chinzi's cooking. It was a real treat to eat delicious food after the battle. After a hearty meal, the Pokemons spontaneously trained. Lin Chen nodded and then planned to deal with another matter. In fact, the reason why he returned to the new world so quickly was not only to treat the Pokemon but also for another reason. At that time, after killing the Red Moon Elite, Lin Chen, who was originally planning to leave, turned back to take pictures. In fact, taking pictures was just a cover-up. His real purpose was to take away a dark gold treasure chest that he plotted after killing the elite. PS: the SITH update 20000 words are presented. There will be patches to the treasure chest mechanism, but it will not be messed up. A new plot will start tomorrow. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote 1000. Chapter 280, Blood of the Supreme Beast, capture shiny Rayquaza. Please collect. Please subscribe. I almost missed it. Fortunately, I took a closer look. There was actually a dark gold treasure chest among the elite level strongmen and corpses. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. For him, it was the first time to get a treasure chest in this new way. Of course, this was also the first time he killed an elite level strongman like. Then I'll take a look what's the difference between this dark gold treasure chest and the others. Lin Chen's mind moved, and the 2 things in the box that he had opened before, which he had groped on the corpse and pretended to collect spoils, floated straight over, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Chen's eyes were first attracted by the items on the left. A narrow mouth glass bottle with a narrow top and a wide bottom. The blue dread liquid inside looked familiar. It seemed that I had seen it somewhere. Why does it look familiar? Lin Chen shook the red liquid in the glass bottle and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the potion that Red Moon Elite threw when Hydreigon advanced again? He carefully looked at the liquid in the bottle. The bright red color was like thick 133 plasma. It seemed that the color was more intense than the bottle used by Red Moon Elite. Lin Chen immediately opened the eye of all-knowing, and a huge amount of data instantly flooded into his mind. It's really the potion of God, and it's a complete version. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. It's actually an enhanced version of the potion of God used by the Red Moon Elite. This basically shows that treasure chests will not only appear in some places where energy gathers or are difficult to reach. There are other ways to obtain them. For example, it is also possible to kill people to get treasure chests, but there is a special mechanism. At present, it is impossible to determine the fundamental reason for its appearance. Is it because the elite who mastered the power of the law died, or is it caused by the trace of immortal power felt in the Red Moon Elite? Especially this potion, it has already involved a certain beast. If treasure chest can be dropped by elite level and above, it is also a good thing. In the future, killing people and dropping treasure chests can quickly accumulate a large amount of resources, but we can only wait and see in the future. Lin Chen did not think about it anymore. After all, the sample size is too small. He still has to experiment, then kill a few more elites in the dark world. If others knew about it, they would probably be speechless. Elite level is already considered a strong man at the top of the pyramid, but in Lin Chen's eyes he has become a test subject. However, Lin Chen also has this confidence. Although this victory is very difficult, it has given him a chance to defeat elite, and he also knows that elite is just a starting point. In order to achieve the ambition of the Divine Beast team, he must reach the champion level to be qualified to face those Divine Beasts or even capture the shiny black Rayquaza. That is a man's dream. However, although he had ideas in his mind, Lin Chen did not treat elite as cabbage. Tactically despise the opponent but still go all out in battle. As for the God potion in front of him, although the side effects are obvious, it is a magic medicine for him now. After all, in the eyes of others, burning vitality and potential is extremely costly. Using it once means that the Pokemon is scrapped and there is no hope of upgrading. But for Lin Chen, who has the life gem, it is not worth mentioning. Instead, he only needs to consider which Pokemon to choose to upgrade to the quasi-elite stage. After using the God potion, he can temporarily enter the elite level. At present, the closest one is Guzzlord. After this battle, his strength has improved significantly. It seems that he should be the first to reach the peak of quasi-elite. At that time, with Agron's Mega Evolution, it is enough to be regarded as having 2 elite, or further strengthen Agron's strength. Although it is only a short-term Eparian's card, it is enough to become the strongest trump card to reverse the situation at a critical moment. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he couldn't help but sighed. It is worthy of being a dark gold treasure bow. It smells so good. Then he stretched and looked at the second item. It is more like a ball of half black and half gold energy than an item. Like a ball of gas, it floats in the air. Under the skin of the eye of all-knowing, its properties are known. The introduction is concise and easy to understand. Lin Chen stretched out his right hand in surprise and and placed it on the energy ball, quickly absorbing it. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes and a lot of knowledge emerged in his mind. He had some experience in the training of Dark and Dragon Pokemon. For example, the training methods of Dark Pokemon and Dragon Pokemon are very important for the physical strength of these two Pokemon. Disassembling it on Guzzlord means that it can train its ability to resist attack. In addition to the giant tongue in the mouth, the FLE ability of the whole body. Of course, there are various matching props, effects matching and use time. For example, the evil spirit grass is cooked with black apricorn at 600 degrees Celsius for 40 minutes and then left for half an hour. After Guzzlord takes it, he can directly strengthen Guzzlord's skill power. There are also dragon blood bone. After grinding into powder me with a large can of milk and brew at a ratio of 1:20. After drinking it can strengthen its physique, which is a must-have recipe after training. There are also black glasses that can increase the power of dark skills after wearing them. Just thinking of Guzzlord wearing glasses, all the members are directly evil. With these training experiences and training method, the strength of Pokemon can be improved faster. Of course, it costs more. Training Pokemon is burning money. Lin Chen looked at Guzzlord, helplessly grinned and couldn't help complaining, this thing is really burning money. Fortunately, the most difficult meal money has been settled, otherwise I will really go bankrupt. At this time Guzzlord had no idea that he had been disliked. Growl, holding the gourmet tablecloth, directly began to overeat. I want to make up for my physical strength. Ah, it's so delicious. Such a life is too cool. The bug item, the gourmet tablecloth, is a treasure that can enhance the loyalty of the Guzzlord tribe. But not long after Guzzlord ate, he caught a glimpse of his master's eyes staring at him and muttered, how should I do the special training of anti-strike ability? He immediately understood that he was being targeted. I just finished fighting. Suddenly the food in my mouth didn't smell so good. Guzzlord was a little tearful and then he opened his posture, opened his deep blue mouth, and two giant tongues shot out and began to sweep across the gourmet tablecloth, turning grief and anger into appetite. The other Pokemon on the side couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. They are very keen on watching the show and eating melon. And Agrin on the side did not continue to train his physical strength. After all, it has reached this point. It is already difficult to be broken by 4-2. The new skill that it learned this time, the Iron Hoof Ray, gave it a new understanding. It sat cross-legged and comprehended the power of the steel law from giving. Before it started, the curious Shelgon surrounded it. Is there anything to pay attention to in Mega Evolution? After all, it also has a Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite which will be used after it evolves again. It can be used after becoming a Salamin. So come and learn in advance. Try to become that handsome. More. Agrin was stunned for a moment, facing the question of the little sister. She, as the big sister, thought seriously for a long time. Finally she summed up an answer that she thought was correct. Inho. Very cool. From giving. Shelgon was confused after hearing it and turned around. Agrin, I came here to learn, not to listen to bragging. You will have no friends if you are so Versailles. PS First Update Chapter 281 Shura Field Era. Gardevoir's wife is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. K-Duo. Agrin, the brutal overlord in the eyes of countless people, was a little helpless when looking at the angry Shelgon. He scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. She could be cruel and bloodthirsty to the outside world, but for her family she has always been extremely gentle. She lacked family affection since she was a child, so she has a relationship like covet. Anyone who dares to destroy all this will be ruthlessly torn apart by her. This little guy should be evolved into Salamence as soon as possible. Lin Chen saw this scene and nodded. After all, the strength of the quasi-god after evolution is still obvious to all, and it can also make up for its shortcomings in air defense ability. Salamence, that is the overlord of the sky. From here, Shelgon was still circling around Agrin, which made Agrin a little difficult. After Mega Evolution I just felt that I had unlimited power, but if I really want to describe it, it can't be described in words. It can only be summarized in one sentence: very cool. It's so damn cool. Aha. Zorua jumped over lightly and patted his old friend and dining partner Shelgon. Let's go eat first. From here, Shelgon gave up on reaching a conclusion and nodded, not forgetting to stick out his tongue at Agrin in Versailles. When I evolve into Salamence I will also go to Mega Evolution. I will also come to Versailles then. Yee. On the other side, Sylvian hopped to the master's side. The big bow on the ear bound. Just when she wanted to get close to the master, a pink tentacle suddenly attacked her and she turned around and saw that her old rival 31 Melodic was here again. Their temporary alliance broke again. Chimi. Melodic waved his tentacles, his snake tail swaying in the air, his eyes full of jealousy. The pink tentacles on the forehead fluttered and then the tentacles tied Sylvian up and dragged him away. Let go. We just agreed to train together. Sylvian just broke free with a face full of reluctance. I want to stick with my master. Then Melodic directly turned on the Ice King mode, tied Sylvian again and then shook his wings. A cool breeze blew up, countless ice crystals fell and then left here. Not long after, an energy explosion came from a distance and the war had begun. The Shura field broke out again. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and couldn't help sighing. This is the so-called good sisters tearing each other more fiercely, seeing them killing and loving each other so much, the bonds between them. But they have long been inseparable. Jia and not far from where Sylvian and Melodic were fighting under the world tree, Servine couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at the earth-shaking battle over there. Even if it was just a practice battle, she couldn't get involved. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes and then turned into a strong fighting spirit. When she is strong enough, she will also join the ranks of competing for the master. Jia Servine couldn't help but activate the world tree form, and a golden crown surrounded her body. Amid the emotional fluctuations, Servine actually advanced to a small level. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that the Shura field is the password to become stronger? Scumbag training method. Do you want to try it? Lin Chen took a deep breath and drove away the random thoughts in his mind. But he happened to see Tijipai not far away. Tijipai was drowsy at this time, almost unable to stand, and then leaned against the world tree and squinted. Lin Chen thought about it. This little guy has indeed become more and more sleepy recently. It's like he has a sleepy bug and can fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Tijipai hit yawn, shook his finger and fell asleep again. Lin Chen was quite worried. Looking at Tijipai, he then opened the eye of Alziying. After carefully checking her, he did not find anything abnormal. On the contrary, the spiritual energy in Tijipai's body was very full, which oppressed her body. She was in the running-in stage, so she was sleepy. Could it be? A thought arose in Lin Chen's mind. Could it be that Tijipai was going to evolve? Thinking of this, Lin Chen daydreamed for a while. After reaching the professional level, only Tijipai's form remained unchanged. Due to the form, when it uses the shaking finger, even if it can shake out high-level skills stably, the power it can exert is extremely limited. After evolution, it must be a powerful special attacker. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, but he heard a sigh. Ralu. He turned around and saw Raul sitting on the grass looking depressed, curled up on the ground looking depressed. Lin Chen was a little surprised, then slowly walked over and whispered, Ralts, what's wrong? You were fine while eating just now. Why did you suddenly shut yourself up? Lalu. Ralts then realized that her master had arrived and quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. She opened her telepathy and whispered, Ralts, I'm not unhappy. Hearing this, Lin Chen said softly, Ralts, are you unhappy because of what happened in the last battle? Ralts, who was hit by Lin Chen's word, couldn't hold it back for a moment. Then she threw herself into her master's arms, crying and saying Ralt feels that she is useless. Last time she couldn't even do a small thing like teleport. Lin Chen gently stroked Ralt's ice blue hair and said softly, that's because Hongye used a special item, not Ralt problem. Besides, didn't Ralt's last telepathy establish a connection between me and Agran? That's why I successfully started Mega Evolution. Ralt's has always been the best in my heart. Lin Chen is an expert at COA-ing girls. Since Ralt's is upset because of her incompetence, she should praise her for her good performance and show her appreciation. Not only will she not become a bootlicker, but she will instantly gain a lot of favorability. If it were in the previous life, they would just go out to eat and watch a movie and then have some cultural exchanges. This is how serious people make friends. Hearing Lin Chen's comfort, Ralt slowly raised her head and the insecurity in her eyes gradually dissipated. Her telepathy sounded really. Lin Chen nodded firmly and then stretched out his fist. Ralt also stretched out his little hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. The two fists, one big and one small, gently collided. Ralt felt warm all over, surrounded by love, and looked at his master with more and more attachment. As long as he stayed by his master's side and felt his breath, he would be happy in this life. Ding! Accompanied by the strong surge of thoughts, a white light suddenly emerged from Ralt's body. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and then his eyes were full of surprise. This is the light of evolution. Countless psychic energies surged in her body and then turned into energy particles required for evolution. Ralts looked at her body in surprise. Tears welled up in her eyes and she looked towards the world tree where the coordinates of her parents' return were. Mom and Dad, did you see it? Ralt's evolution. And all this was brought by the master. Energy particles constantly surrounded her. The eyes of the other Pokemon were attracted and they all looked curious. After a long time, the energy particles merged into the body. Ralt's form began to change. Chirrut! A soft growl came and Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Ralt's evolution is complete. Kurla is here. Kurla's body is white. It looks like she is wearing a ballet skirt with very slender blue leg. It looks particularly light and elegant. Her hair does not completely cover her eyes like before the evolution, but has blue bangs that fall to her shoulders. It feels quite ladylike. If she goes to participate in the gorgeous competition, she will definitely get a very high ranking. The two red horns also changed their positions, located on both sides of the head, 133, looking like two hairpins, adding a bit of playfulness to it. Shalu! Kurla, a different color, excitedly threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and suddenly became more clingy. No no longer so shy but with a bit more mature charm. It feels like a girl has grown up. Lin Chen's eyes are full of expectation, evolution, so it's not far from Shiny Gardevoir's wife. Lin Chen vaguely remembers that after Shiny Gardevoir's wife Mega Evolution she seemed to be wearing a black skirt. Breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Kuang I can. Ahem, no, what are you thinking about? This is Pokemon. Lin Chen, you have to stick to the bottom line. Just when Lin Chen silently cheered himself up, Sylvian, who stopped fighting on the side, lost the highlight in his eyes and jealousy filled the air. It has already entered the Yandere. As soon as it evolves it comes to seduce the master. I originally thought you were just a little girl. The wolf ambition was posed so quickly. Damn, is this what they say in palace fighting dramas, that the suddenly rising palace maids are the most dangerous? Yee! Sylvian cried out and then pounced on Lin Chen, also wanting to win his favor. Meow. Melodic on the side did not stop him and rushed over to charm. After all, in her opinion the trainer is her private property. Can't let the 2/6ends get ahead. The rest of the Pokemon came to join in the fun. Slow down Eevee, don't tickle me, ha 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 ha, and Melodic, don't constrict me with your tail, I'm suffocating, and Agrin, don't even think about coming over, I'm going to die. Lin Chen held one in each hand, feeling the enthusiasm of the Pokemons, and hurriedly stopped them. He hadn't gotten the breath of madness, the first type of anthropomorphic hand, yet. If they pounce on me like this they'll be crushed to death. There's no rush to pounce on me when you have it. Although he said he was too tired, Lin Chen felt this feeling very much. It's great that everyone is here all the time. Chapter 282 Publish Fairy Department Paper Sensational Xiaoguo Alliance. Please collect. Please subscribe. For the NET half-month Lin Chen lived in the hotel. When he had nothing to do he would go to the new world to train Pokemon. After a period of time all Pokemon have made great progress. Then he was waiting for the opening day of the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Chen had long been thinking about the 3 secret realms of the Imperial Capital Academy, and he would definitely enter them as soon as possible after the school started. Maybe there will be many surprises waiting for him, especially exploring the high-quality treasure chest that may exist inside. It would be great if he could find another diamond-level treasure chest. But before that he still had to prepare some supplies. Lin Chen went to the training center and made some poke blocks for his own use. Now he doesn't have to hide too much, but it different from the previous Versailles. At that time the speed was really fast and we could kill time in the poke blocks room. Now the Pokemons on hand are all big eaters. Just for the dragon type poke blocks we have to prepare 5000. After all, Guzzlord and Shelgon can eat 10 of them at once, but there is no other way for cultivation, and we have to prepare more ghost type poke block, and Zorua has already shown the tendency to inherit the habit of eating. On the contrary, it took several days to make the block for our own use. Then we made some blocks of slightly lower quality with the Etra scraps. We sold some of them and made 7 or 8 million. Then we had to go to the Pokemon cultivation market again. The evil soul grass and dragon blood bones prepared for Guzzlord are both valuable. There are also some training supplies for other Pokemon. In an instant all the money Lin Chen had just earned was emptied. He was also a little helpless and couldn't help but sigh that he really spent money like water. I feel like I am just a transit station. The money is gone once I get it. However, there is no other way to cultivate Pokemon. If you want to be strong you must use a lot of resources to pile up. This is also the fundamental reason why the energy of ordinary trainers is stronger than that of wild Pokemon of the same qualification. The scientific customization is the strongest training method employed by a large number of top breeders over countless years. If not strong you can really find a piece of tofu to kill yourself. Only ordinary people don't have so much money. Then you can also feed Pokemon except the big eater. After all, Pokemon can also eat ordinary people's food, but raising well and feeding are two completely different concepts. The difference in strength is huge. At the same time Lin Chen also looked for some precious minerals on the market, among which there might be Mega Evolutionary Stoneite of various Pokemon. It can be regarded as a small harvest. A total of 3 pieces of Evolutionary Stoneite were obtained. They are Pinsirite Sableye Evolutionary Stoneite and Sharpedo Evolutionary Stoneite. Although these are not used they can be bought at the price of ordinary fossils. Sell them at a high price in the future. However, such a collection of strange stones also made Lin Chen think that he could find a way to form a special mining team or enter some special ore secrets to search. In the following time Lin Chen visited these markets in the imperial capital. It also brought him a lot of trouble. After all, wherever he went there were discussions and many young girls looked at him shyly. From time to time someone would come to ask for an autograph. Sure enough, being famous is a troublesome thing. It made Lin Chen feel that being too charming is also a bad thing, especially on the hot search. His hot search has always been high. The popularity of the elite reverse not only did not dissipate because of Lin Chen's low profile, but it became more and more intense. Even other alliances have known Lin Lin Chen's name, it can be said that he is known to the world. He has truly become a world-class celebrity. Every time at this time Lin Chen always says Versailles this damn hot search physique, but it was just a joke. In fact, he didn't care much about being famous and he didn't have the idea of becoming an internet celebrity. If he wasn't shopping, he would stay in the hotel most of the time. In addition to training Pokemon during the day, he was doing something big at night. Ahem. Of course it wasn't to change stories about Steely and Cloyster. He was writing a paper. So during the day he always watched Fairy One Step and Kurla train in person. This made other Pokemon envious and they wished they could become little fairies themselves. Sure, good. Well done. Kurla continued to use Psybeam. A colorful beam of light shot out instantly and the high-level professional Alakazam in the distance hurriedly defended. He was the one from the Red Moon Elite because it was too much of a loss to sell it, and in the new world anyway its teleport couldn't escape at all, and with Guzzlord drooling friendly greeting it decisively backed down. It became the exclusive sparring partner for low-level Pokemon. As for the other one, it was so stubborn that Lin Chen admired it, so he released it directly into Guzzlord's stomach, well in front of Alakazam. Therefore every time Alakazam saw Lin Chen he couldn't help shivering. This guy is a demon in human skin, and Lin Chen was standing aside recording data with a pen and paper. The fierce attack was blocked by the light shield and Alakazam was in great pain, but he didn't dare to rella at all. Sylvian, who was standing by, heard Kurla being praised by her master. He was not happy about it and turned on Dazzling Gleam. He almost blew his opponent to death. Yee, be gentle, don't waste this precious sparring partner, Lin Chen criticized, causing Sylvian's ears to droop. Feeling indignant, he could only lower his strength to attack. Lin Chen continued to record the data. Alakazam and the others could not die under the illumination of the Tree of Life. They could only take the attack with a grunt. This was recorded in actual combat. Lin Chen finally got some accurate data on Sylvian and Ralts and collected a lot of special data while Tajapai rest. Then he organized it in detail. The paper was soon completed. Lin Chen thought about it and originally wanted to publish it after school started, but at that time he felt that he needed the elite of the top universities to provide power protection to protect himself and prevent being plunder the result. But now his own strength is enough, so he doesn't need to look ahead and behind, and no one dares to snatch the food from the god of killing. So after thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to publish it in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly turned on the computer and found the official website of the Xiaoguo Alliance Research Institute. After uploading the paper, he submitted it for review. Net just wait for the reply. As night fell, the reviewer of the Xiaoguo Alliance Research Institute was eating instant noodles while reviewing the submitted papers. It has to be said that reviewing is the most bitter and boring task. There is no surprise paper as imagined, and most of the time it is weird. Most of them are papers with many errors and no content. What's worse, a lot of junk files were sent over. Some people also play weird operations in the emails and attach some funny website. Which coder can't stand such a test? It's so boring. When I was playing funny art, you didn't even know where you were. An auditor was disdainful and didn't even have the interest to collect it in his own top 100 website library. He directly chose to delete it and reported the sender. People with connotation are tough. It seems that today is another day with nothing to gain. The auditor slurped a mouthful of instant noodles and sighed helplessly. Just when he wanted to finish today's work, he suddenly saw a special title. It's sensationalism again, and the 18th attribute. It has been confirmed that there are only 17 attributes now. The young people nowadays are really not good. They still want to restrain the dragon system. Do you think you are a Sylvian trainer? The auditor couldn't help but complain. Just when he was about to click delete, he saw a familiar name which made him stunned. This is Lin Chen, god of killing. He rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had read it wrong. But every paper needs real name authentication. Could it be the same name? With some expectation and doubt, the auditor clicked on Lin Chen's information. A handsome photo appeared in front of him. The auditor took a breath of cold air and he clicked on the content of the paper with trembling hands. But this title is enough to shock everyone. And the following is not a title party. A lot of data support even actual combat videos. Each point has enough arguments and the writing is extremely clear. It is much better than many junior Pokemon researchers in many countries. Not long after, the auditor's eyes were full of shock. Very good. Such detailed data and this amazing discovery. It will definitely cause a sensation in the entire alliance. No, it is a sensation in the whole world. He hurriedly opened the dialogue bow of Zhou Zheng, the researcher on duty. Team leader Zhou, the great devil Lin Chen has published a paper. Zhou Zheng, who was originally sitting under the microscope, heard the vibration of his phone and subconsciously glanced at it. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but he saw the long-awaited name appeared in this message. Zhou Zheng stopped his work directly, his eyes full of expectation. Then he quickly clicked on the paper uploaded by Lin Chen. When he saw the title, he couldn't help but admire it. Oh, it's worthy of him. Sure enough, arrogant. When Zhou Zhou Zheng nodded with satisfaction, but after reading the entire paper his E-Press Zion was dazed. After a long time he came back to his senses. His eyes were full of surprise and he said in shock, Lin Chen, he is really going to change the whole world this time. Such a discovery is probably the greatest discovery in 100 years or in 1,000 years. Zhou Zheng didn't hesitate anymore, stood up and patted his white coat. Then he printed out the paper and stepped into the deepest laboratory of the research institute. And there is the top scientific research council that represents the top of the academic world of Xiaoguo Alliance. Chapter 283, The Great Demon King Who Cuts the Leaks of the Pokemon World and Shocks the World. Please subscribe. In the high scientific research room of Xiaoguo. At this time Zhou Zheng stood respectfully aside listening to the discussions of many scientific research experts. In front of a long conference table of 10 meters square there sat a circle of old men in white coats accompanied by a large number of researchers. Any one of them is the pinnacle of academics in Xiaoguo Alliance and put them in the 8 major alliances. They are all top professors that are scrambled for. Most of them wear reading glasses and they all look serious at this time, but they can't hide the doubts in their eyes. A gray-haired old man sitting on the left spoke first. Mr. Wu, you called everyone here so late. Is there any major discovery? At the top of the conference table there was an old man with white hair and a childlike face sitting in a wheelchair. Although he can no longer walk, he is still energetic and his eager eyes are full of joy. His hoarse voice rang out slowly. The Subordinate Research Institute has submitted a paper. Hearing this everyone was puzzled. A paper submitted by a non-staff member? Is it worth such a big fuss? For their level every minute and every second is worth 1,000 gold and there is really no need to read a paper by a non-staff member. Wu had ejected it long ago and said softly, it's not considered a non-staff member. You know this person. It is the recently famous killing god Lin Chen who defeated the elite. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Another old man slowly said, I remember this kid very clearly. It was he who published the paper on Phoebe's evolution to melodic. He also became the youngest junior Pokemon researcher in the institute because of this. As soon as this was said everyone immediately recalled it, their eyes full of curiosity, and they said one after another, yes, it's 137. What has Lin Chen discovered? I remember that he used a strange Pokemon during the college entrance examination which is said to be immune to the energy of dragon Pokemon. Yes, it's the Pokemon called Sylveon. Did he announce how to make EV evolution into Sylveon? That would be a great discovery. The last time Phoebe's evolution to melodic someone did succeed, but the conversion rate is too low. If this is announced this time it is indeed a great discovery, but compared to this Lin Chen can actually defeat the elite, which is even more shocking. Such a strong man, I am afraid that our institute can't keep him. In the future he will be the top combat force of the Xiaoguo Alliance. Last time he said that he wanted to change the world, but I am very curious about what is in it. They talked a lot, but Mr. Wu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, kept smiling and said nothing. For a moment everyone was a little confused. They had a vague but inexplicable premonition. Something is going to change the whole world. Mr. Wu, don't keep us in suspense. The researchers looked at each other and laughed in unison. Old Wu smiled and waved. Zhou Zheng on the side took out the remote control and pressed the button. The white curtain facing the conference table fell and on it were Lin Chen's thesis materials. A series of TET materials came into view. All the researchers straightened their back and their eyes were full of covet. As time passed the surprise in their eyes became more and more intense. It has almost condensed into substance. This EV's evolution is not just evolutionary stone. I didn't expect there is such a thing as intimacy evolution. A professor who has been studying EV for many years was in tears and then wiped away the tears in his eyes with trembling hands and continued to read the content. The intimacy theory can even be converted into numbers through the strength of the skill. With these maybe we can train dragon slayers in a targeted manner. The slightly younger researcher also discovered a more important point at this time and was shocked at far more than Sylveon. Look here, the fairy attribute is proposed. That is to say the 17 attributes we thought of in the past are actually missing one. A total of 18 attribute. A white-haired female professor NET to Mr. Wu said happily. Yes, this is really an amazing discovery. They are immune to dragon energy and they are all walking dragon slayers. Although dragon Pokemon can learn skills of other attribute, this discovery will be enough to change the world pattern. Although dragon Pokemon will not decline, it is enough to fall from the altar. Fairy is simply too amazing. It is restrained by dark and steel. A professor from the Long family sat there with a serious expression. I don't know what he was thinking and a tangled look appeared on his face. A young Long family researcher brought by the side couldn't hold back and shouted in disbelief, this is impossible. Can you fully believe the hypothesis proposed by such a young person? Once these words came out it was like pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone, and he looked flustered, unable to accept the fact that the famous Pokemon of the Long family was not at the top of the food chain. brain. It was not because he was a fool but because he understood that once this was true the status of the Long family would also be affected. It involved his own interest. Although it was a question, it was also a part of science and others could not be prohibited from speaking out. However, to calm down this heated discussion temporarily, more people began to question it. Yes, Lin Chen is still so young. Although he is a top genius, he may not have enough experience in academic research, but the overall idea is also good. We still have to be cautious, but we can use this as a research direction. The instance of the fairy system with only one Pokemon now may just be a simple exception. Even with Sylveon's evolution chain, it is not enough to become a new system. Countless people were discussing, some supported, some opposed, some questioned, and of course some believed. In response, Mr. Wu listened for a long time, did not speak, just waved his hand. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Zhou Zheng on the side immediately understood, nodded, and then pressed the button on the remote control again. A series of extremely detailed data reports were spread out. It filled the entire screen. It first listed the fairy energy, fairy skills, and the difference from psychic. Then under each argument there were extremely detailed data notes. It made people have to believe it. In addition, it also demonstrated that in psychic some Pokemon actually belong to the fairy system. Eye-opening. Of course, Lin Chen did not list all Pokemon to minimize his own personal interest. Currently only two fairy Pokemon are proposed, Sylveon and Tijipai. Both are Pokemon that rely on intimacy evolution, and the most critical intimacy evolution theory is firmly in his hands. As for Gardevoir, wait until the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite is collected. In this way no one will compete with yourself. Cutting leaks alone. Of course, Lin Chen knew that with the joint research of many researchers in the Xiaoguo Alliance, many easy-to-find Pokemon may be directly classified as fairy, such as Jigglypuff. As for Gardevoir, before the Mega Evolution it was easy to be considered a simple psychic. In addition, it is extremely rare in the Quantitative Alliance, so it is not so easy to be discovered immediately. After reading it, everyone was already excited. Only the young researcher of the Long family could not help but slumped in the chair without saying a word. The rest were surprised and saw a vast new world. Tijipai's argument means that Sylveon is not an exception. Fairy field, a brand new Pokemon field. For this group of scientists it is completely a peerless beauty. Can't help wanting to explore. One of the professors thought of a question and asked with a serious look, Mr. Wu, should we make this news public? For a moment everyone's eyes were focused on Mr. Wu in the wheelchair. Mr. Wu took a deep breath and said slowly, I called you here for this matter. Once it is released it will definitely cause a sensation. Let's discuss it together and decide whether to make it public. There were many different opinions. I think science has no borders. Besides, we can mobilize the power of the entire alliance to conduct joint research. Science has no borders, but scientists do. The fairy system has too much influence on the dragon system. It is easy to cause a sensation and chaos if it is released. It would be bad if it becomes a weapon against the Long family. Yes, the fairy system is too threatening to the dragon system, and this is an opportunity for our Xia country alliance. We can completely block it and wait until we have enough advantages before making it public. Some of them support making all theories public so that humans can progress together. Some people also think that the Xia country alliance should keep it secret. The professor of the Long family frowned tightly, his eyes full of hesitation. After all, the blow of the fairy system to the dragon system is too great, but only by announcing it can the power of the entire alliance be mobilized. Together we will find fairy Pokemon, develop the strength of the alliance as quickly as possible, but it will also be known by spies from other alliances, forming an arms race. For a moment all the professors were thinking and struggling. I guess tonight will be a sleepless night. Once this great discovery is made public it will trigger a worldwide earthquake, and the name of this young man will be permanently engraved in the Xiaoguo Alliance and even on the monument of world scientific research history. He truly changed the pattern of the entire world. Chapter 284, Using the Beauty Trap on Lin Chen. Information that shocked the entire network. Please collect. Please subscribe. The problem facing all professors is probably the biggest problem that the top research institute has been established for many years. Whether to make public the amazing discovery of fairy Pokemon. The conference hall has already been divided into two factions. I think it's better to keep it secret. Only select trustworthy researchers to find fairy Pokemon and let the alliance prosecutor do it. Yes, this way it can be kept secret for a longer time. When we fight against other alliances it will be a great weapon. I also agree with Professor Zhang's point of view. Just continue to use psychic Pokemon to cover it up and then give Lin Chen some benefit so that he won't reveal it. After all, he is just a student. In the face of such a contribution to the entire alliance it is right to sacrifice a little fame. Professor Wu, who was still quietly listening to everyone's discussion, frowned suddenly after hearing this. Then he slapped the armrest of the wheelchair and anger ignited in his tiger eyes, so angry that he even spoke in dialect. Fuck me. Professor Zhang, you are confused. How can you still say such things at your age? As the founder of the Xiaoguo Research Institute and the oldest research professor in the Alliance. After this the whole audience was silent. The professor who spoke before heard Wu Lao calling him like this. His face suddenly changed. Professor Wu took a deep breath, calmed down and continued. What is the original intention of our institute? To inherit the unique knowledge of the saints and bring peace to the world. As the first generation of Pokemon researchers we are already stumbling explorers. This is not only the progress of the Xia Kingdom Alliance but also the progress of the entire human race. It is enough to rewrite the world pattern. It is also the honor of Lin Chen alone. Hearing Professor Wu's reprimand, the white-haired Professor Zhang lowered his head. The student is stupid. He was once the most proud student of Professor Wu, but now he feels that he has disappointed his mentor. Professor Wu thought about it and then said slowly, I am determined to let the young generation of researchers in Xia Kingdom lead the team to evaluate this matter. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked. For so many years the team has always been led by the mentor, and now his discovery has been made an exception to let the younger generation study it. Professor Zhang asked and couldn't help shouting, Teacher, no. This research is related to the future of the entire Xiaoguo Alliance. As the first country to discover it, if we lag behind we will be the sinners of the entire alliance. Yes, young people are inevitably in, but Professor Wu said coldly. Then as an old professor, why didn't you discover the fairy Pokemon? Instead Lin Chen, who has just become a junior researcher, discovered this important matter? Or are the family forces behind you hindering your scientific exploration? Although Mr. Wu's voice was not loud, it was particularly majestic. It was like the morning bell ringing loudly. It shocked everyone and showed a look of shame on their faces. At this time the entire conference hall was so quiet that only the breathing of the people could be heard. After a long time the professor of the Long family sighed. He slowly said, after listening to Mr. Wu's words, I suddenly realized it. I agree to make this paper public. Let Lin Chen be the general person in charge and let the younger generation lead the research. Although the deeper the research on fairy Pokemon, the more thrilling it is for the Long family. But with the financial resources of the Long family, they can also cultivate a large number of fairy Pokemon. Facing this reshuffle, it is not a big deal. As soon as these words came out, everyone was amazed at Professor Long's courage. Professor Long continued, before for the Long family and even the entire Xiaoguo Alliance, what was needed was advanced research. We need to focus on all fairy Pokemon. We cannot only study the known Sylveon and Tijipai for the benefit of our personal family. Although Lin Chen has already given a detailed description, whether it is the research on intimacy or the cultivation of evolution to the number of batches, it is still a long road. Even if it is announced, it will take several years or even more than 10 years to accumulate a batch. This may be the reason why Lin Chen announced it. Even if it is announced, you can't accumulate a large number of fairy Pokemon in a short time. The first form of Tijipai is still too weak and it is difficult to evolve. Even the fairy type cannot restrain the dragon Pokemon. As for more fairy Pokemon, it is even more difficult to find them. After all, no one has discovered the difference between fairy and psychic for so many years. All the right to speak will belong to Lin Chen, and he will set the standard. He is worthy of being the first person of the young generation. This thought is really powerful. Hearing that, Professor Long, who was most affected by the Intera, said so. Professors from other families nodded one after another, and they were impressed by Lin Chen's wisdom and courage. After all, they are all white-haired people who have pursued scientific research all their lives. Worldly interests may blind their eyes, but they can never blind their heart. The pursuit of academics is their greatest ideal. The previous discussion was just worried about affecting the Xiaoguo Alliance. After all, there is a country before there is a home. Other professors also put forward their own ideas. In my opinion, although this time is a blow to dragon Pokemon, it will never affect their status as top predators. Yes, although they are immune to dragon energy, skills such as Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail with physical attacks will still cause terrible damage. At this time the professor of the Tantai family also nodded and added, indeed, with such a powerful body of dragon-type Pokemon and a very sufficient attack surface, I am afraid that it will only have an additional countermeasure and will not cause a devastating blow. As for flowers, as the most powerful family in the imperial capital, the professor said so. The other professors also nodded in agreement. Although there is a dispute over family interest, they all covet the progress of the entire human race. Professor Wu then concluded, good. It's rare to see that everyone puts aside their prejudices, devote themselves to scientific research together. But there is one more thing. After we are ready, we will announce this news to Lin Chen as soon as possible. Don't let the young people laugh at us. Say that we are a group of old antiques who only know how to hide things. Hearing this, all the professors present laughed. Then Mr. Wu continued, Lin Chen may be a pillar of our scientific research community in Xia country in the future. With his helping hand, this time the entire Xia country alliance will benefit from it and get a chance for rapid development. Hearing this, the professor of the Long family suddenly thought of it. Hasn't Long Yuking had a good relationship with Lin Chen recently? Last time they went through hardships together from Tianzi Yiwen. Although she was taken away by Lin Chen, she was taken away anyway. If Lin Chen can be brought to the Long family in the future, it will be a blessing for the Long family. After all, the future era will definitely be dominated by the fairy system. It is a 10,000-ton ship and an unstoppable trend, and Lin Chen, who holds the highest voice in the fairy system, is the helmsman of this ship. Countless people who want to wave money have to look at his face, because everyone understands that once they get on this ship they can get the greatest benefits in the future. Maybe the impacted Long family can be turned into a family where fairy dances with dragon. Let the whole family go one step further. Then he glanced at the professor of the Tantai family. He saw that the other party was also looking at him quietly. It was obvious that the two of them thought of the same thing. They could only smile awkwardly together. In his heart he secretly cursed the old FO. He planned to let his daughter do it when he returned. Such a good man must not be missed. Zhou Zheng, who witnessed the quarrel of the big names in the entire scientific research community, was sweating profusely at this time, and he didn't dare to breathe, and he sighed in his heart. If he hadn't seen Lin Chen's paper in advance again, how could he stand here? But he was extremely proud of himself for being able to hear what Mr. Wu said. His life goal is also to pursue higher academic and change the whole world. In this way he is far behind Lin Chen. He still has to work hard. Later, under the instruction of Mr. Wu, he said that he would compile a detailed announcement tonight. After the meeting, all senior scientific researchers in the entire Xiaoguo Alliance were ready. Prosecutors at all levels were also ready to go at any time, collecting a large number of EV, looking for more fairy Pokemon and making arrangements in advance. At midnight that night the paper was published on time. Immediately it caused a huge wave on the internet. Chapter 285, The Second Dragon Slayer, The Shock of All Major Alliances. Please subscribe. While everyone was still immersed in the glorious record of the Big Devil's reverse push of Elite, a post was pinned by the official researcher of the Imperial Capital. It came out of nowhere. At first it didn't cause much waves. After all, the post was posted late at night, but the first person who opened the post was called Su Hao, a sophomore student. After he saw the content clearly, he immediately woke up his roommate. Fuck, look, the great demon god Lin Chen is on the hot search again. The roommate, who was awakened, muttered in a daze, what's so strange? Isn't it normal for the great demon king to be on the hot search? I already knew that he had defeated the elite. Don't disturb me to rest. You are not resting in the middle of the night and you are calling for help? Su Hao was not angry after hearing this and stuffed the phone screen in front of his roommate. The latter looked at the post in a daze. The NET moment he suddenly jumped up. Fuck, am I seeing it wrong? The 18th new attribute of Pokemon Fairy? Is it true? After the voice fell, the rest of the people were also awakened from their sleep and they no longer cared about resting. They quickly opened their phones and took a look at the hot search. They were directly stunned and claimed, hurry up and send this to the class group. After that, people saw the post one after another, and 137 all had the same press Zion. Stunned. The post went viral, spreading like crazy and quickly covering the entire internet. The post titled also gained popularity. Not long after, it topped the hot search list. Under the post, countless comments were posted. Soon it exceeded 99999+. I haven't seen it yet, but how come it's so late at night? The big devil is on the hot search again? This one is quite strange. Is it pinned by the official researcher? Lin Chen's frequency of being on the hot search is higher than his going home. The last hot search that pushed back Elite is still in second place. I suggest that the hot search be renamed directly, called The Devil's Daily Life. I think this name is good, but I guess the official is praising him. He came from a poor family and has such a strong record. They want him to be the first of the young generation. What are you jealous of? What do you mean by praising him? You can do it too. That's right, they want him to become the first of the young generation, and he is obviously. But you can't post late at night, it's disturbing. Are these people above stupid? Why don't you take a look at the content? Countless netizens joke, but when they finished reading the content, everyone was stunned and their brains went blank. I have begun to doubt life. After coming back to their senses, there were thousands more comment. Fuck. Is this a human being? I kneel before the pioneers. Is this thesis that rewrites the world? I doubted him before, but I was wrong. I am the real loser. Oh my god, fairy system, this name is too nice. Is this true or false? Why do I not believe it? Did you see this big official logo of the Alliance? Wake up, you are not dreaming. Sylvian's evolution method. Only intimacy and learning fairy system skills are required. Isn't this a psychic skill? How did it become a fairy system? Fuck, this is a big earthquake. Is this the god of killing? Love it. Of course, the post processed by Zhou Zheng did not publish Lin Chen's thesis intact. Instead, the core data was completely erased, leaving only some key information and experimental steps. In this way, other people people in the Alliance could not conduct research and obtain the most complete core data in the first time. Then the researchers who had already started the attack began to post simultaneously. The purpose was to allow the public to conduct experiments so as to actively verify the authenticity of the data, saving a lot of explanation time, and it was full of credibility. And this move did not consume any resources, just release the news. It is worthy of being a state machine. Wisdom and force have already been maed out. Under the official promotion there are all kinds of posts about intimacy and fairy Pokemon argument. Although most people failed but found the correctness of the theory, it quickly became a hot search. Sure enough, there are too many talented people in the folk. Someone has started researching so quickly. I have to give it a try. Maybe I can own Sylveon too. Ah, the new fairy Sylveon, I love it. Haven't you noticed that the price of EV is also going to soar? Whatever paper Lin Chen publishes, the price of any Pokemon will increase. Ah, I'm crying. I finally saved money to buy EV, but now I can only buy half of it. The person above, do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my bills? I suggest that the nickname should not be Fairy Professor in the future. Ask the price increase Professor Lin Chen. Look at the third hot search. This is the official demonstration video. A group of people clicked on the video. It shows a veteran researcher and EV who has been with him for more than 20 years as the experimental subject. The Alliance spent a lot of resources to barely create a learning machine that is now defined as a fairy type. After letting it learn fairy type skills, it was fed a large number of high quality fairy type Pokeblock. Although the quality seems to be low, it was barely made by a top breeding master. Fairy type fruit is also a new category. The Alliance also relied on Lin Chen's purchase order to barely make it, otherwise it would take several years just to identify it. However, this made the people in the Alliance understand how evil Lin Chen is. Even the right to speak on fairy type fruit is in his hands. The future era is really dominated by him. And after trying it, this EV actually evolved. The sacred light of evolution shone, and when Sylveon appeared in front of everyone, it instantly caused a craze. Damn, it really worked. Big Devil YYDS. I thought it was psychic before, but now I know I was wrong. Fairy system, the 18th attribute. Wow, it's too scary. Fuck, a huge secret that has not been discovered for thousands of years was discovered by the Big Devil. Is this the Big Devil? What kind of brain is this? Too smart. Just reversed the elite and then changed the whole alliance. What alliance? Small. Fairy system can be immune to dragon energy. This directly changes the whole world. It's worthy of is a pioneer in scientific research. Who would have thought that Sylveon is not an exception but a system? I suggest that the fairy system be renamed the Dragon Slayer system. Dragon Slayer system? Does the dragon system deserve it? Don't insult the fairy system. Dragon system Pokemon, don't call me. I'm afraid the fairy system will be angry. The person above is really capable, but now the dragon system Pokemon has indeed fallen from the altar. I have to say the Great Demon King is still awesome. Although the power of the state machine was used, only the second Sylveon was created and no more Sylveon appeared in the country. And the intimacy is even more mysterious and it cannot be directly measured, which makes people confused. But the appearance of the second Sylveon completely verified the authenticity of Lin Chen's theory. The fairy system really is. At this moment the whole network was boiling and the entire Zyguo Alliance would have a sleepless night. At this time Long Yuking, who had already lain down, suddenly heard the special care reminder tone of the mobile phone. She sat up, quickly picked up her phone and quickly browsed the post. After reading all this, she was immediately overwhelmed. Although Sylveon had defeated Dragonite before, but at this moment she did not feel any resentment. She had a guess about Sylveon. She had already done it, but she never expected that there would be a new attribute on the basis of the 17 attribute. Fairy that kills dragon. Fairy that restrains dragons. This can really rewrite the pattern of the whole world. This name sounds good. Long Yuking thought in her heart, and Lin Chen's face flashed in her mind again, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. Unknowingly, this man was already in her heart. Indelible. On the other side, Tan Taiyu was still training hard. After hearing the upgrade sound, she looked at the big screen in the training ground. She quietly started the smart assistant. Open the hot search. Sure enough, the first one had Lin Chen's name hanging high. The smart voice was originally playing the content slowly, but Tan Taiyu couldn't wait any longer and came over. He picked up his phone and looked at the hot search himself. After a moment he widened his eyes and murmured, "Is this the secret of Sylveon, the fairy who rewrote the world in the Celadone Rainbow Forest?" Old Dai, the forest ranger who always went to bed late, had already seen the hot search at this time and his old eyes were full of shock. He then said to himself, "This guy has been quiet for a few days and there is big news again. It's still a big news that shocked the world." He recalled Lin Chen's appearance in his mind. This is what he brought to the forest at the beginning, that EV. I didn't expect it to be a new attribute. Fairy type is immune to dragon energy, enough to knock dragon Pokemon off the altar. This man has created an era. This hot search even spread to other alliances. Both ordinary people and big big shots were awakened and knew that this world has a new attribute starting today. The whole world is shocked. P.S. The SITH update is here and a new plot will start tomorrow. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 286 The Perfect Creation of the Creator, the Demon King who swept across an era. Please collect. Please subscribe. What is the origin of this young man named Lin Chen? The 18th attribute, fairy type. In the highest research institute of the Mao-Xiong Alliance, a group of researchers who were awakened by the Alliance looked at each other. All of them stared at each other, and the information brought back by the Alliance spy was that the Xiaoguo Alliance was in the hot search. The instance of the fairy type may be true. In the overnight experiment of the Xiaoguo Alliance there was actually a successful case EV evolution for Sylvian. Therefore they were strictly required by the superiors to conduct data experimental research. This group of researchers complained in their heart there was no core data and this information was specious. Who knows if it was a spy's intelligence error or it was simply a smokescreen released by the Xiaoguo Alliance. An 18-year-old youth was able to research a dragon slayer and discover a new attribute of Pokemon. It was like the sun rising from the west. Besides, even if the experiment was started from scratch it would take an incalculable amount of time to achieve certain result. 31 and other researchers from other major alliances had the same experience as the Mao-Xiong Alliance, such as the Bald Eagle Alliance, the Black Witch Alliance, etc., and the remaining 7 alliances all rushed to study fairy Pokemon. But they were better than the Mao-Xiong Alliance, at least they were in the daytime. Even so, the major laboratories were busy. Although most of the previous news was transmitted back by spies planted by the major alliances, but this time, unlike the previous killings and counterattacks on the elite, they could only be shocked. Before, no matter how awesome he was in battle, they could only claim a few words. The Xiaoguo Alliance has produced a top genius, a future elite powerhouse, so you should pay attention to it in the future. Even if he is an elite level powerhouse, he cannot play a decisive role in front of the entire alliance's state machine. It's just a combat force. It does not affect the alliance's pattern. However, this time this paper about fairy Pokemon, which is immune to dragon energy, directly affected the layout of various alliances. Everyone is considering whether it is possible to discover and mass-produce dragon slayers in large quantities. Therefore, on the international forum, countless people, in addition to being shocked, have many questions. The discussion is endless. In order to facilitate communication among netizens from various countries, the international forum has arranged an automatic translation function on its server. It allows people in various languages to communicate without barriers. As soon as this post was sent out, it was instantly followed and forwarded by countless netizens. Then a heated discussion broke out about Professor Gluck's speech was on the hot search again, instantly shocking the entire network. However, when the whole network was in an uproar, Lin Chen did not pay attention to the hot search. At this time he was busy with a big thing. Chapter 288 Sylvian the Sickly, the Secret Realm of the Ancient Dragon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Have you arrived? Do you know where my home is? Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? Long Yuking's voice was calm on the phone but with a hint of expectation. The iceberg beauty was a little different from the first time she met in the youth league, more like a girl. At this time Lin Chen had changed his clothes and started from the candidate hotel. Go to Long's house. As soon as he went out, Lin Chen sensed that several powerful auras were patrolling not far away. Each of them had the strength of quasi-elite level. Not far away, the aura of the elite was also wandering. It was obvious that the increased security in the entire imperial capital was aimed at him. However, after Lin Chen left, no one followed him, and it seemed that they did not intend to protect him closely. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he whispered it quite humane. With such a strong protection, Lin Chen would not feel constrained. It must be said that the alliance's considerations in all aspects are extremely cautious and reasonable. It is worthy of being a state machine. Lin Chen got in a tie and Sylvian was making a fuss in the pokeball. He shook his head and took out the pokeball helplessly. Just come out for some fresh air. Come out, Sylvian. Lin Chen didn't want to go out at first, but Long Yuking urged him again and again, so he just went out for a walk. Then in the tie, Sylvian leaned on the window, very curious about the outside world. The tie was funny all the way and it was driving all the way. Beep beep. The 140 phone rang again. Seeing the caller, it was indeed Long Yuking. Lin Chen answered the call helplessly. As soon as he pressed the connect button, and an ES voice came. Are you there? Are you there? He held his forehead and said helplessly, we'll be there soon. Be patient, miss. And the other party said a well-behaved and lovely voice. Oh, Sylvian on the side had a hint of black air in his eyes. Yee. But Lin Chen didn't notice it, but looked at the continuous villa group outside and asked the driver softly, driver, how long will it take us to Long's house? The driver was stunned for a moment and replied, we've arrived a long time ago. You mean the main gate? We have to go around for 10 minutes. Lin Chen was stunned and felt the connotation from the top world. Looking at the continuous villa group, he was a little surprised to be able to have a manor consisting of several kilometers of villas on the edge of the imperial capital. This is too luxurious. It's simply inhumane. After more than 10 minutes of trekking, I finally reached the main gate. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Chen was stunned. In front of him was a huge manor, extremely luxurious. The gate alone was 10 meters wide. The two black iron doors that opened opposite each other were engraved with various patterns which looked extremely simple and luxurious. The top of the iron door was a slightly curved hook flower craft which looked particularly majestic. As soon as he approached, a butler in Xia Kuavio came up to greet him. "Mr. Lin, the lady is waiting for you inside." Lin Chen nodded and followed the butler into the dragon mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he could see a large area of vegetation, and the first thing he saw was a fountain that was 5 meters high. The fountain was gurgling and spraying water. In addition, there were many oddish hiding in the greenery. He was obviously very satisfied with this place. In the distance were continuous white buildings, each with a different shape, but the whole was extremely harmonious when put together. It was obviously carefully designed and built. Amid the greenery, a wide stone road faces the building, full of beauty but not too tortuous. Every design is full of the taste of money. This is too luxurious. Facing the central building, the house is lightly simple and the eaves are carved with the ancient dragon in the Xia Kingdom totem. On the left side of the road there is a 10-meter high dragonite statue which looks very powerful. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. Luxurious everywhere, only here there is a fat dragonite statue. Then when they arrived at the construction area, another older housekeeper nodded. Continue to lead Lin Chen forward. The dragon mansion is quite luxurious, and the housekeeper was not restrained and introduced the surrounding situation to Lin Chen, talking freely with a respectful but not too humble attitude. There is no arrogance of the housekeeper in the Xiao Bei Wen. Humble and generous. This is the garden of the manor with species from various alliances. The housekeeper bowed slightly and said softly he did not dare to neglect it at all. After all, the one in front of him was a killing god who killed an elite-level ruthless person. No matter what means are used, the record is king. Not long after they arrived at the door of a building, the housekeeper stretched out his hand and invited Lin Chen to enter. As soon as he entered the door, Long Yuking came to greet him. She was wearing a black dress, dressed exquisitely and looked extremely elegant. She obviously put on light makeup, and under the indoor lights she was extremely beautiful. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and he whispered, "You are very beautiful today." Hearing the master's praise, Beck Sylvian's face suddenly darkened. "I wish I could tear this human beast apart with my hands." When Long Yuking heard this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, a blush flashed across her face and she whispered, "Don't talk about me, you really caused a sensation this time." Lin Chen was as calm as ever and said calmly, "I'm not. I said a long time ago that this paper will rewrite the whole world." Long Yuking nodded and joked, "Yes, what you said makes sense." Then she smiled and blinked. "But this time you are going to knock the Long family off the altar." Hearing this, Lin Chen realized and said with a smile, "If the Long family really fell from the altar so easily, it would not have reached this point." Hearing this, Long Yuking laughed even more happily, nodded and said seriously, "Yes, the appearance of fairy Pokemon will only make the Long family work harder to become stronger. But your scientific research level is actually no less capable than the team. How can there be such an all-round person like you?" Suddenly she smiled mysteriously and continued, "Then guess why did you come this time?" "No guess." Lin Chen shook his head. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Originally thought it was an ordinary visit. It seems that there are some other benefit. Anyway, it's Bai's girlfriend, don't miss it." Seeing that Lin Chen was a little better, Long Yuking no longer kept it a secret and explained, "I called you here this time because I want you to participate in the Dragon Blood ceremony with me." The so-called Dragon Blood ceremony is actually entering the exclusive secret realm of the Long family. There are things that can enhance the potential of dragon Pokemon. You must cherish the opportunity. After all, it is only open once every 10 years. It just so happens that you have Guzzlord to participate, so I fought for a place for you. It is also the intention of my family elders. I hope I can help you. Long Yuking has always been generous and open-minded, and she has never concealed the intention of her family elders to win over Lin Chen. In her opinion, everything should be treated honestly. Even feelings are the same. Secret realm. Lin Chen smiled and was very interested. After all, there might be some special treasure chest in it, so she smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Long. But I have another Pokemon. Can we participate together?" Long Yuking nodded with some curiosity and asked subconsciously, "You actually have another dragon-type Pokemon?" After all, among the Pokemon that Lin Chen showed now, it seems that only Guzzlord, a dragon-type Pokemon, has appeared. Lin Chen nodded and with a single hand stroke, the Pokeball appeared in his hand. "Come out, Shelgon, from here." Seeing the Shelgon in front of her, Long Yuking's eyes were full of shock. It's actually a Quasigot. But thinking of Lin Chen's current strength, it's normal to have a Quasigot and no one dares to covet him. After all, this is was the instance of the elite. She looked at Shelgon and couldn't help sighing in her heart. It turned out to be the second form of Solomon's Shelgon, which is extremely precious. Even the Long family doesn't have many, and looking at this state it is full of energy. The shell is hard and the dragon's power is also extremely powerful. It looks like a very good qualification. From Shelgon on the side thought it was time to eat, and as soon as he came out he lowered his head and sniffed everywhere. It looked very silly. Puchi. Long Yuking was amused by its appearance, pursed her lip and said, okay then let's get ready to enter the secret realm. Lin Chen also nodded and was about to leave when suddenly a delicate little girl jumped out from the bushes beside him. She stared at Lin Chen with her big eyes and said word by word, you bad guy who stole my sister, I want to challenge you. Chapter 289 Guzzlord who intimidates the world challenges the future Dragon King. Please subscribe. Hearing this, Long Yuking frowned and said angrily, Long Yu and don't make trouble. This is a guest, call me brother. The porcelain doll called Long Yu and pouted. Very dissatisfied she shouted, sister, when you look at him you are so gentle. Are you in love with him? Being suddenly posed by her sister, Long Yuking's face flushed. Looking at Lin Chen she said, children's words are innocent. Don't listen to children's nonsense. Although the words were calm, Lin Chen could see that her ears were already stained with a blush which looked quite cute. Long Yuking glared at Long Yu and scolded, you silly girl, if you dare to talk nonsense again I will deduct your candied haws this week. After saying that, Long Yuking couldn't help but take a look at Lin Chen's pression. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't care too much, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time he felt a little disappointed. Although Lin Chen on the side had some fluctuations in his heart, he didn't show it at all. Sylvian chirped softly. Lin Chen felt a chill on his back. At this moment Sylvian was staring at him from behind. There was a dark air in his eyes and he had become sickly. If he reacted any more he would be chopped by a hatchet. In order to prevent his backyard from catching fire, Lin Chen was already calm. Ahem. After all, Pokemon is true love. On the other side, hearing that her sister was going to deduct her candied haws, Long Yuan quickly covered her mouth. After looking at her sister she showed a wronged pression and then glared at Lin Chen. Sister, you bully me too. She hugged her sister's arm tightly and signaled to Lin Chen with her eyes. Sister is mine. She looked quite cute with a puffed up look. Long Yuan widened her eyes and said eloquently, I think you don't dare to accept the challenge. Lin Chen was a little amused with his mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. This cute little guy, he is actually a sister control. It seems that he has some potential to be a Yandere. Hearing Long Yuan's provocation, Lin Chen finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Then he also had a bad taste and whispered, okay, I accept your challenge. Then he drew his right hand across his waist and the poke ball appeared in his palm. Lin Chen walked out of the door with a smile. Come out, Guzzlord. Ayaha. The net moment the 7-metal Guzzlord came down with a bang. The strong wind made the surrounding green plants rustle. Oddish in the flowers of the manor was buried in the soil immediately, not even daring to raise his head. The Pidgeys on the branches of the distant trees all flew up, fleeing in a hurry. The terrifying aura spread here as if the ancient evil demon had revived. The demon's might was so great that it covered hundreds of meters of Hone. The murderous aura spread, causing the temperature to drop sharply and become extremely heavy. And Long Yuan looked at the Guzzlord in front of her, and she was not even as tall as the other's feet. The little loli was immediately scared. Woo woo woo, this. She looked at the huge monster in front of her and her tears were about to burst out. The powerful momentum of Guzzlord swept the entire manor and was immediately noticed by the Long family's children. What happened? Enemy attack. A group of Long family children quickly gathered and came here from all over the manor. The leader Long Yang rode Flygon, and Flygon's wings vibrated and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. This Flygon was obviously well trained and its size was much larger than the average one. The scales on its back were shiny and bright and the dragon type pressure surged out instantly. Buzz. From a distance the humming sound of its wings could be heard, and there was also a faint human voice. Who broke into my dragon family? A group of people appeared aggressively. Ayaha. Guzzlord sensed the presence of other dragon type Pokemon and roared. Dragon type Pokemon which are warlike must be particularly jealous when they meet. And noticing the giant beast in front of him as if it came from the strongest overlord of the ancient times, the brutal eyes swept over and Flygon was shocked and paralyzed. Even Long Yang almost fell off its back. When he saw Guzzlord his pupils suddenly contracted and he couldn't even speak clearly. This is Guzzlord. He was instantly shocked. Everyone knows that once Guzzlord appears it means the god of death is coming. As for the people behind Long Yang, they are even worse. Their Pokemons hardly dared to approach and were already trembling with fear. If it weren't for bonds perhaps they would have gotten the peaches right now. Soon the others immediately recognized Lin Chen and claimed Big Devil. Lin Chen. The others looked as if they had seen a ghost. This made Lin Chen laugh. How could he be so famous? It looked like he had a bad reputation. Even the group of superiors from the Long family were scared by him, which was was really interesting. Lin Chen smiled lightly, feeling that he had caused a misunderstanding and didn't want to cause trouble for Long Yuking, so he took out the Pokeball. Just when he was about to put Guzzlord back into the Pokeball, he was mistakenly thought to be taking out other Pokemon for a decisive battle. Suddenly everyone panicked. Is the big devil coming to Long's house to mess things up? He just published a paper on the fairy series of Dragon Slayers, and now he's going to mess things up in the top family of Dragon Pokemon. This is deliberately making things difficult for Dragon Pokemon. Long Yang and the others are also hot-blooded. Although they knew they couldn't win, they still took out the Pokeball. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose their integrity. Seeing this, Long Yuking quickly stood up and explained, "Don't be afraid, it's all a misunderstanding." Hearing this, the children of the Long family were stunned, and then they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. All looked at Guzzlord in fear. If they really fought, they might not be enough for Guzzlord to eat. After all, this monster swallowed even the elite quasi-god Pokemon Hydreigon 0 in one bite. No one knows how big this guy's appetite is. After hearing this, they all dispersed. Woo woo woo. The little girl had never seen such a scene before and was frightened and cried on the spot, sobbing, "I've seen this big monster on TV. It's very ferocious and will eat dragon. You are bullying the weak. It's not fair. If you have the ability, go to other Pokemon." Hearing this, Lin Chen's bad taste still did not subside. "Well, Yi, it's you." Yi. Sylvian walked forward with a strong posture, arrogant eyes, and a hint of murderous intent. The look of wanting to kill a little girl can't be hidden. Dare to act cute in front of the owner. I'll teach you a lesson. Damn human mother beast cub. Long Yuan looked at Sylvian full of murderous intent and became autistic again. As the youngest daughter of the Long family, she saw the elders in the family busying around early in the morning and naturally knew about the Dragon Slayer warriors that appeared in the latest news. The instance of perfect restraint dragon Pokemon, the most beautiful fairy. If this fight breaks out, my dragon spirit will definitely be crushed. This man is too bullying. Bad guy. Long Yuan pouted angrily and stood aside without saying anything. Haha. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. This little guy is too funny. Although Long Yuan looked aggrieved, her eyes were still rolling. Suddenly she seemed to have discovered a new world. Then she stretched out her hand, pointed to Lin Chen's feet and said in surprise, "Big bad guy, I want to challenge your one Shelgon 1000." Chapter 290. The Dragon Trader appears, feeling the fear of being dominated by the devil. Please collect. Please subscribe. Shelgon, who was suddenly pointed at, was stunned. "I was just preparing to come out to eat. Why is it suddenly related to me?" From Gay. Shelgon looked at Long Yuan and immediately understood what the other party meant. "Is this a challenge to me?" I suddenly felt a little speechless. How many times has he been underestimated? I can't beat the monsters in the new world, and I can't deal with you, a mere human female beast. From Gay. Shelgon turned around and the powerful dragon pressure spread instantly with a fighting spirit in his eyes. After the aura was unfolded, Long Yuking, who was standing by, took a few more glances. As one of the candidate for the future head of the Long family, she is particularly clear about dragon Pokemon. She could tell at a glance that Lin Chen's Shelgon was extraordinary. Although it was still in the second stage and had not yet evolved into Salaman, the aura on his body alone was not weaker than that of Flygon, who had just arrived. It is very likely that he has reached the middle level of the professional level or above. When Lin Chen saw Shelgon like this, he raised his eyebrows a little surprised and said, "Shelgon, then it's decided to be you." From 2. Shelgon nodded 140 seriously with a dark look in her eyes. "She will take good care of this stupid human. This is her first time to duel with other humans. Since Bagon, she has been living in Celadon Rainbow Forest. Although she has been making steady progress, she has never faced anyone head-on. It's a good time to test the results of such long-term practice." Then Lin Chen looked at the little Lolita and asked with a smile, "Are you sure? Don't cry if you lose later." Long Yuan's eyes flashed with a smug look, thinking that Lin Chen was afraid and thought that Shelgon was the weakest Pokemon in the opponent's hand. Therefore she was afraid that he would regret it, so she nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen smiled playfully and didn't mind and agreed directly. "Since we have agreed to a duel, we must act like a duel. Let's go to the family's training ground to fight," the little Loli said confidently. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing after hearing this and said softly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Long Yuking, who was standing by, originally wanted her sister to stop making trouble. Seeing that Lin Chen was willing to play with her sister, the corners of her mouth lightly raised. There was even a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "This man is really gentle. Is it because of me?" Thinking of this, Long Yuking suddenly felt very happy, so she didn't stop him anymore. The two followed Long Yuking and entered the Long family's training ground. As soon as they entered the door, they attracted a lot of attention. Although it was early in the morning, the training ground was already full of people and they had already started fighting drills and the fighting spirit was boiling. Lin Chen secretly admired in his heart, completely different from the impression of many people about the rich second generation. Although the Long family is a famous family, they train very hard. No wonder they they can maintain their strength in the Imperial capital. Recalling what Long Yuking said to me, even if it is a dragon slayer, the appearance of fairy Pokemon will not let the Long family fall from the altar. Now that I think about it, it is indeed the case. The fairy system is at most an impact, and it is almost impossible to bring down the Long family. The arrival of the great demon Lin Chen made all the Long family members stop their training and attracted attention. This is the great demon? Damn, the great demon is here. Why is he here at the Long family? And he came with Sister Yuking. Is he here to challenge? It doesn't look like it. This murderous aura is really scary. I want to ask for an autograph later. So handsome. Even so, the Long family members still looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, the previous Big Devil had a bad reputation, especially after the counter-attack against the elite. He has been distinguished from the younger generation and belongs to the ranks of the older generation of strong men. Lin Chen also smiled and walked onto the stage. Look, he's on the stage. Come on, Sister Yuking. I don't know who shouted first, and suddenly a cheer rang out. In their opinion, it should be Long Yuking's speed against Lin Chen. However, in full view of the public, Long Yuking walked off the stage and left the little Lolita on it. She didn't forget to say, "You in, come on." The people cheering on the side were all dumbfounded. Ah, what's going on? This is too embarrassing. You can even cheer in a crooked way. Is this girl Long Yu in here to get beaten? Challenging the Big Devil? This is not a good idea. This is too crazy. Will she be beaten and cry later? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but the two people on the stage didn't care. The little Lolita straightened her clothes, pretended to be a serious adult, and said seriously, "I'm ready." Seeing her in a serious manner, Lin Chen also restrained his smile. Even if the opponent is a little Lolita, you must maintain enough respect. This is the basic courtesy of a trainer duel. Long Yuking on the side spontaneously walked to the referee's seat. Now I declare that the duel between the Long family's Long Yuan and the Big Devil Lin Chen will start now. After saying that, she also winked at Lin Chen, indicating that Lin Chen should be a little heavier so that he is really a real sister. Lin Chen complained in his heart, but he also felt that Long Yuking's black-bellied look was quite cute. After hearing her sister's instructions, the little Lolita took out the Pokeball directly from her pocket. "Come out, oh Altaria!" Cry. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Cry. Altaria waved her fluffy wings like cotton and appeared in front of everyone with a proud look. It looks a bit like a bird of paradise with a sky blue body and white cloud-like wings that look particularly elegant. On sunny days it will blend in with the cotton cloud and fly back and forth freely in the air. Once it finds someone who is in tune with it, it will wrap the other person with its soft and beautiful wings and hum softly. Don't look at her so cute, she is actually a powerful Pokemon with Mega Evolution form. Lin Chen saw Altaria and couldn't help laughing. The daughter of the dragon family used the Dragon Clan Traitor, and there was no power to complain. The reason why it is called the Dragon Clan Traitor, it is precisely because after Mega Evolution Altaria actually has fair Y series. In other words, this thing is actually a dragon slayer. On the surface he has thick eyebrows and big eyes and is Ed in the Dragon Clan, but in fact he is a real traitor. However, now Lin Chen has only announced 2 fairy series to Japai and Sylveon, so no one knows this. In addition, Altaria is indeed very strong. After all, this guy also has a weather-independent feature, ignoring any impact caused by the weather. It is simply the nemesis of the weather team. It must be said that the powerful families in the Imperial capital have a deep foundation. The Altaria in front of him has obviously reached the high-level professional level, but it seems that this little guy didn't train it herself. It should be given to her by the elders. The little Loli looked at Lin Chen, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and thought he was looking down on her, so she was immediately angry. "Humph, don't cry if you lose later." She raised her head slightly, her eyes full of pride. After all, her Altaria was given by her mother. It has reached the high-level professional level, and this Shelgon is at most the mid-level professional level. It should be easy to defeat it. I will make this guy who stole my sister apologize to me later. Then my sister will like me very much and stick to me. Thinking of this, the little Lolita smiled excitedly and gave an order immediately. Altaria, use Dragon Pulse. Cry. Altaria, take off the posture. The dragon energy condensed in the bird's beak in an instant, and the vast dragon energy made many children of the Long family look at it sideways. It is worthy of being the lady's favorite little daughter. She directly has such a powerful Altaria. Maybe it can really defeat Shelgon. Cry. Instantly Dragon Pulse swept out and shot towards Shelgon. Seeing this attack, Shelgon, who was used to the disaster level Shura field in the New World, usually all kinds of energy are poured out and bombarded. Even the aftermath is stronger than this. I really can't get interested, and I can't help but hit yawn. From then he casually condensed a Dragon Pulse and threw it out easily for 2. Even if it didn't directly enter the original regression form, it was far superior to the ordinary Dragon Breath after being blessed by the Dragon Emperor's organ. Boom! The two collided, and after a loud bang, the terrifying wind and waves swept across the world. Crack, crack crack. The net-second Alteria's dragon pulse was directly torn apart. How is it possible? The little girl was stunned. She was so ruthlessly crushed that she even forgot to give orders. Long Yuking frowned when she saw this. Even a trainer could forget to command his Pokemon. It seems that I am too gentle to Long Yuin. I need to train her well. Shelgon's dragon pulse did not stop at all and directly hit Altaria, who had no time to dodge and blasted her away. Accompanied by a whine, it flew a parabola in the sky and fell directly on the edge of the ring. I haven't seen it before, directly crushing. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. Although they knew that Lin Chen was very strong, he could kill him instantly even though he was one level lower. Isn't this too exaggerated? At this moment everyone felt the fear from the Great Demon King's domination. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 291, Long Yuking's self-attack, the Eternal Dragon Blood Tree. Please collect. Please subscribe. Damn, has this Shelgon reached the quasi-elite level? It doesn't look like it. Otherwise at least it is about to evolve into Salamence, but this power is too strong, isn't it? Then the difference between the two dragon pulse shouldn't be so big. Is this the strength of the Great Demon King? There was no such Shelgon in the Great Demon King's previous information. Even if it is a quasi-god, it is still one level lower, and they are both dragon attributes restraining each other. The Long family disciples in the audience were full of disbelief. Some couldn't help but claimed there has always been news that the Great Demon King is a top-level training. I didn't believe it. Today I finally saw it. There is really a versatile talent. This god of death is a monster. How come all his Pokemon are so strong? Is there any secret to training? This is too scary. Seeing this scene, Long Yuking's eyes lit up and the admiration in her eyes became stronger. At the beginning I had to fight hard with him, but now he has far surpassed me. This man is too good at training Pokemon. I have to work hard too. On the ring, Shelgon, who made this attack, didn't care too much. After all, compared with his companion, this guy is too weak. He hasn't even reached the intensity of warm-up. Usually any training is 100 times more intense than this. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. In fact, although Shelgon is now a mid-level professional, it is not that he cannot be promoted, but that he is actively suppressing his own level improvement progress. In this way he uses the Dragon Emperor's organ to continuously compress and temper bloodline, lays the strongest foundation. If it was allowed to improve with its energy of eating poke blocks, it would have stepped into the peak of the professional level long ago. What's more, in the new world the monsters it fights against are either quasi-elites or overlords like Agron. In comparison, Altaria, a mere high-level professional, is really as weak as a chicken. The little girl looked at her Pokemon defeated and suddenly her eyes were full of tears and she bit her lips again, refusing to admit defeat. Then she encouraged Altaria and said loudly, "Altaria, come on, stand up." Cry. Feeling the encouragement of the master, Altaria flapped his wings and cheered up. A hint of surprise flashed in the little girl's eyes, and then she ordered, "You sing." Cry. Altaria chirped loudly and then sang a pleasant song. The invisible sound waves spread and instantly spread throughout the arena. The people in the audience, hearing this pleasant song, suddenly felt their eyelids heavy and drowsy, and Shelgon, who was at the center of the sound wave, showed no fear. From here, it growled, and then a transparent light screen formed a safeguard. It blocked the sound wave. It was not affected at all. Altaria, who failed to hit, quickly flapped its white cloud-like wings and flew high. Wanted to use the advantage of the air to defeat the opponent. The little Lolita smiled cutely. In this way she was already invincible. Then she gave another order. "Altaria, use swift." Cry. Countless golden stars burst out from under Altaria's wings. It hit the ground like a meteor. It can easily crush a small mountain. It wants to use kite tactics from high altitude to defeat Shelgon from a distance. Lin Chen saw this scene and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but admired. As epected of the daughter of the Long family, the idea is still quite good. However, the moment countless stars fell to the ground, Shelgon ran quickly on the stage. It is impossible to hit it at such a speed. Then directly splash, quickly approaching Altaria. How is it possible? The little Loli claimed, not epecting this clumsy guy. The speed is so fast. The jumping ability is also unpected. But after all, it is a child of the Long family. Although shocked, he did not panic. He responded quickly. Altaria, use cotton defense. Tila. Bang. With a fluffy explosion, Altaria shrank into a ball. Then it wrapped its head in its wings, and from a distance it looked like a ball of cotton. Cotton defense can greatly enhance defense. Resist close range attack. If Shelgon fails, it may even be countered by Altaria. Lin Chen smiled and praised, at this age it is already great to have such tactical command ability. Although the idea is good, it's a pity that it is useless. It is far worse than your sister's level. He gave the order calmly. Use bite. From. As soon as the word came out, the little Loli was stunned. What kind of command is this? The children of the Long family in the audience were also shocked. Only Long Yuking on the side nodded. Her eyes were full of admiration and she had already understood Lin Chen's intention. Although Altaria in the cotton defense state has enhanced its melee defense ability, the E-Pondade cotton itself has a large number of bite points. As E-Pected of a tactical genius, he directly came up with a targeted method. Shelgon bit Altaria in the cotton state, then he swung it violently. The terrifying force swept so that Altaria had no time to react and her body was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A big pit was smashed directly and it was still rolling. In the dizziness it recovered to its original state, but it was already covered with scars and in a mess. And Shelgon, who was slowly landing, did not stop there. In the sky a dragon pulse starts to accumulate power. The little girl who saw this scene hurriedly urged Altaria, "Get out of the way of Altaria." But Altaria did not move at this time. Then dragon pulse in the air had already attacked. The children of the Long family in the audience widened their eyes. It's over. This attack will cause Altaria to be seriously injured. Great Demon King, please go down. The hand is too cruel. Have you forgotten what happened in Tianzi Yiwen? This is a killing god. This is too cruel. The real devil. However, this dragon pulse swept across the sky, but in the horrified eyes of the little lowly it fell on the side of Altaria and E plotted. Boom! The whole ring was shaking and the dragon energy swept through the training ground, forming a whistling wind. Looking at the ring again, a huge pit has appeared. The power of the blow is extremely terrifying. Seeing that Altaria was not injured, the little lowly was relieved and she was so scared that she sat on the ground, her face flushed, and she said helplessly, "I give up." Although she was a little naughty as the pride of the daughter of the Long family, she was not allowed to cheat. As soon as the word came out, the whole audience was silent. Although it was known that with the tactical ability of the great demon king, Long Yuan could not win, but he never expected that Altaria, a professional high-level trained by the lady and close to the peak of the profession, would be defeated so miserably, directly crushed. The children of the Long family claimed it's really wonderful. Although it was one-sided, the tactical command ability was still undoubted. Using bite to fight against cotton defense and having such a special idea, it's amazing. A low-level skill turned out to be the key to breaking the game. Sure enough, there are no useless skills, only useless trainers. In the end, the great demon king actually showed mercy and did not hurt Altaria. Such a demeanor is worthy of being the great demon king. The great demon king is strong and handsome, but he is so handsome. I have become a fan since today. This tactical level is enough for me to learn for a lifetime. But Long Yuan is still far behind her sister Long Yuking. Yes, 140 made several mistakes in command. There is indeed a problem. The little lowly who lost the game heard these discussions and felt aggrieved with tears in her eyes. But she bit her lips and tried her best not to let the tears fall. "Okay, you are already great." Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but touch her little head. He said gently, "Woo woo woo." The little girl was immediately defeated and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and started crying. But after crying for a while, she squinted her eyes comfortably. She felt the warmth of these big hands. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise her head and glanced at Lin Chen quietly. Suddenly she found that this big brother was so handsome, and he was strong and gentle. He was just like a prince in a fairy tale. When she thought of this, the little girl's cute face turned red. No wonder her sister likes him, and even she likes him. "I'm sorry, sister." Long Yuking, who was standing by, was originally very happy, but when she saw this scene she suddenly felt something was wrong. It's not right. Lin Chen rarely used such a gentle tone to herself. Why is it so gentle for Long Yuan? The dust of the dust is even the lowly who is the biggest look of the younger brother and can't see the biggest mystery. Red. Built of white stone, the 5 steps lead straight up. Looking from the side you can see the various phantoms of the dragon Pokemon on the formation. Under the scanning of the eye of all-knowing you can sense the vast dragon energy surging in it. It is completely different from what I met in the undead secret realm last time. Long Yuking nodded and replied, "This is the foundation of the Long family. Generally speaking, outsiders cannot enter. Only my Long family can enter it." After saying that, she blinked at Lin Chen. At this time Lin Chen hadn't complained yet, and then he noticed Sylvian's covetous eyes on the side. Almost trapped in the Shura field, he could only respond politely, "Then I'm quite lucky." Hearing this, Long Yuking looked calm and not lost and then whispered, let's go in." Lin Chen followed Long Yuking onto the step and stood on the teleportation array. Then a space energy instantly wrapped the two of them and the teleportation power was activated. The light was flowing in front of him and the golden light was flickering. After a moment the scenery in front of Lin Chen changed completely. "We have arrived at the secret realm of the Dragon Blood Tree." There were noisy sounds in my ears, the conversations between Pokemon Growl and humans meet together, making this place seem particularly lively. A large number of dragon Pokemon were moving in front of me. The reason why it is called Dragon Pokemon is that here, in addition to pure dragon Pokemon, there are also many such as Rampardos, Bustiodon and Radon. Although they are not dragon Pokemon, they may have had some dragon blood in ancient time. On the back of the closest Bustiodon there is a pile of goods and a man in war clothes is shouting on his back. Bustiodon is indeed a good good carrier of good. Roar. Before Lin Chen and his team moved forward, a dragon roar spread throughout the secret realm and an orange-yellow figure flew by. A Quasagod Dragonite vibrated its wings and a blonde boy sat on its back. It seems to be one of the geniuses of the Long family. Looking around, almost everyone in the entire Dragon Blood Tree secret realm has a dragon Pokemon. The entire secret realm is extremely huge, like a small city. Near the location of the teleportation array there is a whole continuous building and there are shops on the street for various purposes. From the training ground of dragon Pokemon, small free trade shops, and even the lounge of the Long family children. There are many kinds of Pokemon, everything is available. A little further away there is a gathering place for dragon-type Pokemon and several Vibrava are chasing and playing on the ground. Inadvertently I touched a coconut tree. Yeah, the coconut tree suddenly moved and an angry face suddenly appeared on the 3 coconuts on the tree. Lin Chen saw this scene, which was magical and strange. It turned out to be Gutter. How could I forget about them? This guy is also a dragon-type Pokemon. Could it be that a dragon from ancient times slept on a coconut tree? Seeing that Gutter was angry, several Vibrava immediately ran away quickly. The slow-moving Gutter could only shake the leaves on his head angrily. There were also a few red apples on the grass net to it. They looked extremely delicious. After Lin Chen glanced at them, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Okay, they are also dragon-type Pokemon. Eating fruit worm. These guys can evolve into apple dragons later and then they will look more like apples. Although they are small in size, they are not weak in strength. The final form is a grass-type plus dragon-type Fangmi Long, and the health and special attack racial values can exceed 100. In general, this Dragon Blood Tree secret realm, it is simply a paradise for dragon-type Pokemon. It is worthy of being a powerful family in the imperial capital. It can establish a secret realm in the family and let dragon-type Pokemon flourish. It is really a big deal. The whole secret realm is called the Dragon Blood Tree secret realm, and the most eye-catching thing in the secret realm, it is the sacred tree. In the center of the secret realm there is a 1,000-meter giant tree. Its whole body is blood red like crystal clear and like flowing hot dragon blood. Hence the name Dragon Blood Holy Tree. Under the tree countless dragon-type Pokemon live here to comprehend the power of the law emanating from the Dragon Blood Holy Tree. It is also the most important resource for the entire Long family. Before approaching, the instructions of the Long family's children have been heard. Dragonair, take a break and comprehend the power of the law. Hack. A beautiful Dragonair floated in the air, then slowly landed and closed his eyes under the tree. Calm mind with other dragon-type Pokemon. Unlike in the past, there are surprisingly many people under the Dragon Blood Holy Tree today. It seems that they are all Long family children who came to participate in the ceremony. Seeing that Lin Chen was a little confused, Long Yuking introduced this holy tree was planted by the ancestors of the Long family and has a history of thousands of years. The holy tree has the ability to strengthen the dragon bloodline, which is particularly suitable for the reproduction of the dragon clan. Therefore, the inheritance of the Long family is more than 100 years. The holy dragon ceremony will begin soon. After the baptism, your dragon Pokemon will also have its blood sublimated. When she said this, Long Yuking raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then she whispered, but there must be a prerequisite for the baptism. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with curiosity and he repeated subconsciously, prerequisite. Before Long Yuking could continue, a powerful dragon energy surged, causing Lin Chen to raise his head. Roar. An orange-yellow figure flapped its wings and the huge Dragonite landed. The flapping of the wings raised a strong wind, causing the leaves of the entire sacred tree to rustle. And the size of this Dragonite is a full circle larger than Long Yuking's. A sturdy middle-aged man jumped off its back and a hearty laugh came. Ha ha ha, you are the Lin Chen that Yuking has been talking about all day. I heard that you already have the strength to defeat the elite. Not bad, very energetic. It is true that heroes have always been young since ancient time. Lin Chen could see the appearance of the visitor clearly. A loose ancient black robe with sharp edges on his face, full of energy. Long Yuking's face instantly flushed and he said unhappily, Dad, what are you talking about? The dragon clan leader laughed and said, this dam is not it. I keep talking about it every day. You don't kidnap my 2 daughters. The little Lolita Net to him was also shy and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lin Chen. If they were kidnapped, it seemed not bad. The dragon clan leader didn't realize that his joke might come true. Kang, without waiting for Lin Chen to answer, the dragon clan leader stopped joking, coughed and said seriously, the sacred tree is spiritual and the laws of fighting under the tree will come. And today is the most intense in 10 years moment, so you need to compete with the children of the Long family present. The more you win, the more baptisms you can get, but baptisms are only valid for those below the elite level, so your competitors are all below the elite level. You have to be careful. There was a hint of expectation in the eyes of the dragon patriarch and he wanted to see the strength of his son-in-law. Hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded and whispered, what if they are all swept? PS First update Chapter 2 293 The World Tree that creates and destroys everything. Platinum Treasure Bow. Please collect. Please subscribe. Good. Courageous. I admire young people like you who are courageous, worthy of being the god of killing. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the dragon clan leader was stunned for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes and then he laughed. It has been a long time since he has seen such a domineering young generation. As if seeing his own appearance when he was young, his eyes were full of satisfaction. Originally everyone's attention was on the great demon king. When these words came out, many people heard them. They were stunned at first and then they all showed anger. I didn't expect that our dragon family disciples would be looked down upon one day. Everyone present is not the mob in the snowfield of heaven before. That's right, only dragon Pokemon can participate in the dragon blood ceremony. Can this Guzzlord defeat hundreds of dragon family disciples present? Don't say that this Pokemon is not even at the peak of the professional level. Even if a pseudo-elite comes, it is impossible to resist the joint attack of so many people. Among the people present there are people at the top of the professional level. Brother Long Chi, even if he is a big devil, we must destroy his prestige. Yes, we can't let others look down on us like this. Everyone responded and the young man called Long Chi looked over, obviously the best among the Long family's children. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The dragon clan leader who saw this scene smiled and said softly, "It seems that the children are very enthusiastic." Lin Chen waved his hand indifferently and didn't seem to care too much. The dragon clan leader nodded and said in his heart, "He is worthy of being the first generation of Xiaoguo youth, the killing god who fought against the elite." He restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, "If you can sweep my Long family's children, I will make an exception and let you go to the tree canopy to be baptized. The power of the law is the most concentrated there. Maybe you can feel the champion law in advance, but this time you can only use dragon-type Pokemon. You can't use Agron. Don't get slapped in the face when the time comes." Then the dragon chief thought of Lin Chen's Guzzlord and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. That Guzzlord is promising. Hearing the words champion level law, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with expectation. The dragon blood sacred tree in front of him can also have champion level laws? Then it really needs to be taken seriously. The little loli on the side jumped up and shouted loudly, "Come on brother." There is no awareness of being a member of the Long family. So quickly the elbow turned outward. Long Yuking frowned when she saw her sister's attitude change so quickly. This little guy, wouldn't he also like Lin Chen? Looking at Lin Chen's appearance, does he like this type? Then what should I do? She was a little at a loss, then took a deep breath and returned to normal. The strong will only be attracted to the strong. When the time comes, I must perform well in the dragon blood ceremony. This is the only way to attract him. Lin Chen nodded after hearing what the dragon clan leader said and thought, I am not a person who likes violence, so there is no need to fight too fiercely. Just let Shelgon have fun when the time comes. Long Yuking on the side couldn't help but glance at him. Has this big devil changed his temperament, or has he become gentler because of me? Thinking of this, a blush floated on her face and she turned her head away shyly. Then Lin Chen looked at the dragon blood holy tree, his eyes full of expectation. In the eyes of everyone in awe, he slowly approached the side of the dragon blood holy tree. All the children of the Long family around were excited, but no one dared to come forward and they could only whisper on the side, "The big devil is coming, he is coming. I didn't expect him to be so handsome when I saw him up close. It's over, I'm a little nervous. Will I fight with the big devil later? Although we have a lot of people, why do I feel unsure in my heart? The god of killing is here. This murderous aura is too heavy. I have always heard that his tactical command ability is very strong. Today I have to see it. It was him who proposed the discovery of fairy Pokemon. Today I have to put a good end to his limelight." Brother, you may be overthinking. The opponent is an elite. You can't use Agron. I don't believe that Guzzlord is that strong. I'm a little nervous after all that Guzzlord ate the elite Quasigod. Brother Long Chi, come on. Defeat the big devil. In the midst of the exclamation, no one treated Lin Chen as a peer. It was as if he was facing a veteran elite and he was cautious and respectful. In the expectant eyes of others, Long Chi still plucked up his courage and stood out nervously. "Lin Chen too will definitely defeat you." It's not the kind of arrogance that comes from a villain in a simple novel. It's more like he's talking to himself to cheer himself up. Lin Chen nodded. He said calmly, "Okay, I'll wait for you." This casual remark made everyone feel their chest stagnate. So calm. It is indeed the unparalleled god of killing. At this time Lin Chen was already attracted by the holy dragon blood tree in front of him. As soon as he approached the holy dragon blood tree, Lin Chen felt a strong breath which was different from the life energy of the world tree. The holy tree contains a huge dragon energy. It also gives people a completely different feeling. The world tree is a gentle and peaceful force, and in the holy dragon blood tree there is endless violence, as if there is a world-destroying dragon lurking in it. Under the skin of the all-knowing eye, a trace of curiosity flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Unexpectedly, what the dragon chief said about the sacred tree has spirits nonsense is not nonsense said, but after a long time the dragon blood holy tree has really given birth to a wool. However, under Lin Chen's careful sensing, it was determined that the strength of this wool was somewhat similar to the wool of the world tree. It just didn't have complete wisdom yet and could only emit energy through perception but couldn't communicate with people. It was one level lower than the world tree. Of course, if it could really reach the level of the world tree, it could create the entire world. Even a champion level powerhouse would be jealous. It had long been lost in the years of inheritance. Just as Lin Chen was scanning the dragon blood holy tree, he suddenly saw a shiny. Just above the tree canopy a familiar light flashed. Lin Chen hurriedly took a few steps forward to make his vision clearer. When he saw the items on the tree canopy clearly, a look of shock appeared on his face. This luck is too good to encounter a platinum treasure chest here. Chapter 294 Guzzlord who slaughtered the world. All men are ill. Please collect. Please subscribe. On the crown of the dragon blood holy tree there is a treasure chest shining with platinum light. Platinum treasure chest. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and he sighed in his heart. I didn't expect to find a platinum treasure chest here. Thinking about it, I felt relieved. After all, even the dragon blood holy tree has already developed intelligence. It is not surprising to find a rare treasure chest in such a strange secret place. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. It's just that it seems a little strange to rashly climb up their dragon blood holy tree in public. Well, more than a little. And now the holy blood ceremony has not started yet, and rashly approaching the treetops will definitely cause misunderstandings from the Long family. After all, this is their sacred spiritual tree. This makes it difficult for Long Yuking. After all, she also spent a lot of effort to get this place. Of course, Lin Chen is not an ES. After all, there is the promise of the Dragon Clan chief. No matter what, it will be fulfilled. Then you just need to become the winner of this dragon blood ceremony. You can go to the crown of the dragon blood holy tree as promised by the Dragon Clan chief to comprehend the law. At that time you can naturally open the platinum treasure chest. And this level of rare treasure chest generally have excellent items, second only to the diamond treasure chest with divine beast level treasures. I think it will definitely not let me down. Lin Chen's eyes were full of expectations and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Long Yuking, who was standing aside, glanced at Lin Chen and felt that he was a little happy. She asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? So happy? Did you have any strange thought?" Lin Chen said with a smile. "No way. I just thought of happy things. The first time I came to your house I felt that the whole Long family was very energetic. I like the atmosphere here." Hearing this, Long Yuking immediately began to imagine. Lin Chen actually said that he liked it here. Is he sending a signal to himself? If you like the atmosphere here, then stay. Long Yuking was thinking alone, but the little Lolita beside him interrupted him. Sister, brother Lin Chen said he likes this place. It must be because of you in. After hearing this, Long Yuking came back to her senses. This little guy, why does he have to fight with me for everything? Long Yuking nodded after coming back to her senses. She asked softly, "Lin Chen, you have to think about it. This is an opportunity that only comes once in 10 years. Are you sure you don't need Guzzlord?" Lin Chen touched Long Yuin's head and said softly, "Yes, brother likes Yuin very much." Then he looked at Long Yuking, showed a sly smile and said, "I, Lin Chen, will not use Guzzlord even if I lose outside." The children of the Long family beside him cheered when they heard this. That Agron can't be used, and now even Guzzlord is not used? No way, the great demon king doesn't use Guzzlord, but there are other dragon Pokemon. Why have I never heard of it? Is there a killer move? I don't think so. The god of death is so amazing. If there is still hidden strength before, it's too outrageous. If that's the case, we still have a chance to win. I can brag for a year if I can defeat the great demon king. I think I can brag for a lifetime. In the future, will we also defeat Lin Chen elite or even Lin Chen champion? I don't know if this is my only chance in this life. All the dragon family members cheered and Long Qi took a deep breath. He silently cheered himself up in his heart. When the bell rang in the secret realm, the entire dragon blood sacred tree began to shine with golden light. The dragon energy emerged from the ground like a substance. Along the trunk of the dragon blood sacred tree it radiated from the crown. The huge dragon energy instantly swept the entire secret realm. Those underage dragon Pokemon in the distance were instantly inspired. All raised their head and greedily breathed in the gift of the holy tree. Dragon Pokemon such as Bustiodon were even more delighted. The inspiration of the dragon blood sacred tree made the thin blood in their bodies begin to boil. The dragon blood bathing ceremony officially started. Hundreds of dragon family members sharpened their knives, trying to become famous by stepping on the god of killing. If they succeeded, they would brag about it for the rest of their lives. Come out, Apple Dragon. Come out, Drudagon. Astor Flowers. It's you, Dragonair. Gudra, come on. Gutter, you better do your best. They released Pokemon one after another, their eyes full of fighting spirit. And the first moment the Pokemon appeared, Zero had already taken their own positions vaguely surrounding Lin Chen. Chen. They were surrounded and killed. They all planned to deal with the god of killing first and then decide the winner inside. This was not what Long Yuking thought. She frowned and took out the pokeball. Come out, Dragonite! Roar! The orange figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the little lowly net to her also summoned her Altaria. Altaria's vibrating wings seemed to fly from the cloud. Cry! Long Yuking said softly, as a child of the Long family you actually planned to besiege others. Hundreds of people besieging one person, isn't that a bit rude? After saying that, she prepared to help Lin Chen resist other children of the Long family. The little lowly also clenched her fist angrily. I want to help brother Lin Chen too. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and his eyes were full of smiles. Then with a stroke of his right hand at his waist, two pokeballs were clamped between his middle and ring fingers. Come out, Guzzlord! Shelgon! Two white light flashed in an instant and powerful dragon energy swept in an instant. The murderous aura on the two Pokemons was as if they had experienced a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although there are many Pokemons among the children of the Long family, most of them have never experienced life and death. They have only had some fighting experience on the ring or in the wild. In terms of momentum, they were suppressed by two Pokemon. Seeing this scene, all the Long family members were stunned. Why are there two? Didn't you agree not to use Guzzlord? He took it out with his backhand. This is too untrustworthy. Long Yuking saw this scene and couldn't help but glance at him. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you agree not to use it? Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Then he whispered, this tells me a truth. The society is too dangerous. Men are all ill. Chapter 295. The demon god who swept the world. The original return form descended. Please collect. Please subscribe. The elites of the Long family saw this scene and admired it. This Guzzlord is indeed extremely powerful, not inferior to the Quasi-Dragon clan. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared and immediately set off a strong wind. The branches and leaves of the dragon blood sacred tree flew one after another, making a rustling sound. The 7-metal behemoth made a group of dragon Pokemon tremble. He didn't even dare to breathe. He didn't have the dignity of a dragon at all. The dragon leader in the distance looked over here with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It's indeed an Ultra Beast. Although other people in the family didn't know Ultra Beast, they had only heard Lin Chen shout its name, Guzzlord. But as a clan leader, he still coveted this powerful dragon from the void. The dragon leader thought to himself, so Lin Chen had entered the void world. He was able to subdue Ultra Beast and he was so obedient. It turns out that 143 has means that ordinary people don't have. The future is boundless. He naturally knew that Guzzlord was a dragon Pokemon. There was once a time when he almost subdued a black Guzzlord that escaped from the ultimate wormhole. It was a pity that he didn't know its characteristics at the time. In the end, he failed to provide enough food, causing it to completely run away. The only chance to capture Guzzlord also slipped away completely. In short, it is really too expensive to keep it. This thing has a big appetite. It is too big. As the Alliance gets to know Ultra Beast better. On the contrary, the slightly weaker Naganadel makes the dragon leader particularly excited. However, it is too dangerous to enter the void world. Even if an elite level strongman enters it, he may not be able to gain anything. If he dies in it, it will be a big loss. The best way is to win over the gods. Lin Chen of the dragon family. A smile flashed in the eyes of the dragon clan leader. He was very satisfied with Lin Chen. It just so happened that Yuking, this girl, kept talking about Lin Chen every day. How about matchmaking? Of course, only such a strong man can be worthy of the daughter of the dragon family. This is not an exchange of interest. What's more important is that his daughter likes Lin Chen, otherwise he would not think so anyway. If Lin Chen really became the son-in-law of the dragon family, then there might be one more tribe in the dragon secret realm. The dragon overlord of Ultra Beast. Poisonous dragon. At this time, under the dragon blood holy tree, the children of the dragon family were all confused. They said not to use Guzzlord. There was no hesitation when using it, but they couldn't say anything after all they had already chosen to besiege. When Long Qi saw the scene, his face turned red instantly. But if they didn't besiege, they would be defeated one by Lin Chen. He didn't care about so much and gave orders directly. Everyone prepare to attack. As soon as these words came out, they immediately responded. Dragonair use Dragon Pulse. Apple Dragon use Razor Leaf. Gudra Psybeam. EA Gutter use Dragon Breath. The Pokemon of the dragon family spread out in a line. The dragon pressure swept out instantly and all kinds of energy surged. The light of the skill flashed under the tree and then burst towards Guzzlord. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was not panicked and gave the order calmly. Guzzlord use Dragon Pulse. Ayaha. The net moment Guzzlord's spherical body stood on the ground. The thick legs suddenly ingrained on the ground and countless dragon energies gathered in the deep blue giant mouth like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. A golden ball of light gradually formed in the mouth and then turned into a golden beam of light. ZZZZ. Before the dragon pulse was launched, a sizzling sound was heard. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Long family members all changed greatly. Boom. A dragon pulse that was 5 meters wide swept out with the endless pressure of the dragon system. It instantly penetrated all the attacking beam. There was not even a moment of exciting confrontation. It was like a blow from the ultimate world across space. The power of the alien beast was undoubted, and this dragon pulse did not stop after defeating all the attacks. The beam of light hit the light screen that was set up by the elite-level strongman of the Long family earlier. Boom! Countless ripples suddenly appeared on the light screen. It was almost broken. The faces of the Long family members present all changed greatly. Is this still below the elite? The great demon Lin Chen is too terrifying. It was not until this moment that they felt it. The fear from the control of the god of killing. Long Qi was stunned, his eyes full of frustration. Originally thought he still had a chance, but I didn't expect that the siege was no match. Now that I think about it, even Long Yuking is no match. The rest of the people can't do it either. They took out a bunch of quasi-elite. Everyone was crying without tears. This is too outrageous. Then let's attack Shelgon first. I don't know who was the first to shout this sentence. Immediately got everyone's response. Being able to win is also a victory over the god of killing. I can brag about it for a year. Shelgon, who was watching the show, suddenly found that the spearhead was pointed at him. He immediately understood what the Long family children meant. From you. Shelgon was instantly angry. The dragon energy suddenly surged and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned. Settle for the second best. And then you choose me? This is the second time I've been looked down upon today. Do you think I'm easy to bully? From you. Shelgon started the fight directly. He took the initiative to rush into the Pokemon, and his speed was so fast that it was amazing. Every time he rushed forward, a Pokemon would fall down. Gudra used Dragon Pulse. Nina. Gudra cried softly and a Dragon Pulse instantly condensed in his mouth. Then it burst out. Me Ed in the skill light waves of other Pokemon. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shelgon was hit directly. From. Shelgon was directly repelled by this attack, but it was not hurt at all due to its strong defense. This attack has completely angered Shelgon. Ayaha! Guzzlord on the side roared and wanted to help, but Shelgon looked at it and signaled with his eyes. You don't have to do it, I'll deal with it. 4-2 Guzzlord saw this and did not force his move. He just stood aside quietly and watched Shelgon's performance. Bang bang bang! Although Shelgon's counterattack was extremely fierce, there were too many Pokemon. Facing a large number of dragon Pokemon besieging him, he seemed a little overwhelmed. From here, Shelgon adjusted his fighting posture again to avoid it, snorted, and the dragon energy in its body rose again. Its eyes were filled with reluctance. The children of the Long family saw this scene and were delighted. It looks like there is a chance. I said to the big devil, not all Pokemon are so strong. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He gave the order calmly. Shelgon, show your real skills. Original return. Chapter 296, Baptism of the Supreme Law, Salamin's Evolution. Please collect. Please subscribe. From giving. Shelgon roared, and then his abdomen began to glow. Countless energies surged in the dragon's stomach. The net moment, countless irregular blue dread lines appeared on Shelgon's carapace. Like magma erupting, the power that plotted appeared in its body. Primal return. Dragon King form. The dragon's pressure was like a violent tide rolling up huge waves and surging, and the Pokemon standing in front of it trembled involuntarily. The eyes were full of fear. It was as if they saw the Dragon King coming to the world. Seeing this, the dragon chieftain who was standing by the curtain took 2 steps forward. His eyes were full of astonishment. He rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. He had studied dragon Pokemon for many years but had never seen such a change as Shelgon. What is this? Is this the natural king of dragon Pokemon? Even a pseudo-elite powerhouse could not achieve such a pressure, and this Shelgon had not even evolved yet. How come the Pokemon around the god of killing were so magical? The dragon chieftain took a deep breath and suppressed his pounding heart. Such a shock, people's changes. Even as the head of the Long family, he was particularly curious. He glanced at Lin Chen in the distance, his eyes full of curiosity. Although curious, but Lin Chen would definitely not disclose the secret. There was no way to know the truth. After all, the god of death had already defeated the elite and was essentially as powerful as himself. What's more, he was the first person to hold the right to speak in fairies, so it was impossible to force him to ask. Of course he would force Lin Chen to ask for this secret. The Long clan leader would not do such a stupid thing. Instead of trying to find out his secret, it is better to make friends with him. This is Long Yuking murmured on the side. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was particularly mysterious. He had too many secrets, and such a man was the most attractive. She once thought that she was not much different from Lin Chen, but she didn't expect that she had been left far behind by him, and such Shelgon was destined to reach the top. In the battle, all the children of the Long family focused their attention on Shelgon. They took a breath of cold air, and the pressure alone was not something they could resist. Finally, Long Qi mustered up the courage and said loudly, "Everyone cheer up. The children of the Long family will never give up until the last moment." Under his encouragement, all the talents recovered. Even so, their eyes were still filled with fear from giving, and Shelgon Shelgon's original return is finally complete. His eyes were full of bloodthirstiness. It immediately burst out again and rushed into the Pokemon group, and this time almost no one saw its movements, only a silvered figure. Like a meat grinder it began to sweep from amid Shelgon's roar. Its muscles swelled again. The limbs are extremely powerful and each sweep will eliminate several people. Swish! There was another tearing sound and the dragon claw swept across an EA gutter. It immediately tore off a piece of flesh and blood and the EA gutter wailed in pain. Three faces were wearing masks of pain. Roar! Shelgon kicked his feet suddenly and then withdrew from the battle again. The dragon energy in his mouth surged instantly. In an instant a dragon pulse fell into the Pokemon group and E plotted. Several dragon Pokemon flew out immediately, completely lost the ability to fight. The NET moment Shelgon showed his power again. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Breath, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Walk. If a series of skills sweeping a dragon Pokemon. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then gave an order. Shelgon used Dragon Breath. From a hot and majestic Dragon Breath swept instantly. Countless Pokemon had already been in chaos, running around in a panic under the Dragon Blood Sacred Tree. Dragon Breath strengthened by the Dragon King's organ. It was like fireworks from hell. Hot and majestic, unparalleled power. Ayaha! Guzzlord, who was standing by, had already started to get excited after seeing this. After a roar he joined the battle. The situation was even more one-sided. A large number of Pokemon were defeated instantly. Looking at Gudra flying backwards, Long Chi shouted nervously. His voice was hoarse and sounded terrified, and until this time everyone felt it. The fear of being dominated by the big devil. The Long family members who withdrew from the battle discussed one after another. This is too strong, right? Truly sweeping everything. Can anyone else defeat him? He has long been out of our young generation and we are still trying to besiege Lin Chen. It's ridiculous. Despair and fear surrounded the Long family's children. Long Yuking, who was standing aside, had a flash of surprise in her eyes and praised, I didn't expect that you have such a killer. Then I will also try your strength. She quickly took out the poke ball. Come out, Dragonite! Roar! An orange figure fluttered its wing. For the strong covet he has already noticed Shelgon. Then he shot up violently. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen smiled indifferently. It's good to come here just in time to test your practice result. While Dragonite and Shelgon were fighting fiercely, Guzzlord had already joined the battlefield. Lin Chen showed a sly smile and said softly, but I didn't say that you are not allowed to besiege. This sentence made Long Yuking puff up her mouth. Lin Chen was naturally for victory. If Shelgon and Dragonite were allowed to fight to an even stalemate, at that time even if there were multiple people besieging, it would be impossible to rely on only one Guzzlord. There will always be negligence, and Lin Chen wanted to get the platinum treasure chest. Naturally he had to be foolproof. As time went by there were fewer and fewer miserable growls. Until the last moment hundreds of people were swept away. Even Long Yuking was a little resentful, but it was the Long family that besieged first. She had no position to blame Lin Chen. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared, obviously not having a good fight. After all, it was in the secret realm of the Dragon Blood Tree. Guzzlord could only restrain himself, otherwise maybe there would have been a feast. With the last Pokemon, the Pokemon that was taken back ball under the Dragon Blood Holy Tree, only Lin Chen and Long Yuking were left, and the battle time ended. Everyone looked surprised, waiting for the Dragon Blood bath to begin. In a moment the Holy Tree shone. The Dragon Blood Holy Tree, which already had spiritual intelligence, stretched its branches. The huge dragon energy slowly fell, but it was not as violent as before. When the Dragon Blood Holy Tree shone 143, a blood-colored beam of light rushed straight into the sky, but it was like turning on a signal light, attracting countless stars to scatter. That was the power of the law bestowed by the Dragon Blood Holy Tree. The stars were dotted silent. Then it was still based on the number of opponents defeated. It sank into the Pokemon's body. Others said it looked like a thin thread, like the drizzle of early spring floating down. And Long Yuking, the light that sank into her body gathered into a stream, slowly transforming her body, making it lighter and stronger. Whoosh! And when it came to Lin Chen, countless energies surged like the sea, directly lifting Lin Chen up and then sent it to the treetops. Seeing this scene, countless Long family members were jealous. The gentle energy nourished Guzzlord and Shelgon. The two Pokemon quickly improved their blood and strength. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared happily. It has already broken through to the quasi-elite limit. All it needs to do is to comprehend the law to reach the elite level. From giving, Shelgon's blood was also sublimated and the Dragon Emperor's organs were strengthened again. His strength was like a gushing spring, constantly improving, continuously improving from the middle level of the profession, high level of the profession, breakthrough, professional, and peak breakthrough. Under the nourishment of the pure and incomparable energy of the Dragon Blood Holy Tree, a solid foundation has been laid. From giving, Shelgon looked at the changes in his body with surprise. The NET moment, a ray of light emerged from his body. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise. This is the light of evolution. Ming. Chapter 297. The strongest Sky Overlord open the platinum treasure bow. Please collect. Please subscribe. It finally time to evolve. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise. I've waited for so long. Salamins it here. When I first saw Bagon in the Celadone Rainbow Forest, it has accumulated for 10 years. 5 years of incubation, 5 years of growth. These 10 years have made Bagon's character extremely tough. After following Lin Chen, although its potential has been restored, it is still suppressing its own evolution, not impatient or impatient. Like an old monk in meditation, it has already accumulated to the extreme. Finally today all the energy accumulated in the past has burst out. Lin Chen looked at Shelgon in the light and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Old Dai, I have completed your entrustment for you. And for myself I also have an explanation. The long-awaited Sky Overlord is finally here. In the surprised eyes of everyone, countless lights gathered on Shelgon. The blood-colored lines around its body are highlighted again. The dragon energy travels through every part of the body and then shatters. It turns into particles of energy. Tick. The energy particles are like water disappearing in the water. Silent, but it is so vast. When the last particle of energy sank into Shelgon's body, white light emerged again, and its body shape began to change. Countless cells replicated, arranged and reorganized in its body. From Salamins made a loud appearance. It stood on 4 legs with a long tail and a thin tip, but it was filled with endless power and it could smash a mountain with a light wave. Most of its body was blue, its lower jaw was gray and its lower body was covered with thick scales. These scales gave it unparalleled defense. It could easily resist the wind pressure during high-speed flight. Salamins had ridges above its eyes and horizontal structures on both sides of its head similar to eternal gills. This was the organ it used to breathe during flight. It could also use this to maintain balance. Each of its short legs had 3 claws which were extremely sharp. With a stroke it could instantly tear its prey apart. And the biggest change was this pair of blood-colored wings. It had been flying in covet since Bagon. The strong desire for wings caused the cells in its body to suddenly mutate, forming huge red wings. Thus it became the overlord of the sky. From Salamins appeared, making everyone's pupils shrink. Years of energy accumulation made its body size larger than the average Salamin. It looked extremely domineering. Roar. With a low roar, Salamins directly activated the Dragon King form. Its abdomen was shining with golden light. Its whole body was covered with blood-colored lines that returned to the sacred primitive. It looked very intimidating. In an instant dragon energy gushed out. The strong pressure formed made all Pokemon stare at it. The dragon's might was mighty. A large number of professional-level dragon Pokemon trembled, their eyes full of awe. It has already surrendered to it. The power of the overlord is undoubted. Seeing this scene, all the children of the Long family widened their eyes. Even in the Long family, which has many dragon Pokemon, the number of Salamins is extremely rare. Only direct descendants can get quasi-god Pokemon. As for such a powerful one, it has never appeared in the younger generation. He has become stronger again. Long Yuking murmured, her eyes full of surprise. Lin Chen's figure became clear in her mind, took a deep breath and made up her mind. I will definitely catch up with you until we meet again at the top of the world. Roar. Dragonite on the side roared, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Also the dominant Pokemon in the sky. Dragonite is only suitable for long-distance flight and the sucker punch speed is most needed in battle. Compared with Salamins, she still has a certain gap, and the Dragon Chief also showed a look of surprise. It was just the middle level of the professional level. After evolving into Salamins, it directly stepped into the quasi-elite level. It can be said to be a step to heaven. The vast dragon breath energy instantly alarmed the other elites of the Long family. They looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. This Salamins is incredible. The purity of energy is unprecedented. Not only is he powerful, but the blood-colored mysterious patterns on his body are also similar to the ancient totems. This has already met the requirements of a dominant Pokemon. Another dominant like Agron. With such a rapid rise, does Lin Chen have any secret recipe for cultivating dominant? A true Zyuguo alliance, the first of the young generation. Only such a genius can capture the heart of Yuking. Then don't just stand there, let's become a family soon. Countless people exclaimed, their eyes full of envy. The great demon king will not be the great demon king. There is no doubt about him. From here, Salamins lowered his head, rubbed his head against Lin Chen and cried softly, "Thank you, master." Guzzlord, who was standing by, was a little autistic when he saw this and his eyes were full of envy. It was a pity that he didn't have the evolution type. He could only make up his mind secretly to eat more meals after returning. Turn grief and anger into appetite. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. He chuckled and said, Guzzlord, don't be discouraged, keep getting stronger. There is still a chance to open the god form. Then you can be so handsome. After listening, Guzzlord's eyes lit up. Yes, there is also the god form. Then he looked at Salamins with an unconvinced look. From you. Salamins, who was standing by, growled and fought back with a disdainful look. It's okay, I still have a mega evolution. When the time comes, I will directly open the Dragon King form of mega evolution. I will crush you just the same. haha. For the first time good thing Guzzlord was completely defeated. He was even more withdrawn than when he was beaten by a grin before. Guzzlord was so angry that he almost wanted to eat the dragon. With a roar he scared the dragon Pokemon of several dragon family members trembling. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised looking at Salamin. For the first time I found that this glutton is so greedy. Could it be that after evolution some new talent was opened? Taunt skill is directly max. When everyone's attention was on Salamin, Lin Chen was not idle. He was already on the tree canopy and slowly stretched out his hand covered on the platinum treasure chest. Then the brilliant light flowed and the platinum treasure chest quietly opened. When he saw the things inside, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but claimed this is PS. The SITH update is here. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for evaluation. Chapter 298 The Dragon that combines truth and fantasy. The three dragons of the most ancient way. Please collect. Please subscribe. An inverted triangular pyramid of unknown material shining with bright black light all over. There was a strong energy surging in it. Mysterious. It's actually the gene wedge. Relying on the fact that it was extremely secretive in the crown of the dragon blood sacred tree, Lin Chen had enough time to check and study it. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In order to thoroughly confirm the identity of the object, Lin Chen directly opened the eye of all-knowing and a huge amount of data instantly flooded into his mind. It is indeed it. I didn't expect to find such a magical object here. After reading the properties, Lin Chen's eyes widened. You know, QRAM can combine with the real Reshiram or the ideal Zekrom through this object. Become flame white QRAM or dark QRAM. Flame white QRAM has Reshiram's characteristic turbo flame, which represents fusion flare, and extreme cold flame, and dark QRAM has Zekrom's characteristic mega voltage, which has fusion bolt and freeze shock. In the anime, the three of them are collectively called the three dragons of Tao. According to legend, the Unova region 500 years ago was a country founded by a pair of twins and a dragon. The older twin brother pursues reality while the younger twin brother pursues ideal. Due to inconsistent goals, the differences between the brothers gradually widened and eventually developed into a war. The dragon also split into the real Reshiram and the ideal Zekrom, and their war lasted for many years. It was always difficult to tell who would win. Neither Reshiram nor Zekrom could defeat the other, and they both exhausted their physical strength. Finally, the twin heroes realized their mistake and ended the war and returned to peace. However, after the twin brothers fell asleep, their sons who succeeded them reignited the flames of war. So rages Reshiram and Zekrom used fire and lightning to burn up the Unova region and then disappeared. Since then they have been lost. Both Pokemon are extremely powerful and have a special state. When Zekrom and Reshiram attack, their tails will enter a state of power generation and combustion. This state is called the overclocking drive state. After merging with QRAM, dark QRAM and flame white QRAM will maintain the overclocking drive state during the battle. They will also connect the original retracted wings to the tail, and the helping hand will transmit energy. In this way they have a constant supply of energy and continue to fight. Perhaps this is the state learned when there is a stalemate in the war. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with more surprise. Then, before anyone noticed him, he placed the gene wedge in the new world. A question quietly emerged in Lin Chen's mind. Why did the gene wedge appear in the secret realm of the Long family? I don't know whether it was randomly opened from the treasure chest or an item buried by the ancestors of the Long family. If it is the latter, it means that the ancestors of the Long family may have seen the ruins where QRAM is. There is also a glimmer of hope for finding QRAM. Of course, Lin Chen does not intend to start to inquire about this news now. On the one hand, with his own strength, if he meets QRAM, he is afraid that he can only run away. The last time he met a third-level god Regis in the snow plain of heaven, he was chased all the way. He almost lost his life. If he went to find QRAM, he would probably die on the spot, not to mention taming him. On the other hand, he and the Long family did not have this level of relationship, unless ahem. Of course, it is highly likely that even the Long family themselves have long lost the way to enter the secret realm where QRAM is. Lin Chen did not think about it anymore, but planned to leave from the crown of the dragon blood sacred tree first. If he stayed here any longer, he might be noticed by others. Lin Chen moved slowly, still imagining the role of the gene wedge in his mind. Although he has not seen QRAM yet, if he has the opportunity in the future, will subdue it and the other two dragons, and even have the opportunity to create a top-level first-level god. Then return to the origin and completely form a team of divine beasts. That scene, just thinking about it makes me feel cool. As soon as he landed, Long Yuking's gentle voice came and Lin Chen completely came back to his senses. Congratulations, Shelgon evolution has become Salamin. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and then smiled. It's all the result of Shelgon's hard work. He looked at Salamin's on the side. His eyes were bright and the powerful dragon might emanated from his body. body. Just standing there he has a strong deterrent power as if he is the Dragon King who rules the world from you. Hearing the master's praise, Solomons vibrated his wings and roared into the sky. He had never experienced the pleasure of flying, and his blood-colored wings flapped gently and the whistling wind formed a whistle sharp and beautiful. Guzzlord on the ground was full of envy. After all, he had never experienced flying. Beside Lin Chen, the little girl suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Big brother is so awesome." Lin Chen touched her head and whispered, "Then you and should also work hard." Chief Long also smiled with satisfaction and the appreciation in his eyes became stronger. Good. He said 2 good words in a row and Lin Chen walked over and thanked him. After all, this time is a secret place for Bai Nu Piao. I can find a chance to repay the favor in the future. I am here, thanked Chief Long. Chief Long touched his beard and laughed heroically. Haha, no need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, go to Yuking and tell her she applied for a place in the family for you. Lin Chen nodded and was about to thank him, but Long Yuking blushed first and said shyly, "Father, you are still teasing me." Then he ran away in small steps. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly and then he said goodbye to Chief Long. After the two exchanged greetings, Lin Chen took out the poke ball and put Sylvian and Guzzlord back into the poke ball. Then he turned his eyes to Solomons, who was still in high spirit. At this time it was spreading its blue dread wings and flying in the air of the secret realm. Wherever it went, countless dragon Pokemon avoided it for fear of offending this aerial overlord. Solomons, it's time to come back from here. The blood dragon gently vibrated its wings and then glided over quickly. The movement was light and agile and the strong wind it raised was whistling. Lin Chen took out the poke ball and wanted to take back Solomons, but at this time he felt a strong breath surging from here. Solomons turned around sharply and a dragon breath burst out of his mouth. Boom! After a loud bang, the two dragon breaths collided and the heat waves rolled up in the air, rushed towards him. You dare to challenge Solomons now? What Pokemon is so brave? Lin Chen pursued the source of the breath, and after seeing the other party's appearance clearly, he was also a little shocked. This is PS First Update Chapter 299 Black and Gold Shiny Quasi-God Pokemon. The original Dragon Emperor descends. Please collect. Please subscribe. Garcom. A roar fell from the sky and then a black and gold shiny Garcom fell from the sky. The dragon's might is mighty. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it carefully. Garcom suddenly landed and his feet relieved most of the impact force, instantly stirring up countless smoke and dust. Very domineering. Most of its body is black and its abdomen is red and tends to the mandible. The lower end of the red part has a saffron-colored diamond-shaped structure and there is also a golden cross pattern on the mouth and nose. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be a black and gold shiny quasi-god. The appendage on the head of this Garcomp is similar to the engine of a painted airplane. This makes its head look like a hammerhead. It also gives it a powerful attack power. With a tackle it can easily smash a mountain. It has 4 fins on its body, 1 on each arm, 1 dorsal fin and a tail fin similar to a shark. There are spikes on its hind limbs and arms. During flight it can stir up a huge airflow and completely tear the enemy apart. In addition, it has black sclera and golden irises and its pupils are usually constricted. During high-speed flight it can also clearly see the prey on the ground. In Garcomp's eyes there is a fighting spirit staring at Solomons. Solomons roared at the taunter, turned back to look at Lin Chen and wanted to fight with him. Dragon Pokemon, such aggressive creatures always solve problems with fists. Lin Chen did not directly order a fight. After all, he was planning to leave. It would not be appropriate for me to hurt such a quasi-god descendant of the dragon family. After all, I just took advantage of them. Before asking the little Lolita Net to me, asked Lin Chen for help. Big brother, help me teach this guy a lesson. It always bullied my Altaria before. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and raised his eyebrows. Is there anyone who dares to bully the little daughter of the dragon clan leader? But after a careful scan he did not find this Garcomp's trainer. A thought came to mind. Could it be that this Garcomp is ownerless? That's really a bit outrageous. Lin Chen bent down slightly and asked softly, Xiao Yu, and how did it bully you? The little loli pouted her mouth and immediately talked incessantly, just like a little girl who was complaining to her brother. This Garcomp has been living in the dragon blood secret realm. Then no one has been able to subdue it, and it has a proud personality. Every time I come here to train it will come out to cause trouble for me and bully Altaria all the time. Long Yuking on the side also said softly, this Garcomp has always been unyielding to others and no one in the younger generation can subdue it. And according to family rules, as the daughter of the Long family, you can't have 2 quasi-gods at the same time. So let it practice in the secret realm later, waiting for someone who can subdue it to appear. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, although he was also extremely covet for quasi-god. However, Lin Chen would not take the initiative to take away such a precious and rare Pokemon. Okay, then I'll teach it a lesson for you. Lin Chen waved his hand indicating that Solomon Salamins didn't need to hold back. Seeing this, the little girl jumped up excitedly. "Thank you, big brother. Come on, big brother." Lin Chen nodded and shouted to Salamins in the distance. "Salamins, then teach it a lesson. Go." Salamins took a fighting stance and the two quasi-dragon Pokemon looked at each other. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. The net moment the two dragon Pokemon shot out violently, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the two sides collided directly with each other. For such an opponent, they both adopted a head-on melee. Lin Chen quickly gave orders. "Salamins, use Dragon Claw. Go." Salamins raised his claws, which were extremely sharp. Dragon energy condensed on the claw. Sizzle! Another equally sharp claw collided violently with it. There was a sound of metal clashing and countless embers lit up on the golden claw mark. Both dragon quasi-gods took a step back and their eyes were more eager to fight. Then they fought again at a faster speed. Dragon Claw, Double Kick, Iron Head, Flame Fang, Dragon Tail. Countless melee skills collided, but there was no winner. Dragon energy surged in the air and explosions sounded continuously. The heartbeats of both sides were beating like war drum. The fallen leaves of the Dragon Blood Sacred Tree were also swept up by the strong wind and then completely torn apart. The surging energy swept through the space, turning into sickle weasels, instantly crushing countless fallen leaves. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. "I didn't expect this. A semi-wild Garchomp. It was so powerful. It can fight Salamins, who just evolved on par with her." Lin Chen curiously opened the eye of all-knowing. He found that it was at the same level as Salamins. Both of them had reached the peak of quasi-elite. He couldn't help but sigh. What a combative mother beast. It was able to grow to this point in the wild. No wonder no one has been able to subdue it. Boom! Another dragon tail collision. Salamins and Garchomp took a step back again. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, just like Salamanki's blood surging at this time. She hasn't been so happy for a long time. In that case, let's get rid of it completely. Salamins returned to the original. From here, Salamins roared after hearing the command. Then the energy in his body surged and his muscles swelled again. Under the blessing of the Dragon King's organs, blood-colored lines appeared all over his body again. Crack, crack, crack. The Dragon King form made his body size surge again, and under the lines was endless power surging. His eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodthirstiness, and even from such a distance it made people's blood boil. "I dare not look directly at it." The people watching from a distance claimed. "What kind of form is this? I've seen it before, but I didn't expect it to be usable after evolution. Such a momentum is too terrifying. As expected of the god of killing, all the Pokemon under his command are strong. Salamanki's new form is so handsome. It's simply the overlord of the dragon system. The Dragon King is alive." In the battle, Salamins roared after the transformation. Roar! Garchomp was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, but pride did not allow him to retreat. He immediately took the initiative to attack and shot out again. As for flowers, the bright golden wings cut through the air, making a rustling sound like the whistle of a swordsman in the bamboo forest. Lin Chen quickly issued an order. "Use Dragon Pulse." Give. Garchomp knew that he couldn't block this attack directly, so he chose to dodge it while running at high speed. Boom! A Dragon Pulse that missed hit the distant energy shield designed by the former elite. Crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the golden shield instantly. Then it completely shattered. Everyone around gasped. In the battle, Garchomp had already completely approached it. The battle between masters often ended in just a moment. Bang! There was another muffled sound and Garchomp's wings collided with Salamanki's claws. The attack with boundless power was like a shadow that completely covered Garchomp. Then it flew backward and smashed a big hole on the ground, but all this was expected. Garchomp roared and took advantage of the stiffness of this attack to launch a sand attack. In an instant, countless yellow sand blurred Salamanki's vision. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he quickly issued an order. "Salamins, use Dragon Breath at the sky." With a roar, the hot and fierce Dragon Breath burned fiercely. As the yellow sand was burned, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was Garchomp from Sucker Punch. At this moment he was directly hit by Dragon Breath and the original Dragon Rush. However, the remaining force was not reduced at all. Boom! Withstanding the Dragon Breath, this Dragon Rush successfully hit Salamin, but it did not cause much damage. Salamin slapped his wings and pressed Garchomp under him. Directly face to face, a Dragon Pulse shot out violently. With endless dragon energy, it directly burned Garchomp. The yellow sand under his body was burned into glass, and Garchomp, who was in the center, finally collapsed all over. Failed with conviction. The children of the Long family who were watching around had never seen such a fierce battle, relying only on absolute strength to fight physically. "This is so cool. Every punch hits the flesh. Absolutely violent aesthetic. Both sides are too strong and the Dragon King form is simply a bug. I didn't expect Garchomp to finally be defeated here. It's the first time I've seen it being pressed down and hammered." As expected of the great demon Lin Chen, his fighting style is as rough as ever. At this time, Garchomp was still silently enduring the attack. It was growled in pain and was a little confused. confused after being beaten. It was almost doubting life. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Lin Chen stopped and quickly issued an order. Okay, Salamins can come back from here. Salamins flapped his wings and landed slowly. Well done, Lin Chen praised. Just as he was about to leave here, a faint voice came. Garcomp. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and saw Garcomp in the pit looking at him eagerly. He roughly understood what the other party meant and asked softly, "Do you want to leave with me?" Qian. Chapter 300. Going further and further on the road of Xiao Kuang, the big devil is a top breeder. Garcomp. The scarred Garcomp nodded. Covet was written all over its eyes. It seems that it has completely recognized Salamin. The children of the Long family on the side were even more surprised and talked about it. I didn't expect that Garcomp would be convinced one day. I want to see if the sun rises from the west today. It's rare in my life. Garcomp is used to being domineering on weekdays, but he actually bows his head one day. It's worthy of being the great demon king Lin Chen, and he can actually get its recognition. Now that I think about it, the great demon king is really surrounded by strong people, but it's a pity that such a quasi-god was subdued by the great demon king. Think about it again, even if it's a Garcomp, being able to follow Lin Chen is also a gesture of goodwill from our Long family. Besides, this Garcomp has been around for so long and no one has been able to subdue it, and the upper limit of its growth in the secret realm has been reached. Instead of letting it bury here, it's better to follow the great demon king Lin Chen to see a wider world. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, he wanted to teach Garcomp a lesson and vent his anger for the little lowly. In the end, it became the other party who wanted to follow him. It's worthy of his personality charm. Garcomp saw that Lin Chen had not pressed his opinion, so he started to cry again. His eyes were full of covet and he gestured to Salamin. From here. Salamins shook his head, not paying much attention to Garcomp. Lin Chen instantly understood that this Garcomp only recognized the strong. After being completely defeated, he also wanted to learn Salamenki's Dragon King form. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and then thought he was beaten to be obedient. Does this have any special fetish? In addition, the gender of the other party was already known after the skin of the all-knowing eye just now. Another female beast. Am I naturally attracted to females? The road of Xiao Kuang is getting further and further away. When will the breath of madness start? Ahem. Lin Chen hurriedly threw those thoughts out of his mind. He thought about it for a while, but he was still quite moved. After all, it is a quasi-elite Pokemon and it takes a lot of resources to cultivate it, and now it is willing to follow me. The quasi-god of my girlfriend, I don't want it for nothing. Besides, Garcomp is an extremely powerful instant. It is also called the Earth Dragon and its attributes are dragon and ground. That is to say, except for the fairy type, Garcomp has almost no natural enemies. At present, the world's research on the fairy type is not in depth. Even Sylveon, there are only 2 in the world. As you can see from its name, it is a shark on the ground, a dominant instant. In addition, Garcomp's racial value distribution is very reasonable. 108 HP makes it thick and its health is full. And the amazing 130 points of physical attack coupled with 108 points of speed. In the frontal sucker punch, no one can stop it. It was once hailed as the king of quasi-god. More importantly, Garcomp's attack range is very wide. Not only can he learn sword dance, he can also use Fire Fang, Thunder Fang and Water Tail. It covers almost all attribute restraint skills. Its characteristics are even more powerful. The instance of Sand Hidden makes it almost a standard for the Sandstorm team. It can be immune to any damage in Sandstorm and the dodge rate will be greatly improved. As a Grin's teammate, instantly become a wild hunter in Sandstorm. In addition, Garcomp is also very impressive with a Mega Evolution form. The characteristic after evolution becomes Sand Power. Pokemon with this characteristic, in addition to being immune to Sandstorm's damage, the particles will increase by 30% for rock, ground and steel skills used at the same time. This is already an extremely aggregated number. You must know that in such a top battle, a little improvement is enough to determine the outcome. Lin Chen was a little tempted, but he would never take the initiative to take it away. Long Yuking also saw what Lin Chen was thinking and said softly, "This Garcomp has been lonely here for too long. Let her follow you out for a walk." The gentle voice made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. He looked at Long Yuking and the other party just smiled. Long Yuking's hair was scattered and the black skirt made her look particularly elegant. Lin Chen was a little dazed. This smile was like a flower blooming in the ice and snow, gorgeous and moving. The voice of the Dragon Clan leader came at the right time. "It seems that this child likes you very much. Anyway, after being here for so long, the children of the Long family have not been able to subdue it. Instead of wasting your talent here, it is better to let it follow you." Lin Chen naturally understood that such a quasi-god Pokemon was naturally for the sake of making friends with himself. Of course, his future development does require allies. The Long family is a very good choice. Lin Chen nodded, smiled and then whispered, "I have come to participate in the Dragon Blood ceremony. If I accept this gift for nothing anything I will feel bad. Then Lin Chen took out the storage space bow. This is 100 perfect quality dragon poke block. Please accept it. Lin Chen is not afraid of posing these now. After all, with his current strength he can protect himself. Just taken out of the storage bow. A strong dragon energy spread instantly. The dragon chief looked at the golden dragon poke blocks in front of him. His eyes widened immediately. Such a quality. Absolutely a work of art. It has far exceeded the quality of ordinary poke block. In addition to replenishing the physical strength of dragon Pokemon, it can even improve potential. It is comparable to the baptism of dragon blood. And such perfect quality poke blocks are priceless on the market. They often only appear at auctions and can be easily sold at sky-high prices. And Lin Chen in front of him actually took out 104 two hands. Such a hand is no less than that of the Long family in the imperial capital. The dragon clan leader took a deep breath and did not refuse. Okay, then I will accept it. But I would like to ask which master made this perfect quality dragon poke block? Lin Chen smiled but did not say anything when he heard this. If it is inconvenient to disclose, I will not ask any more questions. The dragon clan leader saw Lin Chen's pression and thought he had crossed the line. Lin Chen's mouth corners rose slightly. Since he planned to make friends with the Long family, there was no need to hide this matter. He whispered, "These poke blocks, I made them myself." In an instant everyone around took a breath of cold air. They subconsciously repeated, "You mean these are all made by you?" Chapter 301. The dragon family is shocked obtaining the supreme law divine item. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen nodded calmly without saying anything more. The rich dragon energy radiated around. It instantly attracted countless dragon Pokemon and they all looked at Lin Chen eagerly. Even if I was born in the Long family, I have never seen such a large number of perfect quality poke blocks. The Long family members were all shocked. These were actually made by the great Demon King himself. I originally thought that in addition to his strength, his scientific research ability was already amazing, but I didn't expect that he could make such quality poke block. He is simply a versatile person. I am completely jealous now. No wonder Guzzlord has such a big appetite and is still loyal to the great Demon King. With this quality of dragon poke blocks, one piece is worth a mountain of food. I would definitely be convinced he can take out such a large number of poke blocks at will. It's really generous. Sure enough, the great Demon King is straightforward and doesn't want to take advantage. Such a number of perfect quality dragon poke blocks can make the strength of the younger generation in the family improve again. It's a pity that 100 is still a little less. Each person can only take 31 at most. 100 is still less. Think about the value of these poke blocks. It has reached tens of millions. Do you really think that the perfect quality dragon poke blocks are cabbage? If there were more, I'm so greedy. Hurry up and let Sister Yuking take down the big devil. I agree with this marriage. Me too. But keep your voice down. If Sister Yuking hears it later, she will see if she will deal with you. Who cannot love such a versatile man? The children of the Long family talked about it, and they also knew that the family had made friends with the big devil. Maybe there will be a chance to get these poke blocks in the future. The dragon chief nodded and praised, as expected. Heroes have always been young since ancient time. I didn't expect you to have such skills, but I don't know how long it takes you to make these perfect quality poke blocks. Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. It is obvious that the dragon chief wants to cooperate with him for a long time. This is good news. However, in terms of production, I still have to hide it a little. After all, thousands of perfect quality dragon poke blocks can be made in a few days. This speed is really too scary. Lin Chen said softly, I can make about 300 per month. Although most of it has been concealed, this speed still makes the dragon chief take a breath. Compared with the top poke blocks masters, it is much stronger. It's simply a monster. The dragon chief took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, then can we cooperate for a long time? I wonder how many you can sell every month. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. With this quality of energy, generally speaking, I won't make all the dragon Pokemon block. After all, there is a big family to support. Of course, Long Yuking and I have a good relationship, so I don't mind selling some of them. I accept 100 custom blocks every month. After hearing this, the dragon clan leader smiled happily. The effect of long-term use of perfect quality dragon poke blocks is no less than that of dragon blood bathing. With the bonus in the secret realm, the overall strength of the Long family will definitely rise to a higher level. The disadvantage of the fairy system that was discovered before was instantly wiped out. In addition, strict acquisition channels can be customized to inspire the fighting spirit of the young generation of the family. Let the whole family go to the NET level, he said slowly. Lin Chen, you name a price. The dragon clan leader is ready for a sky-high price. After all, this is related to the future prospects of the Long family. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised and he said casually, then let's say 15 million. For a moment the dragon clan leader was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. This price is really too affordable. You should know that these 100 pieces alone are worth worth at least 20 million, and Lin Chen only wants 15 million. He looked at Lin Chen. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then he chose to remind him, the value of these poke blocks is far more than that. But Lin Chen nodded and answered casually, well, I know. After that he didn't say anything more, because the quasi-god black and gold garcomp he picked up now is a priceless treasure which is worth at least tens of billions of dollars, and there is no market for it. The dragon leader instantly understood that the other party was also showing goodwill to him. He participated in the dragon blood ceremony and got a quasi-elite peak garcomp for free, so Lin Chen also returned the favor and gave it to himself at a price far below the market price. Such a spirit has long surpassed all his peers, and his character is also first class. He will repay a favor and he can make deep friends. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of the dragon chief, and he said in a deep voice, good generous. In his heart his evaluation of Lin Chen became higher and higher. After the conversation, Lin Chen's eyes returned to garcomp not far away. He took out the poke ball and asked again, are you sure you want to follow me? Garcomp nodded, his eyes full of expectation. A flash of white light passed by and garcomp was sucked into the poke ball. Then the indicator light flashed and then went out. Garcomp capture. Then another garcomp was released. Lin Chen took out a dragon-type poke block. It immediately attracted the surroundings, and all the dragon-type pokeballs were attracted Oakman's eyes. Under the envious eyes of the Pokemon, garcomp happily ate the poke block. Such deliciousness made the proud garcomp couldn't help but exclaim, from here. Salamence on the side had a look of disdain on his face. He usually eat poke block as a meal. Seeing this group of Pokemon who have never seen the world, he suddenly felt 147 times superior. Long Yuking looked at Lin Chen with tenderness in her eyes. I didn't expect him to have such skills too strong. Compared with him there is already a big gap between me and him. Such a peerless genius must have unlimited future. I have to work harder. Then Lin Chen greeted the little lowly, and after a few pleasantries he also planned to leave. Lin Chen calculated that if he received 10 million yuan every month it would be 120 million yuan a year. Anyway, he needs to make poke blocks every month. Such an income can be used to win people's heart. It's better to build your own power network in the imperial capital. After leaving the secret realm under the escort of Long Yuking, Lin Chen returned to the gate of the manor. He said goodbye softly, then I'll leave first. Long Yuking nodded, her eyes full of reluctance, and then said, I'll arrange a driver to take you back. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then summoned Salamin. From here, I have been riding a bicycle before and now I finally want to experience the pleasure of flying in the air. Lin Chen sat on Salamenki's broad back. After a low roar, Salamins took off into the air, setting off hurricane. At this time Lin Chen did not plan to go back to the hotel, because there is one more important thing to do, that is, go to the Alliance Center and apply for the law object. Chapter 302, The Imperial Alliance Treasury, a divine object comparable to a diamond-level treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. The whistling wind passed by my ears and there was still a bit of coolness in the sky, but at this time Lin Chen was in a very happy mood. Salamins, speed up. From here. Salamins roared and the blue dread wings spread out again, soaring like a meteor. Like Lin Chen, this was also the first time Salamins experienced the pleasure of flying freely. From the bygone state it has been flying in covet, but after waiting for so many years it finally evolved to this final form. Of course it wants to fly as much as it wants. Woohoo! And on the streets of the imperial capital countless people saw Lin Chen's figure. Is that the great demon king? The one he's sitting on is Salamin. That's too cool. No, when did he get a Salamin? I just saw him coming out from the direction of the Long family. Could it be that the Long family gave him a Salamin? He gave him a quasi-god. The Long family's spending is not small. It seems that they are willing to spend a lot of money to befriend the great demon king. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. If Lin Chen heard these words he would definitely be a little amused. The discussion of the passers-by was actually almost the same. The Long family did give a quasi-god, but it was another Pokemon called the Earth Dragon. Garcomp tick. The sudden ringing of the mobile phone made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. The name displayed on the call was Shi Yusen. It was the honorary professor of the Imperial Capital Academy, Shi Elite. At the award ceremony for the champion of the college entrance examination they exchanged contact information. The plan after leaving the Long family was to meet the invitation of the Stone Elite. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and answered the call. A rough and heavy voice came instantly. Lin Chen, where are you? Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he answered softly, I'm on the way and I'll be there soon. The other party didn't say too much nonsense and said in a deep voice, okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen smiled, and his destination was the Imperial Capital Alliance Treasury. He wanted to use the Alliance points he had obtained before to exchange some treasures in the treasury. After all, he had obtained a lot of points before and he got some points by defeating the Red Moon Elite. The paper he published later was even awarded 2000 Alliance points by the National Research Institute. There were also veins of cold rocks in the snowfield of heaven. It's a pity that after he came out from there the entire snowfield of heaven secret realm was completely banned, so this point can only be left unresolved. All in all, he still had 800 points left in his hand. Of course there is another opportunity to change scientific research. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and gave orders directly. Salamins advanced to the southeast. From here, after a low roar, the red dragon shadow flew past. When arriving at the Imperial Capital Alliance Treasury, the road was smooth. After all, Lin Chen is now known to everyone, so a lot of inspections were avoided. If other people arrived here, they would need to pass through many thresholds. From a distance, Lin Chen saw a building in the shape of a golden treasury, and here it has the most stringent guards in the entire Xiaoguo Alliance. It is no exaggeration to say that it is impregnable. Lin Chen slowly approached. A solid rock-like figure stood there. She Elite had been waiting here for a long time. Then a heavy voice came. Finally here. Lin Chen nodded to She Elite and said in a deep voice, She Elite, I've been waiting for a long time. After the two of them exchanged a few simple greetings, She Elite said in a deep voice, then let's go in. Following She Elite through the long corridor and then through layers of iris recognition and fingerprint recognition. Then he received a temporary access card. He opened one silver metal door after another and finally entered the strict secret room. Before he got close enough, various energies were fluctuating in it. Even Lin Chen's eyes widened. It was worthy of the Xiaoguo Alliance. There are so many accumulated treasures. Sure enough, the action power of the state machine is the strongest. Lin Chen saw at a glance that there was a silver bottle cap's hay crown on the outermost shelf. He took a breath and recognized it instantly. This is the silver crown. The silver crown in front of me exudes a faint energy. A bright silver light flickers on it, although it looks like a crown carved on a silver bottle cap. In fact, this is a real elite level item. It can greatly improve the potential of a certain attribute of Pokemon. It is a rare treasure. This item that can improve potential is actually only placed on the outermost periphery. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with expectation, and then he continued to scan. The energy in the entire Alliance treasury is surging, and each item has its own special protection method. Most of them are covered with vacuum glass covers. Of course, there are some that require special containment method, like Deep Sea Tooth, which can improve Clamperl's special attack. It is hidden in a huge water tank and it is flashing silver light at this time. Among them there are some treasures that should have detected some energy fluctuations, but they have not been divided and their effect have not been known, so they are all kept here. Lin Chen was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of treasures. Of course, the points required to redeem different treasures are also different. For example, the silver crown just now requires 2000 Alliance point, and Deep Sea Tooth only requires 500 Alliance point. As for some skill learning machines, they are directly placed on the table outside. In short, the items in the treasure house are all valuable, extremely rare. Lin Chen directly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and began to scan. A huge amount of data poured into Lin Chen's mind like a tide. With the Eye of All-Knowing, it's like cheating. The quality of all treasures are clear at a glance. After eliminating a lot of treasures, Lin Chen suddenly noticed something and took it without hesitation. It was a rainbow-colored crystal similar to a branch. Seeing this, She Elite asked curiously, the Alliance has not detected its type, but the energy contained in it is very abundant. Did you see anything? Lin Chen suppressed the surprise in his heart and said softly, this is a fairy treasure. It is a great fate to meet it here. In fact, he didn't say another sentence, that is, this is an item comparable to a diamond-level treasure chest. Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent appearance, She Elite didn't say any more nonsense. He directly entered the program on the computer and then handled the e-change procedures for Lin Chen. After the e-change, he could not stay here, so Lin Chen followed She Elite and left the treasure house. After a simple greeting, Lin Chen rode Salamins and left. It was not until he was far away from the Imperial Capital Alliance treasury that Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this time he was extremely excited and his eyes were full of expectation. He couldn't help but take out another rainbow branch and then opened the Eye of All-Knowing again. After a glance he was extremely surprised and murmured, it's you even. Chapter 303 Supreme Fairy God Immortal Emperor Form Sylvian. Please collect. Please subscribe. Under the glance of the Eye of All-Knowing, this treasure that looked like a red branch revealed its true face. Lin Chen took a deep breath and immediately judged. Perhaps it was because the divine power in it was dim that it was not discovered by the Xiaoguo Alliance. Otherwise, with this level of existence, it might not be placed in the Alliance treasury. Instead, it entered a more top-secreted place. It is a known fairy Pokemon that can learn the move Earth Control, and she is also a legendary Pokemon, one of the Aura Pokemon. Possessing the unique characteristic Fairy Aura, it can greatly increase the attack power of Fairy attribute move. Because Xerneas is too mysterious, no one knows why it evolved. Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised. At first first in the eyes of the Alliance it was just a prop containing psychic energy, but for Lin Chen it is of great significance. In other words, Eevee's immortal emperor form has hope. Solomons speed up. From here, Solomons spread his red wings and countless air currents passed by him. It was like a flash of lightning. In a blink of an eye he had arrived at the candidate hotel. Lin Chen quickly returned to the room and then quickly closed the doors and windows. After confirming that it was locked, directly entered the new world. Then Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and released all the Pokemon. Come out everyone. In an instant several white lights lit up and all the Pokemon swarmed out. Roar. A grin appeared first. It hadn't come out for air for so long and it had been suffocated for a long time. It roared and ran wildly. Tai, Chimi, Sylvian and Melodic jumped into Lin Chen's arms at the first time. Then they rubbed Lin Chen's arm with their heads together with tenderness in their eyes. It can be seen that they have temporarily stopped fighting. Presumably they have absorbed the experience of being stolen by Ralts in the last battle. Chiru. Kurla, who was standing by, frowned after seeing this scene. She was shy before but now she has become much more cheerful. A stream of psychic energy surged from her body. A gentle voice sounded from Lin Chen's mind. Master, you are back. Kurla, I miss you. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he replied gently. Then did Kurla wait for me obediently. Sylvian and Melodic in his arms sensed this energy. The black air in his eyes surged instantly. She was actually whispering to the master. This green tea must be banished to the cold palace. Jia Qiang. As soon as Servine came out he sat quietly under the world tree. He started calm mind training directly. Cha Ji and Tijipai greeted the master. Then he fell into a drowsy state again. However, there was no problem in the last inspection so Lin Chen didn't care too much. Maybe it's about to evolve. As soon as Guzzlord came out he went straight to the food tablecloth under the tree. Now he is more and more proficient in using it. A huge amount of food poured into his huge mouth like a tide. But he looked around a little strangely. This time in addition to Zorua there was one less Pokemon. Aha! Zorua also realized this and looked around. His dining partner Shelgon was gone. Whoosh! Suddenly Zorua felt a strong wind pressure. Then he raised his head. He suddenly saw Solomons in the sky with his wings spread. From you. Solomons was very proud. He had just deliberately not opposed himself to others. He thought of a shining way to debut. And now she was spinning in the sky and her blood-colored wings were particularly eye-catching. In an instant it attracted everyone's attention. But in addition to this there was a new Pokemon that refreshed everyone. Garchomp. The aggressive Garchomp was stunned for a moment. It obviously didn't react to where it was. And the companions around it were all extremely powerful. But the instinct of the dragon Pokemon made it instantly look for the strongest among them. Garchomp. Garchomp instantly saw the 10-meter Agron. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes and then he jumped up. Ayaha. Guzzlord, who was eating on the side, shook his head and began to mock in his heart. Another blind man. With a little bit of strength he thinks he can do it. Just like the last time. Why did he seek trouble? Garchomp. Garchomp spread his wings and instantly arrived in front of Agron. The taunt on his face was not concealed at all. Roar. Agron, who had been holding back a breath of anger. I was just worried that Guzzlord wouldn't let me practice with him. This guy who came to my doorstep must not be let go. The net moment he rushed up like a small mountain. Garchomp was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that this big guy was not fast. The result was so amazing. He reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a flash. At the same time he hit Dragon Tail and rushed away. The surrounding Pokemon saw this scene and all shook their heads with a mocking smile. Boom! Dragon Tail hit Agron directly, but there was not even a white mark left on the blue dread armor. And the net moment a pair of giant claws had already grabbed Garchomp. Bang bang bang! Agron played with his new toy excitedly. I didn't expect this dragon type Wasigod to be so tough. Compared with Guzzlord who ran away after 2 hits, it's much better. Garchomp. At this moment it had just broken away from Agron's hands. Garchomp fired a dragon pulse which was directly shattered by Agron's hyper beam. The hot red beam was still powerful and it blew Garchomp into dust. At this moment it was already confused. This is too outrageous. It was beaten to a pulp. Garchomp after being broken suddenly saw Lin Chen took out something in his hand. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Chapter 304 Genesis Immortal Emperor Organ Shura Field Plot. Please collect. Please subscribe. A strong life energy came from Lin Chen's hand. Even from such a distance you can feel the energy contained in it. Relieve the pain and calm your mind. Garchomp. Garchomp was lying on the ground and Agron on the side had continued to run wildly. After being broken it began to feel weak all over. It looked at Lin Chen, its eyes full of joy. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At first he thought Garchomp was just belligerent. Why does it look so happy now? Being beaten up by someone, can it still be so comfortable? There won't be any special hobbies. Lin Chen hurriedly drove away those strange thoughts in his mind. In fact, Garchomp just stayed in the dragon secret realm for too long. All the Pokemon inside ran away when they saw him. It was not interesting at all. I didn't expect that after following Lin Chen there would be so many strong people. So strong? Aren't you afraid of leaving sequelae? As Lin Chen said, he placed the life gem NET to it and countless life energies began to repair Garkomp's body through the light and the wounds healed quickly. The injury did not hurt its potential. After all, Agron was still measured in his actions, knowing that this was a new partner. Feeling the changes in his body, Garkomp raised his head in surprise. A divine object of this level of life gem means that it can be trained continuously. Lin Chen saw that after Garkomp recovered, he came to Guzzlord again and learned how to use the gourmet tablecloth. A moment later he stood in front of Agron again and was beaten again. Use the life gem to heal again. Infinite cycle. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw the scene and couldn't help but complain, this is crazy. This kind of training method is too suitable for struggling people. Then after Lin Chen prepared food for the Pokemon, he took out the Xerneas horn he had obtained and said Tai. As soon as he took it out, Sylvian, who was not far away, sensed the mysterious power in it. Fairy energy surged in the new world like a tide, with a little pink and purple floating in the distance. 3 dragon Pokemon Salamin slapped its wings and shot straight at them with bright eyes. Guzzlord on the side stopped eating. His eyes were full of astonishment. It seemed that the fear in his blood was also awakened. Garkomp, who was originally fighting fiercely with Agron, was actually beaten unilaterally, although it was a fierce battle. It has a strong sense of battle. After knowing the strength of Agron, it no longer chose to fight hard but kept wandering. Only when there is no escape will they use defensive skills to resist the attack. After sensing the breath of the horn of Xerneas, Agron found an opportunity again with a distraction. Then he made another combo, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Sylvian's eyes were full of doubts, and then he raised his head and came closer. Lin Chen had already opened the Eye of All-Knowing, and the purple mysterious patterns flowed in it, and countless data were transmitted into his mind at a rapid speed. Sure enough, the energy of the horn of Xerneas began to establish a connection with Sylvian. Invisible energy communicated with it like a genetic bond. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the previous inference was indeed correct. Sylvian has not been able to have a new form, but it lacks an inducement, an item above the elite level, and the horn of Xerneas is a treasure that meets the conditions. The idea is correct, and it will be done as soon as it is said. Yi, are you ready? Sylvian also understood immediately. Her eyes were full of joy, and then she nodded firmly. Tai. As Sylvian cried softly, Lin Chen gave her the horn of Xerneas. In an instant, as if the door of genes was opened, countless energies surged wildly. The attention of the surrounding Pokemon was all attracted by Sylvian. They were all very excited. The big sister, who had always been here, was finally going to have a new form. Tai. A pink light surged out of Sylvian's body, which was somewhat similar to that in evolution, just the color was different. Then countless energy particles like ribbons constricted around her body, and the immortal emperor mode began to transform. Sylvian, who was originally extremely beautiful, was now more like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Seeking flowers. Her figure became more graceful and slender, and her overall posture was elegant. The pink bow on her ear trembled, and pink wings suddenly grew on her back. Like angel wings, countless fairy feathers fell as they trembled. It was as if one was in the realm of Mu. Then Sylvian's the top of the head has rainbow antlers, which looks extremely sacred, like the rainbow crown of the fairy queen. The genetic bonds around the body are constantly splitting, reorganizing, and then merging, transformed into a pink halo around the body. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. This pink halo is very familiar, isn't it? The alpaca of the Supreme Being. It is somewhat similar to the halo of Arceus's power of creation, holding 18 stone tablets and possessing supreme authority. However, the Sylvian in front of him is just a halo made of pure fairy energy, but it is this halo that has the authority of some priesthood. Under the observation of the Eye of All-Knowing, it is confirmed that it can manipulate the aura of all things. It is the same as the aura Pokemon such as Xerneas, but Xerneas can only activate the fairy aura. Sylvian is different. This time he was born with 2 fairy emperor organs, the rainbow horn and the fairy light wheel. The combination of the two can affect the whole world. For example, it can move the Earth's aura, thus causing a range earthquake, and affecting the wind pressure aura can set off a hurricane, just like the god of nature in charge of living things. Of course, the effect of affecting the aura is not unlimited. As the strength increases, the power and range will become wider and wider. In the pink light curtain, countless energy particles merged. Finally, all merged into Sylvian's body. Fairy Emperor form. Transformation successful. Tai. Sylvian's eyes were full of surprise. She felt the master's deep love for her, which made her heart warm. After the transformation was completed, Sylvian scanned the whole audience. The first person he looked at was Melodic, who had a new form last time and then fought with him. Chimi. Melodic saw this scene with a proud look in his eyes, unwilling to be outdone. Shura Field. On the verge of breaking out. PS First Update Chapter 305 Rewriting the Laws of the World. Tai. Sylvian walked slowly with graceful steps steps. With every step the grass on the ground sprouted and grew. Shimi. Melodic's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Last time he relied on his new form. This time everyone is fighting fairly. The winner must be determined. Kakaka. Distorting the aura of everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. The NET moment. Melodic's ice crystal wings spread out instantly and countless ice crystals fell. Sheer cold made the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees. Feeling this solemn and murderous look, the other Pokemons all dispersed, leaving enough space for them. Then, Shinsi was already pushing a small cart distributing melon seeds and fruits to each Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was stunned. This melon eater is too self-conscious. This is the Shura field is about to open. Can you show some respect? Lin Chen thought for a while and then he also joined the melon eater army. He raised his eyebrows. The last time Sylvian and Melodic fought 540 and now Lin Chen also wants to see who is stronger between them. After all, even if it is a fierce battle in the new world, he can call it a halt at any time. With the instance of the life gem, he is not afraid of their fierce battle and damage to his potential. Gerwu. Garchomp in the deep pit was stunned. Originally I thought that Salamence there is such a Dragon King form which is outrageous. Unexpectedly all the Pokemon present are hidden. Neither of the two Pokemons was convinced. It was a little bit crying and it was originally domineering in the Dragon Secret Realm. Now in the new world being bullied. Then Garchomp growled and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. I will definitely catch up with you. On the other side, Sylvian and Melodic have all opened their forms and their first move is a killing move. I saw Melodic tentatively spit out a hydro pump. Puff. Under the condensation of water type energy, a hydro pump shot out and went straight to Sylvian. Tai. Sylvian hummed and then dodged and easily avoided the attack. The speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly. Shimi. Melodic's eyes flashed a sharpness, but she didn't expect Sylvian's speed to increase significantly. She shook her wings and countless ice crystals fell, raising a cool breeze. Immediately countless hail fell from the sky. Hail weather. Pokemon in it will be hit by countless hailstones and continue to be injured. Melodic's plan is to use the weather to defeat Sylvian. Even if the opponent uses misty terrain, it can't offset his hail, and the tangle is a tactic of slowly dragging it out. Lin Chen on the side also nodded. Melodic's tactics will have a great advantage when facing unrestrained field Pokemon. Fleur. Sylvian did not choose to retreat and leave the hail area. Instead he decided to fight Melodic head-on. In an instant quick attack was activated like a flash of lightning in the air. Shimi. Melodic was also not to be outdone and hit Aqua Tail like a raging wave. B. Both sides took a step back and then collided again. Tai. Shimi. In the low hum countless energies escaped and each blow would produce huge destructive power. The wind pressure rolled up by the impact force formed a hurricane sweeping, making a whistling sound. Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Moonblast, Draining Kiss. The skills collided in the air and each time there was a roar. Ice crystals met with hail fell down. Shimi. Melodic frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Originally after such a long fight Sylvian in the hail should have been injured long ago, but at this time she was still unscathed and regarded the hail as nothing. What's going on? Lin Chen, who was standing by, raised his mouth slightly and whispered, so that's it. In Sylvian's immortal emperor mode he could control the aura of all things in the world, and hail also belonged to the aura. In front of Sylvian it had already lost its effect. In order to let Melodic continue to consume his physical strength, Sylvian did not make it clear. Shimi. Melodic also realized this and chose to stop the hail directly, intending to decide the outcome in the NET attack. Her physical strength was not as good as Sylvian. If she didn't fight quickly she would probably be hosted NET. She cried loudly and countless ice energy surged instantly. Whoosh whoosh. The huge blizzard came down instantly and the temperature began to drop sharply. On the ground countless green grasses were bent by the snow and finally broke under the heavy load. The howling blizzard was raging and the ice energy swept in an instant. Tai. Sylvian also cried out and then vibrated its wings. A full moon quietly appeared above his head. Moonblast. Boom. Fairy energy burst out instantly and the silver beam wrapped in the surging fairy energy instantly attacked. The silver light from the blood came with a bang. Bang bang bang. The ice crystals in the blizzard bombarded Moonblast but could only slow down its flying speed. Shimi. Melodic also vibrated his wings and an ice beam collided with it. The energy was violently dissipating in the air and everyone's eyes were focused on it. Tai. And Sylvian was not panicked at all and the halo around him began to quickly linger around zero. Whoosh. And the NET moment the ice aura of ice beam deconstructed and decomposed in it. Kaka. Cracks began to appear on the ice beam and then continued to expand upward. Like an ice block that could not bear the weight, it shattered with a loud bang. Almost at the same time the Moonblast swept in an instant. In an instant it hit Melodic. The NET moment Melodic flew backward. Sylvian in immortal emperor mode. Complete victory. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he was not surprised to see this scene. Therefore in the eye of all-knowing Sylvian has been able to master the aura of all things infinitely close to the elite level, although Melodic's level is the same. However, the lack of understanding of Sylvian's skills made him use hail and blizzard. It consumed a lot of physical strength. Then Sylvian found an opportunity and took it down in one fell swoop. Although it seems that Sylvian's skills are not used many times, in fact the aura around her is always urging, and what is structured in it is an attack that hits herself, prepared to save strength before the last moon blast. Shuz. Melodic didn't completely lose her fighting power, but she knew it. She was no match for Sylvian, so she could only cry and secretly be fierce. Stinky FO, wait until I reach the elite level. I will definitely seek revenge on you then. The eyes of the other Pokemon were full of envy. Aha! Zorua looked at her old friends who had evolved and her face was full of covet. She also wanted to evolve to Zoroark as soon as possible. Garchiang, after watching the battle, Servine seemed to have a new understanding and quickly returned to the world tree and continued to calm mine, and its strength has been steadily rising by 5-9. Ayaha, this is too cool. Guzzlord also wants a new skin. Roar. Agrin was very envious, but as the big sister everything must be calm. She once again cast her eyes on Garchomp in the pit. I vow to turn envy into motivation. And Garchomp also felt that he had to work harder, and they immediately fought. It was a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Sheiji Tajapai was also awakened by the fierce battle and shook his finger. Then he felt sleepy again and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, Chenzi, thank you for your hard work. I'll prepare Etra food for everyone today. Lucky. Chenzi answered excitedly, and at the same time she had tied an apron and hurried into the kitchen. Lin Chen looked at everyone's high morale and was also thinking about one thing, that is, should we explore the void again? Chapter 306. Open the door to the void and the world-destroying disaster will come. Should we enter the void world again? Lin Chen was a little hesitant. After all, although there are many treasure chests in the void world, it is also extremely dangerous. The last time the whole army was almost wiped out. He took a deep breath and planned to rest first. So he took out the life gem, and under the illumination of life energy, the injured Garchomp and Melodic both recovered. After Lin Chen finished all this, a strong fragrance came to his nose. Looking closely, Chenzi had already prepared the food and was waiting for everyone. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. From here. Aha. Before Lin Chen called the Pokemon, the four gluttons were ready and ran towards Chenzi like a race. Lucky. No need to fight, everyone has won. Chenzi was happy to see everyone so enthusiastic. The happiest thing is that Pokemon like their own food. Then Chenzi neatly spread the tablecloth and distributed the food to the Pokemon. Everyone was wolfing down the food. Enjoy delicious food every day. Garchomp also imitated other Pokemon sitting there quietly waiting for the lucky 06 egg to distribute food. It was a little reserved, after all it was the first time to have a meal together. When Chenzi saw Garchomp's appearance, she smiled and then gave it another fried egg from the plate. This immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of Agrin, Salamins and Zorua. They stared at Garchomp with a covetous look. Garchomp's eyes were full of fear. It was not right to eat, and it was also not right not to eat. No. Lucky. Chenzi smiled and then took another piece from the plate for them. The master has instructed, give everyone an Etra meal. All the Pokemon were very excited, and the moment Garchomp took a bite, tears immediately flowed down his face. How could there be such delicious food in the world? Its worldview has been refreshed several times in just one day. Garchomp felt that he had been domineering in the dragon secret realm before. He had never seen the market before. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen looked at the Pokemon and asked, everyone, do you want to enter the void world again? Except for Garchomp, who had never entered it. The other Pokemons were immediately full of fighting spirit and their strength had greatly improved, and the last time they were chased and fled in panic. It was a shame in their heart. The Pokemon nodded one after another, and Lin Chen also knew what everyone was thinking. He took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, then let's enter the void world again. After all this time, the Pokemon's strength has improved. Even if they meet the Elite Ultra again beast, it may not be without the ability to fight. After all, Agrin and Salamins both have Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. At that time, with their cooperation, it is not impossible to defeat the opponent. What's more, in the void world, in addition to obtaining treasure chests, you can also look for the 4 Needle Dragon tribes and make another deal with the dragon family in exchange for a large number of top resources. In this way, with their help, it is entirely possible to find the law artifacts above the elite level, helping hand Pokemon to obtain the god form. Of course, for Lin Chen himself, he has no interest in the 4 Needle Dragon. After all, the weakest Ultra Beast of the 4 Needle Dragons, except for a dragon attribute, other attributes are very ordinary. Overall, it belongs to the sewer level. For people who can't enter the void world, it seems extremely rare. For himself, there is no interest in conquering, and since everyone has decided to enter, Lin Chen no longer hesitate. He closed his eyes and with a thought he called out to the world tree in his consciousness. consciousness. World Tree, can you still open the passage to the void world? In an instant a voice that made people feel calm came. Father God, of course the coordinates already east. You can open the passage at any time. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Garcomp on the side was a little confused. How could he make some dangerous decisions during a meal? It looked around and it felt that its worldview would be refreshed again. Lin Chen whispered, "Okay, then open it directly." The net moment, countless energies radiated from the world tree and the golden crown rose from the crown of the world tree. A space energy swept out. Then in front of the world tree a space-time gate appeared out of thin air. The blue space-time gate made Garcomp's eyes widen. It naturally knew that this was a teleportation gate, but the other side of the space-time gate had a strong destructive force, and it was different from the dragon's secret realm of the dragon family. In this world the portal can be opened anytime and anywhere. This is too magical. The Pokemons on the side all looked at Garcomp with the eyes of a country bumpkin. Tick. Lin Chen then entered the portal with the Pokemon. Countless space energies dissipated around Lin Chen, and the golden light of the world tree enveloped the Pokemon, protecting everyone from the interference of space-time turbulence. After landing there was no dizziness this time, and the void realm was still the same chaotic scene. It was pitch black everywhere. Kurla's psychic energy instantly surged out, and it seemed that the surroundings were not peaceful. With the previous 540 lessons learned, Lin Chen took out the searchlight from the storage bow. In the void world, light cannot be transmitted very far, and it spreads out in a zigzag manner in countless overlapping planes. It looks a bit strange. Kurla cried out, and then a psychic telepathy came. Master, there are many space storms around here. Lin Chen nodded, and the Eye of All-Knowing was already opened. As he pecked, there was a huge space crack in the north direction, and countless space turbulences poured out from it. Even light entering it could not escape. Countless shadow monsters were sucked into it by the powerful suction and were instantly torn apart by the turbulence, leaving behind a pool of scarlet blood. In a blink of an eye, even the blood was sucked into it, leaving nothing behind. Lin Chen frowned and gave an order. Kurla used teleport to the south. Then psychic energy surged out of Kurla's body and then wrapped the Pokemon. The net moment continuous teleport began, and Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes were always open, directing Kurla's movement direction. Finally the surroundings were calm. At this time Lin Chen was stunned for a moment in the induction of the all-seeing eyes. A terrifying breath spread. This is Chapter 307, the demon Pokemon that devours everything. I didn't expect there are so many here. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and at this time the Pokemon in front of him finally noticed this sight. A 5-meter-tall black Guzzlord was staring at Lin Chen. Its eyes were full of cruelty and saliva was flowing in a deep blue mouth. From the covet in his eyes it seemed that he had been hungry for a long time. Lin Chen was also a little surprised. Conquer the Ultra Beast Legion. Please collect. Please subscribe. Unexpectedly in the Void Realm I didn't encounter 4 needle dragons, but I first encountered the Guzzlord tribe. At the same time the Guzzlord who found the food roared. It was like an ancient dragon roar command. It can instantly summon people. Several similar roars came from the void in the distance. Lin Chen immediately looked around, and under the sweep of the Eye of All-Knowing I actually found the instance of other Guzzlords. There were 8 black Guzzlords rushing over, and their eyes were full of greed. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally knew. Why is this place barren and nothing? It turned out that this group of Guzzlords eroded the chaotic void world. All living creatures were eaten by them. Nothing was left. Under the skin of the Eye of All-Knowing Lin Chen saw their levels clearly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes and he sighed subconsciously. 9 professional level peak Guzzlord. If we capture all of them and release them together, wouldn't they devour everything? I wanted to form a dragon army before, and now I can achieve it. Unlike other dragon armies, the number cannot be a decisive factor in high-end combat power. Therefore most Pokemon armies are not sustainable. However, Guzzlord is different. They all have the characteristics of eotic beasts. As long as they eat enough they can continue to grow. Defeating enemies of a certain strength can also improve their attribute. Terrifying. Lin Chen couldn't help but fall into reverie, his eyes bright. If all of them are upgraded to the elite level in the future, at that time he will wave his hand and directly summon 10 hungry kings. Thinking of that scene he feels particularly spectacular. Swallowing the sky and the earth. Terrifying. Lin Chen was a little tempted. If other people came here and found them, they would probably just turn around and leave. After all, even if they could defeat and subdue them, they couldn't afford to feed such a big eater. 10 Guzzlord could drain a family. The food they needed every day was a small mountain. A real money-eating beast. But different from me. Lin Chen has the black technology, the gourmet tablecloth. No matter how many Guzzlords he can afford to raise them. He can form a Guzzlord army. It's more than enough to raise 10 Guzzlord, and their strength is also enough. After all, if you want to form a Pokemon army, it's better to have quality than quantity. When I thought of this, this I was the first to discover that the Guzzlord took the lead. It was really hungry. Ayaha. From the deep blue mouth of the Guzzlord 2 tentacles burst out, aiming directly at Lin Chen. Ayaha. Before Lin Chen gave the order, his white shiny Guzzlord took action directly. The height of nearly 8 meters made it appears a little stunned. In the void world, can you eat so well? And the shiny Guzzlord also opened its huge mouth, and its giant tongue, which was a circle thicker, directly twisted the tongue of the first Guzzlord. Then he eared force suddenly, and the muscles on his tough tongue were knotted. He instantly lifted up the Guzzlord. Guzzlord rolled it up and then slammed it heavily on the ground. Boom! The huge body instantly stirred up countless smoke and dust. Ayaha! The black Guzzlord immediately understood. This big guy was not his companion, but the guy who was conquered by the human in front of him. Seeing his companion being bullied, several evil kings around him surrounded him instantly. Their eyes were full of hatred, and they vowed to completely devour this big guy. Roar! Shiny Guzzlord roared, and dark pulse had already spread out. In an instant it swept the entire void space, and even the surrounding folded space was shaking. Fleur! With a loud noise, all the Guzzlord flew out backward. Their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect that this huge Guzzlord was so powerful. At this time Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said personally, Guzzlord, don't kill them, just take them as your brothers. Ayaha! Guzzlord nodded and then took big strides to continue forward. The white spherical body swept away like a siege chariot. Fleur! A series of loud noises. 9 Guzzlord flew backward. After a while these 9 Guzzlords were completely subdued. After all, they were hungry for so long and their strength has declined. Otherwise they would spend more effort. Of course Lin Chen's shiny Guzzlord has made great progress in strength compared to when he just subdued it. Fleur! The 2 giant tongues of shiny Guzzlord are like tentacles. Wherever they go, the black Guzzlord falls to the ground instantly, and from time to time there would be energy fluctuations in its huge mouth, one after another, suppressing the fluctuations from sweeping out. They were forced to surrender. After a long time, Guzzlord was confused. 9 against 1, they were suppressed. There was no chance at all. This big shiny guy is ridiculously strong. Ayaha! Shiny Guzzlord, although there is no concept of the same kind, but since the master has ordered, let them live. He used his giant tongue to beat the 20 Guzzlords together and then began to write an impassioned speech. It looked like the king of Guzzlord announcing the decree to his people. Very impressive. Ayaha! Shiny Guzzlord kept roaring, as long as you follow the master there will be endless food. No need to wander around in this empty world anymore, running around looking for food. Now the master wants to subdue you, so show your skills. Ayaha! The first Guzzlord to appear was still a little skeptical, but he took a closer look at the shiny white Guzzlord in front of him. The size was already more than twice theirs. This made him have to believe it. Besides, 9 people fighting, one couldn't win. If they didn't surrender, they would be destroyed. Ayaha! They roared and pressed their submission to Lin Chen. As long as there was food, anything was fine. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he praised, well done Guzzlord. He took out 9 beast balls from his pocket. They were all opened from the secret treasure chest before. Then Lin Chen threw the beast ball out and 9 white light flashed at the same time. In an instant it illuminated a part of the space in the other world. The 9 beast balls shook slightly a few times. The indicator light went out and all the Guzzlords were subdued. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he waved his hand directly. The gourmet tablecloth appeared directly in front of everyone. Shiny Guzzlord standing in the front. Lima, it never tired of showing its effectiveness to the other Guzzlord. In an instant these Guzzlord felt like a country bumpkin entering the city. The aroma of food that had never been seen before was like a big net that hooked people. Captured them instantly. The Guzzlords, who had never seen so much food, all pounced on it. Their eyes were full of excitement and shock. Ayaha! They had never eaten such delicious food before, and there was such a treat in the void. Before they had even eaten shadow creatures. Roast chicken cake pudding. They ate with tears in their eyes. What kind of life did they live in the past? Compared with now, it is simply a world of different. Ayaha! Shiny Guzzlord growled, his eyes full of contempt. You have no ambition. As long as you listen well, in the future there will be better food waiting for you. After saying this, all the Guzzlords were stunned in an instant. Even their eyes brightened a little. Ayaha! They pressed their loyalty one after another. From now on, whatever the master says is what it is. Just like that, the Guzzlord army was conquered. Altar. Chapter 308 Treasure Chest Harvest. What a great harvest! Lin Chen nodded and smiled with satisfaction. This is also thanks to the delicious tablecloth from another world. All the food needs are met directly. Ayaha! Guzzlord was very satisfied and made a comfortable roar. This means that he has 9 more brothers. No longer the lowest status in the team. Demon Godagran vs Kartana. Please collect. Please subscribe. There are 9 more brothers to accompany him to eat. It feels delicious. Chirulian on the side was full of relief in his eyes. Because the master is happy, he is happy. From giving. Salamins showed a contemptuous Pres Zion. A bunch of foodies. Can't you learn from me? Be reserved. It almost forgot that it is all also a foodie dragon. Tai Chimi, Sylvian and Melodic were still bickering with each other. You can't fight here and waste your energy, but verbal battles are still necessary. They don't care much about the newly joined Guzzlord. They can't threaten them anyway. It's impossible for them to steal their masters. Aha! Zorua was a little unhappy, worried that she couldn't steal their food. No, I have to evolve as soon as possible. Whoever dares to steal my food will be beaten. After the episode 543 came to an end, Chirulian continued to use psychic to detect outside. Lin Chen also calmed down and opened the Eye of All-Knowing. Keep going. In the void world you still have to be careful. Space turbulence is everywhere. If you are not careful you will be involved in it. That is the place of no return. And not long after Lin Chen was in a different world, a yellow sand land of plane projection found the first treasure chest after entering the void world. Although it was just a silver treasure chest, it opened 5 beast balls and some healing potions. Compared with the outside, the quality of the treasure chest is much higher. Shadow monsters were rarely seen along the way and no one knew where they went, but it was obvious that there were traces of fighting everywhere. In addition to the spatial turbulence, Lin Chen also found several traces caused by the aura of the elite level. On a boulder there was still some sword energy left and the law of steel contained in it had not been erased for a long time. It looks like it was the trace left by the last elite Kartana fighting with other elite Pokemon. Roar! When Agrin saw this trace, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I don't know if I will have a chance to avenge the last sword. I was almost lashed by a sword. Roar! Guzzlord was also in a lingering fear. After all, he joined forces with Agrin last time. He also fled in a hurry. He almost lost his life here. Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued to move forward. Then he found another saffron treasure chest and opened it. He got some heal powder and sunstone. Although most of them are not used, they are still valuable in the market. And the heal powder in the battle can also remove all abnormal states of Pokemon. It can still be used in emergencies. I don't know if it's because I didn't do metaphysical spells. The harvest this time was not as aggravated as the first time I entered. Although the quality of the treasure chest is much higher than in the outside world, but I'm still a little dissatisfied. Lin Chen took a deep breath and thought that Tijipai was always resting recently. He didn't let it out this time. He was still a little worried. He could take a closer look at Tijipai after returning. Chiru! Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Chirulian's voice woke him up. A telepathy came instantly. Master, a strong breath was found in front. Lin Chen immediately opened the Eye of All-Knowing and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The net moment, he murmured, this is really fate. I just mentioned you and now I meet you. Lin Chen saw from a distance that Kartana was slowly floating over love around the corner, but at this time Kartana's aura was much weaker. The sharp sword intent on her body was also damaged. The feathers on her head were drooping and there were many scars on her body. At a glance it was after many battles. Shua! Although the momentum was much weaker, J. Kartana still remained sharp. Constrict sensed Lin Chen's presence in the sword energy around him. A sharp look came over and the net moment there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Shua! Kartana saw Lin Chen and he was even more jealous when he saw him. He went crazy and raised his right arm to attack. Swish! Countless steel energies gathered and a cold light flashed on the sharp sword of his right arm. The flow of the sword intent swept over with an unmatched move of IAI slash. Lin Chen frowned, but he was not too panicked and a sharp color flashed in his eyes. Then he gave the order directly. Agrin, fight! Roar! Agrin also held his breath and pounced directly. Then Lin Chen took out the keystone directly from his pocket. He threw out the other half of the Agrin evolutionary stone eye. Roar! Agrin immediately understood and swept away with his huge claws. He grabbed the evolutionary stone eye. The net moment the evolutionary stone eye opened up the potential in Agrin's body. Agrin, Mega Evolution, Telepathy, Bonds Evolution. Countless steel energies surged in its body. The rough graininess on the original blue dread armor disappeared. The bright silvered light flashed and the attributes changed. The giant horns on the head tended and the body size grew again. It stopped growing until it was 15 meters long. The pupils, which were originally purple, changed color again, turning into a thick dark purple. The muscles of the whole body ponded again and the power flowed in the huge body. Unparalleled defensive power descended upon Agrin. The steel giant beast made its debut. Roar! Mega Agrin roared like a demon from ancient time. The strong wind caused by the roar whistled and then turned into a sickle weasel sweeping away. Swoosh! Kartana saw this scene and also felt the strength of Agrin. His eyes were extremely sharp. Kartana's momentum continued to rise and the steel law made the sword intent seem substantial. He raised his arms, used his arms as sword and chopped down with a bang. Boom boom boom. The sword energy swept instantly, leaving a huge gully 5 meters wide on the ground, and at the end of the gully it was Agrin. Roar! There was no fear in Agrin's eyes. Instead he took a step forward. Boom! The holy sword attacked. Agrin kicked hard with his feet and then raised his arms high. Just take this blow head on. The moment it hit, the sword energy destroyed all the surrounding surrounding buildings and countless shadow monsters were instantly shattered by the sword. Swish! Agrin was pushed by the huge sword energy and his feet left 2 marks on the ground. Roar! But this time it was unscathed. Kartana's face changed instantly. A shocking battle is about to break out. Chapter 309 The Lord of Sandstorm has arrived and the power to shatter the world. Please subscribe. Wow! The feathers on Kartana's head trembled lightly. This was the first time that a Pokemon could directly withstand his attack. The sword intent driven by his steel law power forced even other elite Pokemon to retreat. Relying on this supreme sharpness, Kartana was able to dominate the Void Realm. Although there are more powerful beings in the deeper parts of the Void Realm, they will not take the initiative to come out. Could it be because of his injury? Kartana's eyes were full of surprise. The size of this Agrin has grown again. The sword energy he casually drew before was enough to almost kill it, but now it can only be temporarily repelled 2 steps. What a rapid progress! Shua! Kartana's momentum rose instantly. It was going to go all out against such an opponent. The steel law flowed around Kartana and then merged with it. Use your body as a sword to cut the world. Roar! Agrin roared and the blood-colored armor glowed with silver light which looked particularly shining, and the previous attack was also a test of Kartana. Sure enough, it was as sharp as ever. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared softly and it reminded Agrin. Do you need my help? After all, the last time they fought side by side, it was also that time that the revolutionary friendship between the 2 Pokemon was born. Roar! Agrin shook his head, his eyes full of fighting spirit. It wants to defeat Kartana alone. The last time they met in the secret realm, Kartana defeated and chased him. He even completely lost his fighting power and could not protect his master properly. This has always been Agrin's shame. For so long he has been holding back a mouthful of angry. And now I didn't expect that I could meet Kartana again, so I have to solve this cause and effect alone. It wants to see how strong this Kartana is. Seeing this, Lin Chen took a deep breath and asked, Agrin, are you sure you want to face it alone? After all, it is completely possible to let Salamence enter the Mega Evolution form. If the strength is not enough, you can directly open the Dragon King form. In this way the 2 Pokemon fight side by side, basically winning. Even this battle, if you can avoid it, you can completely not fight. After all, this trip into the secret realm is just to find treasure chest, not to find Kartana's place. Okay, fight with all your strength. Lin Chen nodded, although the thoughts that just lashed through his mind are indeed minimizing benefit. However, it is not always necessary to minimize benefit. Sometimes the battle process is more important than the result of the battle. Since Agrin wants to fight, then I will fight with it. Watch it completely wash away the shame of the past. Roar! Agrin roared and his huge body rushed forward. Agrin used Sandstorm. Roar! With a roar, the ground energy quickly condensed and countless sand and dust fell in the void. Shua! Although Kartana did not know any field skills, the supreme steel law allowed him to use his body as a sword. The moment the sand and stones in the sandstorm touched, they were torn apart by the sharp air. Boom boom boom! Agrin rushed forward and his heavy body left footprints on the ground. The moment Kartana also rushed forward with the feathers on his head fluttering, carrying endless sharp power. The sword intent swept and descended instantly. Swish! A sword lashed and countless sparks were aroused on Agrin's armor. Continuous slash. Kartana's speed kept increasing and the blade of his right arm came like a storm. Even sandstorm was flattened, leaving a circular vacuum area. Clang clang clang. In an instant Kartana had already struck out S-18 sword and each sword hit the joint of Agrin's armor. In an instant countless sparks ignited, landing on the ground and instantly igniting the grass, and the parts that were hit had left a faint white mark. Lin Chen remained calm and quickly issued an order. Agrin, use iron defense and then metal claw. Roar! The metallic luster on Agrin's body lit up again. Its defense was improved again and it took big steps, and at the same time 3 silver light flashed and its claws swept out. The steel energy diffused in the air and a claw wrapped in huge power directly hit Kartana. Shua! The force of this attack was so great that Kartana only had time to raise her sword to block it. Boom! After a loud noise, Kartana's knees suddenly sank. Then she tapped her feet lightly on the ground and then unloaded the force to the right, blocking the attack. And Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes had already been opened. It was obvious that this Kartana was not in a prime but had already gone through a series of battles. He quickly gave orders. Agrin, aim to the right and use heavy stomping. Roar! A heavy stomping directly stepped on the ground and Kartana, who had just landed, suddenly lost balance on his right foot. He quickly moved to the left and then his left foot suddenly stopped as if it touched a wound. Zero seeking flowers. Lin Chen was waiting for this opportunity and gave orders directly. Now use rock tomb. Roar! Agrin kicked hard and 4 mountain-like stone slabs came crashing down. Kartana had no way to avoid it at this time. She could only turn her body into a circle and the steel law roared out again with a silver light flashing. Swish! The stone slab as big as a hill was shattered in an instant, and the speed of this sword was almost impossible to see clearly. Lin Chen was not panicked but chose to pursue the victory. Agrin autotomized chase. Roar. In an instant Agrin's speed suddenly increased and at the same time his body lightened and shot away. The Eye of All-Knowing continued to collect data. When entering Kartana's attack range, Lin Chen suddenly ordered, "Remove the state. Use the slender horn." Roar. Agrin roared and then revealed a sharp long horn. Like a chariot running at full speed, it crashed into him. Kartana, who was originally prepared to take Agrin's sucker punch, only had time to raise his arms to resist. Boom. With a loud bang, the slender horn was like a sharp sword from the sky held by a god. The steel energy was the blade and the 15-meter-long beast body was the handle. With supreme sharpness it chopped down. Direct hit. The net moment, countless sandstorms buried Kartana in an instant. Kartana had a lot of scars on his body and one of the feathers on his head was broken. Countless gaps appeared on the blade. The extremely sharp aura suddenly solidified. After using this attack, Agrin also gasped for breath, obviously consuming a lot of physical strength. Shua. Unexpectedly, Kartana, who was already seriously injured, did not completely lose the ability to fight. At this time its eyes were full of rage. It supported its body and stood up again. Shua. Lin Chen's eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance. Unexpectedly, such a blow could not end it. What a tenacious will. At this moment Kartana had completely stood still and began to dance sword's dance on the spot. Kaka. But it was forced to drive the sword intent and it could no longer withstand the sword energy that was strengthened again. Hard is easy to break. Suddenly Kartana knelt down on one knee and the aura of the whole body dissipated instantly, but its eyes were still full of rage. Shua. And in this sound Lin Chen clearly saw that it was a sentence with other meanings. What is it saying? PS. The SITH update is here. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Corpse. Chapter 310. The Power of the Origin of the World. The Advent of the Ancient God of the Void. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. After a short rest, Agrin roared and countless steel energy surged on its steel claws. Metal claw has been condensed and it can seriously injure Kartana with one blow. Shua. Kartana's eyes are full of fighting spirit, not afraid at all. It tried its best to stand up and fight again, but the forced use of sword dance made its body unable to bear it. The left leg, which was already injured, can no longer stand upright. These are the scars left by fighting with other elite Pokemon for several days. Of course those guys were more injured than himself. Unexpectedly I could see this human again here. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen hurriedly stopped Agrin. Agrin, stop first. Kaduo. Agrin heard the master's command 543 and then stopped the attack, and the steel energy in the giant claws slowly dissipated. But the raised giant claws were not put down and its eyes were full of vigilance. Always guard against Kartana's possible sudden attack. Seeing this scene, Kartana, who was ready to die, raised his head in confusion. Looking at the man in front of him, it was a little surprised and the rage in its eyes still did not dissipate. Shua. Kartana roared, but his body was really injured too badly. Otherwise he would have the confidence to defeat this big guy. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and he could hear that there was another meaning in Kartana's shouting. It seemed very rage, but it could not communicate. Lin Chen looked at Kurla on the side and whispered. Kurla listened to its words with telepathy. Shiru. Kurla nodded obediently and then a stream of psychic energy was deployed. It stretched out like a tentacle, but this telepathy just touching Kartana was instantly cut off by the sharp air. Shua. Kartana rage said, her eyes full of sharpness. Shiru. Kurla shook her head, looked at Lin Chen and whispered. It said that it would not communicate with thieves. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of doubt. Thief. He recalled the last time he got the treasure chest. At that time he used a trick to get the platinum treasure chest, which contained a Pokemon egg. It is still hatching at the world tree. Logically Kartana should not have seen the platinum treasure chest, but from its behavior it did notice it, otherwise it would not have chased so far. It even fought with other elite Pokemon because of this. It seems that Kartana is indeed guarding something. This situation made Lin Chen more interested. I originally thought that this Kartana was just violent and extremely bloodthirsty. Now it seems that there may be something else. Lin Chen looked at Kartana and whispered. You don't have the power to choose now. Tell me everything that happened. I'm not a thief. Then without saying anything he said directly to Kurla. Kurla, telepathically connect me and it. Shiru. Kurla once again activated telepathy and the psychic energy once again probed toward Kartana, just like the last time when she let her master connect with Agrin. Swish. Kartana frowned and was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing Lin Chen's explanation. The other party said that he was not a thief. Is there any hidden secret? While it hesitated, the psychic energy had already reached out to itself. Accept or reject. Lin Chen's prescience was indifferent and his patience was also limited. If the other party always refused, he would directly choose to suppress the other party, and he didn't have so much time to waste on it. After all, in this void in the realm, staying too long may be dangerous. He has to consider the safety of all Pokemon. A mere Kartana is not enough for him to care. Shua. Kartana finally did not shake the sword energy. It decided to listen to the words words of the human in front of it. Telepathy was instantly connected. A calm voice sounded which surprised Cortana a little. This voice did not sound like a treacherous person. Instead the voice was deep and sounded very comfortable. "What are you doing here?" Cortana hesitated for a moment and chose to speak. "I'm looking for something. That thing disappeared completely when you came last time. So are you a thief?" When mentioning this, Cortana's heart was full of doubts and rage. But Lin Chen did not answer it directly but continued to ask, "Tell me what it is." The voice was not loud but it was extremely majestic, making it impossible to resist. Cortana looked around again and many Pokemon were staring at him. His eyes were full of hesitation. He asked again, "Are you a thief?" Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He didn't expect this Cortana to be so tough. Compared with the previous time when he was beaten up by Agron, he was obedient. It completely different. It doesn't seem to have any interest in those. It won't surrender because of force. Such Pokemon on the contrary made Lin Chen have a little more respect in his heart. He didn't continue to force it and whispered, "I don't know who the thief you are talking about is, but I did take something away. Tell me first, what are you guarding? Similarly I will tell you what I took away." Hearing this, Cortana realized the man in front of him, his figure was upright and sharp. The aura around him was extremely powerful. No wonder he could tame so many powerful Pokemon. "Okay." Cortana took a deep breath and his eyes began to blur as if he had entered a long river of memories. It whispered, "For many years I have been wandering in the void and the only things that accompanied me were the sword and the lonely shadow. And accidentally I entered a void plane. In that world called Isaac I found my opponent, a big sword ghost. There I fought a shocking battle with it and we became friends instead. We were both born for sword and I am stronger than it. I persuaded it to leave Isaac with me and pursue the highest peak of the sword law together, but the big sword ghost refused me. It wants to stay in Isaac because it is guided by the will of the world and is responsible for guarding it. So I stayed there for a short time and accompanied it, but I didn't expect it. The ancient god of the void has descended." PS First Update Chapter 311 Oblivion Wing that devours all realms. Pokemon bred by the sun. Please collect. Please subscribe. Ancient god of the void. Lin Chen was shocked. He didn't remember which beast had the void attribute. There was one Palkia with the space attribute. Could it be this first level god? Or is it the ancient god born in the void? Lin Chen was confused and didn't interrupt Cortana's story. He continued to listen. In this small plain world Isaac had an accident. One day a mysterious ancient god of the void passed through the sky of the plain world and disappeared in an instant. But it was this world full of death that caused the entire Isaac to begin to break. Countless vegetation began to die and all life was swallowed up. Just a scattered breath made the sun extinguish. All living beings died and turned into stone statues. Then the breath continued to spread and the great sword ghost and I tried every possible way, but we couldn't stop Isaac from continuing to be destroyed. Or in the face of such power we are just ants. At the last moment I invited the great sword ghost again. I hope it can leave with me, go to other planes and pursue the true meaning of swordsmanship together. And this time it rejected me again. It wanted to continue to protect the world and then gave me the last gift of the world, an ancient meteorite which has existed since the birth of Isaac's world. Legend has it that there were originally two suns in Isaac's world and one of them was transformed from a fallen sun and 06 could ignite the sun that was about to go out. I was very happy to let his dying sun delay death, but the great sword ghost asked me to leave, saying that even if the sun was lit it could not stop the destruction of the world because the root of the world had been taken away. So I hope I will stay with the meteorite and protect it well. When Lin Chen heard these words he suddenly thought of an extremely evil Pokemon Yveltal, spreading death, devouring the vitality of all things. It is a first level god. It can indeed devour and destroy the world. Could this beast be in the void? Then are the other beasts also there? Will that stingy alpaca come to the door? Lin Chen suddenly felt that the void world was a little dangerous. After all, he had a lot of debts, including several first level gods and the god of creation. And Cortana continued, I didn't want to leave, and in the end the great sword ghost and I had a final battle. This time it defeated me. Before this the great sword ghost had never defeated me. I understand this is to protect A. When something was found, the sword of protection burst out. I also realized the law of steel and the true meaning of swordsmanship, and my strength increased significantly. Then I took the meteorite and left Isaac, and the great sword ghost was destroyed together with Isaac, who gave birth to it and raised it. At the moment when the world was destroyed it also saw the terrifying dark cocoon. Speaking of this, Cortana's eyes flashed with an unspeakable fear and he trembled. It also permeated the void and swallowed several worlds at the same time. After eating the world it left again. During the whole process I dared not move. I completely understood how small I was in front of the god. Not long after I left with the meteorite, I didn't know why the meteorite turned into a stream of light and suddenly sank into the ground. I tried everything to get it out, but I couldn't get it out even if I shattered the void earth. So I stayed here guarding the breath of the meteorite and practicing swordsmanship sportsmanship at the same time. Day after day, as long as I am alive I will guard here for one day. It is my promise to the great sword ghost in the world of Isaac. However, after you came, the breath of the meteorite suddenly disappeared. Speaking of this, Kartana couldn't help sighing. Hearing this, Lin Chen was roughly sure that it was who was known as Oblivion Wing, and his eyes were full of regret. This Kartana was actually a swordsman who valued friendship and loyalty. He couldn't help but also developed a love for talent. He was also moved by the other party's purity and wanted to conquer Kartana. After all, this is one of the highest physical attack advents. Even so, Agran's invincible defense was almost penetrated by him. If you get both, it is equivalent to having the strongest spear and the strongest shield at the same time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen roughly understood Kartana's personality and felt that he had to use some routines, so he whispered, "Since you have told me your story, then I will also tell you what I took away that day. That day I took away the same thing as you said, but it was not a meteorite but a Pokemon egg." When he said this, Kartana was stunned, his eyes full of shock. "Pokemon egg?" it repeated subconsciously. Then its eyes were full of doubts, and then it seemed to realize something and suddenly understood that if it guarded there, this Pokemon egg would never hatch. It could only wait for a long time, slowly absorbing energy in the void world. The time required would be hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Chen continued, "There is some basis for my conclusion that we are talking about the same thing. It is currently being hatched by Pokemon and is being well taken care of. I hope you can join our team or wait until it hatches and then decide whether to stay." Kartana was stunned for a moment, and now she was already a prisoner of the man in front of her. The other party could kill her and then leave with the Pokemon egg, but now he promised her that after seeing the Pokemon egg she would choose whether to take it away. If it is the inheritance egg of the world, it is an extremely precious Pokemon for anyone. It hesitated a little, then looked at Lin Chen's sincere eyes. The reason why Lin Chen said this is that on the one hand he has completely grasped Kartana's mind. Without him it is impossible to take care of and hatch this Pokemon egg. On the other hand, he was also moved by Kartana. Only by saying this can Kartana be conquered together. This is true love plus routine. How can the inexperienced Kartana resist? In the real world even the hard-working green tea will fall for this. How can Kartana not be controlled? Control it tightly. Lin Chen looked at Kurla and then gave an order. Teleport, return to the node of the new world. Shalu. Kurla stretched out her little hand and countless psychic energy flowed in her hand, then teleported many times. After reaching the node, Lin Chen's mind moved. The portal to the new world opened directly. He turned to look at Kartana and whispered, "Let go. Go and see the promise you have kept." Then he thought, stretched out one hand and a space opened directly. Kartana was stunned. Even he couldn't master the space like this. Is the man in front of him really just a human? Could he be the master of a plane? Then a familiar breath made Kartana stunned. Meteorite? No, it should be Pokemon egg. It was extremely excited and its eyes were full of surprise. At this time the Pokemon eggs under the nourishment of the world tree became more and more crystal clear. It was originally covered with meteorites, but now it is peeling off layer by layer. The breath in it is particularly powerful. 543. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and he was a little curious. In theory it is only a few miles away from the Pokemon eggs. It has been a long time since the last time it was entrusted to the world tree for hatching. This Pokemon egg should have been hatched long ago, but although its energy is more full, there is no movement. It can't be a Neza. It will take 3 years and SI month, and then it will have 3 heads and SI arms after it is born. Ahem, I'm interrupting. In short, this Pokemon egg has not hatched yet. It's really a bit strange. It's just that I don't have a complete version of the All-Seeing Eye at present, so I can't see what the reason is. Kartana saw at a glance that only in the hands of the human in front of him can take better care of this Pokemon egg, and even if he hatched it he couldn't take good care of this little guy. After all, he had never taken care of a baby and he was only facing a meteorite, but this human took out the egg. In other words, this human in front of him has a connection with it and has the opportunity to hatch it. Thinking of the promise to the great sword ghost, Kartana hesitated. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he whispered, "Just join us and continue to protect it." Kartana looked at Lin Chen's sincere eyes, hesitated for a moment and nodded. It also wanted to see what the Pokemon born after the sun went out would look like. Was the last protection of his friend meaningful? Lin Chen smiled and took out the beast ball directly. "Welcome to join." Then he threw the beast ball and a white light pulled it in. The indicator light flashed and then went out. Ultra Beast Elite level Pokemon. Kartana captured it. Chapter 312. Jing the Creator God Wool, the collapse of the void world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Come out. Kartana. Shua. Kartana felt the connection between himself and Lin Chen and immediately felt the pure energy in this plane. Lin Chen whispered, "Welcome to our big family." Too. The Pokemon around him didn't like it. How much? Agran blew out a stream of hot air from his nose and turned his head away. The other Pokemon were also not interested. After all, it was this guy who chased lost them so badly last time. I didn't expect that the master would subdue it now. Guzzlord could understand Kartana quite well. He joined as an enemy at the beginning. At the beginning he was not welcomed, but in fact this group of Pokemon were very easy to get along with. After fighting side by side with Agrin last time, he was completely integrated into this big family. Lin Chen was not surprised to see this scene. He immediately understood that only Hikerla and Kartana knew the voice of telepathy. Other Pokemon didn't know it at all. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly and then his mind moved. In the new world countless psychic energies surged. Then through the pictures condensed by the stories told by Kartana in his mind, directly displayed in front of all Pokemon. Shua. The scenes hit Kartana's heart like a heavy hammer. In the pictures he saw his past self practicing day and night for the sword. He saw the battles with the great sword ghost again and again, and after each victory it enthusiastically asked for advice. Then when the world of Isaac was destroyed, the great sword ghost handed the Pokemon egg to him. Later Kartana walked in the endless void with a firm look in his eyes. When the Pokemon egg sank into the ground, he leaned on the boulder. In the wind and rain, never give up. Every scene was replayed in Kartana's mind. He couldn't help but burst into tears, and his eyes were full of a sense of mission. In the days to come he no longer had to wait there. It wants to use its body as a sword to protect the hatched Pokemon and the man in front of it. After reading this, the other Pokemon immediately looked at Kartana and understood why he had been chasing them so frantically. A trustworthy swordsman, deserving everyone's respect. Then the Pokemons welcomed Kartana again. Sylveon was also very happy, finally not a female beast. After all, there were too many female beasts recently and she couldn't bear the jealousy. Kartana also nodded to them. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen smiled with relief and took out the life gem. In an instant the powerful life energy attracted Kartana's attention. Shua. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then began to treat Kartana and Agrin. The powerful life energy quickly repaired Kartana's body. After fighting with other elite for several days, his potential had been damaged, but now it was slowly recovering. A gentle warm current was flowing through Kartana's body. Its eyes were surprised. The man in front of him had given him too many surprises. Kartana felt more and more that his decision was wise. After a while the hidden injuries in Kartana's body had been cleared. The physical strength was also nourished by the life gem completely recovered. Continue to follow the creator's will. Lin Chen used the eye of all-knowing to scan Kartana and a huge amount of data came in an instant. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes full of joy. Kartana is indeed one of the best at the moment. If it hadn't been seriously injured before, it would have been difficult to defeat it with Agrin's Mega Evolution alone. After the Pokemons got familiar with Kartana, Lin Chen asked softly, Kartana, you are most familiar with the Void Land. Have you ever found a group of 4 needle dragons? Hearing this, Kartana pondered for a moment, then she shook her head and with the help of Kurla's telepathy she said softly, I have met Celesteela several times, but I have never seen a low-strength Pokemon like the 4 needle dragon. It is very likely that they have been driven away by other Ultra Beasts in the area, so it is difficult to meet them. Lin Chen nodded, but he was not disappointed. These were all epected. When the Pokemons were almost rested, they decided to continue exploring. After all this time they had just entered the Void Land, and apart from meeting Kartana they had almost no gain. Lin Chen's mind moved and he called the World Tree. World Tree, open the coordinates of the Void Land again. Then there was an immediate response and a gentle and peaceful voice came again. Okay Father God, now I will open it for you. Countless psychic energies surged and the gate of time and space opened again. After Lin Chen stretched his muscles, he entered it again. As soon as he entered the Void Land, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing as usual and issued an order. Kurla, be alert. Chiru. This time the location he entered was not dangerous and there were not many spatial turbulences, but the surroundings were still pitch black, as silent as death. But with Kartana the safety factor instantly increased a lot. Just when Lin Chen was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed in the eye of all-knowing that the surrounding spatial energy began to fluctuate and Li Ma Zhao, it was spreading across the entire range. What happened? Shua. Kartana immediately showed a look of alert. It seemed that the surroundings were calm, but in a blink of an eye spatial turbulence emerged again. Seeing Kartana's solemn presence, Lin Chen was ready to let Kurla teleport leave here. He hadn't given the order yet. A turbulent current suddenly cut through the darkness. The power of time and space was extremely sharp, instantly tearing the shadows along the way apart, and the miserable growl continued. Shua. Kartana drew her sword. Instantly a silver light lit up and the power of the steel law surged around her body. In an instant the same sharp sword energy swept out. Then it collided violently with the space turbulence and dissipated into nothingness. But the net moment the Pokemons hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet. Crack, crack, crack. The empty world under his feet was like a black ice surface suddenly shattered and torn. Then it collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 313 Doomsday Insect Tide is coming. Diamond level treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. Agrin roared and the first first one to fall. It directly activated Iron Defense. Then it planned to take on other Pokemon. Lin Chen was not panicked. The Eye of All-Knowing had already been opened, and then he looked at the ground. There was no energy fluctuation on the ground, only endless desolation and ruin. It seems that there were some civilizations in this plane, but no one knows what happened and it was destroyed. Only these ruins are left. Aha! The light Zorua directly activated the origin form, and 3 golden wings stretched out from its back, soaring in the sky. Beside it was the equally light Servine, Tai, Chimi, Sylveon and Melodic also activated the corresponding form and then approached Lin Chen. From a blue dread shadow passed by, and the Sky Overlord Salamins had already caught Lin Chen steadily. Then he showed a mocking E-Press Zion to Garchomp behind him. Aho! Guzzlord was a little tearful as all of them had the ability to fly. Only he and Agron could not fly. Boom! After a loud bang he saw Agron crashing to the ground. Instantly countless smoke and dust were stirred up and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Agron climbed out of the deep pit calmly as if nothing had happened. This is his defense. It's simply a bug. Guzzlord could only withstand the damage and landed with a bang. Boom! It was also heavy and fell on the ground, and it was immediately knocked unconscious. Although Guzzlord's defense would not cause him to be injured, this blow was really not light. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It seems that in addition to Groudon, who can't fly, there is also Guzzlord who is suffering. After all the Pokemon fell to the ground, only Guzzlord was still in the deep pit and slowly climbed up. Huaduo. Agron on the side was very humane and patted its shoulder. You still need to practice. Practice with me when you have nothing to do. Learn from Garchomp and see how much he can resist a beating. At this time Lin Chen had already checked the surrounding situation. This is a dark lane. Although it is called dark, there is still some light. Looking up, the sun has gone out in the sky. Only around dim red ray light ball is left, which is extremely dim. The dimness of the sun makes the whole world dim and lightless. The temperature of the whole world strangely has not dropped. On the contrary, it is a little hotter than the real world, and a little change in temperature difference will cause a huge change in the world. Obviously, the change in temperature difference has the greatest impact on the ecological environment of the whole world. The whole ground is sandy and very loose. This is why Guzzlord did not even suffer a minor injury. The sand is reddish brown and there are still some ants crawling in it. Lin Chen looked at the countless ruined buildings not far away. Obviously it was an ancient relic, and the ancient city had long been destroyed in the long river of time. The flower of civilization also withered here completely. There was no vegetation around, only desolate ruin. Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing and scanned, and there were some energy changes from time to time. Kaka, a golem, suddenly jumped out of the ruins and ran away. It seemed to have sensed the danger. Its whole body was red and its eyebrows were made of bright black stone. It looked a bit like a golem that looked like Alola, but it was a red Pokemon. Its eyes was much larger than that of ordinary golem. Lin Chen inferred that it was this environment that made it change. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of expectation. Such a new ecosystem immediately made him very interested. If there are powerful Pokemon, you can also consider taming them. Of course, the current huge ancient ruins are the most worth exploring. After all, where there is civilization, there are some unpecked technologies. Every civilization will have its own technology tree. Just like the 8 major alliances in the real world, they are particularly good at black technology in the research of space technology. This space technology, which is the most difficult to master, has developed better than other technologies. There are even large-scale technological products such as portals and storage boes, but they can't even make a fossil assembler. If I can find a fossil assembler here, maybe I can revive the mysterious fossil at hand. Lin Chen thought so and led the Pokemon to explore slowly. He moved forward and made a rustling sound when he stepped on the ground. After a few steps, something shining with bright light instantly attracted Lin Chen's attention. This is diamond treasure chest. Under a ruined brick and stone house there is a sparkling diamond treasure chest. It is lying there quietly at this time. Lin Chen's eyes are full of joy. Every diamond treasure chest represents something related to the mythical beast. In the previous diamond treasure chest, each one made his strength soar. Unpectedly, there is such a thing in a plane that he accidentally entered. He moved forward quickly. The surrounding Agron and Sylveon were alert to the surroundings. Kartana volunteered to walk in the front. After all, here it is the strongest in normal state. In order to avoid sudden attacks, I must take the lead. But after walking 2 steps, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. The red golem just now evacuated at an unusually fast speed, and the direction it evacuated was not the opposite direction of itself. Instead, it rolled out to the east. In other words, this golem did not find itself and run away. But there are other dangers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless buzzing sounds resounded through the world like the roar of a team of cars starting their engines together, and it was several times louder. Just as Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, the Eye of All-Knowing sensed it. There is danger approaching him. Countless energy fluctuations rushed to his side and front. A mass of black that is a group of dark dark insects overwhelming and sweeping in. Each one has reached the level of the beginner level of the professional level. If there were only hundreds or thousands it would not be difficult to deal with, but at this time the number is probably already hundreds of thousands. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and his face was full of murderous intent. Chapter 314 The Demon God Army that Devours the World. The Dark Undead Creatures. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone get ready for battle. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This number was too aggravated. Without a large-scale attack they would probably be torn apart in an instant. The energy fluctuations of countless dark insects caused the entire space to begin to distort. With the advantage of the eyesight of the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen saw their appearance clearly. A dark red one like a water bear with some sharp claws and dark red shell like ape teeth. It looks particularly ferocious, but under this grayed dark sun it turned black. Shua Kartana, who was standing in the front, roared, and then the sharp aura surged instantly. The steel law whistled around it and the two feathers on its head fluttered in the wind making a rustling sound. Kartana used its body as a sword floating in the air in an instant and then made a gesture of IAI slash. No one could see its movements clearly. It was obviously just a relatively low-level IAI skill of drawing a sword, but that sharp aura seemed to be able to cut off time. A huge silver light tended rapidly, as if there was no end. It kept tending and then the silver thin line gradually widened and turned into a white silk, and at this moment the huge sword energy came with a bang, cutting instantly. One sword cut 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters the sword intent swept. No dark worm could cross this white line like the dividing line of death. Wherever it went all the dark worms were cut from the center. Then high-frequency jitters appeared on each dark worm that was cut. Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions seemed to set off countless small fireworks in the air. Then their bodies turned into powder. Annihilate everything. Countless insects were wiped out by this sword, but even so countless dark insects continued to advance fearlessly. The buzzing sound produced by the vibration of the wings only stopped for a moment and then resounded through the sky again. Lin Chen frowned. These dark insects seemed endless and could not be killed. He took a deep breath and then suddenly remembered his new army. Guzzlord army. He immediately took out the beast ball. Come out, Guzzlord. It's time for you to show your skills. Eat as much as you want. Ayaha. 9 white light flashed and all the Guzzlords appeared in front of them. They lined up and looked at the dark red dark insects in front of them, their eyes full of bloodthirstiness. Shiny Guzzlord stood in front of them and rushed up with his little brother in an instant. Ayaha. Each Guzzlord opened its mouth wide, swallowing like a whale. In the deep blue mouth 2 giant tongues swept across the air like giant pythons. Every time they swept hundreds of dark bugs would be swallowed by them. They all began to eat lavishly. Although dark bugs broke through their giant tongue defenses from time to time with their attack power, even if they caused damage to the Guzzlords they could not resist their recovery ability after eating food. After all, these giant beasts represent the sin of gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. They can eat anything whether raw or cold. The terrifying Guzzlords devoured everything like monsters. Crunch. While devouring crazily, their sharp teeth chewed. Seeing how delicious they were, Lin Chen thought at that moment, are these guys really so delicious? Crunch. Crispy chicken flavor. However, there were many corpses from the direction they swept from. At this time only a pile of eerie white bones remained. No wonder the golem just now fled in such a panic. Wherever the dark bugs passed, even this kind of stone lumps could not escape. But today they encountered a more terrifying instant when the Guzzlord Legion was inhaled by the storm. In the entire sky the dark red dark bugs poured into the mouth of Guzzlord like a tide. A gap opened in the sky. It was not until this time that the grayed sky was seen. Most of the insect swarm was eaten directly. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Under the scanning of the eye of all-knowing, the rapid increase in the strength of the Guzzlord Legion was visible to the naked eye. After all, there is the talent of the beast to improve. Defeating and devouring are both ways to improve attribute. Shua Kartana, who was standing in the front, occasionally urged the steel law and a series of sword energy swept across, instantly suppressing the sweep of the dark bug. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he took a deep breath. It looks like it finally over. Zero, please give me flowers. But at this moment the dark sun in the sky suddenly darkened. In an instant the shadow quickly spread across the earth. Lin Chen frowned and he suddenly realized that in the endless darkness more dark bugs were spreading. Endless like a tide. More dark bugs began to attack Guzzlord. This time even the Guzzlord army couldn't eat them all. Wounds began to appear on their bodies and countless dark bugs gnawed at them. The only competition was who ate faster. Under the skin of the all-seeing eye, Lin Chen finally got their data. These creatures do not exist in the Pokemon species. It seems that the reason a special species born in this plane under the dark sun. It can even be speculated that the decline of the ancient civilization, is it related to them? The dark undead worms will be completely annihilated except under the shining of the scorching sun. Other than that immortality, there is always a way to regenerate, and under the dark sun it is endless. Lin Chen Chen frowned. If this goes on, the Guzzlord Legion will not last too long. Roar! Agron roared. Then a thick hyper beam swept out. With the breath of heat and annihilation, it instantly cleared a straight line of dark undead worms. Like a monster descending into the world, in an instant it attracted a lot of dark worms to approach. However, their bites could not even leave white marks on Agron's blood-colored armor, completely unbreakable. And every time the hyper beam descends, it is like the advent of a demon god. Annihilation of the world. Lin Chen frowned. He had to find a way to get the treasure chest as soon as possible. If it doesn't work, he has to break through in a straight line. If he keeps wasting time like this facing this endless creature, there will always be a time when he will fall into disadvantage. Shua. Kartana once again activated the steel ability, and this time it suddenly realized something and then signaled Lin Chen. Chiru. Chirulian on the side immediately understood. He immediately opened the telepathy. Kartana said in a deep voice, "This energy seems to be completely opposite to the meteorite that is the Pokemon A corpse." Chapter 315. The Sun God descends, opening the diamond treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hearing Kartana's words, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he also used the all-knowing eye to sense it, and after a moment he showed a happy smile. It's true. It must be said that years of practicing swordsmanship have given Kartana an extremely keen perception of breath. Just by swinging the sword a few times, he already knew the type of the opponent's breath. Shua. Kartana continued. Didn't the Pokemon egg never hatch before? It seems that its breath energy is full. Does it need some special conditions to stimulate it? Hearing Kartana's words, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Indeed, even the helping hand of the world tree failed to hatch successfully. There must be something overlooked. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then tried to communicate with the world tree in his mind. Fortunately, this place is still within the 547-point range of the world tree's transmission entry. Soon he got a response from the world tree. "I am Father God." Lin Chen nodded, which also means that the world tree can open the channel at any time. Then the situation is not so critical. In case of danger, you can evacuate at any time. He whispered, "Transfer the Pokemon egg over." A soft voice sounded again. "Okay, Father God. The space-time channel is about to be opened." The NET moment, Lin Chen instantly sensed that the abundant psychic energy was spreading around him. A blue arcade space-time gate instantly appeared. Then the meteorite-shaped Pokemon egg appeared in the space-time gate. "Thank you for your hard work, world tree," Lin Chen praised, and then took the Pokemon egg. As soon as he took it in his hand, the black lines on the Pokemon egg lit up instantly. It was like the dried magma of ancient times flowing on the line. Sure enough, this energy echoed with the dim sunlight above the sky. In an instant, a dark red light emerged on the Pokemon egg. Countless energies were absorbed into it. The entire Pokemon egg began to become hot and shining. Seeing this scene, those fearless dark bugs stopped their attack as if they had met their natural enemies. All of them were suspended in the sky, restless. The emotion of fear spread among them. Boom! In an instant, a golden light suddenly lit up from the meteorite-shaped Pokemon egg. It soared into the sky with endless power and crashed into it. Above the grayed dark sun, it was as if the door on the sky was opened and the sun's light illuminated the whole world in an instant. The dead light quickly dissipated. Wherever the sun went, these dark undead insects burned up. It was as if the vampires who could not see the light would be reduced to ashes when they met the sun. Bang, bang, bang! Under the sunlight, those dark insects fled quickly. The insect that failed to retreat in time, and the burning bodies quickly made a crackling sound. Completely annihilated. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. It seems that his inference is correct. At this time, the meteorite-shaped Pokemon egg finally shook twice. Then a crack spread on it. The Pokemon egg is about to hatch. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and he waited quietly. Shua. Kartana, who was not far away, was also very excited. "I was entrusted with this for so many years, but I didn't expect that I would be able to see the day when Pokemon hatched just after following my master." Crack, crack, crack. The crack spread again and one of them powerful energy rushed out quickly. This overflowing energy alone made Lin Chen raise his eyebrow. This seems to have the breath of a divine beast. Before Lin Chen began to guess, the Pokemon egg completely cracked. A stream of energy rushed up into the sky and a Pokemon poked its head out of it. It turned out to be Cosmog, the little nebula, the original form of the sun god Solgaleo. It has a nebula-like appearance which looks particularly deep and mysterious. The color of the gas that makes up its body ranges from purple to light blue. If you stare at it for a long time, you will have a magnificent and gorgeous psychedelic feeling. The little nebula has light yellow eyes and round blue cheeks which looks very cute. There is a golden semicircular hook inlaid on its upper and lower bodies. In addition to having powerful psychic energy, the strength of close combat is also good. There are cloud-like tensions that are constantly flashing with starlight at the position of the little nebula's ears. This can also be condensed into a solid body and used as an arm. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Unexpectedly, it was actually a little nebula. As soon as this little guy saw Lin Chen, he jumped directly into his arms. Golly golly, this little guy felt the familiar breath on Lin Chen's body. After all, during its incubation period, the breath of the world tree and Lin Chen had the same origin. Shua. Kartana on the side was full of relief in her eyes. Old friend, I have completed your entrustment. I will protect them well in the future. Tai. Sylvian on the side suddenly had a dark air in his eyes. How come there is suddenly a competitor? More and more competitors are vying for favor. No, the master is mine. Sylvian has become sickly and delicate. She wants to banish all Pokemon to the cold palace. Lin Chen, who was standing by, touched the head of little Nebula and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect it to be this little guy. And there are two more evolution forms. They are sun-devouring beast Solgaleo and moon-inviting beast Lunala. From this look, this little Nebula can echo the dark sun in the sky. It is likely to be a Solgaleo in the future. A lion-like sun beast, although twice weak to fire, but at least it can fly. Right, Groudon. It can even merge with Ultra Beast Necrozma and evolve into Duskmane. Even if it is not a combined evolution, when using Meteor Flash or Z-move sunlight spinning down the sky, Solgaleo will temporarily turn into a rising sun state. A light blue third eye will appear on the forehead at 5'9", and the stars will turn into vertical strips of light. At this time all attributes will be greatly enhanced. Swallow the scorching sun. Without any props you will have another form. This is the power of the beast. The future is promising, and at the moment of hatching even the siege of these dark bugs was completely lifted. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Lin Chen took a deep breath and calmed down. He walked slowly and then walked towards the diamond treasure chest. He slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the treasure chest. Click. After a crisp sound, the diamond treasure chest opened. The light appeared instantly. Lin Chen's eyes widened full of surprise. I didn't expect it to be. P.S. The SITH update is here. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 316, The Authority of the God of Time, the New Form of God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Countless silver light flowed the moment the diamond treasure chest was opened. The flow of time around began to slow down and then suddenly stopped. In the sky countless dark undead insects were still fleeing. They were hovering in the air. At the moment of death this creature had no way to show any fear. Only the dark red ape teeth were still trembling, as if to devour all living things. But at this moment they can no longer do it. After the sword energy swept the body that plotted suddenly stopped instantly. The heat wave of the explosion stopped at this moment like a series of frozen paintings. All the sounds disappeared quietly in this frozen world, naturalized in silence. Only Lin Chen, who was holding this thing, still had the ability to move. At this time Lin Chen held a silver white round stone in his hand. If you look closely you can see that each face is an inverted prism triangle. The energy gushing out of it affect the small space around it, making the time here stop at this moment. A dazzling light emanates from the stone. The brilliance is particularly dazzling. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's eyes are full of joy. Is this time diamond adamant orb? He immediately opened the Eye of All and a huge amount of data came in under the scanning of the Eye of All Knowing. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is the authority of Dialga, the god of time. Sure enough, in the diamond treasure chest at least the props opened are related to the mythical beast. And at this moment Lin Chen also seemed to understand something. According to the previous, the life gem can make Aaron bigger and the platinum gem affect the immortal secret realm, and the seedlings of the world tree have the ability to open up a new world. In other words, this time diamond in the treasure chest also has an impact on the outside world. Then it is very likely that this time diamond affect the flow rate of the entire world. In this way the sun in the sky began to become disordered. After accelerating extinguishing, it turned into a dark sun, and this is just a little energy emitted by the time diamond. Just a small part directly interfered with the destruction of a medium-sized world. This is the power of a first-level god. Such power, how terrifying! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. A new question sprouted in his mind. Now it seems that the props in the treasure chest are all based on the embodiment of existing authority. So where did such a top god go? In the secret realm of Tianzi, when the ice pillar gods leapt in it and accumulated power, and he got the life gem, but it did not attract the alpaca Arceus to look for it. Even after getting the platinum gem, the irritable Giratina did not come to the door. Before, Lin Chen always secretly rejoiced and thought that he was lucky, but now it seems that the top B seemed to have some special reason. It prevented them from coming, and even the props representing authority were lost. Then, according to Kartana's memory, known as Oblivion Wing was also above Isaac. It passed by like a life-saving, sowing the energy of death. Judging from the conclusion alone, the destruction of Isaac was just its unintentional mistake. However, the energy required to destroy a world is also a great consumption for Oblivion Wing. But if there is such a hypothesis, Lin Chen frowned and the doubts in his heart pondered again. Yveltal on the run? If so, then everything makes sense. In this way all the top beasts are unable to descend because of the broken divine duties. Then those second level and third level god fell into a deep sleep, slowly accumulating strength, waiting for the decisive battle after resurrection. And the loss of this time diamond, is it because Dialga was also injured? What kind of instance can make so many gods so afraid? Lin Chen was puzzled. He took a deep breath and put these things behind him for the time being. After all, it is too far away to think about these things now. Facing the icicle god Regis in the three toilets, they can only flee in panic. Not to mention that instant, when it really reaches that level, there is no rush to consider it. Anyway, that instance has not threatened the plane he is in yet. Keep getting stronger and be prepared for a tough battle. And this time diamond, after careful consideration, can be used for Agron. Because Dialga's attributes are steel plus dragon, there are already 3 dragon Pokemon, and I promised to prepare an elite level item for Agron as the strongest fighting force in my hands for so long. Of course I have to be decent, and among the steel type Agron is the most suitable. This wave is the previous level of God Wool. Thinking of this, Lin Chen put away the time diamond and the time around him began to flow. Bang bang bang, countless dark bugs continued to explode in the air, and they burned wherever the sunlight reached. Soon the rest of them flew away. Lin Chen took a deep breath and his eyes returned to the ancient ruins before. He directly opened the eye of all-knowing and began to scan the entire ruin. However, no strong aura was found in the ruin. They were all ground-type Pokemon and rock-type Pokemon hiding underground. Most of the Pokemon were only between the superior and professional levels. It seemed that the Pokemon on the ground had been eaten up by the dark undead bug. Only the Pokemon that could survive underground were left. Lin Chen did not plan to capture other Pokemon here. Instead, he began to concentrate on exploring the civilization creations in the ruin. Then after 3 or 4 hours of exploration, he found a silver treasure chest and a saffron treasure chest. Some red sand crystals and a fire stone were opened. Apart from that, there was no other gain. The civilization technology in the ruins had developed to a certain extent before, but under the erosion of time it had already turned into ashes. Some of the technological creations that remained had already become a pile of scrap metal. After all, under the influence of the time diamond, the flow of time in this area is much faster than in other places. Lin Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, time is the sharpest knife in the world. Let everything be assassinated in the shadowless. In the following time, Lin Chen did not continue to waste time in this plane. He planned to let Agron use the time diamond first. Get a new god form. PS First Update Chapter 317 World Tree Evolution. Lin Chen walked out of the ruins and returned to his original position. At the same time, he began to communicate with the World Tree. World Tree, start the return portal. After a while, a gentle and peaceful voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Okay, Father God, the return portal has been opened. A blue elliptical space-time gate opened in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the Pokemons and whispered, the demon who distorted time. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone is ready to go back. The Pokemons responded in unison. Golly, Xiao Xingyun's face was full of curiosity, waving his blue arms, looking very excited. Afterwards, under the guidance of the power of time and space, Lin Chen chose to return. Twice he entered the Void Land and had to return without exploring far, which made Lin Chen a little helpless. But the gains from these 2 times were not small. Once I harvested the elite level Kartana, and the second time I harvested the mythical beast Nebula and a Dialga time diamond. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich. Psychic energy flows instantly, enveloping Lin Chen and his party. The gentle energy travels through many planes. Then I returned to the new world. Lucky Shenxi, who stayed here, was very happy to see the return of her master and quickly took off her apron. She had already prepared a large table of food waiting for everyone to return. Aha! At this moment, several gluttons pounced on it again and then began to eat up everything. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he smiled knowingly. Roar! Agron was also excited and prepared to go forward to eat, but he was called back by his master. Wait a minute, Agron. I promised you before that you would also have a new form, and now it can be realized. When Agron heard this, his eyes were filled with expectation. Roar! It roared excitedly and then looked at Kartana. For it, the only one in the team who competed with it for the title of the strongest was Kartana. Shua! But Kartana didn't care much about this title, just crossed his arms and continued to tease little Nebula. He looked like a ruthless swordsman and was about to transform into a passionate dad. Lin Chen didn't hesitate anymore but took out the time diamond directly. The net moment the powerful law of time flowed in the new world. The time diamond slowly rose with a silver-white light. It floated in the air and emitted energy and began to echo with the original energy of the new world. The world tree also felt the existence of this energy and shook its branches. Above the golden crown, the crown representing the world's authority slowly emerged. Then the energy of the world tree intertwined with the time diamond diamond sprinkling a large area of silver light. The time diamond continued to rise, naturalized into the previous platinum gem and turned into a light column. In the pillar that supported the sky a silver-white halo was emitted. Rumble. The net moment endless energy emanated from the light column and the whole new world evolved again. The earth began to tend into nothingness and the concept of time was manifested again under the silver-white light column. The grass and trees withered and flourished and the cycle continued. And every new life will bring more powerful vitality. Just like mastering the pulse of life, growth is more vigorous. The territory of the new world ponded again, and this time it ponded to 50,000 square meters before stopping. The whole new world has undergone earth-shaking changes. All the Pokemon stopped what they were doing and looked at the changes in the new world in amazement. Their eyes were full of expectation. Lin Chen raised his mouth lightly, then looked at Agrin and whispered, "Agrin, go meet your new form." Roar. Agrin roared and then looked at the silver-white light column in the distance. For a moment feeling all the past things came to mind, fighting side by side with the master. Take the college entrance examination fight against the elite. And now the master has once again fulfilled his promise. Agrin looked back and then stepped firmly into the light column. Zzz. Countless steel energies instantly enveloped Agrin. Then the law of time began to transform its body. The blue dread armor began to peel off layer by layer, and then under the urging of the steel law, it began to rotate in the air, reassembled, forged and then solidified. It fits on Agrin's body piece by piece like a battle armor. Its whole body was emitting a brilliant diamond-like light and its entire body began to transform. The red forged steel became tougher under the tempering of time. The form of God descend. Roar. A huge roar swept across the entire new world. A blue dread and brilliant figure like a mountain slowly stepped out from the light column. Boom. The earth was shaking with every step. Agrin's steel armor turned into blue dread diamond armor. Like a war fortress, indestructible. In the center of its abdomen there was a diamond-shaped silver crystal which contained the power of the law of the god of time. A slight activation can directly affect the time field within 100 meters, slowing down everything. Everywhere it goes, all living things crawl. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he took a deep breath and then whispered, "Agrin, congratulations." Roar. Agrin's eyes were also filled with tears and his heart was filled with pride. It couldn't help but want to find someone to practice with. Agrin's eyes swept around and the first thing he saw was Kartana. But at this time Kartana, like a dedicated nanny, Li Ma Zhao, was playing with the little Nebula. It was also the only pair who didn't care much about the situation here. Agrin thought about it but still didn't choose to disturb them. But he chose to continue to check, and the aggressive guy Garcomp on the side was already eager to try. Garcomp volunteered to jump out, but Agrin shook his head at this time. No, I have fought with this guy too many times and now it won't fight with me at all. It will only keep guerrilla warfare and there is no point in fighting. Roar. It's you, don't pretend you didn't see me. Guzzlord. I'm talking about you. Then Guzzlord, who was pretending to eat quietly, could only walk out of the team helplessly. In this case let me show you the power I have gained recently. Chapter 318 Pokemon Version Time Stop Series. It's interesting, just in time to test Agrin's new form. Lin Chen is also looking forward to this battle. Although his prediction is that Agrin will win, it doesn't prevent him from eating melon. Lucky. As soon as they saw that there was melon to eat, the Pokemons all gathered around looking expectantly. After all, there is melon to eat. As the captain of the melon-eating team, Chansey has already started distributing melon seeds to everyone. Be prepared to eat melon. Go deep into the void world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Golly. When little Nebula saw this scene for the first time, she was like a curious baby and wanted to watch it closer. Shua. Kartana had to hold little Nebula down, fearing that it would be accidentally injured by the strong wind. Tai Chimi. At this time Sylveon and Melodic were fighting for the position in the master's arms. Since the last time Sylveon defeated Melodic, she has occupied a larger position. This made her particularly happy. The dream of ruling the harem has completed the first step. In the battle, the two Pokemon have already stood still like two mountains standing on both sides. Ayaha. Guzzlord roared. Just in that void world he had eaten a large amount of dark immortal insect. At this time they have all turned into pure energy. Although he was not Agrin's opponent before, he may not be the opponent now. Without Mega Evolution he just has a new form which may not be stronger than himself. Roar. Agrin also stretched his muscles and bones and then roared with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Boom. The net moment Guzzlord took the lead. In the deep blue giant mouth, two giant tongues swept in like a giant python. The speed was as fast as lightning in midsummer. Instantly hit and whipped Agrin's blue dread diamond armor. Snap. Two loud and crisp sounds, but Agrin was like being tickled without any reaction. Roar. Agrin stretched out his hand and gently flicked the hit part, revealing a mocking press Zion. With this little power you want to defeat me? Roar. Guzzlord was instantly enraged, and the previous attack was just a test. It 30 feet kicked the ground and then its round body burst out at an astonishing speed. Like a bouncy ball it shot forward. Body slam. Guzzlord has absolute confidence in this skill that relies on weight to cause damage. Boom. Agrin did not dodge but just quietly waited for Guzzlord's attack. After a loud bang, Guzzlord's body slam hit the front. The net moment Agrin's feet sank and the whole ground began to crack. A huge circular area suddenly sank and countless spider web-like cracks began to spread wildly. Countless smoke and dust rose up, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, the scene in front of him shocked Guzzlord. At this time he was actually lifted up by Agrin's arm. Guzzlord's eyelids twitched and his eyes were full of horror. What the hell is this? Such a defensive power is too terrifying. Guzzlord has already retreated in a hurry while thinking rapidly. Like a frightened rabbit it fled at lightning speed. It no longer intends to fight Agrin. The previous attack was almost fully earned, but in the face of the opponent's strong under the strong defense it can't even break the defense. For such an opponent it would be satisfied if it could get beaten less. How much? Agrin saw Guzzlord's escape but didn't chase him immediately. Only the silver-white diamond crystal on its abdomen suddenly lit up. The time domain came down with a bang. In an instant it had covered hundreds of meters away, and Guzzlord in it had just escaped a few dozen meters. A roar. Guzzlord was horrified to find that the flow of time around him began to slow down and then tended to stop. It felt heavy all over and even moving was particularly difficult. Roar. The net moment Agrin shot out violently with the addition of the power of the law of time. The speed was as fast as lightning and autotomize was not turned on, but the speed at this time has far exceeded the highest speed after it was turned on. Roar. Agrin roared. The feeling of this power surging in his body made him feel extremely happy. Then the net second no skills were used, only that simple punch. Agrin instantly sensed that in the time field his steel energy also had a great bonus. Boom. With one punch Guzzlord flew backward. This nearly 8-meter hill was directly knocked away by a punch. The power of the steel law condensed on this fist, providing Agrin with unparalleled attack power. At this time Guzzlord lost his combat ability after falling. Cannot get up again. One punch suppressed. Crushed Guzzlord with one hand. After repeated tests Lin Chen already knew. In addition to the amazing attack power, the new blood-colored diamond armor brought Agrin a strong defense. It is already indestructible. More. After winning, Agrin closed the time field. Then he gasped for air. Agrin was about to advance to the elite level. I didn't expect that just opening a time domain would take so much energy, but it was all worth it. After starting, the improvement in combat power was undoubtedly huge. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Maybe in the future I can become a time demon, possess the ability to travel through time and space and pause time, master the authority of the god of time. Kuro. Agrin was also very surprised and excitedly rubbed the blue dread diamond on his abdomen with his claws twice. His eyes were full of satisfaction. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. So now it seems that only Garkomp, Tijipai, Kartana and Kurla are left in the field. No new form was obtained. As for the new nebula who joined the team when it evolved, it immediately came with a rising sun form. Chiru. Kurla on the side was full of envy. I also want to become strong and help my master solve problems. Shua. Kartana's eyes were full of surprise when she saw this scene. At that moment it also clearly sensed the application of the steel law. In other words, this Agrin is about to comprehend the steel law, even if it enters the elite realm. At that time the previous special mega evolution will be activated again and this new form will double the bonus. Even if I am already an elite mid-level, I may not be its opponent. Feeling the Pokemon around the master, the progress is so extreme. I have to work hard to practice. Only in this way can I protect the little nebula and the master. Jia. At this time Servine is still on the road of meditation and practice, but she already feels that she is about to break through. Aha. Zorua on the side, she is already a little impatient. The Pokemon around him have evolved one by one, only herself and Tijipai are still the same. This can't go on. At this moment Zorua did not continue to eat. Instead he spontaneously started the training journey. At this time Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he was very satisfied with Agrin's new form. But now he is thinking about whether to continue to explore the void world in depth. Chapter 319 Infinite Space-Time Secret Realm. Go in again. Lin Chen made up his mind mainly because the void world is so vast. Every time he almost didn't take action, he was basically passively involved in the battle. And the biggest goal this time is to find the 4 needle dragon tribes and then make a deal with the dragon family. But until now there is no clue. Giving up halfway is not his style. All members are in the form of God and there is a long way to go. Lin Chen took out the life orb and irradiated Guzzlord for treatment first. The demon king who slaughtered the world. Guzzlord glanced at Agrin angrily but did not forget. He ran to the tablecloth again. He summoned some food again. He ate a delicious meal and replenished the energy he had just consumed. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing and then looked at Guzzlord. Okay, it's almost time to work after eating. Ayaha. Guzzlord reluctantly returned to his master's side and did not forget to ask his master to add food for him after returning. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then took a deep breath, looked at the Pokemon and whispered, "Let's enter the void again." Hearing the master's command, the Pokemons were all eager to try. Roar! A Grin roared. It couldn't wait to try its new form. Other Pokemon also stopped what they were doing. After a simple communication with the World Tree, the familiar blue oval space-time gate opened again in front of Lin Chen. Passing through this space-time gate, he entered the void world again. No matter how many times you come here, this place is always a void. Everything is in darkness and there are only a few strands of light that are folded through the plane. The strips of light that come out cannot be used for lighting and you can only vaguely see the direction. As soon as he entered the void world, Lin Chen had already opened the eye of all-knowing. No matter how familiar you are, the void world is always accompanied by many possible dangers. Therefore, necessary caution is the first guarantee of life safety. Chiru. Without waiting for Lin Chen to give an order, Kurla had already used psychic energy and began to detect the surroundings. Fortunately, nothing was found after entering this time. There was no particularly abnormal energy fluctuation. Lin Chen explored all the way to the north and made some discoveries on the road. From time to time, different treasure chests appeared on the march, but most of them were some silver treasure chests and very few had saffron treasure chests. Although the props opened were better than those in the real world, they were opened, but such a harvest can only be regarded as better than nothing. Kartana always walked in the front, alert to the possible dangers around. On the left is Melodic, who is on the side, and to the right of Lin Chen are Guzzlord and Sylveon, and they can't escape any slight movement. Other Pokemon followed Lin Chen and observed the surrounding situation. As for Agrin, because he had just used the time domain, his physical strength was too much, so Lin Chen temporarily put it in the Pokeball to rest for a while. When needed, he will summon it out again. I don't know how long I walked, but suddenly Kartana in front stopped. Swish! Kartana frowned and looked at a teleportation wormhole that appeared in front of him. At this time, the wormhole was glowing with a faint blue light and no shadow life or ultra beast was seen around. Do you want to go in? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and hesitated. Suddenly such a wormhole appeared which was different from the faults of other time and space planes. Such a time and space gate appeared here a little weird. Of course, compared to wandering aimlessly here waiting for the treasure chest to appear, it is better to enter this space-time wormhole. After all, if a space-time gate can be formed, the opposite side must not be a place with too harsh living environment. At least it is a world with some civilization. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and then the whole person sank into the space-time gate. You are back. A powerful voice stunned Lin Chen. This is one of the Eats of the 3 secret realms of the imperial capital. I don't know how Lin Chen got here. Lin Chen was stunned. The person in front of him was actually Shi Yusenshi Elite. What is this? I am back to the main world. The Pokemons were all stunned. Everything in front of them surprised them too much. Shua. Zero, please give me flowers. Kartana was stunned for a moment and then reminded, these guys are very strong. Lin Chen smiled and said softly, this is the main world where I have always lived. This world is also the planet where I was born and raised. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. In the void world, it is indeed possible to encounter some wormholes in the main world while walking around randomly. After all, even other Ultra Beasts have entered the main world in the same way. Shi Elite, long time no see. Lin Chen nodded to Shi Elite. The man like a mountain spoke again and said in a powerful voice, why is it so long? We just met. I don't know if the prop you chose is to your liking. I received news that a new batch of students will soon come out of the secret realms, so I came to meet them. Zero. There were other acquaintances on the side. Mu Yulong was also here. He touched his long white beard and said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, it's been a long time since I last saw you. They all welcomed him, but there was some confusion in their eyes. It seemed that they were thinking about why Lin Chen appeared here. Lin Chen nodded and said softly, Mr. Mu, it's been a long time since we last met. Indeed, the last time he met Mu Yulong was when he was fighting against Elite outside the Candidate Hotel. Mu Elite smiled and said, you really gave us so much surprise. But this time, how did you enter the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy? There is no record in my record. If there are other entrances to the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy, I must report it to the Academy as soon as possible. Lin Chen heard this and said softly, as for me, I came from. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Kartana Shua. Although Kartana sensed the other party's breath, it was a little strange, but seeing the master talking to them, they remained alert. After hearing the command, Spark had already made a move between the fire and the stone. Swish! A slash was instantly struck. In the scattered light and shadow, the Wood Elite and the Stone Elite did not effect it. The bloody smell spread instantly. Corpse. Chapter 320. The Void Phantom Demon. The top platinum treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. In front of the secret realm, countless students have just come out of it. They all have a smile and and they look like they are in the secret realm. In the realm the harvest is not small, and the net moment a sharp aura came and everyone's eyes were only the white silk that kept pondaying. Keep spreading and spreading again. Swish. Wherever the white silk passed all the laughter stopped as if the pause button was pressed. This group of students along with their Pokemon were all split in two. Blood flowed from their still somewhat childish faces. The fracture was very smooth. Only the sword energy driven by the steel law swept behind him. In addition, Lin Chen directly threw out the Pokemon and shouted, "Come out, Agrin!" Roar. Agrin roared and 550 appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that it was Mu Yulong and the others, Agrin was stunned with some doubts in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Mu Yulong and Shi Elite were almost bloodshot, and the first to move was Mu Yulong. His elite mid-level Venusaur instantly fell from the sky. When Lin Chen saw the scene, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said in a deep voice, "At this time are you still acting?" I saw Mu Yulong directly issued an order. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Batu. A mysterious energy swept in instantly, and then Venusaur suddenly shot out 4 thick vine whips. Lin Chen saw this scene and issued an order directly. Agrin, use Sandstorm. Roar. Agrin hesitated for only a moment, then roared. Ground energy spread around it, and then the first grain of sand floated over. Believe in any decision made by the master, even if it means betraying the world. Absolute trust in Lin Chen. In an instant Agrin's sandstorm has swept in. Endless wind and sand instantly engulfed the earth, me-ed with boulders and gravel hitting the ground. The entire imperial capital secret realm began to shatter rapidly, and the students who had just left the secret realm and the medical team waiting outside the secret realm were also in chaos. In an instant, a group of Blissey desperately pressed the medical equipment, but the net moment the wind continued to increase. The sandstorm that swallowed the world directly blocked the vine whip of the elite Venusaur. Instant annihilation. The whole city was trapped in the sandstorm and the buildings collapsed and fell into destruction. It was like a natural disaster. Lin Chen, you deserve to die. You bastard. Go to hell. Help me. Big devil, let me go. I don't want to die yet. Countless people wailed and cursed the devil, and the miserable growl filled Lin Chen's ears. Shi Elite's eyes were also red and he was furious, and then he roared, "I will kill you, the scourge. Justice for the heaven." And Mu Yulong on the side with a face full of disbelief muttered, "This is impossible." Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised sneered, "Of course it's impossible. How can Sandstorm resist the elite level vine whip? Because I never believed it. Now don't pretend." In Lin Chen's eyes purple mysterious patterns glowed. Under the skin of the eye of all knowing, all this is illusory. The humans in front of him are all distorted figures looking like human-shaped aurora silhouette, bearing their fangs and claws, extremely evil. But it is these distorted figures that can silently affect thinking and vision. Even the things seen and heard will improve their logic according to the characters in memory. But Lin Chen did not feel any invasion of psychic energy. That is, the illusion is not completed by reading the memory. It's really magical. If it weren't for the eye of all-knowing, which represents omniscience, it can see through some illusions. Even if it's me, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get rid of it. If other people meet, even if they notice it, but facing their loved ones or people they are familiar with, can they pick up the butcher knife? And with absolute trust between Pokemon is even more important. If Pokemon does not trust itself when the opponent launches an attack, it will only choose to use the corresponding skills to counterattack. Then it falls into a trap. Not only will it waste physical strength in vain, but it will even be led to attack itself. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the group of illusory figures all showed their original forms at this time. They were silhouette floating in the gaps of the Void Zero. From beginning to end, Lin Chen has never left the void. He has never entered any portal to the main world, and all this is the illusion generated after meeting this group of silhouette. It is worthy of being the Void Land, and it really can't be despised at all. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were full of sharpness. From entering the portal, it was a psychological suggestion, almost reaching the point of being real. Not only vision and hearing, but even touching the realm of touch and perception. Only Kartana, who is sensitive to perception, has a little alert. Yes, these human-shaped silhouettes were flying in the air, making terrifying roars. Their bodies were all illusory. It looked blurry, as if they were separated by a layer of frosted glass. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that Kartana had already used an IAI slash, but they seemed to have not suffered any damage. In addition, Agrin's sandstorm did not affect them. After the eye of all-knowing sensed the residual energy, Lin Chen understood it instantly. The evasion methods of these two skills are different. They directly resisted Kartana's IAI slash, but Laren's sandstorm was released in the distance through the guidance of illusion. Interesting. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Chen's eyes for such creatures. Could it be a ghost system, immune to physical attack? He took a deep breath, looked at these floating illusory human silhouettes, and was about to take action. Suddenly a white gold shining spot appeared in front of him. Lin Chen clearly saw that in the center of the group of illusory human-shaped aurora silhouette there was a platinum treasure chest that was shining. It was lying there quietly at this moment, and looking closely the brilliance on the platinum treasure chest was even brighter than the ordinary platinum level. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, muttering, "I didn't expect to find such a good thing here." Chapter 321 The Demon God Who Shattered the World. In the shrill roar those human-shaped silhouettes have already attacked. Lin Chen was not afraid at all, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes, and then he issued an order. "Kartana, use see-through." Shua. Kartana stood here with one hand on the ground like a warrior leaning on the hilt of a sword. It closed its eyes tightly and the aura of its whole body condensed instantly. Then a brilliant light flashed and Kartana opened his eyes. "The immortal evil spirit. Please collect. Please subscribe." Shua. Seeing through has been completed. Seeing through is a magical skill of the fighting system which was originally completely defeated by the Go system. It is precisely because of this magical skill. After using it successfully you can attack the ghost system that was originally unattainable. Lin Chen saw this scene, praised and gave an order. "Okay, that's it. Kartana, use Shua." Kartana closed his hand with one hand and his aura instantly condensed in his body. The net moment he used the move and attacked instantly. The steel law instantly surged and then a silver light continued to E10. Facing the dark bug before this move directly destroyed tens of thousands of bugs. In an instant the silver white light instantly E-ponded and turned into a white silk. But the net moment Kartana was stunned. 06 Shua. It looked at everything in front of it in disbelief. Facing its these human silhouettes were unscathed. The pale face looked extremely strange. Kartana frowned as he looked at his sword. He had clearly used see-through. Lin Chen was also a little surprised. These human silhouettes were obviously immune to physical damage. But they are not ghosts. They have the same characteristics but they seem to be another species. I didn't expect that see-through could do nothing to them. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing again and a huge amount of information was collected in an instant. In an instant he got all the information about these human silhouettes. Each of them has reached the strength of the middle professional level. In this void land the strength is extremely powerful. Lin Chen frowned and repeated their names subconsciously. Void Wraith. At this time several Void Wraiths in the front had already attacked instantly. Swoosh. Kartana whistled softly and then magical leaf swept out from the blade, torn the Void Wraith into pieces instantly. On the other side Agrin's attack just now Hyper Beam. A straight line of void resentful spirits has been cleared instantly. But in the gap in the void there seemed to be endless resentful spirit. It came like a white tide as if it was going to completely tear Lin Chen and his party into pieces. Lin Chen frowned and faced these void resentful spirit. The previous method of facing the dark bugs no longer worked. After all the Guzzlord army cannot eat these incorporeal void ghosts and the physical attack which originally had the largest damage range was unable to work. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then issued the order. Agrin, activate the god form. Use time field. Roar. Agrin roared angrily and the blood-colored armor all over his body instantly became shiny. The silver-white gemstones on the belly shine brightly and the net moment an invisible realm of time suddenly unfolded. In an instant Hone was within a few hundred meters of Agrin. All the movements of the void wraith spirits have stopped. It's like a frozen scene floating in the air. Roar. Another roar. Immediately afterwards there was a sound like the rotation of gears in the void. Click click click. The time force field instantly enveloped all the void resentful spirit. Immediately an invisible force was exerted on them. In silence these void spirits couldn't even roar. They were all crushed by the power of time in an instant. Lin Chen nodded but his frown did not ease at all. Sure enough, with Agrin's current level he has not entered the elite level. Such a time domain consumes too much. It won't last long. Sure enough, when using time domain in the second round Agrin's speed was much slower. At the same time he was still panting. The load on such a powerful law field is too great for it. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and threw two poke balls. Come out Kurla Guzzlord. Shurud. Ouch. Then he gave the order directly. Kurla Psybeam. Guzzlord Dark Pull. The two Pokemon screamed and then a colorful light and black circular wave swept out instantly. As ejected, these energy light waves have a certain effect. Psybeam can only crush 3 or 2 void ghosts at a time. On the one hand Kurla's level is still a bit low. On the other hand Psychic's skills were actually restrained by these void spirits. Sure enough, these void ghosts have some ghost type characteristic. On the other side Dark Pulse can clear a space every time. But the intelligence of this group of void resentful spirits is obviously not low. After a few times they all stood apart. The difficulty of destroying them increases further. It seems like I can't last long like this. Lin Chen took a deep breath and recalled the information brought by the omniscient eye. These void ghosts come from the souls of countless dead souls in these planes. How could such a huge amount be emptied so easily? 553. Although they are resentful spirit, they are not ghost at all. Rather it seems to be an instance that has inherited the advantages of the ghost system and abandoned its shortcomings. In other words, they are essentially a collection of grudge. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of shock. Even he encountered such a strange instance for the first time. It's completely different from the life I encountered in the Pokemon world. This is a kind of empty life. Even in the memories of previous lives there is no record of them. A trace of hesitation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He is already thinking about whether to retreat. After all, it is now relying on Agran's time domain that he can barely resist the attacks of these void ghosts. If you wait until Agran is exhausted, by then I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave. He looked at the platinum treasure chest among the resentful spirits again and took a deep breath. And if you don't take the platinum treasure chest, it would be a real loss. However, Lin Chen understood something. People die for money, birds die for food. If you are too greedy, you may die without a burial place. The most important thing for people is to control their desires. He took a deep breath and was about to give the order to retreat. Kurla on the side suddenly heard a telepathic message. Master, I have a way. PS, the SITH update is here. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Ask for a rating vote. Chapter 322. The Master of the Resentful Spirits of All World. The origin form Zorua has evolved. Please collect. Please subscribe. Kurla, what can you do? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation and he asked softly. A delicate voice came. Kurla feels that they have some connection with Zorua and the breath of psychic energy detection feels the same. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard this. Are these void spirits related to Zorua? Could it be that their birth is related to the master of the reverse world Giratina? But the net moment Lin Chen rejected this idea in his mind. Wrong. If it is related to a god of this level, the individual strength cannot be so weak. The most important point is that these void resentful spirits do not have any reversal of matter in, so it can't be related to Giratina. However, the net moment Lin Chen suddenly realized something and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He found the blind spot. Zorua in the QI region is a normal type plus ghost type. The most important thing is that it is a FO Pokemon that feeds on grudge. It can devour all grudge and turn it into energy to enhance strength. It even has a more direct effect than other foods, these vast and endless void ghosts. At this time in Lin Chen's eyes they are all great supplements for Zorua. In this case he directly took out the poke ball. Come out Zorua. Aha! A white light flashed and Zorua instantly swooped out lightly like a white lightning. Before, because the void world was too dangerous and Zorua's level was not enough, it was easy to get into danger. But now Zorua's chance to show his skills has come. Lin Chen pointed at the endless void ghost and said softly, "Are you ready, Zorua?" Aha! Zorua was instantly delighted, although he had never seen a ghost. But the natural enemy from the bloodline made these void ghosts seem to have a fear. One by one they all shrank and dared not approach. Aha! Zorua cried out and then directly opened the origin form. On the white back 3 golden wings suddenly rose and then a circle of halo appeared on the head, making Zorua look particularly gloomy. Ghost energy lingered around it and the net moment Zorua opened the origin form. Directly like white lightning it rushed into the pile of void ghosts. Where it went the white flames burned and every ghost that touched the flames screamed in pain. Yes. The net moment the origin Zorua had bitten its neck and swallowed it in one bite. Although it was swallowed it looked like smoke which was instantly sucked into the stomach. Countless humanoid ghosts screamed like a broken pipa playing a sad song in the wind and rain. Save me. It hurt so much it burns me to death. These ghosts have already possessed extremely high wisdom in their wandering for tens of millions of years. But in front of their natural enemies they lost all their resistance. There was no room for fighting back. They pounced on Zorua in the origin form and were instantly ignited by the eerie will-o-wisp sizzle. Will-o-wisp swept past and the ghost energy continued to surge. And these ghosts in the gaps in the void had nowhere to escape. Zorua, who was madly devouring the ghost, was like an ancient beast descending. It formed a strong contrast with its petite and cute appearance. It was simply a massacre. Soon the burned void ghost turned into pure energy floating in the air. Zorua vibrated its wings and sucked it up in the air. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and it was obvious. After devouring many void ghosts, the will-o-wisp on the origin Zorua burned more vigorously. Yes. These human silhouettes wanted to escape in fear. They all shrank back. At this time Zorua cried again. Aha! In Lin Chen's surprised eyes a field darker than the void realm unfolded. Countless nebula dark matter floated in the field. Nebulas could be vaguely seen surging as if the dark side of the world was coming. And in this reverse field there were endless space turbulences, each of which could easily strangle hundreds of void ghosts. Yes. They screamed and wanted to escape, but they found that in the reverse world even the control of their bodies was not in their hands. Reverse world deprivation of the 5 senses. Sizzle. With crisp sounds these void ghosts were terrified. They could only watch their companions around them being strangled by the power of space, and they couldn't even scream. There was only endless darkness around them like ink that couldn't be spread. Rich and bloody, and the origin Zorua was the only white in this world. The ghost energy was surging in its body, making the space around it become extremely illusory. Yaha! It was the god of the reverse domain. domain. Countless grudges were swallowed by it, and Zorua was fied in the center of the domain with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Destroy it, the world. Then the origin Zorua turned directly into a big cocoon. The surrounding space power surged again and countless eerie will-o-wisp burned in this world. Lin Chen saw this scene, his eyes full of expectation. Before this he had never seen Zorua use this field reverse world. I didn't expect it to have such a killer move. It seems that it has long wanted to show it to other Pokemon. It is the best opportunity today. It seems that Zorua is evolving more and more towards Giratina Li Lihao. The origin form can actually directly create a reverse world for a short time. Use the power of space in it. Strangling the enemy, you can also attract the grim will-o-wisp. Will-o-wisp burning everything. Under the scanning of the eye of all-knowing, the energy of the origin Zorua is constantly rising. There is no need to actively devour it. Every time will-o-wisp burns, it will turn the burned-out void wraith into the purest energy. But it is like an invisible hand sucking all this energy into the cocoon. For her, all living beings' grudge is the best food. When Lin Chen saw this cocoon, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he recognized the energy radiating from this cocoon. He couldn't help but claimed, Zorua is attacked to evolve. PS First Update Chapter 323. The anthropomorphic hand is out. Sylveon is Yandere and black. Please collect. Please subscribe. Finally, I've waited for you to evolve. Lin Chen's eyes were full of surprise, but this way of evolution was somewhat peculiar. It felt a bit like Metapod evolution, and it felt like Butterfree. Countless energies were surging around the cocoon, and the void ghost in the field were destroyed one after another. According to the current situation, they can be killed before Zorua evolution is completed. Of course, it is impossible to completely eradicate the ghosts that have existed for tens of millions of years, but with their intelligence they have all huddled in the crack. The illusion they rely on for survival is completely ineffective, and the human wave tactics are completely swallowed up by the opponent, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Such an opponent of course can't be provoked anymore. Yes, they roared, their eyes full of spite, but they could only shrink in anger. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and naturally he wouldn't track them down further. After all, this is a void fantasy. Will there be any accidents in the void gap? No one knows. Anyway, the reason why I didn't leave here was just because of the platinum treasure chest, and now there is no obstacle. Lin Chen once again scanned the surroundings with the eye of all-knowing. After confirming that there was no problem, he walked over calmly. At this time the platinum treasure chest was shining and flashing with brilliant light. What can be opened? Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, guessing secretly. The props opened in the void ghost that can create illusion. I'm afraid it is also related to the creation of illusion. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly stretched out his hand and opened the platinum treasure chest. A silver light rose from the treasure chest. What caught my eye was a silver bracelet with some phantoms on it which looked a little blurry. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing directly, and the data of the bracelet instantly appeared in his mind. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The details of the experiment were described in great detail. Almost everything was mentioned. Just by looking at the TET, one could imagine the cruelty and madness behind the experiment and the ambitions of the experimenters. After turning to the last page, the content recorded on it stunned Lin Chen. There was a sentence recorded in a very excited tone. We got an ancient beast. This made Lin Chen take a breath of cold air, and then he continued to look down, and below the notebook there is a red button. Lin Chen knew very well that this would lead to the lowest level of the laboratory mentioned in the notebook. He hesitated for a moment but still pressed it. After all, he could escape to the new world at any time. It has the ability to protect itself completely. If you miss it, you will regret it. Kakaka. In the shocked eyes of Tan Tai, the ground suddenly shook, and then the ground in front of him suddenly slid to both sides. A narrow passage with a width of 1 meter appeared. What is this? Tan Tai raised his eyebrows and asked. Lin Chen then told Tan Tai everything he had just seen and then asked, so do we go in? Tan Tai didn't even think about it. Of course, it's been so long. If he was resurrected, he would have left 570 long ago. Can it still be our turn to open it? When the two were about to enter, Lin Chen suddenly, a powerful energy wave. The NET moment, a black shadow flashed behind him. Before Lin Chen could make any move, the alarm lights in the entire laboratory were all on. Wow, wow, wow. The red warning lights kept flashing. Beep. Then the 2 rows of cultivation chambers around them all plotted, and scarlet liquid flowed all over the floor. It looked like a river of blood. The entire laboratory fell into darkness again. Roar. The NET moment, the black shadow attacked directly. Aha. Before Lin Chen gave the order, Zoroark, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly jumped out, and his white claws swept across in an instant, directly blocked the attack. The white fur and swift steps made Tan Tai's eyes widen. So beautiful. Although the crisis was imminent, Tan Tai still shouted subconsciously, what is this? Shiny Zoroark. She had never seen Zoroark in the ZQI region and only thought it was a shiny variant. Lin Chen stared at the front. The shadow appeared. It turned out to be Chapter Chapter 347 The Ancient World Destroying Worm Attacks Cutting Off the Sword of the World. Please collect. Please subscribe. Just a shadow flashed by, but Lin Chen still recognized it. Gene Sect. He immediately opened the Eye of All-Knowing and the night vision ability was directly activated and countless data entered his mind. Then Lin Chen frowned. It was actually an elite mid-level Pokemon. This is the Pokemon known as the World-Destroying Bug. Gene Sect is a bipedal insect robot Pokemon. Obviously there are defense robot Pokemon in this high-tech laboratory, and it looked like it may have just been released. Gene Sect has a metal shell and a disc-shaped head. The whole body is purple with two red eyes and there are tooth-like structures underneath. It looks extremely sharp like a well-polished hatchet. It can easily crunch the enemy's torso. Its arms are slender with a sharp claw at the end. This is also one of its weapons. Gene Sect has a gray circle pattern on its shoulders and gray stripes on its abdomen. Its leg and arms are both slightly overlapping segmented structures. There are slightly upward curved claws at the end of the leg. Such a structure and limbs allow it to move upside down on smooth glass. It is a giant insect with purple armor wrapped around its body and has strong defensive power. It has a powerful cannon on its back and cartridges with different attributes can be inserted on it. If Gene Sect is equipped with cartridges with different attribute information, the attributes of its special move high-tech light cannon will become the data attributes loaded in the cartridge. It can be said to be an attack and defense in one. Although it looks like an arthropod insect-type Pokemon, Gene Sect can actually turn into a disc shape to facilitate flight. Be careful, Tan Tai reminded softly and then took out the lighting stick directly from the storage bow and quickly inserted it high up. You too? Lin Chen nodded. With the light source, Gene Sect figure became clearer. His eyes were full of shock. People in the ancient times actually created this thing, and this Gene Sect is not an ordinary version. It seems to have been modified with two gun barrels on the back. In other words, compared with the ordinary Gene Sect, its firepower will be twice as strong. Its body size has reached an astonishing 4 meters. It is simply a plus version that is a whole circle bigger. In this laboratory it is almost against the ceiling. Caw. It turned its head and a magnetic mechanical sound came suddenly. At this time I could see its eyes clearly, which were a pair of scarlet eyes. The eyes were full of violent and bloodthirsty meanings. Illegal intrusion detected. Clear. A mechanical sound sounded. I didn't expect that this Gene Sect had also been modified and had the ability to speak. The NET moment the opponent directly attacked Lin Chen. Zi. The powerful energy was condensed in the two gun barrels behind Gene Sect. Lin Chen was stunned. Damn, where are the relics we promised to leave for future generations? Why did they invade illegally? Just clear it out. Besides, why did they send this guy to guard the laboratory in ancient times? He would just open fire when he disagreed with her. No wonder the experiment has never been successful. He just bombarded anything he came across. At the moment when Lin Chen secretly complained, he and Tan Tai had already started to move. Two consecutive dodged to avoid the upcoming bombardment. Boom. With a loud bang, a hot ball of light plotted in the laboratory and the entire laboratory was on the verge of collapse. All the experimental equipment plotted and all the metal instruments flew up. In the broken incubators, corpses were scattered on the ground, which looked particularly terrifying. Get out of the way. Tan Tai bent down and reminded him. Fortunately, Tan Tai was far away and the target of the attack was not her. Lin Chen, relying on his excellent skills, turned over and jumped lightly, easily avoided the attack. Of course, this attack was just a test. The speed was indeed as fast as lightning, and Lin Chen was able to avoid it only after Kartana's feedback. He had the reaction and speed. If someone else came, it would have been turned into scorched earth at this time. Tan Tai was stunned for a moment and said in a deep voice, "This laboratory is too small now and the Pokemon of both of us are too big. Should we retreat temporarily? I think this Pokemon may have reached the middle level of elite." She waited for Lin Chen's response. I don't know when Tan Tai has already regarded Lin Chen as the backbone. Indeed, with this body size, Sigrin and Metagross are not suitable. But since the notes mentioned a divine beast, no matter what divine beast it is, it represents the supreme authority and possesses supreme power. That means that there is a high probability of divine beast level items. Let Pokemon without other forms become stronger again. At the same time, the existence of divine beast also means that there is a high probability that high-level treasure chests will appear here. Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered, I want to try it. If not, we will leave again. Hearing this, Tan Tai nodded. Since Lin Chen wants to try, I will accompany him. Advance and retreat together. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and his right hand passed across his waist and then a beast ball appeared in his palm. Come out, Kartana. Shua. Kartana floated in the air, her eyes full of sharpness. Just standing there, she had endless murderous aura. The sword energy condensed by the steel law was surging around her body. Tan Tai, who was NET to Li Zhao, was full of surprise. Is this Ultra Beast? Elite level Ultra Beast? She didn't expect that Lin Chen could actually subdue subdue an elite-level Ultra Beast, and it was Kartana with the most powerful physical attack. In the family there were only a few words about Kartana. All we know is that this kind of Ultra Beast is extremely arrogant. Two Ultra Beasts and they can be subdued. Tan Taiyu felt that she was increasingly unable to see Lin Chen clearly. How many cards did he have? It's simply a bug. Shua. Kartana cried out. The feathers on her head fluttered in the air, and then she used her body as a sword to quickly draw a cross in front of her. Swish. A sharp sound rang out and a cross sword energy instantly surged out. The sword energy was like frost sweeping away. It seemed to slash the world with one sword. Chapter 348 High-Dimensional Civilization Strike. Roar. Xenosek's red eyes instantly recognized the sword energy. Xiao Shuo. Group 286959307. In this small space it immediately made the most scientific response. Iao Shuo skirt Xer. It saw its two forelimbs quickly cross and then suddenly hit forward in a cross shape. It just hit the incoming cross sword energy. Boom. With a loud bang the whole laboratory was buzzing. Tyrannical Dragon King is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Generally speaking, it is a very unwise choice to use the flesh to receive this kind of sword energy skill, but for Genesect the mechanical body is its strongest weapon. At the same time, in terms of attributes it is not weaker than steel. Even if it is hit, the power is limited, only 1/2 of the power. The countless strong winds stirred by the sword energy swept the entire laboratory in an instant. Then those metal equipments banged under these overflowing sword winds, and the net moment Genesect had already taken it hard. Steam spurted out from his feet and he jumped up and burst forward. The sharp claws of the forelimbs swept quickly. Double slash. Shua. Kartana was a little excited. Few Pokemon would choose to confront him head-on, and this iron lump actually planned to close combat. He floated up 570 and avoided the attack. Crackle. Unexpectedly Genesect's claws were so sharp. A row of experimental tables were originally placed there. They were torn apart in an instant. Shua. Kartana was not to be outdone, sweeping with one hand and continuing to slash. Clang clang clang. The continuous slashes hit Genesect continuously, making a clanging sound. Although Genesect was knocked back dozens of meters, it was not actually hurt much. However, each of Kartana's attacks hit its weak joint. It also successfully cracked its leg armor. Roar. Genesect checked its own situation. It immediately changed its combat method. The target has been locked. Prepare thermal weapon. The mechanical sound sounded again, and then a bunch of numbers appeared in its red eyes. A cross symbol swayed in its eyes. Lock on skill. The prey that is locked on will never escape. It has the same effect as the aura fist, guided by the power of aura. ZZZZ. The net moment it leaned down and the two huge cannons behind it began to light up with silver light. Two silver-white light balls overflowed from the cannon, transformed into two thick beams of light. High-tech light cannon. Genesect's exclusive skill. It burst out instantly, destroying the world. Shua. Kartana, who was locked-in, also realized that he had no way to avoid it. He calmed down and the power of the steel law flowed around his body. At this moment all gathered on the blade. Before the sword was drawn, the sword energy had already formed a whistling wind. It made a rustling sound. When Tan Taiyu saw this scene, the shock in her eyes was almost beyond words. She almost didn't dare to breathe. Such a battle was no longer something she could participate in. The two Pokemon are stronger than Mage Arna, who has defeated them countless times. Swoosh. Kartana swung forward a huge lightsaber. It attacked with a bang. Holy sword. This is the collision of technology and swordsmanship. ZZZZ. Countless energies overflowed and turned into sickle weasels, sweeping the entire laboratory. Rumble. After a loud bang, the sword energy and the light cannon suddenly collided. Then it plotted, but it is obvious that Kartana is still slightly better. Sword. The chi cut off the light cannon, although it dissipated in a moment. However, under the weak attribute they were able to fight equally and even had a slight advantage. This was brought by the supreme power of the law. Get out of the way, Lin Chen reminded. Tan Taiyu quickly turned over and avoided the boulder that fell from the sky. Fortunately, the place where they fought fiercely was at the entrance of the laboratory. During the fierce battle, a quarter of the laboratory collapsed. However, it seems that this laboratory has also been blessed by the formation. After all, ordinary buildings are much stronger. If it were other buildings, I am afraid that they would have been completely shattered at the first collision. Even so, the explosion turned the fallen metal into powder. Lin Chen's face was solemn, although Kartana had the advantage at this time, but he couldn't continue to fight, otherwise the laboratory would collapse. He took a deep breath and immediately took out another pokeball. Come out, Salamin! Come out! Salamin spread its wings and appeared in front of the two. In the dim light, a pair of blue dread wings were particularly eye-catching. Salamins roared and the sound echoed in the laboratory. Lin Chen quickly gave the order. Salamins, use flamethrower. Come out! In an instant, fire energy condensed in Salamenki's mouth. There were even some sparks spilling out of its mouth. To defeat Genesect, you still have to use fire skills. After all, this thing is 4 times weaker than fire. Whoosh! The net moment moment fierce flames swept out and the temperature around it rose by several degrees. I saw Genesek's red eyes scanning quickly. Knowing that this attack could not be resisted, he quickly jumped up and dodged. In an instant a sword energy swept in, directly hit at joints again. Clang clang. There were two metallic collision sounds and Genesek's leg armor was completely cracked. The circuit lines were e-posed and the mobility dropped instantly. Kartana had already suppressed it. Tantayu, who had come to her senses, summoned Metagross directly. She quickly gave orders. Metagross used confusion. Under the suppression of Kartana's sword energy and Metagross's confusion, the opponent finally showed some flaws, and Lin Chen was waiting for this moment. He gave orders instantly. Salamin's use flamethrower. From Tantayu's eyes were already filled with joy. We're going to win. But the net moment Genesect leaned down directly and a blue cassette appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen instantly realized that something was wrong. Roar. Genesect roared and water pulse swept over instantly. ZZZZ. Flamethrower and water pulse collided. Countless water vapors were evaporating in the air, but the energy of the middle-level elite class was still much stronger. After only a moment of stalemate, water pulse directly suppressed it and then even swept it back. From here, Salamins hurriedly retreated and barely avoided the attack. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he remembered that this thing could be inserted into a cassette. It changes different properties according to the cassette, and it just happened to be a water attribute cassette. This idea is too unlucky. Roar. Genesek's red eyes flashed pressing ridicule. Lin Chen sneered and sighed. It quite humane. The net moment he directly issued an order. Salamins, prepare for Mega Evolution. Chapter 349. The Dragon God. Fire that burns all living things suppresses the ancient world destroying insect. Please collect. Please subscribe. From 2. Salamins vibrated its wings, creating a hurricane, and the bottles and jars in the entire laboratory fell over one after another. Lin Chen threw the Salamins Mega Evolutionary Stone directly from the storage bow. Then he held the keystone in his palm. Bond's Evolution Salamin. From 2. In an instant a colorful light connected Lin Chen and the blood-winged flying dragon. Then a blood-colored light burst out from Salamenki's body. The net moment the light of evolution lit up. What is this? Evolution again? Tantayu's originally calm Zion suddenly became uncalm. Her eyes were full of surprise, staring at the Salamins in front of her. Is this a new form of evolution? Is there another layer of evolution above Salamin? Bond's evolution? This is definitely a discovery that shocked the world. And what is the stone throw now? Countless questions arose in Tantayu's heart, and she looked at Lin Chen in shock. That tall figure was reflected in her mind. The man in front of her once again amazed her. From the light of evolution dissipated and the size of Salamins in front of her increased again, with blood-colored wings flowing with swirling golden light. It stretched directly to 10 meters and dark golden scales appeared all over its body. The dragon energy surged instantly, breaking through the elite level in an instant. The overlord of the sky, unparalleled in the world. Just when Tantayu was surprised, Lin Chen issued another order. Salamins, activate the Dragon King form. From the evolution had just been completed and the dragon energy suddenly turned into golden runes which appeared one by one in the air. Then Salamenki's abdomen lit up and it seemed to swallow the sun, and it lit up red light. Then countless blood-colored lines like flowing magma appeared under the dark gold armor. Even from such a distance you can still feel the heat under the blood-colored line. The flame energy constricted the dragon energy and turned into a blazing dragon. Like the arrival of the Dragon King, the pressure swept instantly. The fire dragon descended and burned everything. On the other side, Genesect red eyes instantly showed countless data. A huge energy fluctuation has been detected. Alarm. Genesect immediately activated the water-type cassette and countless data came from the cassette. In an instant water-type energy was condensed through high technology. Roar. Genesect roared and then a huge hydro pump swept over. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen calmly gave the order. Salamins, use flamethrower. From Salamins heard the order, roared, and the flames in his mouth rose and then suddenly blasted out a giant fire dragon that was 10 meters long, circling and surging away. ZZZZ. In an instant it collided with the hydro pump in the air. It was obviously the same skill as before, but this time the flames swept across the sky and illuminated the entire laboratory. When the hydro pump was fighting the flame, it was instantly evaporated in midair, making a hissing sound. Countless water vapors were scattered, but the temperature of the entire laboratory was still rising. Genesect was a little down and the data in the red eye was already disordered. The Ma-Imam power has been EC. Tantayu, who was standing by, was a little confused when she saw this scene. This is too scary. After the special evolution there is a new form. Directly crush the elite intermediate level that restrains itself in energy intensity. It's simply a bug. Roar. Genesect roared and stopped the hydro pump directly to avoid it. At this time Tantayu, who was always vigilant, gave an order instantly. Metagross, use the mind hammer. Step on it. Metagross immediately activated the psychic energy, turned into a huge phantom and slammed into Jinsek, who wanted to escape. Spray. Jinsek felt that he hit a wall and bounced back before Lin Chen gave any order. Kartana, who had a strong fighting consciousness, raised his right hand and used his hand as a sword. It turned into an extremely sharp sword energy. Shua. The sword energy was several feet high, spanning hundreds of meters, and it stood up and roared away. Along the way, a deep gully appeared on the floor of the laboratory. The steel bars in it could be seen directly. Boom. When the sword energy came, Jinsek had no power to dodge. He was directly hit by the sword energy, and then the sword energy containing the steel law caused an explosion. Zero seeking flowers. All the equipment in the surrounding laboratories plotted in the sword energy. Jinsek had been completely suppressed. There were cracks all over his body. The breastplate was already charred and the limbs were completely broken. Roar. Even so, this world-destroying insect still did not surrender. At the moment of falling to the ground, the electrical energy was condensed in its two thick barrels. The barrels were like golden snakes dancing wildly, and the spark flowed and turned into a ball of light. Boom. Two plasma cannons as big as footballs were aimed at the ground and blasted away. Crackling. The huge current instantly swept the entire laboratory, and the current spread out to form a huge electric grid. Metagross was trembling all over and the spark was paralyzed. Shua. Kartana was not panicked at all and raised a sword energy to shatter the current around him, but in this way he could not pursue. But at this time Jinsek had already splashed high, running on the ground with all four limbs, intending to retreat. Lin Chen frowned and whispered, "Want to run? No way. Salamins, stop it." From Salamins spread his wings, and the blood-colored wings brought it a fast flight. Whoosh whoosh. There was only a strong wind, and in an instant Salamins had already tackled Jinsek. It knocked him away. Then before Jinsek could get up, the fire energy had already gathered. A vorte of flames spread throughout the laboratory and instantly erupted, directly covering Jinsek. Roar. It kept roaring, not like a machine at all mechanical creation. Instead it was like a Pokemon with a sense of pain, with surging flames rising along its limbs, spreading to its head and the barrel. Jinsek's whole body was charred and the deep red in his eyes had dimmed. It was obviously seriously injured. Roar. It still wanted to struggle to get up, but it no longer had enough power. Boom. With a loud bang, Jinsek fell again. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The world-destroying insect suppressed. Corpse. Chapter 350. Mysterious 3D Dragon. Roar. At this time Jinsek's whole body was charred. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but he was already powerless. Kartana on the side was still watching it cautiously, prevent the other party from having any spare strength. Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing and scanned it. After confirming that the other party had no strength to fight again, he slowly approached. He took out the Pokemon and whispered, "The secret of the Supreme Creator God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Come out, Chirulian." Chiru. A flash of white light passed by and Chirulian came in a white dress. After seeing the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Lin Chen touched her little head and whispered, "Chirulian, if it is a mechanical Pokemon, can you use telepathy to communicate?" Chirulian nodded and looked at the fallen Jinsek. Chiru. 573 psychic energy surged around her body and then turned into tentacles of exploration connecting to Jinsek. Roar. Jinsek struggled desperately and her red eyes were full of rage. Shua. Kartana on the side waved the sharp blade, and it seemed that if there was a disagreement it would be cut off directly. Roar. Seeing such a threat, Jinsek chose to surrender. After all, it is not a completely mechanical life. Its origin is still in the fossils, but it was later transformed. In the anime, Jinsek was awakened from the fossils by Team Plasma and transformed to become the strongest Pokemon in battle. Because its power is too strong, it can only be controlled by the Acroma machine at first. Jinsek nodded. Telepathic tentacles connected Lin Chen and Jinsek. Lin Chen thought for a while and then began to ask, "Where did you come from? When did you wake up?" Jinsek began to think carefully in his red eyes, but after a long time it still did not answer. The big eyes were full of doubt. Seeing this look, the impatient Salamins on the side could not sit still. Should we kill it directly? I think this iron lump is deliberately fooling people." Lin Chen shook his head. He knew that this kind of mechanical life did not have so many tricks. Until this time Jinsek slowly spoke. "Search completed, no memory." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and frowned. "Then how did you appear in front of me?" Jinsek was clear about this question and a mechanical sound rang out. "I was just released." After saying this, Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu were stunned for a moment. "That is to say, there is another guy hiding in the dark. He is spying on me at this time. He was able to release this elite level mid-level Jinsek. Get ready for battle," Lin Chen said softly. Tan Taiyu nodded beside him with a vigilant look in his eyes. After saying this, Lin Chen directly opened the Eye of All-Knowing. Scanning the entire laboratory, the entrance of the laboratory had completely collapsed at this time, and the internal space was relatively stable. This scan really found something wrong, but Lin Chen did not give a direct order. He communicated with Chirulian through telepathy. Chi. Chirulian 8 meters to your left, use Psi beam. Chiru. Chirulian also responded telepathically. The NET moment psychic energy was gathered silently. In the darkness it was extremely hidden. If you don't look carefully you can't find the faint color at all. Chiru. Chirulian didn't shoot it out until the energy was gathered. Psychic energy surged and then burst out. Tan Taiyu on the side was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that Lin Chen and Chirulian had communicated in their consciousness. Such a tactic is too buggy, and the psi beam she stared at hit the command directly. ZZZZ. A warm yellow circular barrier suddenly appeared in the darkness, blocked the psi beam directly. Immediately a shadow suddenly jumped out of the darkness between Spark and Flint. Lin Chen, who was always on guard, still used his all-seeing eyes to see its identity. The moment he captured the information, Lin Chen's eyes widened. Then his face was full of ecstasy. Zero. It turned out to be, he muttered to himself, and the long-awaited Pokemon finally appeared. 3D Dragon. It turned out to be the 3D dragon of future technology, the one that caused the crisis in the real-world Pokemon. In the anime it is also the first artificial Pokemon that was deliberately created in modern time. It was originally intended to explore the moon, but a string of mysterious code completely transformed it, and Lin Chen had already obtained that string of mysterious code. At this time the USB flash drive is still in the new world, but then a thought appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Since ancient civilizations have already created 3D dragon, then they have reached a terrifying level of technology. I am afraid that it is far ahead of the current technology, and such a high-tech era was completely destroyed. Lin Chen had to think a little more. So is it related to the fact that all the mythical beasts are sleeping and the supreme creator god Arceus cannot come? Or is it the catastrophe that is about to happen in the world? It has also happened in the past. Is it this catastrophe that destroyed such a high-tech era? He took a deep breath, calmed down, and temporarily put these thoughts aside, because no matter what, he needs to become stronger. Otherwise knowing more information is useless. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. For himself, in addition to the 5-9 mythical beast, this is what he needs. Even to some extent, the appearance of 3D dragon is more important than the Quasi-God. Although before its evolution its strength was very ordinary, but it can assist in research. If it can be subdued, many ideas can be realized. For example, the fossil combination machine that has not been made before, or the Z bracelet that assists evolution, and those Z cartridges harvest the leaks of the entire Pokemon world. Even in 3D dragon, the energy that affect the real world, all can be explored one by one. And the most important thing is this guy the successor of the ancient civilization, carrying the data of the forbidden god, making experiment